Qingmu Sect 7th Peak. Sparse moonlight filters through the tattered window paper, cascading over Lin Yuan's face. He leans against the cold stone bench, clutching an empty wine flask, his gaze distant and unfocused. 1 month, came the retort. 1 month from now at the grand new disciple ceremony, if you have not reached the nascent soul stage or no novice dares to accept you as their master, then you will be expelled from the 7th peak. Zhao Tianda's words, the leader of the 1st peak, still echoed in his ears. And those venerable elders of the council, each exuding sanctimonious airs. 3 years ago, back when his master was alive, everyone would have courteously addressed him as Lin Shizhi. But now, they seemed eager to devour him whole. Lin Yuan smirked self-mockingly, recalling the days when he once reigned unchallenged within the sect. He had once taken pride in his master's reputation as the southern region's foremost expert on the Panga continent, living with impunity. He even dared to secretly spy on the 3rd elder as she bathed. He would treat the great elder's alchemy furnace as a mere chamber pot, sometimes even hurling it to dogs for amusement. He schemed so cunningly that the direct disciple of the 2nd peak's leader was left with nothing but his undergarments. When idle, he schemed to swindle the wealth of his fellow disciples. No one in the sect dared utter a word against him. Blessed with extraordinary talent, he ascended to the nascent soul stage in merely 10 years, a prodigious gift that echoed through time. Yet who could have foreseen that at the final moment a misstep led him into demonic possession, his cultivation regressing back to the golden core stage. In a single night, a genius was reduced to a wreck. Worse still, his master, the one who had once sought medicinal elixirs for him, had vanished for 3 long years, likely expired. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When one departs, even tea grows cold. At last, these old relics unleashed the resentment they had harbored for 10 long years. Lin Yuan flung his wine flask to the ground, its crash echoing sharply. Damn it, it's merely the nascent soul stage, he spat. As if I could choose otherwise. Exasperated, he raked his hair in frustration. For 3 years, he had tried countless methods, yet his internal spiritual energy lay stagnant like a dead pond. Merely maintaining the golden core was a miracle. Then suddenly, boom. A tremendous crash reverberated through the entire peak. Lin Yuan's expression changed in an instant, and he sprang to his feet. The protective mountain array guarding the 7th peak had been shattered with a single blow. This was the very formation his master had once deployed. Even in its diminished state, no nascent soul cultivator could easily breach it. Who was it? A scarlet silhouette burst through the hall door, exuding a scorching yet sweet aura as it barreled forward. Lin Yuan instinctively sought to dodge, but the figure's speed was beyond his reaction. Overwhelmed by a mighty force, he was slammed against the wall, his innards thrown askew. Blood spurted from his mouth, and only then did he discern who had attacked him. It was a woman of unimaginable beauty, clad in a tattered red dress that revealed vast expanses of alabaster skin etched with bizarre crimson patterns. Her gaze was unfocused and enigmatic, her breathing rapid, while an intense heat radiated from her, as if she were a living volcano. What unsettled Lin Yuan most was the menacing aura emanating from her, more terrifying than even his master's. This woman was overwhelmingly powerful. Save me, she murmured as she pressed close, her scorching breath brushing against Lin Yuan's neck. Her husky voice carried a lethal allure. Or death? Lin Yuan's mind raced. Something was profoundly amiss with her, as if she had been afflicted by a virulent, potent toxin that could debilitate even a cultivator of his caliber. Save her. And how would one save her? By offering one's body as the antidote. What absurd jest was this? With his meager golden core physique, he feared her terrifying spiritual power would drain him, utterly reducing him to a husk. And not saving her. That ominous or death was no idle threat. Lin Yuan sensed that uttering even a single no might provoke her, reducing him to pulp before reason could prevail. Yet acquiescing would only ensure he was beaten into a mush. Damn it. In the end, death was inevitable. He might as well take a gamble. In my goddamn past life, I graduated from a top-tier 985 university, toiled like a 007 underling, and met a sudden end at my workstation. And now, after a hard-earned 10 years as a second-generation scion, I refuse to perish in such wretched indignity. A cold determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Rather than succumb to a lethal slap, he resolved to seize the initiative and savor one last unbridled act before death. He swept his arms around the woman's waist, turning the tables. Save you, he retorted. Today I will show you what true redemption means. The woman's bewildered eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment, as if she had never expected such audacity from a man she deemed insignificant. Yet her internal malaise left her incapable of further thought. An entire night passed in silence, and as the first rays of dawn pierced the great hall, Lin Yuan awoke, his body racked with pain. His loins ached as if gouged, with every bone exuding a pervasive soreness, as though crushed relentlessly by an unknown demon beast for 3 days and nights. He struggled to sit up his once immaculate cloud-patterned white robe, a symbol of the Seventh Peak's direct disciples, now crumpled like dried salted vegetables marred with suspicious mud stains. Glancing toward his pillow, he found that the woman had vanished, though a peculiar fragrance still lingered in the air. The great hall lay in ruins, shattered tables and chairs, walls riddled with cracks, a testament to last night's merciless storm. Have I been fleeced for nothing, he wondered. Muttering curses while massaging his aching waist, Lin Yuan sat up and lamented his misfortune. Not only had he reaped nothing, but he had nearly sacrificed his life in the process. Just as he prepared to inspect his body for any lingering aftereffects, an icy mechanical tone suddenly reverberated in his mind. Ding! Detection: the host has fulfilled the hidden prerequisite. Entanglement with a heavenly Dao-level providence. The invincible Sect System has been officially activated. The newbie gift package has been dispatched. Please confirm, host. Lin Yuan's self-mocking expression froze. System. After traversing 13 years, 10 as a frivolous scion and 3 wasted. Just when he was about to be expelled, the system arrived. Was this damn system one who understood the meaning of timely aid, or did it simply come too late? Before he could voice his complaint, a panel unfolded in his mind. Main quest: the Peak Master's Throne. Quest description: Qingmu Sect is about to hold its decennial new disciple ceremony, and the sect has issued its final ultimatum. Within 1 month, the host must secure his position as the 7th Peak's leader. Quest requirement: recruit at least 1 new disciple at the ceremony. Quest reward: restore cultivation and ascend directly to the nascent soul stage. Quest failure: expulsion from the Sect System, unbinding, and instantaneous death. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Instant death as punishment for failure. This system was even more ruthless than his stingy master. But ascension to the nascent soul stage. This reward set his long-dormant heart silent for 3 years, beating uncontrollably with renewed fervor. 1 month, just 1 more month. And when the sect gathers new disciples, if even a single novice dares to choose him as their master, the system's feedback will restore him to the nascent soul stage. In an instant, Lin Yuan brimmed with eager anticipation. With a single thought, the system panel in his mind sprang into view. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the beginner's gift pack. Open, he murmured silently to himself. Tian Dao Yinyan, a divine ability capable of discerning the basic information of all things, including but not limited to names, cultivation levels, physiques, talents, recent opportunities, and even the script of one's life. Tian Dao Yinyan. A spark ignited within Lin Yuan's heart as he instinctively turned his gaze toward the window. An outer sect disciple laboriously carrying a water bucket along the mountain path, passed by as faint lines of virtual blue text suddenly appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. How intriguing. He then turned his gaze toward another inner sect disciple hurrying by. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This Tian Dao Yinyan was tailor-made for recruiting disciples. However, the system's stipulation that cultivation feedback could only be obtained through recruiting disciples struck him as rather unfair. After all, Lin Yuan had once been a celebrated genius. Who would have imagined he'd stoop to relying on disciples for advancement? Enough. A real man knows how to adapt. Lin Yuan reclined back onto his bed, deciding to catch some extra sleep since the grand disciple recruitment ceremony was still a month away. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Yuan's 7th peak was unusually lively. Nearly every day, furtive figures loitered at the foot of the mountain. They were spies dispatched by the other 6 peaks to watch him, yet the intelligence they provided left their respective peak masters profoundly disappointed. Lin Yuan, the wretch on the brink of expulsion, made no resistance. Each day he either slept in his dilapidated hut or lounged beneath a crooked tree atop the mountain while sipping wine. Occasionally he would even flirt with passing female disciples, only to be chased and scolded across half the mountain. Truly, he had adopted a self-destructive, resigned air. It appears he has truly given up, mused Zhao Tianda as he stroked his beard within the grand hall of the 1st peak, an unmistakable smile playing about his face. The other peak masters nodded in unison, their worries completely allayed. A wretch resigned to his fate was not to be feared. Their sole concern now was how to divide the territory of the 7th peak after the recruitment ceremony. Although the 7th peak possessed scant spiritual energy and meager resources, even the tiniest morsel was prized. At Qingmu Sect's grand recruitment ceremony, the Yinyan Plaza of the main peak teemed with people. Thousands of youths from across the southern domain had gathered, their faces a mixture of nervous tension and eager anticipation as they lined up for the moment that would change their fates. At the forefront of the plaza, a 3-hang-tall, white spirit testing stone stood silently. The youths stepped forward one by one, pressing their palms against its surface. Wang Hu, inferior fire spirit root, not qualified. Zhao Qian, mid-grade water spirit root, qualified. Sun Miao, inferior earth spirit root, not qualified. Beside the spirit testing stone, a deacon disciple recited the results in a flat, emotionless tone. With each declaration of qualified, a ripple of envious exclamations swept through the crowd. Those who were eliminated could only depart in dejection. On the dais at the very front of the plaza, the sect leader and the peak masters sat side by side, each scrutinizing the successful candidates with varying expressions. This year these sprouts seemed somewhat inferior to those of previous years, remarked the second peak master. A graceful woman who, while gently fanning herself with a round fan, spoke in a languid tone. Indeed, until now not even a single high-grade spirit root has appeared, added the third peak master. Zhao Tianda snorted disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over an adjacent empty seat. No matter, he declared. After all, that wretch won't even have a chance to be chosen. We have plenty of time to make our selection. As his words faded, the other peak masters exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, a subtle commotion arose at the plaza's entrance. A slender figure striding unhurriedly against the sunlight made his entrance. The newcomer wore a bleached white robe adorned with cloud motifs. Although the garment was worn and faded, it did not conceal his upright bearing. His face was as elegant as carved jade, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high and straight nose, and thin lips that curved ever so slightly. Though he appeared languid and half-awake, there was an ineffable air of unbridled charm and nonchalance about him. Sunlight cascaded over the tips of his hair and shoulders, as if bestowing upon him a halo of golden radiance. In an instant, every gaze in the plaza was drawn toward him, especially among those young maidens who had passed the test and were eagerly awaiting their selection. Their cheeks flushed suddenly with a vivid red. Oh my, who is that senior brother? So handsome. Is he the peak master of a mountain peak too? I must apprentice under him. Me too. Having such a master to gaze upon each day would certainly inspire our cultivation. The maidens chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with delight. On the dais, the 6 peak masters' expressions darkened instantly. Zhao Tianda was particularly incensed, his beard almost bristling with anger. That wretch truly dared to show his face. Just as the maidens' hearts stirred, nearly ready to rush forward and seek apprenticeship, an incongruous voice sounded from within the nearby crowd. Sisters, do not be deceived by his appearance, declared a seasoned inner sect disciple, his face etched with disdain as he addressed the new recruits. Do you know who he is? He is none other than our Qingmu Sect's foremost wretch, the 7th peak master Lin Yuan. What? He is Lin Yuan. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. His notorious name had preceded him long before. Is that the lecherous scoundrel reputed for spying on a bathing female elder only to be caught red-handed? I've even heard he pilfered the sect's elixirs to feed to dogs. I've also heard he schemed to swindle his fellow disciples of their wealth. Utterly shameless. The inner sect disciple, having captured everyone's attention, raised his voice even further. These are merely trifling. The most astonishing part is that he, once a nascent soul prodigy, managed to regress his cultivation all the way back to the golden core. Tell me, if one's cultivation can actually regress, wouldn't apprenticing under him risk contaminating your own progress? Those words fell like a bucket of icy water, dousing their ardor. The maidens, who moments earlier were enraptured with admiration, suddenly became sober. Their glances upon Lin Yuan shifted from wonder and adoration to scorn, disdain, and fear. Indeed, what good is mere beauty when one's character is corrupt and his cultivation even regresses? To apprentice under such a man would be nothing short of self-destruction. For a moment, jeers erupted across the plaza. So he really is that wretch, renowned only in rumor but disappointing in person. He may look respectable on the outside, yet inside he is filthy. Get out of here. Stop making a fool of yourself. On the dais, Zhao Tianda and the others wore gleeful smiles as they took in the scene. Zhao Tianda rose, and towering over Lin Yuan, boomed, Lin Yuan, how dare you show your face here? Since not a single disciple is willing to apprentice under you, get out of Qingmu Sect at once. Facing the jeers from all directions and Zhao Tianda's furious shouts, Lin Yuan's face showed no sign of disturbance. He even curiously dug at his ear. It was as if those harsh voices were merely the annoying buzzing of flies. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, directly locking onto Zhao Tianda on the high platform, and lazily spoke. Elder Zhao, there's no need to be so anxious. The disciple selection ceremony isn't over yet, is it? Zhao Tianda, anger turned to a mocking smile. Over. Look below, which disciple has even glanced at you? Do you still wish to take on disciples? It's simply a pipe dream. Not necessarily. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. What if there happens to be a perceptive disciple willing to join me at the 7th peak? He surveyed the new disciples below who were avoiding him and said aloud, how about we make a bet? Today, if even one disciple is willing to take me as their master, you must no longer mention abolishing the 7th peak, and I will continue as its peak master. If not a single one does, I, Lin Yuan, will leave the mountain without a word. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The 6 peak masters on the high platform exchanged glances, seeing the thrill in each other's eyes. This waste is actually seeking death. Good. Zhao Tiando, afraid he might change his mind, quickly agreed. All disciples and elders of the sect are here to bear witness. Lin Yuan, I want to see how you will accept this disciple today. Lin Yuan smiled and paid them no further mind. He stepped down the high platform, walking into the midst of the new disciples. As he moved, the heavenly Dao eagle I had quietly activated. Countless streams of information refreshed before his eyes. Mediocre life, minor achievements lost in the wrong path, short life of beauty. A dizzying array of mediocre scripts unfolded before him. Suddenly his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous corner. There a small pale girl was lowering her head, desperately attempting to diminish her presence. Lin Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. Name Qingmu Cultivation Qi Refining Stage 9 Talent. Sealed Physique Koan Ding Body Sealed Life Script Destined Woman born on a year, month, day, and hour, a rare extreme body Koan Ding Body. Due to her physique being exposed, she was promised to a blood slaughter sect elder as a furnace. To escape the marriage, she journeyed south and by chance obtained the residual soul of the Xian old demon of the void realm. This is her. Lin Yuan instantly made a decision in his heart. However, he did not walk directly to Qingmu. Instead, he feigned a serious demeanor and first approached a seemingly clever male disciple. Name Zhongsan Cultivation Qi Refining Stage 7 Talent Mid-Grade Spiritual Root Physique Ordinary Body. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and asked with a friendly smile, Young brother, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure and a connection with my 7th peak. Would you be willing to take me as your master? The disciple named Zhongsan burst into laughter as if he had heard a tremendous joke. Take you as my master. He looked Lin Yuan up and down, his face filled with disdain. Learn how to regress in cultivation from you. Don't joke, I'm not done living yet. After saying that, he exaggeratedly took several steps back as if Lin Yuan were some sort of plague. The square immediately erupted in laughter. The people on the high platform, including Zhao Tiando, were laughing so hard they nearly fell over. Lin Yuan was not angry, merely shaking his head in regret, and moved to the next target. This time he used the eagle eye to pick a disciple with decent talent. Name Zhao Linger Cultivation Qi Refining Stage 8 Talent Upper Grade Water Spiritual Root Physique Ordinary Body. This was a girl of decent looks, her talent being among the top in this batch of disciples. As Lin Yuan approached her, before he could even speak, the 2nd peak master on the high platform, a beautiful woman, took the initiative and said in a voice full of allure, You must be Zhao Linger, right? Upper Grade Water Spiritual Root, not bad. Come to my 2nd peak, and I will personally guide your cultivation. The girl named Zhao Linger was instantly overjoyed. She didn't even glance at Lin Yuan, directly bowing toward the high platform. I am willing to be your disciple. Thank you, Peak Master, for your favor. Lin Yuan's face darkened. Next, the same thing happened several more times. Whenever Lin Yuan approached a disciple with decent talent, the 6 peak masters on the high platform would take turns to recruit them first. The chosen disciples were all ecstatic and looked at Lin Yuan with expressions of disdain, as if to say, with 6 main peaks available, who would go to your shabby 7th peak? Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He finally could no longer endure, turning around to shout at the high platform, What do you mean by this? Is this deliberate? Zhao Tianda leisurely took a sip of tea before lazily responding, Peak Master Lin, your words are mistaken. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch, a wise minister chooses a worthy lord to serve. These disciples are exceptionally talented, and we naturally must consider their futures. We can't just watch as good seedlings are delayed by a waste like you. Exactly. The 4th peak master, a burly man, said in a deep voice. If you have no ability to retain people, who can you blame? Not satisfied. If you're not satisfied, then get lost down the mountain. Don't embarrass yourself here. The disciples in the square joined in the commotion. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the crowd, his fists clenched, his body slightly trembling with anger. He took a deep breath as if trying hard to suppress his fury. Then he turned around, his gaze sweeping randomly across the crowd, as if searching for a last straw of hope. Finally, his gaze landed on Qingmu, who had been keeping her head down in that corner. All eyes followed him, concentrating on that inconspicuous girl. Everyone looked on with expressions of anticipation. They all wanted to see how this infamous waste of a peak master would react when the last and most inconspicuous disciple rejected him. Lin Yuan stepped heavily, one step at a time, until he stood before Qingmu. When that slender figure stopped before her, Qingmu's heart sank suddenly. She could feel all the gazes in the room fixated upon her. There was sympathy, there was mockery, but more than anything there was schadenfreude. She raised her head and saw Lin Yuan's handsome face, which bore a hint of dejection. Is this really the so-called wasteful peak master? Of immoral character and meager strength, even his cultivation has regressed. How could such a person be worthy of being her master? She came to the Qingmu Sect to find a quiet place, escape her pursuers, and focus on her cultivation. But by becoming a disciple of such a person, she would likely only be drawn into more trouble. Yi Qingru's gaze darkened as she prepared to refuse. At that moment, an old yet authoritative voice resonated in her mind. Girl agreed to him. It was the remnant soul of the Xian old devil. Yi Qingru was taken aback and hurriedly sent a thought in her heart. Senior, why? Isn't he a waste? Waste? The Xian old devil chuckled coldly. What do you understand? You now possess the Kuanding body and are being pursued by the blood-killing sect. What do you need the most? Yi Qingru instinctively replied, a place that is inconspicuous and safe to quickly enhance my strength. Exactly. The Xian old devil's voice carried a hint of approval. In the Qingmu Sect, which peak is more overlooked than his 7th peak? Which master is safer than this waste? He is infamous and everyone avoids him. His 7th peak is desolate with sparse spiritual energy. This is precisely your best hiding place. By becoming his disciple, everyone will only laugh at you for being blind and will not pay you any extra attention. His notoriety will be your best shield. Yi Qingru suddenly realized. Yes, the greatest concealment lies in the market. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. What she needed now was not a particularly powerful master, but a refuge that could provide her protection and allow her to cultivate in peace. The Waste Peak master before her was simply the best candidate tailored for her. Realizing this, Yi Qingru no longer hesitated and was about to nod in agreement. However, at that moment, the 6 peak masters on the high platform, seeing Lin Yuan's last glimmer of hope about to shatter, could not allow this performance to end midway. Zhao Tianda was the first to jump out, earnestly advising Yi Qingru, little girl, you must think this through. This Lin Yuan is notoriously lecherous. As a flower-like young lady, if you become his disciple, are you not afraid of being toyed with at his whim? The beautiful matriarch of the 2nd peak also covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Yes, sister. If you have no place to go, why not come to my 2nd peak? All my disciples are female, it's clean and safe. A thin, ominously looking elder from the 5th peak even directly threw out bait. Little girl, I see that your foundation is promising. As long as you refuse him, I will make an exception to accept you as my personal disciple with pills and techniques aplenty. They each spoke in turn, either threatening or enticing her. Their sole purpose was to make Yi Qingru reject Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan became instantly frantic. He pointed at the 6 people on the high platform, trembling with anger, unable to complete a single sentence. You are going too far. He was indeed anxious inside. If this girl changed her mind at the last moment, then his task would go up in smoke. The penalty for failure was instant death on the spot. Thinking of this, a glint of madness flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, a sense of determination rising from him, seemingly ready to risk everything and confront these 6 peak masters. However, just at that tense moment, Yi Qingru moved. Ignoring anyone on the high platform, she slowly and solemnly knelt down before the frantic Lin Yuan. Her crisp and resolute voice echoed throughout the square. Disciple Yi Qingru wishes to enter the 7th peak for cultivation. I humbly request Master Lin to accept me as a disciple. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the girl kneeling on the ground and the Lin Yuan standing before her. On the high platform, the smiles of the 6 peak masters froze on their faces. Just as Yi Qingru finished speaking, a mechanical notification sound that only Lin Yuan could hear exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a fated disciple, Yi Qingru. Main mission: the position of Peak Master has been completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Detected that the disciple is the fated daughter, triggering 100-fold critical feedback. Cultivation feedback begins. Golden Core Realm perfected. Nascent Soul Realm initial stage. Nascent Soul Realm mid-stage. Nascent Soul Realm perfected. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the perfected Nascent Soul stage. A surge of immense power rushed through his limbs like a torrent bursting through a dam. The dim golden core that had been silent for 3 years shattered with a thunderous sound, transforming into a translucent nascent soul. Immediately, the nascent soul grew rapidly, its power continually rising until it finally transformed into a golden nascent soul. Perfected Nascent Soul Realm. Lin Yuan's body trembled slightly, but his face still bore that complex expression of shock and ecstasy, revealing no signs of weakness. He took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart, and reached out to help Yi Qingru up. Good disciple, get up quickly. Zhao Tianda and the others finally reacted from their shock, their faces turning darker than the bottom of a pot. They had lost, inexplicably lost with extreme frustration. The bet is yours, Zhao Tianda said coldly. But what if you have saved the 7th peak? A wasteful master and a wasteful disciple are still a joke of the sect. Lin Yuan helped Qingmu steady herself and turned to Zhao Tianda, the ecstasy on his face slowly retracting, replaced by a faint smile. Elder Zhao speaks true. I have just taken a disciple. According to the rules, I must offer a gift of apprenticeship. But my 7th peak is so poor that I really cannot produce anything good. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 6 peak masters, and his smile became radiant. How about we bet again, shall we? The 6 peak masters were taken aback. They heard Lin Yuan's voice ringing out. I, Lin Yuan, hereby challenge you 6 main peaks. It will be just me against all 6 of you masters. If I lose, you don't need to kick me out. I will cripple my own cultivation and leave the Qingmu Sect. If I win by chance. His voice elongated word by word. You 6 peaks will each compensate my 7th peak with 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. As his words fell, the entire place was astonished. The 6 peak masters were first stunned, then erupted in wild joy. They had thought the plan was ruined, but unexpectedly Lin Yuan rushed forward to seek his own demise. A golden core in their view, challenging 6 nascent souls. He must be either crazy or foolish. Good. We accept your challenge. Zhao Tianda agreed, without a second thought, fearing that Lin Yuan would backtrack. This was an incredible opportunity. However, the newly accepted disciple, Qingmu, became anxious. Her little face instantly turned pale as she grabbed Lin Yuan's sleeve, urgently conveying, Master. No. She had thought she had found a safe backing, yet in an instant that backing was about to seek its own doom. Qingmu's heart raced to her throat. She clutched Lin Yuan's sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Master. She wanted to shout, but no sound came out. How could a golden core cultivator possibly be a match for a nascent soul practitioner? What was the difference from seeking death? On the high platform, after a brief moment of shock, the 6 peak masters couldn't suppress the ecstatic disdain that appeared on their faces. Zhao Tianda almost laughed out loud. He had been fuming over the failed bet, but unexpectedly Lin Yuan had brought his face to the situation himself. Lin Yuan, do you even know what you're saying? Zhao Tianda forced back his laughter, feigning authority as he confirmed. Of course I know. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, as if he were stating something entirely ordinary. However, Zhao Tianda's gaze swept over the 5 people beside him, a hint of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. We don't need all 6 of us to deal with you. That would be too flattering for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the master of the 6th peak, a thin man with a sinister gaze, stepped forward. Zhao Shixiang, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? This ignorant brat can be left to me. His name was Jian Wufeng, and with the withered bone sword art in hand, he was vicious and ruthless, unmatched among those of the same rank. Zhao Tianda nodded in satisfaction. Fine, junior brother Jian, make it quick, and don't waste everyone's time. Jian Wufeng stepped forward, his figure floating like a ghost to the center of the square, facing Lin Yuan from a distance. He looked Lin Yuan up and down, his disdain and contempt nearly overflowing. Lin Yuan, I truly admire your courage. 3 years ago you were a genius of the sect, and I was not your match. But now in my eyes you are even less than an ant. For the sake of our shared sect, I will give you a chance. Jian Wufeng extended a finger and said arrogantly, sever one arm, then kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and I may spare your life. At these words, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. This was no longer a competition, but a blatant humiliation. Qingmu trembled with anger, about to rebuke, but was stopped by a reassuring glance from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him as if he were a clown, calmly speaking. Are you finished? Jian Wufeng's expression darkened. It seems you are asking for trouble. Since you seek death, I will fulfill your wish. Before his words finished, he leapt into action. A chilling, killing intent instantly enveloped the entire square, the air seeming to freeze. Withered bone, absolute soul sword. Jian Wufeng shouted sharply, a white bone-long sword appearing out of thin air, emanating a ghostly aura and glowing with a greenish hue. He thrust the sword forward without any flashy sword light, only a concentrated aura of death aimed directly at Lin Yuan's heart. This strike was both swift and fierce, encompassing all of his cultivation from the mid-nascent soul stage, even carrying a hint of law power. Zhao Tianda and the others on the high platform wore satisfied smiles. This move was Jian Wufeng's renowned technique. Among those who died under this sword, there were at least 8 out of 10 nascent soul practitioners. Lin Yuan was undoubtedly doomed. Qingmu was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloodshed. All the disciples held their breath as if they had already foreseen the tragic fate of the 7th peak's master being pierced through the heart. However, just as the chilling sword tip was about to touch Lin Yuan's robe, Lin Yuan moved. He did not dodge or use any technique. He simply raised his right hand. Then he swung it out. Smack! A crisp and loud slap sound drowned out the sharp cry of the sword, chi tearing through the air, resonating in everyone's ears. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Everyone was horrified to see that the imposing and arrogant 6th peak master Jian Wufeng was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string spiraling backward at several times the speed he had come. His body traced a miserable parabola in the air accompanied by a few bloodied teeth. Boom. A loud crash echoed as Jian Wufeng's body smashed into the edge of the square 100 meters away, creating a massive human-shaped pit in the hard bluestone slabs. He lay in the pit, all his bones shattered, his cheeks swollen, and he was completely unconscious. One strike. No, it could not even be counted as a strike. Just a slap. The mid-nascent soul master of the sixth peak was thus slapped away. The entire arena fell into silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, staring blankly at the figure in the center of the arena, who was slowly retracting his hand. What just happened? What just occurred? That was a mid-nascent soul peak master. How? How could he be slapped away by a golden core cultivator? Was I seeing things? Or was it an illusion? On the high platform, Zhao Tianda and the other 5 peak masters' smiles were completely frozen on their faces. The ecstasy and disdain on their faces were instantly replaced by shock and disbelief. Especially Zhao Tianda, who suddenly stood up from his seat, staring intently at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with suspicion. You? He wanted to say something, but found his throat gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter a word. And among the crowd, the most shocked was undoubtedly Qingmu. She slowly opened her eyes, and the scene she had imagined of her master dying tragically did not materialize. Instead, it was the once proud Jian Wufeng lying in a pit like a dead dog in the distance. And her master still stood calmly in place as if he had merely swatted a fly. He won. Just like that. He won. Qingmu's mind went blank. She looked at Lin Yuan's back. The master she had thought was dejected and weak now seemed so tall, so mysterious. Could it be? Had master broken through? But even if he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, it was impossible to slap away a peak master of the same level. What on earth was going on? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Tianda finally lost his voice, unable to accept this reality. You must have used some kind of demonic technique, or relied on some forbidden treasure. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze calm as he looked at the 5 people on the high platform. Do you want to continue? His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. If you want to attack together, I don't mind. Zhao Tianda and the others' faces turned ashen in an instant. They finally realized that they had been wrong from the start, horribly wrong. This Lin Yuan was no waste at all. He had been hiding his strength. Good. What a Lin Yuan. Such deep schemes. Zhao Tianda gritted his teeth, and at this point they had no way out. If they couldn't suppress Lin Yuan today, they would lose all face for the 6 major peaks. Brothers, let's attack together. Set up the 5 elements locking heaven formation. With Zhao Tianda command, the other 4 peak masters immediately understood. The 5 of them took to the air, simultaneously occupying 5 positions, firmly locking Lin Yuan in the center. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 streams of overwhelming nascent soul power surged into the sky, intertwining in the air to form a massive formation network that exuded a terrifying pressure that sent chills down the spine. This time they dared not underestimate him in the slightest. The moment they struck, it was the strongest combined attack formation. The spiritual energy of the entire square was drained, and the wind and clouds changed color. It's over. This time Master Lin is really finished. With the 5 peak masters working together to set up the formation, even a fully realized nascent soul practitioner would perish on the spot. The disciples' hearts tightened again. However, this time, Qingmu no longer showed the earlier panic in her eyes. She simply watched the figure shrouded by the formation in the arena, and an inexplicable sense of confidence surged in her heart. Facing the world-destroying 5 elements great formation, Lin Yuan merely raised his head and glanced at it. Then he extended a finger and gently pointed at the sky. Break. One word, and the law followed. The 5 elements locking heaven great formation capable of strangling a fully realized nascent soul practitioner, set up by 5 nascent soul cultivators, burst like a balloon pricked by a needle. Pop. In an instant it collapsed, transforming into countless light points that dissipated into nothingness. Puff. The formation shattered, and the 5 peak masters simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their breaths instantly weakening like birds with broken wings falling from the sky, landing on the ground in a miserable state. Another strike. The entire arena fell into silence again. If the first time was shock, then this time it was a bone-deep fear. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan with the eyes of a monster. What kind of strength was this? Lin Yuan did not look at them again. He simply walked up to Zhao Tianda and extended his hand. Wager. Zhao Tianda's face turned pale as he struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. But he dared not refuse. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are futile. He and the other 4 peak masters could only humbly hand over their storage bags. Lin Yuan took the 5 heavy storage bags, briefly scanned them with his divine sense, and nodded in satisfaction. Then under the gaze of thousands in the arena, he turned and walked up to Qingmu. He handed her all 5 storage bags containing 10 years of resources from the 6 peaks. Take it. His tone was flat, but left no room for refusal. This is your offering for becoming my disciple. Qingmu was completely stunned. She looked at the 5 storage bags before her, feeling the overwhelming resources within that left her breathless, momentarily at a loss. Master, this is too precious, I can't accept it. This was the resources of the 6 major peaks for a whole 10 years. Let alone her, a novice disciple. Even a direct disciple of the sect master couldn't receive such a generous reward. If I tell you to take it, you take it. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm. You are my disciple, my things are naturally your things. The surrounding disciples who had not yet been chosen stared wide-eyed. Jealousy, envy, regret. Countless emotions surged within them. Why? Why wasn't it themselves who had just knelt down? If they could receive such an outrageous reward by joining the 7th peak, they would be willing to kneel and even crack their heads open. Looking at Lin Yuan's undeniable gaze, Qingmu bit her lip and finally extended her trembling hand to accept the 5 storage bags. Thank you, master. The moment she accepted the storage bags, the system's prompt sound echoed again in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has bestowed fortune upon a disciple, triggering 100-fold critical feedback. Cultivation feedback starting. Nascent soul, great perfection. Early Dongxu stage. Mid Dongxu stage. Great perfection of Dongxu stage. Breakthrough successful. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a great perfection cultivator of the Dongxu stage. A surge of power 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than before instantly flooded into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. Above his nascent soul, it was as if a door to a void space had opened and his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth reached a brand new level. Lin Yuan calmly digested this power, his face expressionless. He looked at the girl before him, nodded in satisfaction, and then quite naturally took her hand. Let's go back to the 7th peak. Qingmu's hand was enveloped in that warm grip, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet a sense of unprecedented comfort surged within her, and she nodded obediently. Amidst the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of thousands, under the nearly predatory stares of the 6 peak masters, Lin Yuan held his new disciple's hand and turned to leave. However, just at that moment, a chilling and powerful aura descended without warning, enveloping the entire Qingmu Sect's mountain gate. A hoarse and piercing laughter rang out. What a deep bond between teacher and disciple. The crowd looked up in shock, only to see an old man in a blood-red robe with a gaunt face had appeared in midair unknowingly. The aura he exuded was unmistakably at the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. The thick smell of blood made everyone feel a wave of trepidation. It's a member of the Bloodslaughter sect. Zhao Tianda exclaimed in shock. The blood-robed old man's gaze, like that of a venomous snake, fixed menacingly on Qingmu. You little bitch, you can't escape. He turned to Lin Yuan and spoke in a commanding tone. Kid, hand this woman over to me. Lin Yuan halted his steps, protecting Qingmu behind him, and looked up at the blood-robed old man, frowning slightly. Reason. She is the 18th concubine chosen for our young master, and the wedding is imminent, yet she dares to elope. What do you think? Should I take her back? The words of the blood-robed elder struck like a massive stone dropped into a tranquil lake. Elopement. A concubine of the young master of the Bloodslaughter sect. The combination of these 2 phrases was so shocking that it momentarily halted the thoughts of everyone present. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. Those disciples who had just been envious of Qingmu now had their expressions completely transformed. Contempt, mockery, and a sense of schadenfreude filled the air. I said it, how could a woman of unknown origin be so fortunate? Shameless to actually be an eloper, and a member of the Bloodslaughter sect. How reckless to offend someone from such a demonic sect. The key point is her utter lack of virtue. She is already betrothed, yet comes to our Qingmu sect to seek a master. Isn't that tarnishing our sect's reputation? Yes, she must be expelled. Our Qingmu sect is an esteemed righteous sect, and we cannot accept disciples of such dubious character. The discussions grew louder and increasingly unpleasant. A barrage of gazes sharp as swords pierced Qingmu. Her face instantly turned pale, drained of all color. She swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. She wanted to rebut, to loudly tell everyone that it was not like this, but those vile words surged like a tide, choking her throat and leaving her unable to utter a single word. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed deeper. He could sense the girl behind him trembling uncontrollably. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, he simply turned his head and calmly looked at Qingmu. Is what he said true? Lin Yuan's voice was low, yet it clearly cut through all the discussions, reaching Qingmu's ears. His gaze was calm, devoid of questioning or doubt, simply seeking an answer. Seeing such a look in his eyes, the grievances and fears swirling within, Qingmu miraculously began to calm. She bit her lip hard, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded heavily, then quickly shook her head. Master, things aren't as they say. She urgently wanted to clarify. But the blood-robed elder in midair did not give her that chance. Little vixen, still trying to argue. The elder's eyes flashed with impatience, clearly unwilling to waste time in such a place, letting the sect's disgrace be exposed. He extended his dried claw-like right hand, and an overwhelming force instantly enveloped Qingmu. Come back with me. Qingmu felt an irresistible force tugging at her body, uncontrollably lifting into the air. Just then a warm and powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder. The terrifying suction power vanished instantly. Lin Yuan had turned around at some point, completely shielding Qingmu behind him, facing the blood-robed elder alone. Sir, you wish to harm my disciple in my presence. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable chill. The blood-robed elder's expression darkened immediately upon failing to seize her. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, unleashing the pressure of his perfected nascent soul, without reservation, resembling a mountain pressing down on Lin Yuan. Brat, I am Shuetu, an elder of the Bloodslaughter Sect. This matter is our family affair. I advise you not to meddle, or else. However, that pressure which could shatter the spirits of ordinary nascent soul cultivators fell upon Lin Yuan like a gentle breeze, ruffling not a single ripple. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. She is my disciple. He looked at the blood-robed elder, speaking each word deliberately. Her matters are my matters. After saying that, he no longer looked at Shuetu, but turned to Qingmu, saying, Speak up. Explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly in front of everyone. Otherwise you will wear this label of dubious character today. This will not bode well for your future cultivation in the sect. Lin Yuan's words shone like a beam of light, illuminating the chaotic darkness in Qingmu's heart. Indeed, Master is right. If she did not clarify today, she would truly become the shameless eloper in others' mouths, lacking virtue. She could not let her master take in a disciple like that, nor could she bring shame to the master who had just earned her unparalleled glory. Thinking of this, Qingmu took a deep breath, suppressing her fear and sorrow, and stepped out from behind Lin Yuan. She raised her head, facing the thousands of gazes in the square. Her voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear. I admit I indeed have a betrothal. As soon as these words were spoken, another wave of suppressed commotion and ridicule surged through the crowd. Qingmu paid no heed and continued speaking. That betrothal was forced upon me by my family, the Yi family, in order to curry favor with the Bloodslaughter Sect. They used my parents' lives as leverage to coerce me into agreeing. For the sake of my parents' safety, I consented. At this point, her voice began to tremble uncontrollably, deep resentment welling in her eyes. I thought that as long as I married into it, my parents would be safe and sound. But on the very day of my wedding, in the presence of all the guests, her voice choked, tears sliding down her cheeks. The people of the Bloodslaughter Sect drained my parents' blood before my eyes. Their bodies were thrown to feed the dogs. Boom. These few sentences exploded in everyone's minds like thunder from the 9 heavens. The entire square instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this brutal and bloody truth. To drain their parents' blood before their eyes. Feed the corpses to dogs. What a cruel and inhumane method. The earlier mocking and contemptuous gazes transformed into shocked sympathy and disbelief. When looking at the blood-robed elder in midair, a hint of fear and disgust appeared in everyone's eyes. Qingmu wiped her tears away and gazed directly at Shuetu, her voice nearly overflowing with indignation. How could I still wish to marry the enemy when I watched my parents die before my eyes? On the night of the wedding, I used the last life-saving treasure my mother left me, fighting desperately to escape from that den of demons, the Bloodslaughter Sect. Tell me, should I have escaped? Tell me, should I have escaped from this marriage? She cried out, each word piercing the heart. The truth was laid bare for all to see. Everyone fell silent. They finally understood that this was not a shameless elopement, but a desperate escape soaked in blood and vengeance. Utter nonsense. Elder Shuetu's face turned a deep shade of purple as he let out a thunderous roar. He never expected that Qingmu would dare to publicly reveal such a secret and vicious tactic of the Bloodslaughter Sect in front of so many people. This was practically a slap in the face for him and the entire Bloodslaughter Sect. He pointed at Qingmu, scolding her harshly. You little wretch, to fabricate such a malicious lie and slander my Bloodslaughter Sect just to find an excuse to escape your marriage. Your parents died peacefully. How is it related to my Bloodslaughter Sect? He continued, I see you are nothing but a loose woman, unfaithful, scheming to escape your wedding after having an affair. Shuetu retaliated with vicious words, attempting to throw all the dirt back onto Qingmu. She trembled with anger. You speak nonsense. My parents were present when they died. Oh, where's the evidence? A sinister grin appeared on Shuetu's face. Do you have any witnesses or physical evidence? Just your empty words. Qingmu was instantly at a loss for words. Yes, where was the evidence? Those present were either members of the Yi family or people from the Bloodslaughter sect. The Yi family members eager to curry favor with the Bloodslaughter sect would only speak on their behalf. As for the people from the Bloodslaughter sect, they would definitely not testify for her. She simply had no evidence to present. Looking at Yi Qingru's pale and helpless face, Shui Tu's smug expression grew even more pronounced. You can't produce any, can you? Kid, do you see clearly now? This woman is full of lies and of the worst character. Are you still going to protect her? Shui Tu directed his attack towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan merely looked at him quietly, as if observing a poor actor. I believe in my disciple. Those simple 6 words clearly stated his position. Shui Tu's expression darkened completely. Good, good, good. Since you refuse to drink the wine of courtesy and insist on meddling in my Bloodslaughter sect's affairs, don't blame me for being ruthless and taking you down with her. At that moment when both sides were on the verge of conflict, an untimely voice suddenly came from the high platform. Elder Shui Tu, hold on. The speaker was Zhao Tianda, the peak master of the first peak. He had gotten back on his feet. Although his face was still pale, his eyes shone with calculating light. Elder, please calm down. Zhao Tianda clasped his hands towards Shui Tu, speaking with an air of impartiality. This matter concerns the reputation of my Qingmu Sect's disciples, as well as the reputation of your sect. We cannot rely solely on one side's words. He paused, then shifted the focus of his words, glancing at Yi Qingru with a hint of distrust. What Yi Qingru has said is too shocking to believe. Without solid evidence, our Qingmu Sect cannot fully trust her words either. As soon as he spoke, the other 4 peak masters beside him immediately understood. Indeed, what Zhao Shixiang said is very true. The Bloodslaughter sect is a major sect in the northern region, and their actions have their own rules. How could they commit such cruel acts? I think this woman is most likely lying. The peak masters of the 6 peaks surprisingly took the side of Elder Shui Tu. They certainly did not genuinely believe him. They simply wanted to use Shui Tu's blade to eliminate Lin Yuan. The strength Lin Yuan had just displayed filled them with genuine fear. They were fully aware that if they could not eliminate Lin Yuan today, they would have no peace in the Qingmu Sect in the future. An elder of the Bloodslaughter sect at the peak of nascent soul was the best weapon. Yi Qingru was in complete panic. She never expected that the elders of her own sect would assist outsiders in dealing with her. She looked helplessly at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with despair. Master. Seeing that several peak masters of the Qingmu Sect were on his side, Shui Tu's arrogance surged, laughing loudly. Huh? Kid, did you hear that? Even the peak masters of your own sect do not believe this little wretch. What more can you say? His killing intent surged in his eyes, losing any restraint. He flashed forward like a blood shadow, lunging once more at Yi Qingru. Little wretch, come back here. A blood-red handprint appeared out of thin air, carrying a thick smell of blood and the power of a vengeful law descending upon her. On the high platform, the faces of Zhao Tianda and the others instantly revealed uncontrollable ecstasy. It's over. Lin Yuan is doomed this time. No matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect at the peak of nascent soul. As long as Lin Yuan dies, the 7th peak will be theirs. However, just as the blood-red handprint was about to fall, Lin Yuan moved. He didn't even turn around, simply swinging his hand back. The movement was effortless, like swatting away a bothersome fly. There were no earth-shattering waves of spiritual power, no dazzling brilliance. Only a sword intent, extremely fast and pure, flashed by. Swish. A faint sound like fabric being torn resonated. The imposing blood-red handprint was split in 2 down the middle, quietly dissipating. The sword intent continued unabated. The sinister smile on Elder Shui Tu's face instantly froze. He widened his eyes, looking down at his chest. A thin line of blood extended from his forehead down to his lower abdomen. You? He could only manage to utter a single word. In the next moment, his entire body split apart like a sand sculpture eroded by wind, breaking into 2 halves before completely collapsing and vanishing into thin air. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. The elder of the Bloodslaughter sect at the peak of nascent soul, Shui Tu, dead. For a moment, the entire world seemed to have been muted. The venue fell into a deathly silence. The wind stopped, the clouds froze, and everyone's breath halted in that moment. On the high platform, the ecstatic expressions on Zhao Tianda and the others' faces turned into extreme shock and fear. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, their mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. He died. Just like that. Dead. That was a powerful figure at the peak of nascent soul. Not some random nobody. How could Lin Yuan kill him with just a casual wave? How is this possible? Yi Qingru was also stunned. She stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, her mind a complete blank. That earth-shattering blow just vanished like that. The demon that had filled her with terror and despair was just gone. After a long while, she finally reacted. It was Master. It was her master who saved her. An indescribable wave of emotion and warmth surged through her entire body. Her eyes grew warm and tears once again flowed freely. But this time it was not sadness or despair but joy and relief after surviving a disaster. This kid has some interesting qualities. At that moment, an ancient voice filled with surprise echoed in her mind. It was the powerful being from within her ring. With a single sword strike, he killed an elder at the peak of nascent soul, clean and efficient without any hesitation. This level of strength and character doesn't seem like that of a young person in their 20s. Girl, it seems you truly found the right master this time. After a brief moment of dead silence, the atmosphere on the high platform became exceedingly oppressive. Zhao Tianda and the other 4 peak masters turned as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking their backs. They gazed at the calm figure standing in the center of the square, and their eyes no longer held the prior calculations and contempt, only a deep-seated fear. After their shock subsided, they finally realized a terrifying truth. They had underestimated Lin Yuan from the very beginning. No, it was not underestimating. It was a gross misjudgment. What golden core realm, what fallen waste. All of it was a facade. Lin Yuan had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger since 3 years ago. How ruthless Lin Yuan was. His schemes were too deep. To effortlessly eliminate a fully realized nascent soul expert with just one move, what kind of strength was this? A fully realized nascent soul. Impossible. Even a fully realized nascent soul would never accomplish such a feat with such ease. There was only one possibility. The Dongshu realm. As this thought emerged, Zhao Tianda and the others felt the world spin around them, nearly fainting from shock. A Dongshu realm expert in their 20s. This was no longer a genius. This was a monster. A freak. Just moments ago, they had dared to join forces to suppress a Dongshu realm monster. They had even considered using him as a pawn. Looking back now, their previous actions must have seemed to Lin Yuan like those of a group of jumping monkeys. Ridiculous and tragic. To divide the 7th peak. Forget about division, whether they could even protect their main peak today, or even their own lives, was still uncertain. Panic spread like a plague in the hearts of the 5 peak masters. Thud. It was unclear who led the way first, but the 5 peak masters, usually so high and mighty, almost rolled down from the high platform, rushing to kneel before Lin Yuan. At the forefront, Zhao Tianda no longer held even a fraction of the dignity of the 1st peak master. He trembled as he spoke, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Lin. Senior brother Lin. We have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. We have offended you greatly. We hope senior brother Lin can show mercy and spare our lives. The 4 peak masters behind him also kowtowed fervently. Yes, senior brother Lin. We were blinded by ignorance. We will never dare again. Please, senior brother, show us mercy. This scene completely overturned the worldview of all the disciples present. Those were peak masters who held authority over a peak, commanding respect within the sect. Yet at this moment, they resembled 5 dogs wagging their tails in submission, kneeling before the master of the 7th peak, bowing their heads in plea. The world was changing too rapidly. They could no longer keep up with the rhythm. Lin Yuan looked down, surveying the 5 men kneeling at his feet, his expression still devoid of emotion. He did not say get up, nor did he say I want spare you. He simply spoke calmly. Apology. Possible. Hearing these 2 words, Zhao Tianda and the others felt a glimmer of hope, thinking perhaps a turn of events was at hand. However, Lin Yuan's next words plunged them into an icy abyss. You 6 main peaks take out half of your resources as compensation. This matter will be considered settled. What? Half of the resources? Zhao Tianda suddenly raised his head, shock and pain etched across his face. That was the accumulation of hundreds or even thousands of years for a peak. Pills, magical artifacts, spirit stones, techniques. Each main peak's resources were vast beyond measure. Now Lin Yuan demanded half. This was no mere flesh-cutting, it was as if they were being stripped of their sinews and skin. Senior brother Lin. Isn't this a bit too much? Zhao Tian's voice trembled with a hint of a sob. Half of the resources will disrupt our main peak's operations. Can we reduce it a little? Lin Yuan's gaze fell on Zhao Tian's face. That gaze was calm, yet it made Zhao Tian feel as if he were being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, his blood almost freezing. Either you give it or you die. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Simple and direct, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Tian's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that blood would be shed today, but half of the resources. He was truly unwilling. As the master of the 1st peak, he had always been second only to the sect master. How could he endure such humiliation? A surge of resentment boiled up from the depths of his heart. Perhaps he had just killed Blood Butcher, exhausting himself greatly, and was now just bluffing. What did the Dongshu realm matter? He could not believe he had no strength to fight back. Lin Yuan, don't go too far. Zhao Tianda suddenly leaped up from the ground, a hint of madness flashing across his face. If you want to take my 1st peak's resources, you must ask my Tianda sword if it agrees. He roared and summoned his life-bound magical artifact, a high-grade spirit weapon sword, unleashing his full cultivation of the late nascent soul realm, transforming into a brilliant sword rainbow that pierced directly at Lin Yuan's brow. This was his strongest blow, the one where he wagered everything. However, facing this desperate counterattack, Lin Yuan did not even raise an eyelid. He simply extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, casually pointing at the magnificent sword rainbow in midair. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The high-grade spirit weapon Tienda sword instantly shattered into countless fragments, turning into a pile of iron dust, while Zhao Tian's body froze midair. At the center of his brow appeared a small blood hole connecting front and back. The madness and savagery in his eyes were swiftly replaced by terror and regret, his vitality receding like a receding tide. Thud! Zhao Tian's corpse fell backward, crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The first peak master, Zhao Tian, dead. The remaining 4 peak masters watched this scene in horror, their souls almost flying away, once again kowtowing and pleading more fervently than before. We will give it. We will give it. Half. No. We are willing to offer 60%. 60% of the resources. Please, senior brother Lin, spare our lives. They no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of luck. Lin Yuan looked at them and slowly withdrew his fingers. If you had done this earlier, it would have been better. Lin Yuan's words were like a death warrant. The remaining 4 peak masters dared not hesitate any longer. We will give 60%. We are willing to surrender 60% of our resources. They rushed to pledge their oaths to the heavenly Dao, then with pale faces took out their respective storage treasures. In an instant, the square was illuminated with flickering spiritual light. Mountains of spirit stones, treasures radiating various colors, rare elixirs stored in jade bottles, and jade slips recording various techniques and divine abilities were sorted and piled before Lin Yuan. These were the accumulations of the major peaks over hundreds and thousands of years. Yet now, in the span of a single incense stick's time, they had changed hands. The hearts of the 4 peak masters bled, their insides twisted with regret. Had they known this would happen, they would never have provoked this killing god. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm as he waved his hand to collect all the resources into his storage space. He did not even glance at the 4 men, his gaze sweeping across the entire square. Those disciples who had previously refused to join the 7th peak or had already pledged allegiance to other peaks all felt the weight of his stare, cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of kneeling echoed from the crowd. Hundreds of disciples knelt in a dark mass. Peak Master Lin, we were wrong. It was our blindness that failed to recognize the true God. Please, Peak Master Lin, grant us another chance. We are willing to withdraw from our original peaks and pledge ourselves to you. Yes. We are willing to go through fire and water for the 7th peak. The cries and confessions merged into one. They were filled with regret. Had they chosen the 7th peak back, then they would now be on the winning side. Not only would they gain a vast amount of cultivation resources, but they would also have such a powerful and terrifying master. What an opportunity this was. Unfortunately, they had pushed this immense fortune away with their own hands. Now they could only kneel on the ground begging like dogs for scraps. Qingmu stood behind Lin Yuan watching this scene unfold, her heart filled with countless emotions. She recalled her own choice back then. She too had hesitated and doubted. But in the end, she chose to believe. Looking back now, that was the most correct decision she had ever made in her life. She gazed at Lin Yuan's back filled with gratitude and admiration. Facing the kneeling pleas of hundreds, Lin Yuan's face remained devoid of any ripples. He simply spoke lightly. The 7th peak does not accept rotten fruit. Nor do we accept fence-sitters. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The disciples kneeling on the ground turned ashen. These words completely severed all their hopes. They knew they had utterly lost this opportunity. Regretful tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. They looked at Qingmu with eyes filled with indescribable jealousy and envy. Why? Why had it not been them who were chosen back then? Lin Yuan paid no further attention to these failures. His gaze passed over the crowd, landing on the position of the 1st peak. Zhao Tianda was dead, but the 1st peak remained. 1st peak, surrender 90% of your resources. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again, this time even more domineering and unquestionable than before. At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 90% of resources. What does that even mean? If a peak loses 90% of its resources, its foundation would be completely hollowed out. The remaining 10% would likely not even be enough to sustain the daily cultivation of the disciples. What difference was there from directly exterminating the 1st peak? The disciples of the 1st peak turned pale and trembled all over. The peak master was dead and their backbone was gone. Now they were to have 90% of their resources taken. Their future looked bleak. They panicked, confused. Some wanted to run, some wanted to plead for mercy, but but looking at Zhao Tian's still warm corpse, none dared to move. Just as the first peak fell into despair, a voice as cool as moonlight echoed from the heavens. Lin Shiji, could you spare the first peak once for my sake? Accompanying the voice, a blue light descended from the sky. As the light faded, a stunning figure emerged. It was a woman dressed in a blue palace gown with a graceful figure and unparalleled beauty. Her aura was cold and noble, like a celestial fairy untouched by the mortal world. Yet the energy she exuded was vast as the sea, unfathomable. Everyone present held their breath involuntarily at the sight of her. Sect Master. It's the Sect Master. The disciples knelt down one after another, their expressions filled with respect and fervor. The newcomer was the current Sect Master of the Qingmu Sect, Lu Hanyan. She was the strongest and most beautiful woman of the Qingmu Sect. Her initial cultivation at the transformation stage secured her position as the top figure in the Qingmu Sect. Lu Hanyan's gaze did not stray to anyone else, only quietly resting on Lin Yuan. Her expression was complex, filled with surprise, admiration, and a hint of helplessness. Zhao Tianda had offended you, he deserved his death. But the disciples of the first peak are innocent. If you take away 90% of their resources, the first peak will be utterly crippled. As for the other 4 peaks, they have already sustained significant damage by surrendering 60% of their resources. Over time, the overall strength of my Qingmu Sect will inevitably decline. Lin Shiji, one should spare others when in a position to do so. How about returning half of their resources? Let this matter end here. Lu Hanyan's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. She was mediating in her capacity as Sect Master, issuing orders. However, Lin Yuan simply looked at her and slowly shook his head. No. 2 simple words. Lu Hanyan's brows furrowed slightly. She did not expect Lin Yuan to refuse so decisively. In her expectations, by personally intervening, Lin Yuan would at least make some concessions, even if he did not fully agree. Are you truly willing to disregard the overall situation of the sect for the sake of some resources? Lu Hanyan's tone grew heavier. Lin Yuan smiled. Sect Master, you are mistaken. I am merely reclaiming what belongs to the 7th peak. As for the overall situation of the sect, 1 is enough with me. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Everyone was stunned by Lin Yuan's words. 1 is enough with him. What kind of confidence and dominance was this? Lu Hanyan looked deeply at Lin Yuan and suddenly sighed. She took out a yellowed letter from her storage ring. This is a letter your master left for me before he passed away. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the letter, and a slight imperceptible fluctuation appeared in his eyes. Lu Hanyan extended the letter toward him. The letter says he owes me a favor. He mentioned that if he encounters an insurmountable problem in the future, I could bring this letter to find you. To ask you to repay this favor for him. Lin Yuan fell silent. He took the letter but did not open it, for he knew the letter was real. His master's aura could not be mistaken. What do you wish to do? Lin Yuan asked. Lu Hanyan felt relieved upon seeing him relent. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. We can resolve the matter of resources in another way. 3 months from now is the sect's 10-yearly 7-peak grand competition. I propose a wager. A wager on your only disciple Yi Qingru. Yi Qingru's heart tightened at these words. Lu Hanyan continued. If Yi Qingru can place in the top 10 in the competition, the first peak will surrender half of their resources. The other 5 peaks shall also surrender half of their resources. If she can place in the top 3, the first peak will surrender 90% of their resources. The other 5 peaks will surrender 60% of their resources. What do you think? Upon hearing this wager, the other 5 peak masters were overjoyed. This was like a heavenly pie falling from the sky. What cultivation level did Yi Qingru have? 9th layer of Qi refining. And the disciples participating in the sect competition were all elite disciples from each peak. There were many at the foundation establishment stage, and some even at the golden core stage. To pit her, a 9th layer Qi refining disciple, against a group of foundation establishment and golden core disciples for rankings. Not to mention the top 3, would she even be able to survive the first round? Moreover, she was the only disciple of the 7th peak. The competition was a wheel battle. Even if she was incredibly talented, once her spiritual energy was exhausted, she would surely lose. This wager was undoubtedly a guaranteed loss for Lin Yuan. Not just them, almost everyone thought the same. Yi Qingru's face turned pale. She panicked. She had only just reached the 9th layer of Qi refining. Although the ancestral master in her ring was guiding her, 3 months was too short. Even if she worked herself to the bone, she might only break through to foundation establishment. By then she would be facing the elite disciples from all 6 peaks. How could she possibly rank in the top 10, let alone the top 3? If they lost, wouldn't her master suffer a great loss of resources for nothing? All because of her. In that moment, guilt, shame, and immense pressure surged over her like a tidal wave. Her body began to tremble slightly. Seeing Lin Yuan hesitating and not responding for a long time, the beautiful peak master of the 2nd peak, Chu Qingqing, grew bolder. Relying on the presence of the sect leader Lu Hanyan, she spoke in a sarcastic tone. What's wrong? Lin Shixiang, are you afraid to gamble? Where did that domineering spirit of having just one person is enough go? The master of the third peak, Li Mo, chimed in. I think he is afraid. After all, he only took in a waste disciple at the Qi refining stage. Oh, what can he use to compete with us? If he loses one, he'd be losing face completely. The peak masters of the fourth and fifth peaks also mocked him. I think it's better to forget it, sect leader. Oh, please don't make it hard for him. Yes, what if he injures his only disciple? The seventh peak will truly be without heirs then. They exchanged barbs, trying their best to mock him, hoping to use provocation to force Lin Yuan to agree to this unwinnable gamble. The more they did this, the heavier Yi Qingru's heart sank. She nervously tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, wanting him not to act impulsively. But before she could speak, Lin Yuan suddenly smiled. He turned his head and looked at the 5 peak masters jumping around, his gaze akin to viewing a few pitiful insects. You lot stop barking like dogs. It's too noisy. This plain statement instantly turned the faces of Chu Qingqing and the others a deep shade of crimson. Dogs. He actually called them dogs. Lin Yuan. You. Chu Qingqing trembled with rage, ready to explode. But Lin Yuan did not give her a chance. He turned back to sect leader Lu Hanyan and spoke slowly. I accept this bet. However, I want to add another condition. Lu Hanyan's beautiful eyes flickered. What do you want to add? Lin Yuan's gaze swept across everyone present as he spoke each word clearly. 3 months from now, the sect competition. I will bring my disciple and sweep through the 6 peaks, trampling all your so-called elite disciples underfoot. If I fail to do so, I will cripple my own cultivation and disband the 7th peak. From then on, Qingmu Sect will have no 7th peak. Boom. Lin Yuan's words resounded like a thunderclap in the sky above the entire square, leaving everyone stunned. Crazy. This Lin Yuan must be crazy. Sweep through the 6 peaks. Trample all elite disciples underfoot. If he fails, he will cripple his own cultivation and disband the 7th peak. What an arrogant declaration. What a mad gamble. The 5 of Chu Qingqing were initially stunned, but then their faces revealed expressions of wild joy. Fearing Lin Yuan might back out, they hurriedly shouted at Lu Hanyan, sect leader. He said it himself. You must be our witness. All right, Lin Yuan, this is what you asked for. 3 months from now, I want to see how you sweep through the 6 peaks. They were already boiling with anger at Lin Yuan's mockery. Now all they wanted was to see Lin Yuan suffer a crushing defeat and be expelled from Qingmu Sect like a dead dog. The elite disciples of each peak were equally indignant. So arrogant. Does he really think he is invincible? How dare he look down on us like this? Rest assured, master. 3 months from now, I will personally cripple that Yi Qingru. Indeed. He must learn that the authority of our 6 main peaks cannot be provoked. Lu Hanyan looked at Lin Yuan, her gaze filled with complexity. She originally intended to preserve the sect's strength and find a way out. However, she did not expect things would develop to this extent. She could not see through Lin Yuan. What realm had this nephew, who was still at the golden core stage 3 years ago, reached now? What gave him such immense confidence? Could it be that he truly had the capability to sweep through the 6 peaks? After a long silence, Lu Hanyan finally nodded. All right. I will be this witness. She took out a golden decree and, using spiritual power as a pen, inscribed the terms of the bet exactly as they were spoken. Once the decree was formed, it transformed into a beam of golden light hovering in the air. The heavenly oath was thus established. Lin Yuan did not even glance at the decree, turning to Yi Qingru behind him and said, Let's go. Yes, master. Yi Qingru suppressed the myriad thoughts in her heart, lowered her head, and quickly followed Lin Yuan. The master and disciple slowly left the square amidst countless gazes filled with schadenfreude, pity, or disdain. Meanwhile, in a massive palace shrouded in blood-colored mist in the distant north region, the Bloodslaughter Sect. In the center of the great hall, a blood pool was churning. A strikingly handsome young man with a sinister appearance was sitting cross-legged atop the blood pool. Beside him floated several women, their expressions pained and their bodies emaciated. Threads of pure Yuan Yin energy were being extracted from their bodies, continuously flowing into the young man's body. The young man was none other than the young master of the Bloodslaughter Sect, Shui Wuan. He was currently practicing the sect's secret technique, the Blood Divine Sutra, and had reached a critical moment. Suddenly, an elder dressed in blood robes rushed in, looking flustered. Young master, it's bad. Shui Wuhan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his crimson pupils. What is so alarming? The blood-robed elder fell to his knees with a thud, trembling as he spoke. Reporting to the young master, Elder Shui Tu. His soul lamp has been extinguished. What? Shui Wuhan suddenly stood up, the blood energy around him surging violently. The women being drained of Yuan Yin were instantly crushed to dust by the raging blood energy. Shui Tu is dead. A shadow loomed over Shui Yuan's face. Shui Tu was at the peak of the nascent soul stage and one of his most capable generals. How could he die while capturing a chi refining stage girl? Investigate. Find out who did this. Shui Yuan's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. Whoever dares to kill a member of the Blood Slaughter sect, I will ensure they cannot live or die. And that Yi Qingru, alive or dead, I want to see her. Yes, I will obey. The blood-robed elder felt as if he had received a great reprieve and hurriedly crawled away. Shui Wuhan looked at the empty great hall, his rage difficult to quell. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen imprisoned women were dragged into the hall by an invisible force. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. A bunch of useless trash. A glint of cruelty flashed in Shui Yuan's eyes as he grinned wickedly. The chilling screams soon echoed throughout the entire palace. Qingmu Sect 7th Peak. Lin Yuan returned here with Yi Qingru. Unlike the other 6 main peaks, it was enveloped in a different aura. The 7th peak appeared somewhat desolate. The main peak comprised 5 not particularly high mountains interconnected with one another. The mountain was lush with vegetation and the spiritual energy was fairly abundant, yet there were no grand buildings in sight. Lin Yuan led Yi Qingru all the way to the highest mountain peak. At the summit, there was a flat area. On the flat ground there stood an ordinary quadrangle. With green bricks and dark tiles, wooden doors and windows, it resembled a wealthy family's residence from the mortal realm. From now on, this will be your home. Lin Yuan pointed at the quadrangle and said to Yi Qingru, go inside and choose a room you like. Yes, master. Yi Qingru entered the courtyard, gazing at the ancient yet elegant building, feeling a warm current surge within her heart. She chose a room on the east side and pushed the door open. The room was not large, but it was very clean. Inside there was a wooden bedded desk and a chair arranged simply, yet it made her feel incredibly at ease. She began to tidy up, wiping the tables and chairs, making the bed. As she did these things, she felt as though everything was a dream. Just a few days ago, she was a solitary girl being hunted by an elder from the Blood Demon sect, fleeing for her life. And now, not only had she joined Qingmu Sect as a disciple of the 7th Peak, she also had a room of her own. More importantly, she had a master who treated her exceptionally well. Upon their first meeting, he directly gifted her 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. For her sake, he was willing to stand against the 6 main peaks, even wagering the entire future of the 7th Peak. Thinking of the grand competition in 3 months, Yi Qingru's heart became heavy again. No, I cannot disappoint my master. To repay his kindness, I must win. She clenched her fists, silently vowing in her heart. No matter how difficult it is, even if it costs me my life, I must at least break into the top 10. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind from the ring, an aged voice. Girl, don't be too happy too soon. Though you have temporarily evaded the pursuit of the Blood Demon sect, they will not let this go easily. You have killed their people, and with the Blood Demon sect's way of doing things, stronger individuals will soon come to find you. Also, do not forget, a month later is your Yi family's annual Peach Blossom Conference. The belongings your parents left behind are still with the Yi family. If you wish to retrieve them, you must return once. At that time, neither the Blood Demon sect nor your relatives will let you off easily. You must not let your guard down. The words of the dark old devil in the ring were like a cold shower, waking Yi Qingru up. Indeed, the danger is still far from over. Her expression stiffened as she respectfully responded. The lessons from the elder Qingru will remember in her heart. I would never dare to be the slightest bit negligent. The dark old devil seemed quite pleased with her attitude. This child is teachable. You also need not pressure yourself too much. Next, I will select the most suitable supreme cultivation method for you from the tens of thousands of methods I know based on your Kundiing body, extreme and physique. With this cultivation method to assist you along with my guidance, breaking through to the golden core within 3 months will not be a difficult task. Supreme cultivation method. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Qingru's eyes immediately lit up. The cultivation method is the foundation of a cultivator. A good cultivation method can not only greatly enhance a cultivator's speed and quality of spiritual power, but also help practitioners comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, laying a solid foundation for future paths. She had been weak before precisely because she lacked a good cultivation method. Now the opportunity has finally come. Thank you, Elder. Yi Qingru was overwhelmed with excitement. Seeing her naive demeanor, the dark old devil couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, this girl is lucky to encounter me. As for her master, just a kid in his 20s, even if he is somewhat strong, what foundation could he possibly have? What kind of decent cultivation method could he provide? The girl's true opportunity still lies with me. However, he refrained from speaking out, noticing Yi Qingru's deep respect for Lin Yuan. All right, wait a moment, I will begin to deduce and select for you. The dark old devil's voice fell silent. Yi Qingru waited with great anticipation. At that moment, outside the courtyard, Lin Yuan's voice came through. Have you finished tidying up? If so, come out, I have something to instruct you. Yi Qingru hurriedly ran outside. Master, Lin Yuan looked at her with a calm gaze. Eagle Eye name Yi Qingru, identity disciple of the 7th peak, cultivation chi refining 9th layer physique, cunning body extreme, in physique, sealed talent, sealed secret, a strand of the dark old devil's residual soul, is hidden in the ring, in the void realm wishes 1. Avenge my parents 2. Win glory for my master in the sect competition 3. Become stronger, no longer burden my master. Lin Yuan retracted his gaze, understanding in his heart. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Disciple, from today onward the 7th peak shall be renamed Dao Ancestor Peak. You are the master sister of Dao Ancestor Peak. Dao Ancestor Peak. Yi Qingru and the dark old devil were both stunned. Especially the dark old devil, who almost jumped out of the ring in shock. Dao Ancestor. What an audacious title. The ancestor of the Dao. In his era, when ancient powers roamed the land, no one ever dared to name their mountain gate with these 2 words. Is this kid out of his mind? Doesn't he fear that the fortune of these 2 words will crush him to death? However, Yi Qingru's thoughts were entirely different. Dao Ancestor Peak. How domineering. How melodious. It perfectly suits my master's style. Her gaze towards Lin Yuan was filled with even more admiration. The dark old devil, seeing this, was left speechless. This girl has truly been brainwashed by her master. Forget it, forget it. He had no choice but to change the subject and transmitted a message to Yi Qingru. Girl, I have already chosen for you. This cultivation method is called 9 Nether Mystic Art, one of the highest inheritances of the ancient Dao sect, most suitable for your physique. I will now impart the cultivation method's mantra to you. Yi Qingru was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yet just as the residual soul was about to impart the teachings, a simple ancient scripture and a pitch-black long sword appeared out of thin air in Lin Yuan's hand. He presented these 2 items before Yi Qingru. Cultivation method. At this, both Yi Qingru and the dark old devil were taken aback. The 2 had just been discussing cultivation methods, and now it seemed Lin Yuan also wanted to offer one. What could a kid in his 20s who was only in the void realm possibly have that was of good quality? Lin Yuan presented the ancient scripture and the pitch-black long sword before Yi Qingru. This is the heart method and sword I have prepared for you, he said. You can hold on to them for now. Upon hearing this, the remnant soul of the Xianin old demon in Yi Qingru's mind almost burst into laughter. Heart method. Sword. He had just exhausted his mental energy to select the most suitable supreme heart method, the 9 Nether Mystic Art, for Yi Qingru from tens of thousands of techniques. This kid is just following along. What could a 20-something child at the void realm possibly offer? The Xianin old demon scoffed disdainfully within the ring and transmitted a voice to Yi Qingru. Girl, ignore him. What your master has given you is nothing but trash. Even a dog would shake its head at it. You must not learn it, otherwise you will only become more useless. Just focus on memorizing the 9 Nether Mystic Art that I impart to you. That is the true supreme treasure. Yi Qingru listened to the voice in her mind, feeling somewhat troubled. She naturally believed in the elder's judgment. However, her master had good intentions. How could she refuse him to his face? She extended her hands and respectfully accepted the scripture and the sword. Thank you, master. Seeing her take them, Lin Yuan nodded and reminded her. This heart method is of a very high level, quite extraordinary. If you encounter anything you do not understand while cultivating, feel free to ask me. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the Xianin old demon was completely displeased. A very high level. What could a kid at the void realm casually present as a heart method? In the Panga continent, heart methods range from 9th grade to 1st grade, then advance to Marquis, King, Emperor, and Supreme levels. The 9 Nether Mystic Art he gave to Yi Qingru is indeed a genuine supreme heart method. What this kid presented, how could it possibly surpass the supreme level? What a huge joke. Girl, toss that broken book away. The Xianin old demon's voice carried a hint of anger. Don't waste time on such trash. Immediately start cultivating the 9 Nether Mystic Art with me. Yi Qingru held the ancient scripture in her hands, feeling somewhat hesitant. She could not bring herself to discard her master's goodwill. She looked down at the cover, which had no words written on it. Out of curiosity, she gently turned to the first page. At that moment, the Xianin old demon's voice abruptly stopped. The entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Inside the ring, that thread of ancient remnant soul was completely frozen, as if struck by a divine thunder from the 9 heavens. He saw it. Through Yi Qingru's eyes, he clearly saw the opening words on the scripture. The true scripture of the Taiyin. An emperor-level heart method. It was actually an emperor-level heart method. The Xianin old demon had lived for tens of thousands of years traversing the Panga continent. He had seen many great waves. The strongest heart method he had ever encountered was merely a fragment of a saint-level technique. As for the legendary emperor-level heart methods, he had never even seen their shadow. They only existed in the oldest legends. But now a complete emperor-level heart method was casually gifted by that young kid he looked down upon. It was as if he had handed over a worthless novel. In an instant, the Xianin old demon's worldview collapsed. He felt as if he was dreaming. This must be an illusion. An emperor-level heart method. That was a supreme treasure capable of causing countless saints and great saints to fight over it, shedding blood and losing their lives. Just like that. Given. Was this kid named Lin Yuan insane? Was he out of his mind? The Xianin old demon trembled in his soul and instinctively wanted to pinch his thigh, only to remember he was just a remnant soul. He forcibly steadied his mind and looked at the scripture again. Indeed, the profound meaning contained in each character, that aura surpassing heaven and earth, was undoubtedly from an emperor-level heart method. Everything was real. However, before he could recover from this shocking wave, something even more astonishing occurred. Qingmu set down the scripture and casually drew out the entirely pitch-black long sword. Clang. With a light hum as the sword was unsheathed, a terrifying sword intent that could extinguish all existence surged into the sky. Although it was only a fleeting moment, immediately suppressed by the invisible barrier in the courtyard, the Xianin old demon still felt it clearly. That aura. Emperor weapon. Another emperor-level treasure. The heart method was emperor-level. The sword was also emperor-level. The Xianin old demon was completely speechless. He felt his soul twitch, unsure of what to say. He had previously mocked her as a young kid with shallow foundations. Now it seemed that he was the one who had never seen the world. Qingmu held the sword and also sensed its extraordinary nature. Though her experience was limited, she could feel that the power contained within this sword was enough to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. She slowly regained her senses and looked toward her master's room, her gaze completely transformed. She recalled how the peak master of the 6 peaks at the Qingmu Sect had called her master a waste of the golden core realm at the sect's entrance. Yet her master had first killed Zhao Tianfeng, the peak master of the 1st peak, in the late nascent soul stage with a single move, then used another move to slay the elder of the blood slaughter sect, who had achieved the great perfection in the nascent soul stage. She remembered how just moments ago the elder Xianin old demon had called her master's heart method trash. Yet the result was a legendary emperor-level heart method. Now, even the casually given sword was an emperor weapon beyond her imagination. Master. Just who is he? Why are his resources so terrifying? So mysterious. Completely unfathomable. Qingmu took a deep breath and carefully put away the sword and scripture. She remained silent for a long time, not wanting to discourage the Xianin old demon and make him feel disappointed. Suddenly, she spoke to him in her heart. Elder, I have decided. I still want to cultivate the 9 nether mystic art you gave me first. After hearing this, the Xianin old demon's soul, just shattered into pieces, suddenly froze. The Xianin old demon was taken aback, saying, Girl, what did you just say? You don't want to cultivate your master's true scripture of the Taiyin, but instead want to cultivate my 9 nether mystic art. Are you joking with me? You do realize my 9 nether mystic art is merely a supreme heart method, nothing but trash compared to the emperor-level heart method. It is trash. Outside, how many would fight over it, risking their lives for it, yet lack the qualifications to obtain it? Yet you actually want to tell me you want to practice it, but insist on practicing some worthless supreme heart method. Let me tell you, if you weren't a girl, I would want to rip your pants off and spank you right now. I understand your thoughts, Elder. But if I were to cultivate the true scripture of the Taiyin, wouldn't that mean I would be betraying your goodwill, eh? Are you foolish? If you betray me, so be it. As long as you can eventually cultivate to the realm of the Emperor, my goodwill is worth nothing. Girl, listen to me, just cultivate the true scripture of the Taiyin your master gave you. Otherwise, I will get angry with you. All right, I will listen to the Elder. But my master also gave me an Emperor sword. However, I am not a born sword body. Having an Emperor weapon with me seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? Qingmu gripped the pitch-black long sword, her palms slightly sweating. She could sense that within this sword lay a terrifying power she could not comprehend. It felt like a mortal holding a thunderbolt that could erupt at any moment. This sensation made her anxious. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke to the Xianin old demon in her heart. Senior, this sword is too precious. I am not even a sword cultivator, and I lack a sword physique to wield it. It would truly be a waste. I want to return it to my master. Inside the ring, the Xianin old demon had just regained his composure from the shock of the imperial-level heart method, his spirit still somewhat adrift. Upon hearing Qingmu's words, he finally found an opportunity to re-establish his authority as senior. He cleared his throat and transmitted his voice in a feigned, profound tone. Child, I understand your concerns. Without a sword physique, it is indeed impossible to unleash the true power of an imperial weapon. Your chief master may have these treasures, but surely he cannot change your constitution. However, you need not worry. If he cannot, I can. Once my strength returns to the fragmented void realm, I will personally seek a sword seed for you and implant it within your body. At that time, you will undergo a transformation and possess the coveted sword physique. Qingmu's eyes brightened at the mention of sword seed. Though she had never heard of it, just the name suggested it was a supreme divine object capable of altering one's constitution. Is that true, Senior? Have I ever lied to you? The Xian old demon's voice brimmed with confidence. So you can rest assured and accept this imperial sword. Consider it an early gift from me to be handed over by your master. Yi Qingru's heart ignited with excitement, filled with anticipation for the future. Since the senior had said so, she no longer hesitated. She walked to Lin Yuan's door and bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for the treasure. I will not disappoint your expectations, master. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. After thanking him, Yi Qingru prepared to turn back to her room to study the great Yin scripture. Suddenly Lin Yuan called out, "Don't move yet." Yi Qingru halted her steps, puzzled, standing in place. I have another fortuitous opportunity to bestow upon you. As soon as the words were spoken before Yi Qingru could react, Lin Yuan opened his palm. In his hand lay a seed quietly resting. The seed was only the size of a grain, luminous and seemingly carved from the purest crystal. At the moment it appeared an exceptionally sharp sword, intent emanated faint yet palpable. The air in the courtyard seemed to be sliced apart by this sword intent. Just one glance made Yi Qingru feel as if her eyes might be pierced blind. In her mind, the remnant soul of the Xian old demon petrified at the sight of the seed. He had just been boasting about helping Yi Qingru find a sword seed once he recovered to the fragmented void realm. That was merely a grand vision he had painted. How precious is a sword seed? Even the most ordinary sword seeds are enough to make countless king-level and emperor-level powerhouses vie fiercely. Whether he could find one and when were all unknowns. But now, what was this that Lin Yuan had casually produced? A sword seed. Moreover, from the extraordinarily pure sword Dao aura, this was certainly not an ordinary sword seed. This was a top-tier sword seed. It was a supreme treasure that only existed in legends, one that even an emperor would envy. The Xian old demon felt as if his soul was about to shatter. Who on earth is this person? Does he mass-produce imperial treasures in his backyard? As both the Xian old demon and Yi Qingru were left dumbfounded, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. The top-tier sword seed transformed into a stream of light, instantly merging into Yi Qingru's forehead. Ugh! Yi Qingru felt a cold and sharp force surge into her body involuntarily, letting out a muffled groan. Lin Yuan extended his index finger and touched her forehead. A gentle yet vast spiritual power surged into her limbs and bones like a warm spring breeze. Focus and guide it. Lin Yuan's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly calming Yi Qingru. She immediately sat cross-legged and, following Lin Yuan's instructions, directed her mind inward. She saw that the seed was already floating above her Danshan's Qi Si. Encouraged by Lin Yuan's overwhelming spiritual power, the seed began to sprout. Translucent roots extended from the seed, carefully embedding themselves into her meridians. Initially it was somewhat painful, but soon these roots perfectly fused with her meridians, indistinguishable from one another. The tender shoots broke through the outer shell of the seed and thrived. It transformed into a small sword-shaped seedling, gently swaying in her dantian, exuding vibrant vitality. The entire process flowed smoothly without any hindrance. When the sword-shaped seedling fully took shape, Yi Qingru suddenly opened her eyes wide. She could clearly feel that her body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Every inch of her flesh and blood, every meridian, and even every cell brimmed with an innate sharpness. She had gained a special constitution, a top-tier sword physique. However, Lin Yuan's finger remained on her forehead. It's not over yet, he said calmly. In the next moment, a more mysterious and vast power surged from his fingertips, precisely targeting two places within Yi Qingru's body that were sealed by layers of shackles. Crack, crack. It was as if something was shattering deep within Yi Qingru's soul. Those were the seals of her two innate special constitutions. The body of the Kuan Ding, the extreme Yin body. Boom. In an instant, three distinct yet equally powerful auras erupted from Yi Qingru's body. One was sharp and unmatched, as if it could cleave the heavens. Another was as heavy as the earth, able to bear all things. And the last was the coldest of the cold, as if it could freeze time and space. The three auras intertwined and soared upwards, causing the entire courtyard to tremble violently. Inside the ring, the Xian old demon gaped in astonishment, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. His soul was no longer just trembling but twitching and convulsing. He had originally thought that once he regained his strength, he could find a chance to help Yi Qingru find his sword seed. This was the greatest promise he could offer as senior, his trump card plan. But what happened next? In the next moment, her master accomplished it. Not only did he succeed, but he also provided the legendary top-tier sword seed. Not only did he give her a top-tier sword seed, but he also effortlessly unsealed the other two top-tier constitutions that even he had not recognized. A top-tier sword physique. The body of the Kuan Ding. The extreme Yin body. Three rare constitutions existed within one person. This This is going against the heavens. The Xian old demon's brain completely crashed. He looked at the young man before him dressed in white, and with an indifferent expression feeling a fear that arose from the depths of his soul for the first time. Who is this guy? What background does he have? How can he casually produce such shocking treasures? He had truly been blind to have dared to mock him as a mere young brat. In front of him he was afraid he could not even be considered an ant. The Xian old demon suddenly realized an even more terrifying issue. Could someone as mysterious and unfathomable as Lin Yuan not have detected his existence? Impossible. He must have discovered it long ago. Then the things he had said in Yi Qingru's mind, such as garbage heart method, even dogs shake their heads, cheap master. He must have heard every single word. It's over. It's all over. The more the Xian old demon thought about it, the more frightened he became, his remnant soul nearly turning transparent. Would he point a finger and crush his little remnant soul into ashes? As the Xian old demon felt his soul fleeing, Yi Qingru also understood everything that had just happened from his intermittent terrified transmissions. A top-tier sword physique. The body of the Kuan Ding. The extreme Yin body. Not only did her master grant her an imperial-level heart method and an imperial-level long sword, but he also personally shaped 3 legendary constitutions for her. This was no mere bestowal of fortune, it was a rebirth. Yi Qingru's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Lin Yuan, who remained calm, and her legs weakened, dropping to her knees with a thud. Master. Her voice was thick with tears as her forehead knocked heavily against the ground. The grace of Master's rebirth, I have no way to repay. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked her head again and again, causing the floor to echo with muffled thuds. In her mind, the Xian old demon's voice rang out urgently, filled with flattery and panic. Child, hurry. Knock a few more times. Knock hard. Do it for me too. I beg your master to be magnanimous and not hold this blind old fool against me. And tell your master that I Xian old demon am nothing. Just garbage. Please don't remember my name. The moment Yi Qingru accepted the emperor's sort of familiar and melodious notification sound echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the primordial spiritual treasure God-slaying spear. Ding. Detected that the host gifted the disciple Yi Qingru the supreme sword seed, triggering a tenfold return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the primordial spear Dao compendium. God-slaying spear. Primordial spear Dao compendium. Lin Yuan's heart finally stirred with a hint of ripples. He had always lacked a suitable weapon. The emperor weapons rewarded by the system, though viewed as supreme treasures in the outside world, were no different from fire sticks in his hands. Now finally a proper weapon had arrived. The primordial spiritual treasure was a weapon born at the dawn of the universe. Moreover, the spear Dao compendium pointed directly to the essence of the Dao. Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied, and his gaze towards Yi Qingru softened. This disciple was worth taking in. Truly a good disciple. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100-fold feedback on your cultivation. At this moment, Yi Qingru was immersed in immense excitement and gratitude. 3 extraordinary physiques gathered in one body. This was something she had never dared to dream of before. She only knew that from this moment on her life had completely changed. All of this was granted by the white-clad master before her. Master. She wanted to say something more, but was lifted by Lin Yuan's hand. His motion was light, yet the force was irresistible. Yi Qingru involuntarily stood up straight. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, as if he had simply done something trivial. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but clear in Yi Qingru's mind. Tell that noisy little guy in your ring to behave. On my Dao Ancestor Peak, one must abide by my rules. As soon as these words were spoken, the residual soul of the Xian old demon in Yi Qingru's mind froze instantly. As if frozen by a chill from the depths of the underworld, even his thoughts stopped moving. He really knows. He has known of my existence from the very beginning. An endless fear overwhelmed the consciousness of the Xian old demon. The words he had previously spoken in Yi Qingru's mind, his evaluations and taunts towards Lin Yuan, surfaced clearly in his soul. Trash mental cultivation. Even a dog would shake its head. Cheap master. Little brat. It's over. Now it's completely over. This unfathomable existence is certainly going to grind me to dust and annihilate my soul. Senior, please spare my life. The residual soul of the Xian old demon trembled violently, desperately pleading for mercy to Yi Qingru. His voice was filled with unprecedented fear and flattery. Good girl. My good disciple. Know you are my ancestor. Hurry. Please plead for me. Tell your master that I am nothing. I am just a foolish old turtle. I was reckless. I was blind. Please, great elder, have mercy and treat me like a fart. Yi Qingru was stunned by this sudden change. Her master actually knew about the existence of the Xian old demon in detail. She opened her mouth, looking at Lin Yuan's calm eyes, uncertain of how to speak. Lin Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts, having also heard the Yin old demon's wails for mercy. He casually added, considering he can still be your commentator and occasionally act as a sparring partner, I will spare his life for now. If there's a next time, I will directly erase him. As soon as the words fell, the Yin old demon's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. The ecstatic relief of surviving a calamity nearly caused his residual soul to dissipate. He survived. This terrifying existence really let him go. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. I will certainly be cautious in my words and actions in the future, serving you and your disciple without any second thoughts. The Yin old demon underwent a complete turnaround in attitude, displaying utmost respect. Qingmu also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. Lin Yuan nodded and said no more. Familiarize yourself with the power within, then try to practice the Taiyin true scripture. If there are any problems, come find me. After saying this, he turned and walked back to his room, closing the door behind him. In the courtyard, only Qingmu remained along with her ring's humble, yet deeply respectful old grandpa. Lin Yuan returned to his room and sat down on the mat. He did not rush to take out the god-slaying spear, but first focused his mind to bring up his attribute panel. Host Lin Yuan. Realm, great perfection of the transformation realm. Technique, primordial, boundless spear technique. Magic treasures, god-slaying spear, primordial spiritual treasure, 9 dragons, incense palanquin, innate supreme treasure, Qiankuan cauldron, innate supreme treasure, Panga banner, innate supreme treasure. Disciple, first disciple, Qingmu. Sect buildings, Dao ancestor peak, unique. The panel was as simple as ever. However, in the magic treasures section, the name of the god-slaying spear was prominently listed, radiating a primordial purple light that was distinctly different from the other treasures. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the god-slaying spear for a moment, then his thoughts moved slightly. Extract. Whoosh. A pitch-black spear approximately 18 feet long silently appeared in his hand. The spear's body bore no ornate patterns, only a sense of simplicity and depth that returned to the essence. However, the moment Lin Yuan grasped it, an unparalleled aura of slaughter, one that seemed capable of piercing through all realms and slaying gods, demons, and immortals connected with his mind. This aura was overwhelmingly domineering. Any great emperor would likely have their mind shattered by this killing intent, becoming a mere slave to slaughter. But for Lin Yuan, this killing intent felt as gentle as a kitten. He could feel the god-slaying spear rejoicing, exulting, as if a wandering child of millions of years had finally found his true master. Good spear, Lin Yuan exclaimed. With a flick of his wrist, the spear tip traced an arc of profundity in the air. It made no sound, yet the space in front was silently torn apart, like a painting, leaving a dark gash that could not heal for a long time. This was the power of the primordial spiritual treasure. Without the need to infuse spiritual energy, it could effortlessly tear apart the spatial barriers of the vast world simply by its existence. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and temporarily stored the god-slaying spear away. Then he closed his eyes and began to receive another treasure rewarded by the system. Extract the primordial spear, Dao compendium. Boom. A vast and boundless torrent of information instantly surged into his mind. It was neither text nor image. Rather, it was a collection of a higher-dimensional Dao. It elucidated everything from the fundamentals of spear techniques to the origins of spear Dao, from the tangible spear to the evolution of the intangible spear. All spear techniques and myriad transformations ultimately converged into one point. That was thrust, to pierce through the surface and penetrate all illusions, reaching the essence. Lin Yuan's consciousness was completely immersed in this ocean of spear Dao. The mat beneath him, the surrounding room, and even the entire Dao ancestor peak seemed to detach from the real world. In his realm of thought, he held the god-slaying spear, practicing over and over again. From the simplest thrusts and sweeps to various mysterious and unfathomable spear moves. Finally, all methods converged into one. In his world, there remained only one spear and one action. That was to thrust. Time lost its meaning at this moment. Lin Yuan transformed completely into an unstoppable spear. His aura, the killing intent of the god-slaying spear, and the essence of the primordial spear, Dao, perfectly merged into one. Lin Yuan was in his room, diligently cultivating. In the room on the other side of the courtyard, Qingmu also felt an immense excitement as she began her first formal cultivation since joining the Dao ancestor peak. She sat cross-legged and opened the book titled Taiyin Jinjing. The material of the scripture was neither gold nor jade. It felt icy to the touch, and the 4 ancient characters Taiyin Jinjing emitted a faint glow, quickly calming her restless thoughts. Girl, focus your mind and guide the spiritual energy into your body according to the route outlined in the mind method. The voice of the Yin old demon resonated in her mind at the right moment. His tone was more respectful and cautious than ever before, even carrying a hint of flattery. He had thoroughly recognized the reality of the situation. Clinging tightly to the thigh of this master ancestor was the only correct choice. As for her meager inheritance, comparing it to what others casually possessed was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. No, she wasn't even as good as a firefly. At most, she was just a speck of dust. Yes, senior. Qingmu nodded, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. She followed the method outlined at the beginning of the Taiyin Jinjing, attempting to breathe and draw in the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Boom. Almost the moment her mind method began to operate, the spiritual energy of the entire Dao Ancestor Peak seemed to be attracted by some horrific force, instantly transforming into a visible gigantic vortex, crazily converging towards her room. The richness of this spiritual energy reached its peak, even condensing into tangible spiritual liquid, cascading from the eaves and enveloping the entire small courtyard in a hazy mist. My heavens! Inside the ring, the Yin old demon was once again shocked to the point of instability. What kind of cultivation speed was this? For ordinary Qi practitioners, sensing the spiritual energy within a 50-mile radius while drawing it into their body would be considered quite talented. But Qingmu's situation, this was not merely drawing energy into her body. This was clearly devouring the heavens and earth. The combination of three extraordinary constitutions was terrifyingly powerful. The Yin old demon could no longer find words to describe his shock. He could only dumbly watch as the endless spiritual energy surged into Qingmu's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Qingmu herself was also taken aback. She could feel that her body was like an endless black hole, greedily devouring all the energy around her. The surging spiritual energy filled her limbs and bones, giving her an overwhelming sense of power. However, just as she was about to guide this spiritual energy into her dantian and refine it into the first thread of Taiyin true energy, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Ugh! Qingmu's body trembled suddenly, letting out a painful groan. Her complexion turned pale in an instant. She saw that the massive spiritual energy she had just absorbed lost control all of a sudden. It split into three streams. One stream became sharp and unmatched, like invisible swords rampaging through her meridians, cutting madly. Another stream became heavy as a mountain, clogging the various pathways of her meridians, making the flow of spiritual energy incredibly sluggish. The last stream transformed into a chilling cold current, freezing her meridians wherever it passed. These three streams of power corresponded to her supreme sword physique, Confronting body, and extreme body. When not cultivating, they could coexist peacefully. But once she began to operate the Taiyin Jinjing, the primal forces of these three constitutions were simultaneously activated. They were like three overlords vying for dominance, refusing to yield to one another, each wanting to seize control of this body for themselves. Thus, Qingmu's body became their battlefield. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Qingmu's mouth. Her meridians felt as if they were tearing apart under the conflict of these three powers. The spiritual energy inside her completely went berserk like a wild horse that had broken free, utterly unable to flow according to the route of the Taiyin Jinjing. How could this happen? Qingmu was horrified. She endured the intense pain attempting to regain control over the spiritual energy within her body, but found it utterly impossible. The three streams of power acted independently, repelling and attacking each other. Her meridians had already developed fine cracks amid this civil war. If this continued, let alone cultivating, she might explode on the spot. Senior, what on earth is happening? Qingmu panically sought help from the Yin old demon. This. The Yin old demon was also bewildered. He looked at the chaotic scene within Qingmu's body and was momentarily at a loss. It's a conflict of constitutions. He finally reacted, his voice filled with urgency and seriousness. Your three constitutions are all too domineering. Supreme sword physique focused on killing, sharp and unmatched. Confronting body focused on bearing and suppressing, heavy and unparalleled. Extreme Yin body focused on coldness and extinction, ultimate Yin and softness. The attributes of these three powers are completely different, even mutually restraining. They cannot coexist under a single cultivation method. The Yin old demon became increasingly alarmed as he spoke. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, witnessed countless prodigies and anomalies, and heard of various unique constitutions. But having someone like Qingmu bearing three top-tier constitutions and experiencing such intense conflict was simply unheard of. Then, what should I do? Qingmu's voice trembled slightly. She felt her body was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Stop. Quickly stop the operation of the cultivation method. The Yin old demon shouted urgently. Do not absorb any more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Try to expel the spiritual energy within your body. Upon hearing this, Qingmu hurriedly complied. She abandoned her guidance of the spiritual energy and tried her utmost to expel it from her body. But the spiritual energy seemed to have taken root within her, refusing to obey her commands. The powers of the three constitutions continued to fiercely compete for the ownership of this spiritual energy. Qingru's complexion grew increasingly pale, and her breath became weaker. No, Senior, I can't control it. Damn it, how could this happen? The Xian old demon was anxiously pacing. He racked his brains, searching through his memories of tens of thousands of years, but found no solution. Constitutional conflict unsolvable for eons. He said despairingly, Unless we can find a legendary divine object that can harmonize all paths and balance yin and yang. But such things only exist in myths, and even the emperors have never seen them. Listening to the Xian old demon's desperate words, Qingru's heart sank little by little. Could it be that despite her incredible fortune, she would be stopped by this damned constitutional conflict? Even die here? No, absolutely not. Just as Qingru was about to give up, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Master. Yes, Master. Since Master was able to bestow upon her these three constitutions, there must be a way to resolve this issue. Once that thought arose, it was like a drowning person grasping onto the last straw of hope. Qingru used her last bit of strength to struggle to her feet from the cushion and staggered towards the door. With each step, her meridians sent waves of piercing pain through her body. But the will to survive made her grit her teeth. Quickly go find your master. The Xian old demon suddenly realized. Just because he couldn't solve it didn't mean that terrifying existence couldn't. In his view, there probably wasn't a problem in this world that Lin Yuan couldn't solve. Just as Qingru sank into despair, Lin Yuan's chamber door suddenly swung open. Stepping out, he immediately beheld Qingru, trembling violently, her face as pallid as bleached paper. Her breath was faint, a trace of blood clung to the corner of her lips, clear evidence of severe internal injury. A barely perceptible furrow creased Lin Yuan's brow. In a single stride, he materialized before her. What happened? He asked, his voice calm and measured. At the sound of her master's voice, Qingru, already hovering on the edge of unconsciousness, jolted awake. With great effort, she lifted her head and met Lin Yuan's face, now only inches away. Overwhelmed by sorrow and anguish, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Master. Her voice was hoarse, frail, barely more than a whisper. Your disciple has failed. I attempted to cultivate the supreme in scripture, but my three innate physiques, they turned upon each other, fought like mortal enemies. Haltingly, she recounted the calamity that had unfolded during her cultivation. Lin Yuan listened in silence, then swept his divine sense across her meridians. Within an instant, he grasped the root cause: the peerless sword physique, the Kuinding body, and the supreme yin physique. Each of these physiques, standing alone, was a legendary divine constitution, unparalleled across 10,000 eons. Yet forced together without a harmonizing cultivation method, they inevitably erupted into violent, irreconcilable conflict. It was akin to caging three primordial tigers, each a sovereign of slaughter, within a single iron den. Of course they would rend each other to shreds. Inside his ring, the lingering soul fragment of the demon Lord Xian tensed to breaking point, scarcely daring to draw breath as he watched Lin Yuan's reaction. To him, this conundrum was an eternal riddle, unsolvable since the dawn of time. He burned with curiosity. How would this unfathomably profound ancestral master resolve it? Would he sever two of the physiques, leaving only one intact? Or would he wield some other unimaginable art? Lin Yuan listened to Qingru's account without shifting expression. His countenance remained as still and placid as a boundless, windless lake. As if what she described were not an epical paradox, but merely the trivial act of sipping tea or tying a sash. He extended his hand and opened his palm. A pill appeared, seemingly conjured from empty air. Unremarkable in appearance, dull gray, scentless, radiating no aura or luminous glow. It resembled nothing more than the cheapest tonic pill sold at a roadside apothecary, yet even more unassuming than that. Open your mouth, Lin Yuan said, his tone utterly serene. Qingru obeyed instinctively. Lin Yuan flicked his finger, and the gray pill shot forth like a streak of light, vanishing precisely into her throat. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue. No bitterness, no peculiar taste, only the gentle warmth of lukewarm water. Yet in the very next moment, a force surged forth from her dantian, warm as polished jade, yet overwhelming in its sovereign authority. This power felt like the origin of all things, the genesis of myriad Dao. The moment it awakened, the three warring physiques raging within her recoiled like startled mice before an emperor, subdued, humbled, instantly stilled. The warm energy fragmented into countless gossamer filaments, flooding every limb, every meridian, every hidden recess of her body. It acted as the most impartial, unyielding arbiter. Without hesitation, it pressed the three unruly forces together, binding them as one. A resonant hum vibrated through Qingru's frame. With crystalline clarity, she perceived within herself the incisive might of the sword physique, the profound weight of the Qingmu body, and the absolute frigidity of the supreme Yin physique. Under the mediation of that mysterious power they began, slowly steadily, to merge. No longer repelling or devouring one another, these once hostile forces now converged. They interlocked like three perfectly meshed gears. The sword physique's razor-edged ferocity was no longer mere destruction. It was enfolded by the Qingmu body's earthy gravitas, rendered inwardly tempered and unbreakably resilient, its lethal edge concealed, its killing intent veiled in utter stillness. Meanwhile, the supreme Yin physique's glacial essence fused seamlessly with the Qingmu body's terrestrial qi, Yin and Yang stillness and motion, achieving a sublime self-sustaining equilibrium. No longer locked in endless strife, the three powers now formed a synergistic, perpetually regenerative cycle, eternally nourishing, eternally ascending. A thunderous surge erupted. A torrent of spiritual energy, several times stronger, infinitely more harmonious, erupted from Qingmu's core. Her meridians, shattered and inflamed by the earlier internal war, repaired themselves visibly under this new vitality, growing broader, denser, and far more supple than before. The volatile, untamable spiritual energy that had once raged uncontrollably now flowed obediently, like docile lambs, tracing the precise pathways ordained by the supreme in scripture. 1. Full circulation. 2. In mere heartbeats, that chaotic energy was fully refined, coalescing in her Dantian sea as the first thread of immaculate, peerless, supreme Yin Qi. It was done. The ageless enigma that had tormented her for a day and night, driving her to agony to the brink of corporeal annihilation, had been resolved by a single pill from her master, and resolved with such effortless grace, such breathtaking nonchalance. Qingmu slowly opened her eyes, and sensed unmistakably that her body had attained a state of perfection hitherto unknown. The three physiques no longer clashed. They amplified one another, their combined potency magnified beyond measure. Gazing inward, she beheld that nascent thread of supreme Yin Qi, slender as a silken strand, yet pulsing with energy purer and more potent than the entirety of her spiritual force at the Linghai realm in her past life. All this transformation unfolded within mere dozen breaths. Qingmu stood utterly transfixed, her gaze fixed unblinking upon her master's serene, impassive countenance. Her mind held only a single reverberating question: what grade of pill had her master bestowed? One capable of harmonizing the 10,000 Dao, fusing Yin and Yang. Could this possibly be the legendary Hongming divine pill? Within the ring, the demon lord Yinyan's soul fragment had frozen into absolute stillness, stone-cold, breathless, thoughtless. His consciousness had dissolved into blank void. He had imagined 10,000 possible solutions Lin Yuan might employ, yet never in all his eons of wisdom conceived of one so brutally simple, so defiantly illogical. A pill. A pill that looked even more mundane than a clay pellet, yet it had shattered an enigma unsolved since the beginning of time. This transcended his comprehension entirely, appending the cosmology he had forged over tens of thousands of years. Gazing upon Lin Yuan, he saw not a cultivator, but a deity walking among mortals. No, perhaps even a deity would lack such celestial mastery. How do you feel? Lin Yuan asked calmly, his gaze steady upon her. Your disciple. I. Qingmu parted her lips, yet her throat seized tight, choked by a tempest of awe, gratitude, and trembling reverence. Words dissolved before they could form. In the end, all that remained was a single profound gesture, a sharp thud as she dropped to her knees once more, and bowed her forehead deep to the floor. Thank you, Master. Rise. Cultivate diligently, and come to me with any questions. With a faint benevolent smile, Lin Yuan turned and re-entered his chamber to resume cultivation. From beginning to end, he treated her near-fatal crisis as utterly inconsequential, as though it were no more noteworthy than a passing breeze. Qingmu sat cross-legged, calming her mind and focusing her spirit. The three previously conflicting powers within her had now completely merged under the harmonizing effect of the San Yuan Gui Yidan, forming a new and more powerful cycle. The cultivation route of the Tai Yin Jinjing flowed unobstructed through her meridians. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by some fatal attraction, manifesting as visible streams of white energy that surged wildly into her body. Her cultivation was ascending at an astonishing speed. The bottleneck of the peak of qi refinement, almost without any hindrance, was shattered in a single surge. Boom! A powerful wave of energy exploded from her center, rapidly spreading outwards, scattering the fallen leaves and dust around her. Foundation establishment. She succeeded. The spiritual energy in her dantian rapidly condensed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. 1 drop, 2 drops, 10 drops. In just a moment, a small pool of spiritual liquid had gathered in her dantian, signifying that she had firmly stepped into the early stage of foundation establishment. Transitioning from qi refinement to foundation establishment is the first daunting hurdle on the path of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators, without the aid of pills relying solely on hard work, may take at least 3 to 5 years or even over a decade to succeed. Yet for her, from taking the pill to breaking through, it took no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. And it wasn't over yet. The growth of her cultivation showed no signs of stagnation. The speed at which the spiritual energy transformed into liquid was increasing rapidly, and the pool of liquid in her dantian was visibly expanding. Inside the ring, the Xian old demon was utterly numb. He watched the terrifying scene of cultivation within, Yi Qingru muttering to himself, "Crazy, all crazy. This defies logic. It completely violates the basic principles of cultivation. When I broke through from the peak of qi refinement to foundation establishment, it took me 3 years and consumed countless resources from the sect. From qi refinement to early foundation establishment, and it's still increasing. This kid's pill is too." He felt as if his thousands of years of cultivation and experience were being repeatedly pressed into the ground on Dao Ancestor Peak. He even began to doubt whether his previous cultivation and that of this master and disciple were of the same immortal. Inside the thatched cottage, Lin Yuan was quietly meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's eldest disciple, Yi Qingru, has broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment, triggering 100-fold cultivation feedback. Feedback in progress. Lin Yuan felt a slight stir in his heart. His disciple's breakthrough can also provide feedback on his cultivation. Does the system have this function? Before he could think further, a torrent of spiritual energy 100 times purer and stronger than his own suddenly enveloped his limbs and bones. This power was so pure that it required no refinement and could directly merge into his dantian. He was originally at a bottleneck of the great perfection of the transformation stage, but under the impact of this overwhelming power, a fissure was instantly torn open. Crack! A sound akin to something shattering echoed within him. His dantian began to expand wildly. Stepping into the true person realm. This threshold, which usually requires ordinary cultivators to exhaust 100 years of hard work and endure countless tribulations to cross, he easily surpassed under the system's 100-fold feedback. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the early stage of the true person realm. The system prompt echoed again. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a power within him that was more than 10 times stronger than during the transformation stage, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. Taking on a disciple not only triggers system rewards, but also serves as an experience pack. This deal is worthwhile. However, the surprises were not over yet. Ding! Detected that the host's eldest disciple, Yi Qingru, has achieved her first major breakthrough, marking an important milestone, triggering a special reward. Rewarding the host 1 Dao Enlightenment Tree 100 million years. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. An additional reward. He focused his mind and checked the information on this Dao Enlightenment Tree. Dao Enlightenment Tree 100 million years, a chaotic spiritual root born at the dawn of creation, having grown for 100 million years. Its leaves can be brewed into tea, and drinking it can lead to enlightenment. Cultivating beneath it can enhance comprehension by 10,000 times, breaking through all bottlenecks of inner demons. A great treasure. Lin Yuan was in high spirits. With this tree, wouldn't it be easy for him to comprehend techniques and powers? System plant this Dao Enlightenment Tree in an inconspicuous spot on the back mountain of Dao Ancestor Peak and conceal its aura well. Lin Yuan instructed in his heart. This thing is too astonishing. If discovered by outsiders, it would likely attract the entire sacred ground of the Panga continent to come and seize it. Understood, host. As the system's voice faded, the entire Dao Ancestor Peak subtly trembled slightly. A profound and mysterious Dao rhythm quietly merged into the mountain, then was completely concealed by an even more powerful force, vanishing without a trace. Having completed all this, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He glanced outside. Yi Qingru's cultivation had stabilized in the early stage of foundation establishment and was steadily advancing towards the mid-stage. Not bad, keep it up, your master is watching you. Lin Yuan silently praised his eldest disciple in his heart. Then he closed his eyes again, immersing himself within. The breakthrough in cultivation had reached a temporary conclusion, but his other cultivation was also at a critical moment. Humming spear. He planned to take advantage of this breakthrough momentum to push forward and cultivate this supreme divine ability to completion. For a time, the entire Dao Ancestor Peak fell into silence once more. Only the whirlpool of spiritual energy flowing towards Yi Qingru testified to the earth-shattering changes occurring here. A day later, within the thatched cottage, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils it seemed as if billions of stars flickered, and a phantom of a divine spear that pierced through heaven and earth flashed by. Buzz! The space before him emitted a faint humming sound, twisting momentarily before returning to normal. The Hongming spear had reached great mastery. This supreme technique, said to pierce through the chaos and traverse the ages, was finally fully grasped by him. At this moment, if he so wished with just a single thought, he could erase a mountain 100 miles away from this world, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Yuan stood up and pushed the door open. The morning sunlight poured in, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Not far away, Qingmu was still seated in meditation. Her aura was significantly more robust than the previous day, evidently having reached the peak of early foundation establishment just a step away from the midstage. In just over a day, she traversed the path that would normally take several years for an ordinary genius. The three divine bodies combined with the Taiyin true canon were indeed formidable. Lin Yuan looked at his diligent disciple with a sense of satisfaction. However, he also perceived a problem. Qingmu's rapid cultivation progress was too swift. Although her foundation was incredibly solid with the system's assistance, her comprehension of the Tao was somewhat lagging behind. It was akin to a child suddenly possessing the strength of an adult, yet lacking the understanding of how to wield it skillfully. If this continued, it would be detrimental to her future development. It's time to lend her a hand, Lin Yuan thought to himself. He strolled to the back mountain where the Tao tree planted by the system stood quietly in a hollow. It appeared just like an ordinary old tea tree. The bark was cracked and the branches twisted, utterly unremarkable. If not for the terrifying Tao rhythm perfectly concealed around the tree by the system's power, no one would connect it to the legendary chaotic spiritual root. Lin Yuan reached out and casually plucked a tender green tea leaf from the tree. The tea leaf looked plain but bore subtle, profound patterns on its surface. Holding the tea leaf, Lin Yuan returned to Qingmu's side. She seemed to sense her master's arrival, slowly withdrawing from her meditation, opening her eyes, and respectfully getting to her feet. Master. Lin Yuan nodded and handed her the tea leaf. I see you've been diligent in your cultivation, but your comprehension of the heart seems lacking. Take this tea leaf and brew it in water. It should aid your understanding. His tone was calm, as if he casually offered her an ordinary item. Qingmu accepted the tea leaf with both hands and glanced down at it. It was very ordinary tea without even a hint of fragrance. Yet she harbored no doubts and respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you, master." However, in that moment when Qingmu received the tea leaf, the Xian old demon within her ring trembled violently, as if struck by divine lightning. His consciousness upon touching the Tao rhythm contained within the tea leaf was nearly overwhelmed. This is... The Xian old demon's voice trembled with unprecedented shock, struggling to form a complete sentence. Elder, what's wrong? Qingmu wondered in her heart. Tao tea. This is Tao tea. The Xian old demon shrieked, his voice piercingly shrill, as if he had seen a ghost. Foolish girl, what are you still dawdling for? This is no ordinary tea. The Tao rhythm within it is so rich that it could grant instant enlightenment to a saint. This is clearly the legendary Tao tea that grows amidst chaos, coveted even by emperors. A single tea leaf could stir up a storm of bloodshed in the outside world. Even those immortal holy lands would fight tooth and nail for this tea leaf. Your master actually gave you such a divine object to brew tea. The Xian old demon felt his worldview completely shattered once again. Extravagant. No, this could not even be described as extravagant. This is simply a waste of heavenly resources. Using Tao tea to enhance the comprehension of a mere foundation establishment child. This is 1,000 times more absurd than feeding pigs with dragon liver and phoenix marrow. How many treasures does this master ancestor possess? How profound is his foundation? The Xian old demon no longer dared to think further. Girl, quickly put this away. Such a divine object is an enormous opportunity for you. You must not be careless. The Xian old demon urged anxiously. Hearing his words, Qingmu was completely stunned. She looked down again at the seemingly ordinary tea leaf in her hand. This was the Tao tea that even holy lands would envy. She was dazed for a moment before regaining her senses. She looked up at her master, who wore an indifferent expression, and felt a tidal wave of emotions swelling within her heart. Such a precious divine object, and her master had so casually given it to her. Qingmu's eyes turned slightly red. She didn't say much, only bowing deeply once more to Lin Yuan. Disciple, thank you for the precious gift, master. Ding. The host has gifted the disciple a billion-year Tao tea, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Hongming Tao Enlightenment Grandmaster chair. A notification sound rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a barely noticeable smile once again. Get up. He helped Qingmu to her feet and said gently, what I have given you, you may keep with peace of mind. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint my expectations." With that, he turned and returned to the cottage, leaving Qingru alone, cradling the tea leaf that could shake the entire cultivation world, lost in thought. Qingru returned to her residence, her mind unsettled for a long time. She carefully took out the Dao Enlightenment tea leaves and brewed them with the purest mountain spring water. As the tea leaves entered the water, there was no unusual phenomenon. However, an indescribable fragrance instantly filled the entire room. It was not merely the scent of tea, but a flavor that emanated from the essence of the Dao. Just a whiff, and Qingru felt her spirit become clear. Countless obscure barriers to cultivation that had once perplexed her now seemed to open up before her. She dared not delay, lifting the teacup and downing the light green tea in one go. Boom! As the tea entered her stomach, a vast and boundless Dao rhythm suddenly erupted in her sea of consciousness. In that moment, Qingru felt as if she had broken free from the shackles of her body, her spirit soaring above the 9 heavens, merging with the Dao of heaven and earth. Each character of the Taiyin Xinjing transformed into golden runes, evolving in her mind. The mysteries of the cultivation technique and the marvels of divine powers held no secrets at this moment. Her spirit was immersed in a profound state of enlightenment. She had no idea how much time had passed. Suddenly, Qingru opened her eyes wide. In her gaze, the previous confusion was replaced by a clarity that comprehended everything. She rose and walked out of the room. After her enlightenment, a strong impulse surged within her. She wanted to practice swordsmanship. With a flick of her wrist, the pitch-black sword, the Jimmy, which seemed to have a galaxy swirling upon its blade, appeared in her hand. She arrived in a stone forest on the back mountain, took a deep breath, and began to wield the imperial sword according to the true meaning of the sword path she had just comprehended. However, as she grasped the imperial sword, a cold and proud will transmitted through the hilt and into her mind. It was the will of the imperial sword Jimmy. It resisted. It did not acknowledge Qingru as its master. A stream of black annihilation energy uncontrollably spilled forth from the blade. These energies carried a terrifying power capable of annihilating all, even beginning to backfire against Qingru herself. Fine blood marks instantly appeared on her arm, as if she had been cut by invisible blades. A piercing pain surged. Qingru gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to suppress the imperial sword's rebellion. Yet her power felt too insignificant against the might of the imperial artifact. The blade of Jimmy began to tremble violently, emitting a series of ear-piercing sword cries. It seemed as if it wanted to break free from Qingru's control and soar into the sky. Not good. This imperial sword has a spirit. It looks down on your current cultivation and wants to devour its master. The voice of the Yin old demon sounded anxiously from the ring. Let go quickly. Otherwise your spirit will be torn apart by its annihilation energy. Qingru's face turned pale. She could feel an unmatched annihilation sword intent surging into her body, through her arm, seeking to turn her into nothingness. She refused to give in. This was the sword bestowed by her master. She could not abandon it so easily. Just at this critical moment, Lin Yuan, who was meditating in the thatched cottage, seemed to sense something. He slightly furrowed his brow. Disobedient. He did not even rise, merely casting a faint glance towards the stone forest through the window. It was just that one glance. In the stone forest, the once proud and fiercely resisting imperial sword Jimmy suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, it let out a cry that seemed filled with endless fear and grievance. The pitch-black blade began to tremble violently. This was not a tremble of resistance, but rather a tremor of fear. In the previous second, it had been an unparalleled weapon that wanted to tear its master apart. In this second, it had instantaneously transformed into a frightened little cat, trembling in fear. The violent annihilation energy on the blade vanished without a trace. The brilliance of the blade retracted, becoming extraordinarily docile. It even actively transmitted a gentle sword intent into Qingru's mind, guiding her on how to better wield it. This sudden change left Qingru completely stunned. She could clearly feel that the attitude of the sword in her hand had undergone a 180-degree turn. From resistance to conciliation. What is going on? Qingru asked in confusion within her heart. In the ring, the Yin old demon remained silent for a long while before slowly explaining in a tone filled with deep reverence, the sword has a spirit, and imperial artifacts possess an intelligence that reaches the heavens. It is afraid of your master. Just now your master's aura swept over. That aura transcended the heavens and regarded all things as mere grass dogs. Before that aura, even the spirit of an imperial artifact felt as small as dust. The Yin old demon felt a lingering fear. Although he was merely a remnant soul, that brief glance had made him feel a shudder from the depths of his soul. What he did not know was that what the imperial sword Jimmy feared was not Lin Yuan's current realm of reality, but rather the system within him that transcended all paths. In the system's judgment, the disciple of the host was equivalent to the host's private property. A tool daring to harm property was absolutely impermissible. Just at that instant, a system notification also flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Warning: the Imperial artifact Jimmy attempts to resist the host's disciple mental suppression has been initiated. In the stone forest, Qingmu held the remarkably docile Imperial sword in her hand, gazing towards her master's thatched cottage, her shock and admiration nearly overflowing. Master, merely by looking once, has made a proud Imperial sword bow its head in submission. After suppressing the arrogance of the Imperial sword silence, Qingmu's cultivation became smoother. The effect of the Enlightenment tea had yet to fully dissipate, and her divine soul remained in a mysterious state of harmony with the Dao. With the assistance of the Imperial sword, the sword intent flowed freely and her thoughts unified. The cultivation within her body surged like a flood that had burst its dam, wildly increasing once again. Mid-foundation establishment. Peak of mid-foundation establishment. Boom. A powerful aura stronger than any previous instance erupted from Qingmu's body, soaring into the sky. Late foundation establishment. After consuming the pills and drinking the Enlightenment tea, in less than 2 days, she had progressed from the 9th layer of Qi refinement, breaking through several minor realms, and skyrocketed to late foundation establishment. This breakthrough seemed to have triggered some kind of celestial rule. In an instant, the skies above the Qingmu Sect changed dramatically. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. A colossal shadow of a full moon seemed to materialize slowly under the bright daylight, hanging high above Dao Ancestor Peak. The cold and sacred moonlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, completely enveloping Dao Ancestor Peak. Ethereal celestial music echoed through the sky. On the ground, countless spiritual herbs and flowers grew wildly under the moonlight. At that moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Qingmu Sect surged significantly. Such a spectacular celestial phenomenon instantly alarmed everyone in the Qingmu Sect. Heavens! What is that? The full moon is in the sky. Celestial music fills the air. This is a heavenly celebration triggered by an unparalleled prodigy breaking through to a higher realm. The direction is Dao Ancestor Peak. Could it be that new disciple Lin Shishu? No, Lin Shishu is already in the void realm. If she breaks through, the commotion would be far greater. This aura is clearly from the foundation establishment stage. A breakthrough at the foundation establishment stage can trigger such a terrifying phenomenon. What kind of extraordinary talent must this be? Countless disciples and elders stepped out of their caves, looking up at the sky, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The peak masters from various peaks were also stirred. At the second peak, Qingwan Peak, Peak Master Chu Qingqing stood outside the main hall, gazing up at the shadow of the full moon in the sky, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. What an astonishing phenomenon! Which disciple possesses such extraordinary talent? Just then, a girl in a white dress with a charming appearance joyfully ran over from the back mountain. Master! Master! The girl rushed in front of Chu Qingqing excitedly, saying, I have lived up to the expectations due just now. I have successfully broken through to foundation establishment. This girl was Zhao Linger, the direct disciple that Chu Qingqing had recently accepted. She was gifted and had progressed from the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the pinnacle of the 9th layer in just a few months. Today, after closing her doors, she finally succeeded in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. As soon as she emerged from her retreat, she witnessed the celestial phenomenon. Although she felt some confusion, the joy of her breakthrough made her rush to report the good news to her master without further thought. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She glanced at her disciple and then at the magnificent phenomenon directed at Qingmu Sect, and a thought suddenly surged from the depths of her heart. Could it be that the earth-shattering phenomenon was caused by Linger's breakthrough? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. Dao Ancestor Peak had long been uninhabited with thin spiritual energy. How could it possibly cultivate such a prodigy? Yet her disciple Zhao Linger was indeed a rare talent breaking through at this precise moment. It must be her. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable joy appeared on Chu Qingqing's face. Good, good, wonderful. She excitedly grasped Zhao Linger's shoulders, laughing heartily. Linger, you truly have not disappointed your master. I didn't expect you to be the legendary Dao body breaking through at once and attracting the congratulations of heaven and earth. Zhao Linger was somewhat dazed by her master's unexpected praise. Heaven and earth congratulate. My breakthrough caused such a commotion. She felt no sensation at all herself. But before she could ask further, several streaks of light flew from other peaks, landing in front of the main hall of Qingwan Peak. They were the peak masters from several other peaks. Chu Shimi, congratulations, congratulations. I didn't expect Shimi Chu to receive such a Qilin talent. Triggering the shadow of the full moon at foundation establishment, such talent is extremely rare throughout the ages. Our Qingmu Sect shall rise. We shall rise. The various peak masters clasped their hands in congratulations to Chu Qingqing, their words filled with envy. They thought as Chu Qingqing did. Looking across the entire Qingmu Sect, the only talented disciple with hope of breaking through to foundation establishment recently was Zhao Linger. If this phenomenon was not caused by her, who else could it be? Faced with everyone's congratulations, Zhao Linger was utterly dazed. She gazed at the spectacular scene in the sky, then looked at the envious and admiring gazes of those around her, and the tiny bit of doubt in her heart was instantly replaced by overwhelming vanity. So, am I really that impressive? I didn't know my breakthrough would cause such a stir. Her small face flushed red with excitement, and in the end she shyly bowed her head in pride toward everyone, tacitly acknowledging the matter. Seeing this, Chu Qingqing's heart bloomed with joy. She announced on the spot that it was a sensational event. Peak Master Chu Qingqing has accepted an unparalleled prodigy with a Tine Dao body. This news, like the wind, spread to every corner of the sect. Meanwhile, the true initiator Yi Qingru remained on Dao Ancestor Peak, quietly consolidating her cultivation at late foundation establishment, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Within the humble abode on Dao Ancestor Peak, the system's notification echoed once more in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that your eldest disciple Yi Qingru has broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, triggering 100-fold cultivation feedback. Feedback in progress. A torrent of pure energy surged into Lin Yuan's body from thin air. His cultivation had just broken through to the initial stage of the true person realm, and his foundation was solid. With the push of this power, his realm began to loosen again, ascending upwards. Moments later, congratulations. Your cultivation has reached the great perfection of the true person realm. Lin Yuan felt the surge of power within him once more and nodded in satisfaction. This disciple was not taken in vain. She was simply a cultivation accelerator. Ding! Detected that your eldest disciple Yi Qingru has continuously broken through in the same great realm with a steady foundation and clear Dao heart, triggering a special reward. Reward to the host 19 Heavens Immortal Pool. Lin Yuan's mind stirred as he checked the attributes of this immortal pool. 9 Heavens Immortal Pool, a divine object formed by gathering the essence of the sun and moon and attracting the immortal qi from the 9 heavens. The water can wash the marrow and cleanse the meridians, eliminating all hidden injuries and impurities, reshaping the foundation. Prolonged soaking in the pool can subtly enhance cultivation and nourish the soul. Another excellent item. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After a tiring cultivation session, he could relax in it. If his disciple was injured from cultivation, he could also toss her in to soak healing and leveling up. It was simply an essential item for home travel and engaging in. I know it was an indispensable part of the cultivation lifestyle. System placed this immortal pool next to the enlightenment tree on the back mountain. Lin Yuan casually instructed. Understood, host. The back mountain of Dao Ancestor Peak trembled slightly. A pool shrouded in white mist and surrounded by immortal qi appeared beneath the enlightenment tree, perfectly blending into the surroundings without any signs of anomaly. Lin Yuan was increasingly satisfied with his Dao Ancestor Peak. With the chaotic spiritual root enlightenment tree and the healing sacred place of the 9 Heavens Immortal Pool, this configuration could rival even the core forbidden areas of those immortal sanctuaries. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to test the miraculous effects of the 9 Heavens Immortal Pool, and with a flash he arrived at its edge. The mist swirled, the spiritual energy was dense, and the sounds of birds and flowers created an illusion of a celestial paradise. He immediately stripped off his clothes and jumped in. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Qingmu Peak, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Chu Qingqing and several other peak masters were surrounding Zhao Linger, showering her with warmth and compliments. Zhao Linger, basking in the adoration, wore a proud expression on her small face. At this moment, the peak master of the 5th peak, a middle-aged man with a goatee and sharp eyes, suddenly turned and spoke. Junior sister Chu, now that Linger has broken through, causing a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, she can be considered the foremost among the younger generation of our Qingmu Sect. In my opinion, we should not only revel in joy, it would be beneficial for her to engage more in discussions and exchanges with her peers for mutual progress. Chu Qingqing nodded with a smile. What senior brother Wang said is true. That peak master Wang chuckled, then shifted the topic with a hint, saying, speaking of which, ever since the 7th peak was renamed Dao Ancestor Peak, Lin Yuan took in that female disciple. What was her name again? Oh, I remember now. Her name is Yi Qingru. They have not come down the mountain since. Just right, Yi Qingru entered our Qingmu Sect at the same time as Linger, and they are of similar age. We do not know how she cultivates on Dao Ancestor Peak or how her cultivation has progressed. Why not take this opportunity today for Linger to bring a few fellow disciples to visit Dao Ancestor Peak? On the surface, it will be for peer discussions and guidance. In reality, it will also help us probe Lin Yuan's strength and see if he truly possesses the skills preparing for the sect competition in 3 months. As soon as these words were spoken, the other peak masters' eyes lit up. They had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin Yuan's dominance, feeling wary, but dared not investigate due to his formidable strength. Now they had the perfect excuse to send their disciples to feel the pulse. If they won, it would naturally show their superior guidance and could also dampen the spirit of Dao Ancestor Peak. Chu Qingqing's thoughts began to flow as well. She wanted her precious disciple to showcase her prowess in front of that mysterious Dao Ancestor Peak. Let everyone know who is truly the future of Qingmu Sect. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhao Linger and said gently, "Linger, what do you think of Senior Uncle Wang's suggestion?" At this moment, Zhao Linger was immersed in the halo of being the proud daughter of heaven, overflowing with confidence. Upon hearing that she would go to guide that inconspicuous disciple Yi Qingru from Dao Ancestor Peak, she immediately puffed out her little chest and unhesitatingly agreed. "I will follow the arrangements of Master and my esteemed seniors." "Good." Chu Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the several disciples behind her. "You few are the elites among the foundation establishment stage of each peak, so accompany Zhao Shimi on this trip. Remember, it is discussion and guidance, but do not let feelings be hurt." The elite disciples, all proud and ambitious, had long wanted to meet that mysterious disciple from Dao Ancestor Peak. Hearing the Peak Master's order, they were all excited, replying in unison, "Yes, Peak Master." One of them even chuckled disdainfully, saying, "Rest assured, Peak Master, we will be measured in our actions. It is likely that the disciple from Dao Ancestor Peak cannot withstand a few of our moves. Indeed, a wild girl who appeared from nowhere cannot compare to our carefully cultivated Zhao Shimi. This trip will surely let her know what true genius is." Thus, under the tacit approval of the Peak Masters, Zhao Linger, accompanied by several self-important elite disciples of the Foundation Establishment stage, set off on their swords towards Dao Ancestor Peak, exuding an imposing aura. The entrance of Dao Ancestor Peak remains as simple as ever. 2 bare stone pillars stand without even a plaque. The mountain path is half covered by weeds, giving it an extreme desolation. Zhao Linger and her companions arrived on swords hovering in midair. As they gazed at the scene before them, their disdain deepened. "Is this Dao Ancestor Peak? I thought it was some celestial paradise, but it turns out to be just a dilapidated hill. Should keep your voice down. A Master Lin is after all the Peak Master." "Peak Master? A Peak Master who can't even teach his own disciples is worthy of the title." Several disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage whispered to each other, their voices neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for those in the mountain to hear. Zhao Linger said nothing, but the slight tilt of her chin already indicated her attitude. She was currently a Foundation Establishment novice, a proud daughter of heaven who had caused a phenomenon in the world. As for that Yi Qingru, she had entered the sect as a mere mortal. Even if she had some fortuitous encounter, how far could she possibly go? Clearing her throat, she stepped forward and called out loudly, "I am Zhao Linger, a disciple of Qingmu Peak, here to pay my respects to Master Lin of Dao Ancestor Peak and to spar with junior sister Yi. May I request to meet you?" Her voice echoed in the valley, yet there was no response. Inside the thatched cottage, Yi Qingru sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly closed. She naturally heard the commotion outside, but as her master had not spoken, she remained perfectly still. To her, they were merely noisy flies not worth her attention. Lin Yuan lay in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping tea, as if he hadn't heard the sounds from outside at all. His eagle-eye system had already clearly seen the expression's cultivation levels and even the petty thoughts of the group outside the mountain gate. A group of spoiled little brats seeking a sense of existence. He couldn't be bothered. Outside the mountain gate, the crowd waited for a long time. Seeing no one respond, their expressions began to falter. "What's going on? Is there no one here? Such arrogance, do they look down on us?" Zhao Linger's expression darkened. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. How had she ever experienced such cold treatment? "Call again," she said coldly to a nearby disciple. The disciple understood and once again gathered his energy to shout, "Have all the people of Dao Ancestor Peak died? Or is Master Lin aware that he cannot teach and dares not let us meet his precious disciple?" This statement was somewhat heartless. Inside the thatched cottage, Yi Qingru's eyelashes trembled slightly. Insulting her was one thing, but insulting her master was unacceptable. A cold, killing intent flashed through her body. Lin Yuan paused with his teacup, a barely perceptible smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The little girl's protective instinct for her master was commendable. However, she was still lacking in intensity. He remained silent as the shouts from outside grew increasingly offensive. "I see that Lin Yuan is just a fraud, occupying the latrine without relieving himself, wasting Dao Ancestor Peak's excellent spiritual veins. And that Yi Qingru, perhaps she's just a furnace taken in for selling her looks." "Ha ha, Brother Wang's words are reasonable. Otherwise, how could a mortal join our Qingmu Sect?" She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze icy. She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes carrying a hint of challenge. Lin Yuan finally set down his teacup, standing up leisurely. He glanced at Yi Qingru and said lightly, "Go ahead. Remember, for some people the more you endure, the more sparring you should do. Just don't kill them." "Yes, master." Yi Qingru's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. She stood up without a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation, resembling an ordinary neighborhood girl. She walked step by step, slowly approaching the outside of the thatched cottage. In front of the mountain gate, the group of disciples was cursing passionately when they suddenly saw a girl in a simple white dress slowly walking out from the overgrown path. The girl's beauty was breathtaking, her demeanor icy like a cold plum atop a snowy mountain. All their curses came to an abrupt halt. They were momentarily stunned by this sudden beauty. Zhao Linger looked at Yi Qingru, jealousy flashing in her eyes. She considered herself not lacking in beauty, but before the other she felt like common dust overshadowed. "Are you Yi Qingru?" Zhao Linger spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of condescension. Yi Qingru's gaze calmly swept over everyone present, finally landing on Zhao Linger. "Yes," she replied with a single word. "We are here to spar with you. Where is your master?" Zhao Linger asked again, intentionally raising her voice. "You are not worthy to meet my master," Yi Qingru replied flatly. What a bold statement. A male disciple at the Foundation establishment midstage couldn't help but scoff. "Junior sister, do you know who you are facing?" This is junior sister Zhao Linger, a peerless genius who has just broken through to Foundation establishment, causing a phenomenon in the world. "We are here today in good faith to guide you, so you don't stray off the path and tarnish our Qingmu Sect's reputation." Yi Qingru looked at them as if they were a group of jumping clowns. Her gaze made the self-important elite disciples feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "Just now were you insulting my master?" Her voice was soft, yet carried a chilling coldness. The few who were swept by her gaze instinctively took a step back. Zhao Linger suppressed the unease in her heart and stood tall, saying, "So what if we did? Are we not speaking the truth? A turtle who dares not show its face is worthy of being a peak master." "Very well." Yi Qingru slowly nodded. "You all can come at me together. This way I won't waste time dealing with you one by one." At these words the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Arrogant, ignorant of the heavens and earth. Junior sister Zhao, let me teach her a lesson." The previously mentioned male disciple at the Foundation establishment midstage became furious and immediately stepped forward to challenge her. Zhao Linger, however, stopped him. She wanted to personally defeat this woman. She wanted everyone to know who was the best among the younger generation of Qingmu Sect. "No need, brother Zhang." Zhao Linger stepped forward, unleashing the full momentum of her Foundation establishment early stage. Spiritual energy surged around her, forming a powerful pressure. "Yi Qingru, I will make you understand that there is an insurmountable chasm between mortals and geniuses. I will make you pay for your arrogance." She formed a hand seal and a green small sword appeared out of thin air. The sword's body shimmered with spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary item. "For the sake of our sect, I will let you strike first," Zhao Linger declared proudly. Yi Qingru looked at her, her eyes carrying a hint of pity. "You are not worthy." The moment her words fell, she moved. There was no earth-shattering aura nor dazzling spiritual light. She simply pointed her fingers together like a sword and lightly swiped towards Zhao Linger. That slash was merely a casual gesture. It was like brushing away a speck of dust from one's sleeve. There was no flash of sword light, no sound of sword ringing, not even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. To Zhao Linger and her senior brothers, this was simply a joke. Is this it? Can she not even use spiritual energy? What a farce. A deep mockery appeared on Zhao Linger's face. She was already prepared to unleash a lightning strike after this ridiculous attack, completely crushing Yi Qingru. However, in the next moment the mockery on her face froze. An indescribable terror instantly seized her mind. It was as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only that invisible and insubstantial gray sword intent omnipresent. That was annihilation. It was the end, the ultimate destination of all things. Before this sword intent, her proud cultivation, her protective treasures, and her sturdy spiritual energy shield were all as fragile as paper. Crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed. The protective jade pendant Zhao Linger wore shattered in response. The spiritual energy shield that had just formed around her body dissipated like a popped bubble. Immediately after that, annihilating sword intent stamped onto her chest without any hindrance. Pooh! Zhao Linger's body felt as if struck by an invisible mountain. She flew backward like a kite, with a severed string blood spraying from her mouth, tracing a tragic arc in the air. Bang! She crashed heavily to the ground dozens of yards away, kicking up a cloud of dust. After struggling a couple of times, she lacked even the strength to stand. She felt as if her entire meridians had been stirred by countless steel needles breaking apart inch by inch. The spiritual energy within her dantian was pouring out wildly like a flood released from a dam. Her cultivation was plummeting at a terrifying speed, barely stabilizing at a state of half damage. Just one strike, and the opponent hadn't even drawn her sword. The entire scene was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned wide-eyed at the sudden turn of events. The proud celestial beauty who had been invincible just a moment ago had turned into a half-damaged waste. In between there was only that casual slash from Qingmu, junior sister Linger. A few male disciples were the first to react, rushing over in alarm, hurriedly helping Zhao Linger up and feeding her healing pills. But once the pills entered her stomach, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly unable to repair the meridians severed by the annihilating sword intent. Looking at Zhao Linger's pale face and vacant eyes, a bone-chilling fear rose in their hearts. This woman is ruthless. They raised their heads to gaze at Qingmu, their eyes filled with rage and fear. Qingmu remained standing and placed the hem of her plain, white dress fluttering slightly in the wind, as if nothing had happened. She looked at the group, her voice cold as ice. This is the consequence of intruding upon the Dao Ancestor Peak and speaking disrespectfully. Who else wishes to instruct me? As her gaze swept across the elite disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively avoided her gaze. To incapacitate Zhao Linger with one strike, what terrifying strength was that? They questioned themselves. Even if they exerted all their strength, it would be impossible. What kind of monster is Qingmu? You actually dared to use such vicious methods. A young man at the late Foundation establishment stage, shocked and enraged. He was the eldest disciple of Yuheng Peak, named Li Mu, and was somewhat well known within the sect. In a friendly contest among fellow disciples, you used such heavy-handed methods to cripple her cultivation. Do you still have any respect for the sect's rules? He rebuked her with righteous indignation, as if trying to suppress her with a sense of justice. Qingmu looked at him, her eyes betraying no emotion. It was you who first insulted my master. You were the one who provoked first. I merely taught you a lesson. What? The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Do you also want to try it? Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Yet as a late Foundation establishment cultivator and a senior brother, how could he back down in front of so many junior disciples? Demoness, don't be arrogant. Li Mu shouted angrily, summoning his treasure, a crimson flying sword. Today I will uphold justice and seek retribution for junior sister Zhao. He formed a seal with his hand, and the crimson flying sword emitted a buzzing sound, transforming into a streak of fire, thrusting directly at Qingmu's face. Seeing this, several other disciples also gathered their courage. Everyone together. Let's avenge junior sister Zhao. Form a formation. In an instant, 5 or 6 treasures soared into the air, flashing with spiritual light, a grand spectacle. Sword energy, lightning, ice spikes. Various techniques surged towards Qingmu from all directions. They did not believe that with their combined strength they could not take her down. Faced with this attack, capable of making any cultivator of the same level flustered, Qingmu's expression remained utterly unchanged. Her figure moved. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, she floated backward like a weightless leaf. Her movements, seemingly slow, always managed to evade all attacks by mere inches. That crimson flying sword, which seemed destined to hit, grazed past her clothing, not even cutting a single hair from her head. The myriad techniques exploded around her, the sound of thunder ringing out, smoke and dust billowing. Yet when the dust settled, she still stood there unscathed. How is that possible? Li Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. His blazing sword technique was renowned for its speed and explosive power, with few peers able to evade it. But on the other hand, she had evaded it so effortlessly. In the moment he was dazed, Qingmu's figure appeared ghost-like before him. So fast. Li Mu's pupils constricted suddenly. He didn't even have time to react. Qingmu still pointed her finger as a sword, but this time there was a barely noticeable grayish gas swirling at her fingertip. With a casual wave of her hand, Li Mu felt an unmatched sharp sword intent instantly break through his protective spiritual light. Pooh! A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his chest. His whole person was struck by a tremendous force, sent flying away. One strike. Once again with a single strike. Having dealt with Li Mu, Qingmu's figure showed no signs of pause as she wove through the crowd. Her movements were as fluid as flowing water, carrying an indescribable beauty. Each strike was executed with the utmost cleanliness and decisiveness. Bang! One disciple was struck in the dantian by her palm, causing his spiritual energy to collapsing to the ground. Crack! Another disciple's treasure was lightly pinched and snapped between her 2 fingers. A third disciple was kicked in the legs, crying out as he flew away. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. The battle was over. In front of the mountain gate, a chaotic scene lay strewn with bodies. Other than Zhao Linger, who had been crippled at the beginning, the others were injured, but still had hope. Qingmu had clearly shown mercy. Standing amidst the wreckage, her white clothes shone like snow untouched by dirt. Her cold gaze swept over the geniuses groaning on the ground. Who else wishes to come and instruct me, eh? This time no one dared to respond. Everything happening before the gate of Dao Ancestor Peak was like a whirlwind rapidly sweeping through the entire Qingmu Sect. Li Mu and the others covered in dirt and grime supported each other as they carried the nearly lifeless Zhao Linger back to Qingwan Peak. When Chu Qingqing saw the horrific state of her beloved disciple, she was utterly bewildered. Linger, what happened to you? She rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Linger's wrist, her divine sense probing into her body. In the next moment, her expression turned ashen. The meridians were completely severed, the dantian shattered. Her once proud foundation establishment cultivation had been reduced to merely the 5th layer of qi refinement. This was worse than death. Who did this? Who was it? Chu Qingqing's scream nearly overturned the entire Qingwan Peak Great Hall. Li Mu and the others knelt on the ground, trembling, recounting everything that happened before Dao Ancestor Peak in excruciating detail. They dared not conceal anything, nor could they exaggerate. The truth itself was already horrifying enough. That girl named Yi Qingru had subdued Zhao Linger, who had summoned the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth with a single move. Even Li Mu at the late stage of foundation establishment had not lasted beyond one strike under her hand. Throughout the entire process, the opponent hadn't even drawn her sword. After hearing Li Mu's account, Chu Qingqing swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but that she couldn't bear to believe it. A month ago, during the entrance examination, that Yi Qingru was still merely a mortal at the 9th layer of qi refinement. 1 month later, she could defeat an elite disciple at the late stage of foundation establishment with a single strike. What did this even mean? This was no longer genius. This was a monster. A prodigy. Lin Yuan. Yi Qingru. Chu Qingqing gritted her teeth, repeatedly muttering these two names, her eyes filled with resentment and fear. In her fury, she wished she could immediately storm Dao Ancestor Peak and tear that master-disciple pair apart. But she did not dare. What kind of terrifying existence could teach such a disciple? She suddenly recalled that bet. 3 months later, during the sect competition, if Yi Qingru did not win first place, Lin Yuan would abandon his cultivation and leave Dao Ancestor Peak. At that time, she and several other peak masters had thought it a joke, a ridiculous boast from Lin Yuan. But now, a chilling dread surged from her feet, shooting straight to the crown of her head. This bet was no longer a joke. It had become a guillotine hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The same news had also reached the ears of the other 5 peak masters. Tianshu Peak. The peak master Wang Defa, a middle-aged man with a goatee, dropped the teacup in his hand with a crash, shattering it into pieces after hearing his disciple's report. You? Say that again. Li Mu and the others were all subdued in one move. Yes. Yes, peak master. Yi Qingru. She didn't even draw her sword. Wang Defa's face instantly turned pale. This idea had been his. He had intended for Zhao Linger to probe the situation and dampen Dao Ancestor Peak's arrogance. As a result, they had discovered the truth, but it was that they had been utterly crushed. A monster. Truly a monster. He murmured, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yuhing Peak, Kaiyang Peak, Yawang Peak. The other peak masters reacted similarly upon receiving the news, sharing Wang Defa's shock and horror, followed by an overwhelming fear. The entire Qingmu Sect fell into an eerie silence. All the disciples were discussing this matter, but their voices were hushed, as if afraid of being overheard by those from Dao Ancestor Peak. The 7th peak, once scorned as a joke, had now become a taboo that could not be mentioned. In the sect master's great hall, Lu Hanyin sat atop a cloud bed, listening to the elder's report below, her delicate brow furrowed. She had not expected matters to escalate to this extent. Sect Master Chu Shimi is raging at Qingwan Peak, demanding that you take responsibility for her. The elder said cautiously. Take responsibility. She permitted her disciple to provoke first, and when outmatched was beaten to a pulp, yet she still has the face to come to me for justice. Although Yi Qingru's actions were a bit heavy-handed, she ultimately spared her life, which is still within reason. This matter ends here. Relay my words, no one is to seek trouble at Dao Ancestor Peak again. Those who violate this will be dealt with according to sect rules. Yes, sect master, the elder bowed and withdrew. Inside the great hall, only Lu Hanyin remained. After a moment of contemplation, she gently closed her eyes. A vast and magnificent divine sense quietly spread toward Dao Ancestor Peak like a tide. She wanted to personally see what the situation was with that Yi Qingru. Her divine sense crossed mountains and rivers, silently enveloping the entire Dao Ancestor Peak. Inside the thatched cottage, Lin Yuan was lying in a rocking chair, pretending to doze off, when suddenly a smirk crossed his lips. Here it comes. He did not stop it, allowing that divine sense to land on Yi Qingru, who was meditating. Lu Hanyin's divine sense carefully probed within Yi Qingru's body. With this probe, her shock was 100 times stronger than when she heard the news. The foundation was solid. So solid it was unbelievable. The spiritual power within Qingmu was exceptionally pure, like crystal containing not a trace of impurity. Every inch of her meridians was resilient and wide, brimming with vibrant life. This was definitely not cultivation forcibly induced through pills or any sort of nefarious means. This was achieved through her own step-by-step diligent practice. But how could this be possible? In just 1 month from the 9th layer of Qi refinement to possessing the strength to annihilate latest-stage foundation establishment practitioners while still maintaining such a solid foundation. Even a reincarnated ancient powerhouse couldn't possibly achieve such a feat, could they? Lu Hanyan's divine sense circled over Dao Ancestor Peak again, but could never see through that small thatched cottage. The cottage seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. The moment her divine sense approached, it vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Lin Yuan. Lu Hanyan retracted her divine sense, softly murmuring that name. This person, who had once been merely a somewhat talented but unruly junior in her eyes, had now become utterly inscrutable. What methods had he employed? Her curiosity and wariness towards Lin Yuan had reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, she felt her resolve for the upcoming competition in 3 months waver for the first time. Perhaps that bet was never a joke from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley on the outskirts of Qingmu Sect's mountains, several dark figures quietly descended. At the forefront was an elderly man in a black robe with a sinister face and an eagle-hooked nose. The aura he exuded was evidently that of the early stage of Golden Core. "This is the territory of Qingmu Sect," the black-robed elder spoke in a hoarse voice. "That waste blood butcher died here. Elder, should we charge in now?" one of his subordinates asked. "No." The black-robed elder shook his head, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. "Qingmu Sect is after all a sect with 1,000 years of heritage. Sect Master Lu Hanyan is a transformation realm great cultivator and should not be underestimated. Blood Butcher acted recklessly, which is why he fell here. Our mission this time is twofold: to ascertain the cause of Blood Butcher's death and to find that girl named Qingmu and bring her back alive. From now on, we will disguise ourselves as loose cultivators and act separately. Remember, keep a low profile and do not alert the snake by stirring the grass." "Yes, Elder." Several dark figures quickly dispersed, blending into the vast forest. They believed their actions were covert, unaware that every move they made had already fallen under the watchful gaze of a pair of eyes. At Dao Ancestor Peak, inside a thatched cottage, a luminous screen hovered before Lin Yuan, visible only to him. The screen clearly displayed the scenes outside the Qingmu Sect's mountain range. The infiltration conversations and dispersed routes of several Bloodslaughter Sect cultivators were being broadcasted live by the Eagle Eye system with precise accuracy. Target locked: Bloodslaughter Sect pursuit team. Number of people 5. Leader Elder He Ya, early Golden Core, practicing the technique Xian In Ghost Claw, characterized by vicious claw techniques imbued with sinister energy that can harm one's spirit. Member 1, late Foundation establishment practicing techniques. Member 2, mid Foundation establishment. The screen listed the detailed information of this small team clearly. The Bloodslaughter Sect really is relentless. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Last time a Blood Butcher had been easily crushed by him. This time they sent a Golden Core Elder to lead, and they were much more cautious in their approach. Unfortunately, before the Eagle Eye system, any disguise and stealth were meaningless. After watching for a while, Lin Yuan found it somewhat tedious. Just a few small minions, not worth him taking action personally. Coincidentally, Ruer had just gone through a spar, her mindset slightly unsettled, needing a real battle to hone her skills. Sparring with fellow disciples ultimately lacked the depth. Only true life and death struggles could accelerate one's growth. With this thought, Lin Yuan's mind stirred. He picked up a pen from the table and casually wrote something on a blank piece of paper. After finishing, he called out toward the door, "Ruer, come in." "Yes, master." Qingmu pushed the door open and stood respectfully before Lin Yuan. After a battle and a brief rest, her aura had become more restrained and solid. Within that cold demeanor, there was an imperceptible sharpness. "Master, did you call for me?" Lin Yuan handed her the piece of paper. "A few troublesome ants have come down from the mountain. You need to clear them out." His tone was as casual as if he were saying, "Please sweep the courtyard." Qingmu took the paper and looked down. On the paper, concise phrases detailed the position's cultivation's characteristics of techniques and suggested order of elimination for 5 individuals. Each person's weaknesses were precisely marked. Finally, there was a red circle drawn around Elder He Ya's name with the words written beside it. "This person is for you to practice on." Qingmu's heart trembled slightly. Ants. A late Golden Core and 4 Foundation establishment cultivators were merely referred to as ants by her master. In an instant she understood. This was not sparring within the sect, this was true slaughter. This was her first task given by her master. She raised her head, looking at Lin Yuan with determination in her eyes. "Disciple understands." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, revealing a hint of expectation in his gaze. This is your first battle descending the mountain, as well as your first true battle in every sense. Remember, do not show any mercy to your enemies. Use what you have learned to kill them. Do not shame your master. Yes, master. Qingmu tucked the paper away and deeply bowed to Lin Yuan. As she stood up again, her aura had transformed completely. If before she was a sword hidden in its sheath, then at this moment the sword had quietly unsheathed, its sharpness fully revealed. She asked no further questions and turned to exit the thatched cottage. Her figure flickered a few times before disappearing down the mountain path. Lin Yuan watched her departing silhouette and lay back in his rocking chair. He was not worried about Qingmu encountering any accidents. With the information he provided combined with Qingmu's current strength, dealing with these small minions was akin to a dimensional strike. Moreover, Qingmu had a trump card he hadn't revealed to her. That special physique of the Kuan Ding was not merely about astonishing defensive capabilities. In life-and-death moments, it would give the enemy a tremendous surprise. This battle was not just a trial for Qingmu, but also a transformative experience. Transforming from a sect disciple into a true cultivator. The outer forest of the Qingmu Sect mountain range. The night was as dark as ink and the forest was silent with only the occasional chirping of insects. Qingmu's figure moved like a phantom through the trees. She made no sound, not even stirring a whisper of wind. She blended seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Her divine sense had long locked onto the first target on the paper, a solitary mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the Bloodslaughter sect. This individual was cautiously sneaking through a dense forest, surveying the environment. He had no inkling that death had silently descended upon him. Qingmu paused behind a massive ancient tree. She did not strike immediately. She was observing, waiting for the optimal moment to attack. Unlike the disciples within the sect, these individuals were true desperados. Any hint of carelessness could plunge her into danger. Her master had said this was her first battle. She must win decisively and cleanly. The Bloodslaughter sect cultivator paused under a tree, seemingly intending to take a short rest. Now's the chance. A glint of cold light flashed in Qingmu's eyes. Her figure instantly vanished from her position. In the next moment, she appeared behind the cultivator. It was unbelievably fast. The cultivator seemed to sense something and turned around abruptly. But what he saw was only a flash of an extremely swift gray sword light and Qingmu's expressionless cold face. A soft sound, the sound of a blade entering flesh. The cultivator's eyes widened in shock, and a choking sound emerged from his throat, seemingly attempting to say something. But in the end, nothing came out. His body slumped weakly to the ground, life extinguished. Qingmu withdrew the long sword from her hand. A drop of blood slowly slid down the blade, landing on a dead leaf. She looked at the corpse on the ground, her heart showing no ripple. Is this what killing feels like? It seems there is nothing particularly special about it. She sheathed her sword, her figure once again merging into the darkness, stealthily moving toward the next target. The night grew darker. The slaughter in the forest proceeded silently. The second target, a Foundation establishment stage practitioner. This person was much more vigilant than the previous one, having set up some simple defensive formations around himself. No disturbance could escape his notice. Qingmu observed quietly from a distance. The note given by her master was very clear. This person practiced the blood shadow technique, excelling in speed and stealth, yet lacking in direct confrontation capability. Qingmu chose not to sneak attack. She stepped out of the darkness one step at a time. Who? The Blood Evil Sect cultivator was startled, shouting sharply. When he saw that the one emerging was a stunning young girl in a white dress, he was taken aback for a moment, then a glimmer of lewdness and greed flashed in his eyes. Little girl, it's quite dangerous to be wandering alone in the woods at this hour. He licked his lips, smiling lewdly. Qingmu remained silent. She merely looked at him quietly, her gaze cold, as if she were looking at a dead person. What's wrong, scared silly? The cultivator sneered, his figure flickering as he transformed into a blood shadow, lunging towards Qingmu. His speed was astonishing, but in Qingmu's eyes it appeared laughably slow. She didn't even draw her sword. Just as the blood shadow was about to close in, she simply turned sideways, lifted her leg, and executed a sweeping kick. The movement was clean and sharp, embodying a violent aesthetic. Bang! A muffled sound. The blood shadow was sent flying out faster than it had approached, crashing heavily against a large tree. The trunk shook violently, leaves fluttering down. The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. You? Just as a word left his mouth, Qingmu's figure appeared right in front of him. A delicate white finger pressed against his forehead. A wisp of obliterating sword intent released and retracted. The cultivator's body froze. The brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground dead. His forehead bore only a tiny red, as if bitten by a mosquito. Yet his entire sea of consciousness had been utterly destroyed by that sword intent. Qingmu didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, turning to leave. The third, the fourth. The entire process was surprisingly smooth. The information provided by her master was incredibly precise. It detailed each individual's weaknesses and habitual movements, all clearly marked. Qingmu felt as if she were not executing a dangerous assassination mission, but rather following a guide to play an exceedingly simple game. In less than half an hour, all 4 Blood Evil Sect practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage had been decapitated. Now only the last target remained, Elder Heya, in the early Golden Core stage. In a temporary camp within the valley, Elder Heya sat cross-legged on a rock, his eyes tightly closed, seemingly meditating. However, his furrowed brows revealed his inner turmoil. An hour had passed, yet none of the 4 sent out had returned. Even the communication jade talisman received no response. Something was wrong. Elder Heyo abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. He stood up, unleashing his divine sense as a Golden Core stage practitioner, sweeping meticulously around him. Soon he discovered the corpses of his subordinates several miles away in the forest. 4 bodies, each dead in different manners, but all had died from a single blow. Elder Heya's expression darkened instantly enough to drip water. Who? Had the Qingmu Sect's people discovered them? No, that couldn't be. If it were the main force of the Qingmu Sect, it would be impossible for them to move so quietly. Could it be a skilled practitioner? Just as he was filled with suspicion, a cool voice emerged from the darkness, not far away. Are you looking for them? Elder Heya's heart tightened, and he turned abruptly. A girl in white holding a long sword walked slowly out of the woods. The moonlight bathed her, making her appear like a fairy under the moon. Yet Elder Heya sensed a faint but exceedingly pure killing intent emanating from her. Did you kill them, Chi? Elder Heya's voice was hoarse and deep. Yes. Qingmu's response was simple and direct. Elder Heya narrowed his eyes. He scrutinized Qingmu from top to bottom, his divine sense sweeping back and forth over her. Foundation establishment stage. No, something was off. Although her aura was that of the Foundation establishment stage, she gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Especially the sword in her hand, though still sheathed, exuded a sharpness that made his heart tremble. Who are you? Why do you oppose my Blood Evil Sect? Elder Heya asked in a deep voice. He did not act immediately. Years of experience told him that this girl before him was not simple. Qingmu Sect Dao Ancestor Peak Qingmu. Qingmu revealed her name. I am here on Master's orders to take your life. Arrogant. Elder Heya laughed in anger. A mere Foundation establishment stage girl dared to claim she would take the life of a Golden Core elder. What a huge joke. Since you seek death, then I shall grant it to you. Before his words fell, his figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind Qingmu. A hand dry as a chicken's claw and shrouded in black mist pierced through the air with a shrill sound. The sinister energy emanating from his claws could erode one's soul. However, facing this lethal strike, Qingmu reacted as if she had eyes on the back of her head. Without turning around, she thrust her sword backward. Clang, a crisp sound of sword ringing. The long sword was finally drawn. A brilliant flash of sword light flickered in the darkness. Elder Heya's ghostly claw collided solidly with the sword's edge. Clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated. Elder Heya felt an unmatched sharp power coming from the opponent's sword. His protective demonic aura was instantly torn apart. The claws, harder than fine steel, were brutally severed, blood spraying from his palm, his eyes filled with horror. How could this be possible? A Foundation establishment practitioner could not possess such sharp sword energy. This was no longer mere spiritual power, this was sword intent. Qingmu, having repelled her opponent with a single sword strike, showed no signs of stopping. With a flick of her wrist, she spun the long sword, initiating an attack. Her sword technique was not complex. It consisted of the most basic thrusts, slashes, lifts, and cuts. Yet every strike was executed at breathtaking speed with angles so tricky, embodying an intent to sever all. The advantage of her exceptional sword body was fully revealed at this moment. In an instant, the sword light swept across, exuding killing intent. Elder Heya, a Golden Core stage demonic cultivator, was actually being suppressed and beaten by a Foundation establishment stage girl. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's sword was too fast, too sharp. His proud Xian ghost claws dared not meet her strikes heated. He could only rely on his deep cultivation, one major realm higher, to continuously dodge, feeling utterly embarrassed. You little brat seeking death. After being suppressed for too long, Elder Heya was completely enraged. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Blood demon disintegration. His body swelled up in an instant, strange blood-red patterns appearing on his skin. A ferocious and bloodthirsty aura is coming for your death. He roared, both claws sweeping out, transforming into a flurry of claw shadows, sealing off all of Qingmu's escape routes. In this strike, he employed a secret technique, its power far exceeding before. He was confident that even a mid-golden core stage practitioner would not dare to take it heed. Facing this storm-like attack, a hint of seriousness finally appeared in Qingmu's eyes. The sky was filled with claw shadows, overwhelming in number. Each shadow carried a thick aura of malevolence, corroding the air with a sizzling sound. Qingmu's breath momentarily faltered. She could sense that this strike was unavoidable. A golden core cultivator fighting for their life was indeed formidable. But there was not a trace of fear in her eyes, instead a fierce battle intent ignited within her. This was the true essence of combat. "Come at me," Qingmu called out lightly as her spiritual energy surged wildly into the long sword in her hand. She did not retreat, but instead charged into the sea of claw shadows, thrusting her sword forward. This sword strike seemed ordinary, yet it gathered all her essence and spirit. The intent of the silent sword was unleashed without reservation. At the tip of the sword, a flicker of gray light pulsated as if it could devour all light. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense sounds erupted like rain pounding on banana leaves. In an instant, Qingmu's sword clashed with the claw shadows countless times. With each collision, a claw shadow was obliterated by the silent sword's intent. Yet with each clash, a surge of malevolent energy invaded her body along the sword. Qingmu felt her arm go numb, a dull pain radiating from her tiger's mouth. The malevolent energy was like a bone-eating maggot attempting to erode her meridians. Yet her sword remained steady. Her gaze was still cold. "Break for me." Elder He, seemingly driven mad, once again activated his secret technique, channeling all his power into one final strike. The countless claw shadows fused into one. A pitch-black, ghostly claw, several zhang in size, and composed entirely of pure malevolent energy, tore through the air, aiming to grab Qingmu. This strike had already locked onto Qingmu's vital energy. There was no escape. Her pupils constricted suddenly. Could the power of this claw be stopped here? No. My master is still waiting for me to return. I cannot lose. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Qingmu's potential was fully unleashed. The blood within her began to surge forth at an extraordinary frequency. An ancient, heavy power seemingly emerging from the depths of the earth slowly awakened within her limbs and bones. A faint, earthy yellow glow surfaced on her skin. The body of the Qingmu. Under this life-threatening peril, the special physique that had long been hidden within her was passively activated. Boom! The pitch-black, ghostly claw struck heavily against Qingmu. A cruel and savage smile appeared on Elder He's face. Having been struck by his own lethal blow, this ignorant girl would surely turn into a pool of blood, even her soul torn apart by the malevolent energy. However, the next second, the smile on his face froze. The expected scene of blood and flesh flying apart did not occur. As the dust settled, Qingmu was still standing in place. Her white dress was torn in several places and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet the faint, earthy yellow glow surrounding her flowed steadily, isolating all remaining malevolent energy. A heavy, unyielding aura emanated from her. How is this possible? Elder He's eyes nearly bulged out. The strongest strike he had unleashed at the cost of his essence blood only caused her slight injury. Was she still human? What in the world was this monster? Qingmu slowly raised her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She could feel a warm and tremendous power flowing within her, rapidly repairing her damaged meridians and organs. This power surged endlessly as if it were one with the ground beneath her feet. As long as she stood on this land, it would be difficult to kill her. Is this the body of the Qingmu? Such formidable defenses. She glanced at the shocked Elder He, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Has your attack ended? Then it's my turn. The moment her words fell, her figure moved. After activating the body of the Qingmu, although her speed and strength did not receive a direct enhancement, she was free of any worries. She could recklessly exchange injury for injury. Whoosh! A streak of sword light, swift as lightning, aimed straight for Elder He's throat. Elder He had just completed his secret technique and was in a brief moment of weakness. Faced with this sudden sword strike, he could only barely raise his arm to block with his forearm. Puff! The sharp, long sword effortlessly pierced through his arm. Blood gushed forth. Oh! Elder He let out another agonizing scream. But before he could retreat, Qingmu's second sword strike was already upon him. This time it was aimed at his chest. Elder He was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. Ignoring the injury on his arm, he frantically summoned the last remnants of demonic energy within him to conjure a shield. Crack! The shield shattered. The long sword pierced into his chest. Although it was blocked slightly by the shield and did not strike his heart, it still inflicted another wound. Madwoman! You insane woman! Elder He was terrified. He was utterly afraid. The woman before him was not human at all. She was an unkillable monster. He no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of battle, turning to flee, thinking of leaving. Qingmu's voice, like the cold of the abyss, echoed in his ears. Have I permitted you to leave? Elder He felt a bone-chilling cold enveloping him. When he turned back, he saw that a gray aura had risen around Qingmu, though he did not know when. The aura seemed to possess life, swirling around her. The flicker of the silent gray light at the tip of her sword grew ever more brilliant. A terrifying sword intent that could overshadow the heavens was rapidly coalescing. Elder He, a golden core period demonic path elder, felt the threat of death in that moment. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would truly be unable to escape. He slammed his hand against his chest, spitting out another mouthful of essence blood, transforming it into a beam of blood light, using the price of burning his life to cast the blood escape technique. With a flash of blood light, his figure instantly appeared 100 zhang away. You little wretch, wait for me. I swear I will avenge this grudge, or not be human. The voice of resentment echoed in the night sky. However, before his words could finish, a clear and cold voice like the decree of death rang out. I told you, you cannot leave. Qingmu slowly raised her sword, aiming at the blood light that was retreating. Silence. One sword. She gently swung down the sword in her hand. Elder He transformed into a streak of blood light, moving as swiftly as an arrow released from its bow. He had only one thought in his mind. Escape. The farther the better. That woman, the one called Qingmu, was not a Foundation establishment cultivator at all. She was a monster in human skin. The Qingmu physique, a legendary body that was almost indestructible in terms of defense. What was even more terrifying was her eerie swordsmanship, each strike carrying the breath of death that extinguished all vitality. He couldn't comprehend when the Qingmu Sect had produced such a prodigy. You little wretch, just you wait. I swear I won't rest until I avenge this grudge. He shouted as he fled, trying to salvage a bit of dignity. However, before his words could finish, a cold voice like a decree from the Grim Reaper resounded slowly. I told you, you cannot escape. This voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached his ears, causing his blood to freeze. He instinctively looked back. Just one glance made his soul tremble in fear. In the distance, Qingmu slowly raised the long sword in her hand. Under the night, her figure appeared slender and proud. Yet the sword in her hand seemed to become the center of the universe. The surrounding light twisted frantically, devoured by that tiny sword tip. A cold crescent moon, unknown when it had risen behind her, shone brilliantly, its silvery light flowing like mercury, all absorbed into her sword. Her eyes were astonishingly bright, as if stars were flickering within them. The aura of her entire being fused completely with the imperial sword named Jimmy and the bright moon. Unity of man and sword. No, it was the unity of man, sword, and Dao. Elder He sensed it. It was an indescribable, extreme, and pure form of death. A Dao called Jimmy. Before this sword, his proud, golden core cultivation, his reliance on demonic secrets, all appeared so laughable, so insignificant. He regretted it. He should never have come. He should never have provoked this woman. He opened his mouth, wishing to plead for mercy, but found he couldn't utter a single syllable. Because Qingmu had already swung down the sword in her hand. There was no earth-shattering sound. No dazzling brilliance. Only a slender gray sword, chi finer than a strand of hair, silently sliced through the night sky. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be gently erased. Elder He's blood escaped light upon contact with this gray sword. Chi melted away like ice under the blazing sun. He did not even feel any pain. He only felt that the world in front of him seemed to be spinning. He saw his own decapitated body racing forward at high speed. He also saw behind that body the white-clothed woman, standing with her sword, her expression cold. This was the last scene he would leave in this world. Thud. Elder He's head shot up into the sky, his face still frozen in a look of terror and disbelief. His headless corpse, propelled forward by inertia for several dozen feet, finally fell weakly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The golden core elder has fallen. The night wind blew, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground and blowing through Qingmu's hair. She stood quietly in place, leaning on her sword, gasping heavily. The spiritual energy within her had long been drained. The strike that had delivered the strongest blow in her life had nearly exhausted all her energy and spirit. At this moment, she felt waves of weakness wash over her like a tide. Yet her gaze was more radiant than ever. That sword not only killed her enemy, it also severed the last trace of confusion and naivety in her heart. From now on, she was Qingmu, a true sword cultivator, one who dared to wield a sword against a golden core cultivator and could slay them beneath her blade. Her aura underwent a dramatic transformation in that instant. If she was previously a blade concealed within its sheath, her sharpness restrained, then now she was an unrivaled divine weapon that had just tasted blood, solid and sharp, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Her state of mind underwent a tremendous sublimation between life and death. Did this really kill? The voice of the Yin old demon in the ring carried a barely perceptible tremor. He had witnessed the entire process. From Qingmu being suppressed to unleashing her Ding physique in retaliation to that earth-shattering sword strike. A Foundation establishment cultivator fighting Hedon, slaying a golden core. Such a thing had never been heard of even in his era of prodigies. This could no longer be described as genius. This was a monstrosity. A freak. That sword of yours has already touched the threshold of Dao. The tone of the Yin old demon was filled with complexity. There was shock, admiration, and a hint of fear. He increasingly felt that choosing to inhabit this girl's body might be the most correct and the most dangerous decision he had ever made. Qingmu did not respond. After catching her breath for a moment and regaining some strength, she slowly walked to Elder He Ya's corpse. With an expressionless face, she searched around and found a storage bag. Her divine sense probed inside, finding quite a few items. Spirit stones, pills, and several tomes of seemingly sinister cultivation techniques. She had little interest in these demonic techniques, merely storing the spirit stones and pills. After completing all this, she raised her head and gazed toward the east. There lay the direction of the Tai E sacred ground. The direction of Dao Ancestor Peak. Master, I did not bring you disgrace. She murmured softly, sheathed her long sword, and soared into the wind, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the night. This night the moonlight was beautiful. Killing was just right. Bloodfiend Sect's main hall. Within a sinister demonic palace built upon immense bones. Deep inside the hall lies a dark space. In the space there are no lights, only rows of soul lantern racks. On them thousands of ghostly green soul lanterns are displayed. Each lantern corresponds to the life of a core disciple of the Bloodfiend Sect. As long as the lanterns are lit, the people are alive. When the lanterns extinguish, the people perish. At this moment, the attendant responsible for guarding the soul lantern hall is kneeling on the ground, trembling like a leaf. Just a moment ago, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, 3 soul lanterns on the top rack, representing the Golden Core Elders, had consecutively extinguished. Furthermore, before that, the soul lanterns representing the elite disciples of the inner sect had gone out in clusters. Something significant has happened. Creak. The heavy hall door was pushed open. A young man dressed in a dark red brocade robe with a somewhat sinisterly handsome face walked in slowly. Hanging at his waist is a blood jade gourd, and with each step he takes, the sound of liquid sloshing within can be heard, as if it contained not wine, but fresh blood. He is the current young master of the Bloodfiend Sect, Shui Wuhan. All extinguished. Shui Wuhan gazed at the extinguished soul lanterns, his voice calm, revealing no trace of joy or anger. Reporting to the young master, Elder Black Crow, Elder Bloodbat, and also the recently dispatched Elder Venom Scorpion, all their soul lanterns have gone out. The 36 Blood Shadow Guards sent to investigate Qingmu's whereabouts have also suffered total annihilation. The guard's voice was filled with terror. Shui Wuhan said nothing. He walked up to the soul lantern rack, extending his slender fingers to gently brush against an extinguished soul lantern. His fingertips were stained with a trace of cold ash. Qingmu. He muttered the name softly, a playful smile suddenly curving at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Truly interesting. A female disciple at the early stage of Foundation establishment. First, she killed dozens of my inner sect disciples, and now even 3 Golden Core Elders I dispatched have fallen to her hands. He turned around to look at the kneeling attendant. Do you believe it? I do not believe it. The attendant hurriedly shook his head. I do not believe it either. Shui Wuhan smiled. For this to happen, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the intelligence we received is false. This Qingmu is not a Foundation establishment cultivator, but has been possessed by some ancient monster. Second, a glint of greed and fervor flickered in his eyes. She has a remarkable backing beside her. A terrifying existence that can easily erase 3 Golden Core Elders without leaving a trace. The attendant gasped in shock. Does the young master mean? It is rumored that the one who established the Dao Ancestor Peak in the Qingmu Sect is mysterious and seldom acts. This Qingmu happens to be his disciple. Has he returned after years of disappearance, coincidentally encountering our dispatched scouts? Shui Wuhan licked his lips, his eyes growing increasingly excited. A female disciple with exceptional talent and great fortune. An unfathomable power, and she might possess invaluable treasures. Doesn't this seem like a moving treasury? Originally, he viewed Qingmu as merely a slightly tricky prey. But now in his eyes, this prey has transformed into a treasure worth its weight in gold. What he desires is not merely Qingmu herself. He craves everything hidden within her, as well as the secrets of the master behind her. As for Lin Yuan, he was completely ignored. This young master will personally make a trip. Shui Wuhan said lightly. Young master, no. The attendant's face turned pale with fright. After all, Qingmu Sect ranks 3rd among the top 10 sects in the southern region. Who said I am going to Qingmu Sect? Shui Wuhan interrupted him. Doesn't that Qingru enjoy venturing outside? We just need to wait for her to come out. Pass my orders, activate the blood net, and keep a close watch on all movements from the Dao ancestor peak of Qingmu Sect. As long as that Qingru dares to descend the mountain, I want to know her every move. This time this young master will personally uncover all her secrets. His eyes glimmered with determination. Meanwhile, Qingru has returned to Qingmu Sect. She did not linger outside, racing straight towards Dao ancestor peak. This life and death trial has brought her immense gains. She can hardly wait to share this good news with her master. Standing in front of the familiar thatched cottage, Qingru felt a slight nervousness in her heart. She tidied her somewhat disheveled dress, took a deep breath, and respectfully spoke. Master, this disciple Qingru has returned from her training and is here to report. Inside the thatched cottage there was silence. After a moment, a somewhat lazy voice responded. Understood. Come to the back mountain. Yes, master. Qingru responded and turned towards the direction of the back mountain. The back mountain is the place where her master cultivates in seclusion. Usually no one is allowed to intrude except her master. Since her master called her over, there must be something important to convey. Passing through a dense bamboo forest, she suddenly found herself in an open area. A rich aura that was almost tangible overwhelmed her. In the depths of the back mountain, a pond of several zhang in diameter had unexpectedly appeared. The water in the pond was crystal clear, yet it constantly emitted wisps of white vapor enveloping the entire pond in a dreamy, ethereal atmosphere resembling a fairyland. And her master was currently sitting shirtless on a jade stone by the pond, eyes closed in meditation. On his bronze-colored skin, beads of water glistened, and the strong, smooth lines of his muscles were faintly visible amidst the rising mist. Qingru could only glance once. In an instant, her face flushed bright red like a ripe apple. In her entire life, it was her first time seeing a man's body, especially that of her own master. She hurriedly turned away, her heart racing, unable to utter a word. Master. Qingru stood with her back to the pool, her voice barely a whisper, too timid even to turn around. An indescribable awkwardness hung thick in the air. Turn around. Behind her master, Lin Yuan's voice rang calm and steady. Disciple. Dares not. Qingru's cheeks burned fiercely. What is there to fear? His tone carried a faint, inexplicable undertone. I've only removed my outer robe, hardly bare. What then could frighten you? Qingru paused, momentarily stunned. It did seem reasonable, yet still unbearably mortifying. Master Lin Yuan's voice sounded again, this time laced with quiet approval. Your recent trial was well executed. To slay a golden core cultivator while still at Foundation establishment, and to do so with such composure, shows remarkable growth of heart. You have not disappointed me. Hearing her master's praise, Qingru's tension and embarrassment softened just slightly. Gathering her courage, she asked softly. Master, you already know everything. Turn around and answer me. His tone brooked no refusal. With no choice, Qingru bit her lower lip and turned, slowly inch by trembling inch. Her gaze remained fixed on her own toes, eyes downcast. Good. Lin Yuan appraised her for a moment, then nodded in quiet satisfaction. Your killing intent is condensed yet unreleased, your sword aura sharp, yet deeply concealed. Clearly this journey has borne rich fruit. However, you sustained internal injuries during combat, and traces of Yin Shadow Demon, Qi, still linger within you. Though your Kundiing body offers protection, such residue remains a latent danger. Qingru's breath caught. Her master's perception was indeed razor-sharp. She herself had sensed nothing amiss, yet he discerned it instantly with but a single glance. Come, Lin Yuan spoke suddenly. Step into the pool. Off. Qingru jerked her head up, eyes wide with disbelief. Step into the pool. With master. This is unseemly. Against all propriety. She flapped her hands frantically, her delicate face blazing crimson. Propriety. Lin Yuan's expression remained as still and placid as an ancient well. I command you to enter, not for caprice, but for your benefit. This water will cleanse your hidden injuries and impurities, granting immeasurable aid to your cultivation. His demeanor was grave, utterly devoid of jest. Qingru gazed at her master, torn inwardly. Her upbringing forbade sharing a bath with any man, even one who was her revered master. Yet his command was law, never to be disobeyed. Hurry, Lin Yuan urged. Qingru clenched her teeth, steeled her resolve. It's merely a soak, nothing more. Master acts solely for my good. I must not fail him. She shut her eyes as if sealing a solemn vow, then trembled as her fingers reached for the sash at her waist. What are you doing? Lin Yuan's voice held unmistakable astonishment. Qingru opened her eyes, bewildered. Did master not bid me descend? I told you to enter the pool, not to disrobe. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Enter fully clothed. That is all. Off. Yi Qingru froze, utterly dumbfounded. She stood rooted, blood surging hot to her temples. It's over. Master surely thinks me shameless. Utterly without virtue. She longed desperately to vanish into the earth. Under Lin Yuan's quietly bemused gaze, she stood flustered for an interminable moment, then shuffled forward inch by cautious inch until she reached the pool's edge and tentatively dipped one foot in. The water was warm, exquisitely soothing. A torrent of supremely refined spiritual energy surged up from her soul, flooding her limbs and meridians in an instant. Yi Qingru's spirit lifted, and without hesitation she sank fully into the pool. The enveloping warmth embraced her completely. The exhaustion and hidden wounds from her life-or-death clash with Elder Haya began dissolving, mended at an astonishing pace. She could even sense her inner spiritual energy growing purer, and the barrier constricting her cultivation seemed faintly to yield. Girl, what is this water? Yinyan, the demon sovereign's voice thundered inside her mind, shaken unprecedented in its awe. My soul force is reconstituting. By heaven, its grade surpasses every celestial treasure I have ever beheld. This is nothing short of a mortal elixir. Yi Qingru felt it too, her very body undergoing profound, deep-level refinement beneath the water's touch. It defied belief. Master, this pool? She could not help but ask. Immortal pool. Lin Yuan replied, 2 words precise and weighty. Immortal pool. Both Yi Qingru and Yinyan, the demon sovereign, fell utterly speechless. Legends spoke of such pools only in the celestial realm, capable of reviving the dead, restoring flesh to bone, and elevating mortals to divinity in a single step. Their minds reeled, overwhelmed beyond measure. Only after a long silence did Yi Qingru begin to recover from the staggering revelation. Stealing a glance at her master beside her, serene as drifting clouds, her reverence deepened immeasurably. What manner of being was he to possess even an immortal pool? She dared not inquire further, only settled into silent cultivation, greedily absorbing the pool's boundless energy. Slowly the water seeped through her robes. Her once loose, white gown now clung tightly to her frame, revealing with exquisite clarity the graceful contours of her blossoming youth. Amidst the hazy vapor, she radiated a subtle, haunting beauty. Lin Yuan's peripheral gaze swept across her, unintentionally, and for the briefest instant his breath stilled. His throat moved, just once, in an unconscious swallow. But then, a mechanical chime audible only to him pierced his thoughts. Ding! Detected a new celestial mandate bearer within 30 li. Endowed with immense destiny. Host is advised to secure discipleship immediately, converting their karmic fortune into personal cultivation. Target gone Bao. Identity disgraced young mistress, betrothed stolen. Current location Qingyang town. Lin Yuan's eyes cleared, sharp, focused, decisive. He rose from the pool. I must attend to urgent matters. Remain here and soak thoroughly. Do not emerge before 1 full hour has passed. The words had scarcely left his lips before his figure dissolved into the mist of the mountain's rear, leaving Yi Qingru alone in the immortal pool, staring blankly at the space where he'd stood. 1 full hour. So long. Will my skin wrinkle like a prune? 30 miles away from the Qingmu Sect, a small river flowed gently beside Qingyang town. A figure staggered to the riverbank, burying her head in the water and gulping it down. The icy river water choked her, causing her to cough violently, yet it also cleared her muddled mind. The girl collapsed onto the wet pebbles, gasping for breath. Her clothes were tattered, her body covered in small wounds, and her palm-sized face was smeared with mud, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Finally she had arrived. She lifted her head and gazed towards the distant outline of the mountain range. Qingmu Sect. In the southern region, after 3 months of fleeing across half the continent, she had finally escaped from the eastern wilderness to here. The girl's name was Gone Bao. She was someone who had died once. At this thought, a glimmer of bitterness and resentment flashed in Gone Bao's eyes, incongruous with her age. In her past life, she was the first female saint of the eastern wilderness, enjoying unparalleled glory. It was only because she fell in love with a man enamored by his extraordinary face. On the day of her grand wedding, the sacred land of the eastern wilderness suddenly struck, resulting in the tragic deaths of her father and brother and the annihilation of her entire clan. Her mother, due to her looks, was taken by the sect master and remarried on the spot, and she was handed over by her once betrothed fiancé to the female saint of the eastern wilderness, ultimately dying under the siege of the sacred land's powerful figures. A wisp of her remaining soul, aided by a treasure she had accidentally acquired, was reborn in a medium sect named Bedando in the eastern wilderness. In this life, with decent talent and her past experiences, she advanced rapidly in her cultivation. She devoted herself to helping Bedando rise from a medium sect to an upper sect step by step. However, she still overestimated human nature, or rather underestimated greed. When she lost her value, the once kind sect master and elders revealed their true colors, looking to get rid of this meritorious figure. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, she no longer easily trusted others and sensed the danger in advance, managing to escape. Heh, Gone Bao Bao let out a self-deprecating chuckle, her voice hoarse. Men are unreliable, and so are sects. The only thing one can rely on in this world is oneself. And power. She looked again towards the direction of Qingmu Sect, her eyes igniting with fervent flames. This place was where she had risen to prominence in her previous life. It was here that she had inadvertently obtained that treasure, a mysterious, innate spiritual treasure. It was that pearl that transformed her mediocre physique into an extraordinary, innate spiritual body, allowing her to soar from a cultivation waste to greatness. As long as she could obtain it again, she would be able to escape her current predicament and have the means for revenge. The sacred land of the eastern wilderness, Bedando, and that man. Gone Bao Bao clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, drawing blood without her noticing. Wait for me. I will return soon. She braced herself to stand up, preparing to head towards the place in her memories. At that moment, a vast and powerful aura descended without warning, enveloping the area for several miles. This aura was stronger than anyone she had ever encountered, even more terrifying than the sect master of the eastern wilderness in her previous life. Gone Bao Bao's face instantly turned pale. Have the people from Bedando come after her. No, Bedando has no such powerful figures. Could it be the sacred land of the eastern wilderness? No, the people from the sacred land do not know she has been reborn. Then it must be the people from Qingmu Sect. If so, it meant her whereabouts had been exposed. There was no time to think further. Her 2 lives of being pursued had made fleeing her instinct. Fear gripped her heart in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out a cracked talisman from her bosom, expending a trace of spiritual energy to activate it. Buzz. The space slightly distorted, and Gone Bao Bao's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Almost in the next breath after her disappearance, Lin Yuan's figure appeared by the riverbank. He glanced at the spatial fluctuations in the air that had not completely dissipated, frowning slightly. I arrived a step too late. Just now the system indicated that the fated child was right here, and her aura had indeed appeared here. But where is she? Lin Yuan silently questioned in his heart. System, where is the fated child? The target has used a teleportation talisman to leave the current area. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yuan. He felt a bit speechless. He had rushed here following the system's prompt, and it had only been a matter of a few breaths. The cooked duck just flew away. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In those web novels, whenever the fated child met a powerful figure, they would obediently stay where they were, not daring to act rashly, waiting for him to come personally to offer warmth. But this one actually ran away in advance. Couldn't you wait a bit longer to hear what I had to say? What a wasted trip. Lin Yuan stood by the riverbank looking at the empty surroundings, feeling somewhat displeased. This won't do. An obsession arose in his heart. It was not easy for a fated child with great fortune to appear, and now she had escaped. Who would he look to for transformation of his cultivation? System. Lin Yuan's tone was resolute. Immediately search for her location. Searching for target. Search requires 1,000 sect fortune points. Confirm. 1,000 points. That's not expensive. Besides, it's the sect's fortune points, not his own. Oh, if it can be used, why not? Confirm. Search successful. Target Gone Bao Bao. Current location, southern region, Haifeng Mountain Range. Haifeng stronghold distance, 300 miles, Haifeng Mountain Range. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew that place. It was a notorious den of thieves in the southern region, home to a gang of ruthless bandits. How could this fated child named Gone Bao Bao be teleported there? He shook his head, too lazy to think further. As long as he found her, that was what mattered. This time he mustn't let her escape again. With a thought, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot, speeding towards the direction of the Haifeng Mountain Range. Haifeng Mountain Range. On a patch of rugged grassland, the space twisted, and Gone Bao Bao's figure tumbled out in a disheveled manner. The aftereffects of the teleportation talisman had set in. The feeling of being utterly drained of spiritual power, accompanied by waves of dizziness, made it nearly impossible for her to stand. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, sweat soaking her disheveled hair. Recalling the moment when that overwhelming aura appeared, she was still filled with trepidation. It was too powerful. The owner of that aura was undoubtedly the strongest being she had ever encountered in both her lives, bar none. To be targeted by such a person was akin to facing disaster. A hint of gloom flickered in Gone Bao Bao's eyes. If only she had her former cultivation, would she have been reduced to such a state? Did they think they could shake her off with just a teleportation talisman? It was nothing but a pipe dream. But now she was merely a stray dog, nearly depleted of spiritual power. Damn it! Gone Bao Bao muttered under her breath, her voice filled with suppressed rage. Just as she was about to struggle to her feet in search of a place to recover her spiritual power, several malicious gazes fell upon her. Not far away, 7 or 8 burly men bare-chested and wielding weapons were approaching her with lewd smiles. "Hey boss, look, there's a little girl over there. All alone. Tisk, quite bold for being in such a desolate place." The leader, a scar-faced man, licked his lips, sizing Gan Bao up from head to toe. Although she was covered in dirt and her clothes were tattered, her petite face still hinted at a beauty. "Little beauty, what are you doing here, all alone? Are you lost? Do you want your big brothers to take you to a nice place to have some fun?" The scar-faced man's laughter was filled with lewdness. The bandits behind him laughed along, their crude words echoing incessantly. Gan Bao's expression instantly turned cold. She slowly stood up from the ground, dusting off her clothes, her gaze icy, as if it were a poisoned blade. As Gan Bao in her previous life, she was the #1 saintess of the eastern wilderness, cherished like a star. Who would dare show her any disrespect? Now reborn, she felt like a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs, a phoenix fallen to the ground, humiliated. How could a bunch of lowly mountain bandits dare to act so brazenly in front of her? A wave of overwhelming killing intent erupted from her frail body. How do you want to die?" Her voice was hoarse, yet carried a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The scar-faced man was momentarily stunned, then burst into even louder laughter with the others. "Huh, this little girl is quite spicy. I like it. You still want to kill us? Little beauty, are you confused? Boss, stop wasting time with her. The brothers can't wait any longer." The scar-faced man smiled lewdly and waved his hand. "Go, capture her alive, or let the brothers have a taste today." A few bandits rushed forward with strange cries. Gan Bao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. She was preparing to use her last resort to take down these ignorant fools. At that moment, the overwhelming aura that had sent her soul into a frenzy descended once again without warning. It felt like an invisible mountain suddenly pressing down on everyone's hearts. The charging bandits froze in their tracks, their lewd smiles frozen as they were replaced by endless fear. Their legs weakened, and with several thuds they all knelt on the ground, trembling like chaff. Gan Bao's heart suddenly constricted. Here it comes again. How could he chase so fast? Fear overwhelmed her, anger, and the instinct to escape once again took precedence. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly pulled out another teleportation talisman from her breast, channeling her last bit of spiritual power to activate it. "Damn it, bandits. I'm not playing with you anymore." Buzz. The spatial fluctuation flickered and vanished, and Gan Bao's figure instantly disappeared, leaving a group of bandits kneeling in place, dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Just as they knelt down, Gan Bao vanished. Was this little girl a deity? Before they could figure it out, Lin Yuan's figure appeared before them. He glanced at the empty grassland, and then at the trembling bandits on the ground, his brows furrowing deeper. Where did she go? Did she run away? He directed his gaze at the bandits, his voice indifferent. Where did the woman who was just here go? The scar-faced man was terrified under that gaze, stuttering in response. "Mister, she suddenly just disappeared." Disappeared? Lin Yuan's expression darkened. After finally catching up, the duck that was in his grasp had flown away. A wave of unnameable fury surged within him. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words, flicking his finger. Several streams of chi shot out quick as lightning. Puff, puff, puff. The bandits kneeling on the ground didn't even have time to let out a scream before a blood hole appeared in their foreheads, and they dropped straight down. After killing these annoying fellows, Lin Yuan's anger subsided somewhat. He solemnly asked the system, "Where is Gan Bao now?" "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location 20 miles away." 20 miles. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That distance was still within acceptable range. Just as he was about to set off and continue the chase, the system's prompt sounded again. "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location 100 miles away." Lin Yuan. He hadn't even had the chance to speak. "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location 200 miles away." Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location." "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location." "The target has used a teleportation talisman. Current location." A series of system prompts echoed like a broken record in Lin Yuan's mind. Each prompt indicated that Gan Bao had jumped another distance. Until finally, "The target has continuously used teleportation talismans and has escaped the system's detection range." Lin Yuan fell completely silent. He stood in place, staring at the empty mountains for a long time without uttering a word. Was Gan Bao out of her mind? Are teleportation talismans free? Using them like candy? If you can run like this, why not become an escape expert? After finally finding a destined child, she just slipped away. While she was running for her life, he had no way to stop her. Lin Yuan sighed, temporarily giving up, and turned to return to Qingmu Sect. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Yuan passed by the second peak and found it unusually lively. The leaders of the other 5 peaks were all gathered here. These prominent figures who rarely showed themselves had all gathered here as if by appointment. Not only that, but even the elder in charge of rewards and punishments in the sect had brought a group of disciples. A crowd was gathered in the plaza of the second peak, seemingly engaged in some activity. Curious Lin Yuan moved closer. In the center of the plaza, a pile of treasures resembling a small mountain was stacked. Spirit stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, techniques. Everything one could imagine radiating with brilliant light and overwhelming treasure energy. The elder from the rewards and punishments hall was holding a scroll, smiling as he spoke to the second peak's master Chu Qingqing. This time the second peak's disciple Wang Teng has made great contributions to the future foundation of our sect. After discussions among the sect master and the elders, a special reward is hereby given. Lin Yuan was left completely baffled. The second peak had achieved merit. Recently Qingmu Sect had been peaceful with not even a minor conflict. Where did the merit come from? Moreover, such an abundance of rewards. What kind of achievement could warrant that? Lin Yuan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. The elder of the reward and punishment hall raised a scroll, high, his voice booming. Hereby awarding 10,000 spirit stones, 100 bottles of gathering chi pills, 3 sets of high-grade robes, and 1 high-grade spiritual artifact. With each item he announced, the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. Such generosity was unprecedented. It was even more lavish than the annual salary of some peak masters. Once the elder finished reading, he satisfiedly closed the scroll and picked up a resplendent sword from the tray, held by a disciple beside him, ready to hand it to Wang Teng, who stood next to Chu Qingqing. Hold on. A calm voice rang out, not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear. Lin Yuan squeezed through the crowd and walked straight to the center of the plaza. As he appeared, all eyes turned towards him. Especially Chu Qingqing, the master of the second peak, whose face, once beaming with joy, instantly fell into a dark frown upon recognizing Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Chu Qingqing's voice was sharp and cutting. What are you doing at my second peak? You are not welcome here, leave at once. Her disdain for Lin Yuan was nearly unmasked. After Zhao Linger was defeated by Yi Qingro, tarnishing her reputation in the sect, she had always blamed Lin Yuan for it. Lin Yuan completely ignored her, his gaze passing over Chu Qingqing and landing on the disciple named Wang Teng. He had a faint impression of this person. During his earlier recruitment of disciples, he had seemingly asked Wang Teng, but was rejected. How could such an ordinary disciple receive such an exaggerated reward from the sect? Seeing Lin Yuan dare to disregard her, Chu Qingqing's anger flared up. She felt her authority had been provoked, especially in front of so many fellow disciples. Lin Yuan, are you deaf? I told you to get out of the second peak. Chu Qingqing trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Lin Yuan, cursing him out. What are you even worth? Just because you got lucky and took in a good disciple, you dare act wildly in my second peak. Do you really think you're something special? Don't think that just because your 7th peak has a Yi Qingro you're impressive. Let me tell you our second peak. Just as she was getting heated, Lin Yuan suddenly moved. He frowned, seemingly unable to endure any longer. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Chu Qingqing. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he raised his hand towards Chu Qingqing's incessantly babbling mouth and simply threw a punch at her chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. It was not loud, yet it plunged the entire plaza into silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief at the scene before them. Chu Qingqing's cursing abruptly halted. She lowered her head, staring blankly at her chest. There her luxurious peak master robe was deeply indented at the point of impact. A clear fist mark had created a bizarre dent in her bosom. The sight was utterly shocking. Silence. A deathly silence. A few seconds later, Chu Qingqing's face flushed bright red from neck to ears. It was not from shame, but from fury. An indescribable humiliation, mixed with intense pain, surged to her head. Oh! A piercing scream erupted from her mouth. Lin Yuan, I will kill you. Chu Qingqing completely lost her mind, her eyes bloodshot, her spiritual energy surging wildly, transforming into a blue streak aimed at Lin Yuan. As the master of a peak, a mid-nascent soul powerhouse, how could she have endured such humiliation? To be publicly punched, especially in such a sensitive area. If this were to spread, how would Chu Qingqing maintain her standing in the Qingmu Sect? As a fierce battle between peak masters was about to erupt, the elder of the reward and punishment hall's expression changed, and he swiftly positioned himself between the two. Stop! A powerful aura emanated from him, forcibly suppressing Chu Qingqing's rampaging spiritual energy. Everyone calm down. What kind of behavior is this? The elder scolded sharply. Chu Qingqing was blocked, stomping her feet in anger, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Yuan, yet she felt utterly helpless. The elder of the reward and punishment hall held a special status in the sect, and she did not dare to show him disrespect. The elder rubbed his forehead in frustration, turning to Lin Yuan, who remained calm, his tone growing serious. Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? Why did you attack Master Chu without cause? Lin Yuan withdrew his fist and glanced lightly at the flustered Chu Qingqing. She was too loud. This reason left the elder of the reward and punishment hall momentarily speechless. He took a deep breath, suppressing his bewilderment, and changed the subject. Then what brings you here today to obstruct the workings of the reward and punishment hall? This was the main issue. Lin Yuan finally shifted his gaze from Wang Teng back to the elder of the reward and punishment hall and voiced his confusion. I just wanted to ask why the sect is rewarding him. Upon hearing this, the elder of the reward and punishment hall stroked his beard and smiled. He pointed at Wang Teng and announced to Lin Yuan and everyone present with immense pride and joy, because Wang Teng possesses the potential of an emperor. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Lin Yuan thought he must have misheard. The potential of an emperor. Him. He looked at Wang Teng, who appeared ordinary and whose aura could only be considered average, his brows furrowing tightly. Elder, are you sure? Lin Yuan could not help but ask again. You didn't make a mistake? Of course not. The expression of the elder of the reward and punishment hall was very certain, even carrying a hint of sanctity. He looked at Lin Yuan and gradually explained, Master Lin, do you still remember the celestial phenomenon that appeared above the sect a few days ago? Lin Yuan nodded. He certainly remembered. The elder continued, at that time everyone thought that the phenomenon was caused by Zhao Linger of the second peak breaking through to foundation establishment. But that was not the case. On that day, our second peak actually had 2 disciples simultaneously breaking through in seclusion. At this moment, Chu Qingqing, recovering from her shock, could no longer be bothered to be angry with Lin Yuan. She took over the conversation, her face filled with pride. She puffed out her chest, which still bore the indentation, and said with arrogance, one was Zhao Linger, and the other is my disciple Wang Teng. Only Zhao Linger broke through earlier while Wang Teng was a step behind. This made me mistakenly believe that the heavenly omen was due to Zhao Linger. Chu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It wasn't until Zhao Linger was defeated by your disciple, Yiqing Gru, in a spar that I began to have my doubts. How could a mere foundation establishment novice possibly cause such a vast phenomenon? Thus I deliberately conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that Wang Ting also broke through that day. Her voice grew more excited and louder. The difference is that Zhao Linger broke through from the 8th level of Qi refinement to foundation establishment, while Wang Teng leaped straight from the 10th level of Qi refinement to the early golden core stage. This statement was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up massive waves. From the 10th level of Qi refinement directly to the early golden core stage. How is that possible? There was a complete foundation establishment realm in between. Everyone was left utterly shocked by this news. The elder of the reward and punishment hall looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd, nodding in satisfaction as he added, such talent breaking through across a major realm and causing a heavenly phenomenon is not the potential of an emperor, then what could it be? After confirming this, Master Chu immediately reported it to the sect leader and the elder council. After discussing with us, the sect leader unanimously agreed that Wang Teng is gifted and is the Onsinam Millennium Prodigy of our Qingmu Sect, the greatest hope for our sect's future. For this reason, the sect leader specially ordered me from the reward and punishment hall to heavily reward Wang Teng, to encourage him to continue his efforts striving for early attainment of the Emperor realm and to lead our Qingmu Sect to become the foremost sect of the Panga continent. As the words fell, the other peak masters stepped forward, congratulating Wang Teng and Chu Qingqing in succession. Congratulations, Master Chu, on acquiring such an excellent disciple. Nephew Wang Teng, you truly are a model for our generation. The future of Qingmu Sect relies on you. With the potential of an emperor, your future is limitless. The disciples of the second peak were equally proud, standing tall with their chests out as they looked at Wang Teng with admiration and fervor. In an instant, praises echoed endlessly, nearly lifting Wang Teng to the heavens. Amidst the noisy congratulatory voices, Wang Teng's expression shifted from initial excitement to growing arrogance. He reveled in the adulation, standing straight as the elder of the reward and punishment hall took the opportunity to solemnly place the high-grade spiritual artifact sword into Wang Teng's hands. Wang Teng, this sword is named Jinghong. I hope you will train diligently in the future and not let down the sect's expectations. Thank you, elder. The disciple vowed not to fail the trust. Wang Teng excitedly accepted the sword, lovingly caressing its blade. He felt the powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, a sense of unprecedented ambition swelling within him. He turned around, facing his master, Chu Qingqing, locking his gaze on Lin Yuan, a hint of undisguised mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Master Lin, do you still remember when you once asked me if I was willing to become your disciple? Wang Teng's voice was not loud, but it was filled with pride. Looking back now, if I had agreed back then, I probably wouldn't have achieved today's success. He deliberately paused, glancing towards the distant ninth peak. Instead, it was junior sister Qingmu who became your disciple, gifted as she is, yet until now I haven't seen the sect reward her in any way. At the sect competition in 3 months, I will use this sword Jinghong rewarded by my master to challenge junior sister Yi to see whose disciple is stronger, yours or mine, the one with the emperor potential. Wang Tung's resounding challenge quickly spread throughout the Qingmu Sect as if it had grown wings. 3 months later, the sect's grand competition. The newly appointed Qilin's son Wang Tung, possessing the demeanor of an emperor, is set to challenge Qingmu of Dao Ancestor Peak. This news delighted the other peak masters. A few days ago, they had jointly approached the 7th peak seeking an explanation for their disciples, only to be rebuffed by Lin Yuan in a few words, leaving them all embarrassed and humiliated. This resentment had been bottled up inside them. Now Wang Tung had taken the initiative to step forward. It was like a pillow being delivered when one was sleepy. That Lin Yuan, relying on his powerful disciple, humiliated us old folks the other day. This time it's different. Wang Tung is of emperor caliber, a step into golden core, while Qingmu is merely at foundation establishment. What could she possibly use to contend with him? That's right. We must support Wang Tung. Let's thoroughly dampen Lin Yuan's spirit. Several peak masters deliberated and immediately made a decision. Thus an extraordinary scene unfolded in the plaza of the 2nd peak. The master of the 3rd peak bestows upon Wang Tung's disciple the top-grade Xin-level technique, Raging Wind technique, to aid his victory. The master of the 4th peak gifts Wang Tung's disciple a millennium-old warm jade to stabilize his cultivation. The master of the 5th peak bestows. The master of the 6th peak. Except for the 7th peak, the other 5 peak masters, as if in agreement, lined up to present congratulatory gifts to Wang Tung. Each item was a treasure that ordinary disciples would never see in their lifetime. This was not only to cheer Wang Tung on, ensuring he defeats Qingmu in 3 months, but also to vent their frustrations. It was also a form of early investment. After all, he was of emperor caliber. Building a good relationship now meant that when Wang Tung truly became an emperor, those uncles who watched him grow up would also benefit. Looking at the mountain of gifts, Chu Qingqing, who had just been furious with Lin Yuan, was now grinning from ear to ear. She directed her disciples to collect the gifts, laughing joyfully. "Oh dear, Master Li is too generous. Master Wang, your gift is too precious, it cannot be accepted. Quickly bow and thank Master Wang." Wang Tung was even more elated. Holding the Jinghong sword, he was surrounded by the crowd, enjoying unprecedented adoration, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Lin Yuan stood outside the crowd, observing this farce with cold eyes. A bunch of clowns. He shook his head, his gaze landing on the Jinghong sword that Wang Tung regarded as a treasure. It was a defective item, the result of poor mastery during the refining process, leading to a chaotic flow of spiritual power. Such a thing would be deemed trash in the waste pile of Dao Ancestor Peak. Only these unsophisticated bumpkins would consider it a treasure. However, a junior openly challenged him in front of the entire sect, which displeased Lin Yuan. He disliked trouble. Even more so, he disliked others actively seeking to create trouble for him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had an idea. He pushed through the crowd and approached the elder of the reward and punishment hall once more. "Elder, what else does Master Lin need?" The elder of the reward and punishment hall looked at him warily. Lin Yuan smiled. "Don't be in a hurry to distribute the remaining rewards. Wait for me a moment, I will be right back." After saying this, without waiting for the elder to respond, Lin Yuan turned and left, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. All were stunned. What was this operation? "Master, what is Lin Yuan up to now?" Wang Tung frowned and asked. Chu Qingqing scoffed disdainfully. What else could he be up to? He's probably embarrassed and is looking for a place to hide like a turtle. The crowd burst into laughter. But it wasn't long before Lin Yuan's figure reappeared. He was pulling someone along. It was his precious disciple Qingmu. Qingmu seemed to have just been pulled out of her training, still somewhat dazed, not knowing what was happening. Lin Yuan brought her to the center of the plaza, and under the puzzled gazes of everyone, pointed at Wang Tung. He said to Qingmu, "Disciple, that guy just spoke disrespectfully to me. You handle it as you see fit." Qingmu followed the direction her master's finger pointed. When she clearly heard her master's words, a cold flame ignited in her clear eyes. Disrespectful to her master. Looking for death. Without a second thought, Qingmu's spiritual power surged violently within her. In the next moment, her figure flashed, charging towards Wang Tung. Like an arrow released from a bow, her right hand clenched into a fist, bringing forth a fierce wind that struck straight at Wang Tung's face. The entire process had no unnecessary words. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Wang Tung was especially caught by surprise. He never expected Qingmu to dare to launch an attack in front of so many elders. In a panic, he could only awkwardly raise the Jinghong sword to block. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Qingru's fist struck solidly against the sword's body. Wang Tong felt a tremendous force surge through him, his palms aching as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. His face was filled with shock. How could this be possible? Wasn't she just at the early stage of foundation establishment? How could she possess such strength? Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn elsewhere, Lin Yuan calmly walked over to the tray of the reward and punishment hall. Then, under the astonished gaze of the elder of the reward and punishment hall, he began to collect the rewards that were supposed to belong to Wang Tong item by item into his storage ring. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones collected. 100 bottles of gathering chi pills collected. 3 sets of top-grade robes also collected. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he were taking his own belongings. Stop! The elder of the reward and punishment hall finally reacted, his beard bristling in anger, and he swiftly blocked Lin Yuan's path. Lin Yuan, what exactly are you doing? On the other side, Chu Qingqing also snapped back to reality from her shock. Seeing Lin Yuan's actions, she was instantly furious. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Those are rewards the sect bestowed upon my disciple. What do you mean by taking them? Lin Yuan stopped and looked at them innocently. Who said these are rewards for your disciple? He said with righteous indignation. A few days ago, a celestial phenomenon descended, clearly triggered by my disciple, Qingru's breakthrough. Thus these rewards rightfully belong to my disciple. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. After a brief silence, laughter burst forth. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. He said the phenomenon was caused by Qingru. Could Qingru in the foundation establishment stage possibly summon such a phenomenon that enveloped the entire sect? Does he take us for fools? Desperate to steal rewards, he's lost all shame. Chu Qingqing was even more furious and laughed. Lin Yuan, can you not fabricate a more believable story? Do you think anyone here would believe your nonsense? Lin Yuan looked around and found no one believed him. He sighed, seemingly helpless. Since you don't believe me, then this can be easily resolved. Lin Yuan's gaze finally landed on Wang Tong, who was confronting Qingru. Let the two of them have a match right now. If my disciple loses, I, Lin Yuan, will let you Chu Qingqing handle me. Moreover, I will double the rewards from the reward and punishment hall and compensate your precious disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone thought Lin Yuan had gone mad. Qingru was at Foundation Establishment. Wang Tong was at Golden Core. Foundation Establishment challenging Golden Core. What difference was that from seeking out punishment? Lin Yuan's words struck like a colossal boulder plunging into a tranquil lake. Double the stakes. To wager a Foundation Establishment for a Golden Core. Chu Qingqing narrowed her eyes, suspiciously gazing at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, are you serious? Having suffered multiple setbacks at his hands, she had to be cautious. Lin Yuan remained silent, merely nodding calmly. Yes. Chu Qingqing's heart ignited with fervor. She admitted that Lin Yuan was somewhat unorthodox, but in the realm of cultivation levels were the ironclad law. A golden core crushing a foundation establishment was a foregone conclusion. No matter how talented Qingru might be, she could not leap across this chasm. This was an opportunity to humiliate Lin Yuan, handed to her on a silver platter while also doubling the reward. Where else could one find such a golden opportunity? Fearing that Lin Yuan might renege, Chu Qingqing immediately declared loudly, all right, I agree to your terms. All the peak masters present and the elders of the punishment and reward hall bear witness for us. If Qingru loses, not only will you, Lin Yuan, be at my mercy, but you must also provide double the rewards for my disciple Wang Tong. Each word she spoke was firm and resonated throughout the entire square. Lin Yuan's lips curved slightly, and he said nothing more, merely gesturing for her to proceed. In the center of the square, the atmosphere had become tense like drawn swords. Forced back by a punch from Qingru, Wang Tong felt utterly humiliated. He steadied himself, his face alternating between shades of ashen and furious, his eyes filled with anger and disdain as he stared at Qingru. I was careless just now. Oh, I didn't expect you to dare launch a sneak attack. Wang Tong snorted coldly, twirling his sword, the pressure of his golden core realm unleashed without reservation. This time I will make you understand the insurmountable chasm between a golden core and a foundation establishment. Qingru's cold eyes showed no signs of fluctuation. So much unnecessary talk. These 4 simple words landed like a resounding slap across Wang Tong's face. You seek death. Wang Tong was utterly enraged. He bellowed, channeling spiritual energy into his sword. The Jinghong sword emitted a low hum, transforming into a streak of light as it lunged towards Qingru. Seeing Wang Tong serious, the surrounding disciples gasped in shock. Senior brother Wang Tong is serious. A full-force strike from a golden core cultivator. That girl is surely doomed. A foundation establishment challenging a golden core, truly delusional, overestimating oneself. Everyone was convinced that Qingru was destined to lose. Faced with this thunderous strike, Qingru showed no intention of dodging. At the moment the sword tip was about to touch her body, she moved. just like before she lifted her hand, clenched her fist, and struck out. There were no elaborate moves, no dazzling spiritual light, just pure unadulterated power. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, crack, a sharp sound resonated. Wang Tung's pride, the Jinghong sword, a low-grade mystical artifact, was smashed into 2 pieces by Yi Qingru's punch. With unstoppable force, her punch landed solidly on Wang Tung's chest. Puff! Wang Tung was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body flying back like a kite, with a broken string spitting out a spray of blood in midair, before crashing heavily several meters away unconscious. He lost. A step away from becoming a golden core, the imperial figure of Wang Tung. He lost to a foundation establishment, Yi Qingru, and it was accomplished with just 1 punch. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws dropped, as if they had been struck by a petrifying spell. Chu Qingqing's smile froze completely. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, then pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. This was no dream. But how could this be possible? A foundation establishment defeating a golden core. This was utterly inconceivable, unheard of. The peak masters from the other 5 peaks, along with several elders from the punishment and reward hall, stood in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. In the midst of this petrified atmosphere, Lin Yuan moved. He leisurely walked over to the tray of the punishment and reward hall, pulled out a large burlap sack from nowhere, and began methodically packing the rewards one by one. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones collected. 100 bottles of gathering chi pills collected. 3 sets of high-grade robes also collected. His smooth, flowing movements made it seem as if he were harvesting cabbages from his own fields. The crisp sounds of clashing spirit stones finally roused everyone. It also woke Wang Tung, who lay unconscious on the ground. Confused, he opened his eyes just in time to see Lin Yuan packing up his rewards. Those were his. They were the sect's acknowledgement of him, the capital for his future rise. Those are all mine. Wang Tung's eyes nearly popped out. Fueled by some unknown strength, he roared and leaped up from the ground, lunging madly at Lin Yuan. However, a figure moved faster than him. Yi Qingru had appeared before him, without him noticing, expressionless as she raised a foot. Bang! Wang Tung's body was sent flying again, this time, without making a sound, completely unconscious. Little beast. Dare to harm my disciple. Chu Qingqing finally came back to her senses from her shock, seeing her beloved disciple's plight, igniting a furious blaze within her, obliterating all rationality. She screamed, and in a flash circumvented Yi Qingru, charging straight at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. Just as Chu Qingqing's hand was about to grasp him, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, and he retaliated with a punch. Another dull thud echoed. Coincidentally, this punch landed perfectly on Chu Qingqing's chest. Unfortunately, it also caved in. Chu Qingqing let out a pained grunt, staggering back several steps, her face pale. Lin Yuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened, tossing the last bottle of pills into the sack, tying it shut, and slinging it over his shoulder. He took his disciple's hand, and passing by the stunned Chu Qingqing, even kindly stopped to offer a blessing. Peak Master Chu, congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled. You've become an airport. Having failed to intercept his new disciple, he was initially filled with rage. Now, having regained face from Chu Qingqing and Wang Tung, his frustration dissipated, even feeling a bit pleased. Only the crowd remained petrified, and a stunned Chu Qingqing stood frozen in place. An airport? She clutched her painfully throbbing chest, looking blankly at the other peak masters. What did he mean by airport just now? The 5 peak masters exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The elders of the punishment and reward hall looked equally perplexed. Was this a new insult? But one thing was certain, this term must be related to Chu Qingqing's body. As a woman, Chu Qingqing's sixth sense had always been quite accurate. Her heart sank, and instinctively, she slowly lowered her head to look at her chest. In the next moment, a shrill roar, more inhuman than human, echoed throughout the second peak. Lin Yuan, I will not let you go. The other 5 peak masters watched as the hysterical Chu Qingqing's expression turned unprecedentedly grave. They had no mind to mock Chu Qingqing. In their minds, the scene of Yi Qingru's punch replayed repeatedly. A foundation establishment could defeat a golden core with a single punch. 3 months from now, at the sect competition, wouldn't their 6 peaks be destined to lose? At that time, according to the agreement, they would have to hand over half of their resources to the Dao Ancestor Peak. No, absolutely not. A strong sense of crisis surged within the hearts of all the peak masters. Dao Ancestor Peak remained as desolate as ever. Yi Qingru followed Lin Yuan back to the familiar thatched cottage, yet her heart was no longer as tranquil as before. The earth-shattering punch in the square not only shattered Wang Tung's stunning sword, but also dismantled her understanding of the past 20 years of her cultivation. It turned out that strength could be so pure. It turned out that the so-called chasm of realms was not insurmountable. This is for you. Lin Yuan's voice interrupted her thoughts. He casually threw the bulging sack on his shoulder to the ground, producing a series of crisp clinks. Qingmu looked down, and the sack opened to reveal a mountain of spirit stones and pill bottles inside. These were the stakes won back from the 6 peaks. Take it, it's all the spoils from your victories, Lin Yuan said casually. Qingmu shook her head. Master, I don't need this much. Then keep it for now, there will surely be a time when you need it. After finishing his words, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something and pulled out a few items from his storage ring, handing them all to her. One was a dazzling inner armor, several obscurely powerful talismans, and a bottle of extraordinary pills. The inner armor for protection, the talismans for survival, and the pills for healing in case of emergencies. Qingmu silently accepted them, a warm current surging in her heart. Her master was always like this, saying little but arranging everything for her. Just as she was putting away the items, that familiar voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted the disciple, Qingmu, a supreme spirit weapon, heavenly silkworm soft armor 1. Triggering tenfold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial grade treasure 9 heavens mystic armor 1. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted the disciple, Qingmu, 3 high-grade talismans, space shrinking talismans 3. Triggering tenfold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 celestial grade talismans, Qingmu teleportation talismans 3. Ding! Detected that the host has gifted the disciple, Qingmu, a supreme elixir 9 transformation soul returning pill 1. Triggering tenfold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal pill undying divine pill 1. Lin Yuan listened to the prompt sound in his mind, his face expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. This disciple was truly a treasure. Simply giving away a few items resulted in returns that were all celestial grade treasures. He looked at Qingmu and noticed that while her aura was stable, her actual combat experience was still lacking. That punch earlier relied more on her physical strength instinctively. After a moment of thought, he spoke. Qingmu, disciple is here. Recently I have been thinking of refining a batch of pills for you, but I lack a main ingredient. Lin Yuan said seriously. It is called dragon blood grass, which grows deep within the Beast Valley. You need to go and collect it. Qingmu was taken aback. The Beast Valley. She of course knew this place. It was a trial ground specifically established by the Qingmu Sect for disciples, where demon beasts roamed freely from refining chi to golden core. All ranks could be found, making it the top choice for disciples to hone their combat abilities. However, with her master's unfathomable strength, whatever herbs he needed could easily be summoned with a wave of his hand. Why send her to take risks? She, being astute, quickly understood Lin Yuan's intention. It was named herb gathering, but in reality, it was a trial. Her master wanted her to go to the Beast Valley to familiarize herself with the newly acquired strength and enhance her practical skills. Disciple obeys. Qingmu did not break the pretense and respectfully agreed. Meanwhile, the Xian old demon in her ring was ranting wildly. Dragon blood grass. Refining pills. I don't believe it. That thing is full of yang energy containing a trace of true dragon bloodline, completely contrary to the attributes of your Taiyin true scriptures. What kind of pill can he refine with it? Is he trying to refine the 9 transformation large intestine pill? Hey, kid, your master is clearly trying to send you to fight and practice. Don't be foolish and think it's a task. Qingmu responded calmly in her heart. I know. The Xian old demon was momentarily speechless. If you know, why still go? The Beast Valley is not a peaceful place. There are quite a few demon beasts in the late golden core stage. You with your foundation establishment. If master wants me to go, then I shall go. Qingmu's response was simple and firm. The Xian old demon was completely at a loss for words. He realized that he was increasingly unable to comprehend this master-disciple pair. One acted strangely, completely disregarding common sense, treating heavenly materials and earthly treasures as if giving out cabbage. The other blindly trusted, believing whatever her master said, going into the fire without flinching. Truly two oddities. Be careful in the Beast Valley. Lin Yuan finally reminded her before turning back to the thatched cottage, acting as if he had no further concerns. Qingmu bowed deeply to his back. Then she turned and gazed towards the distant mist-shrouded mountains, a hint of battle intent igniting in her clear eyes. Beast Valley. She had arrived. At the entrance of the Valley of Beasts, on a massive green stone, the words Valley of Beasts were carved in an elegant and fierce manner, exuding an air of grimness. This is a branch of the sect's mission hall, with stewards stationed year-round to register the disciples entering and exiting the trials. Dressed in white, Qingmu appeared at the valley's entrance, immediately attracting many gazes. Her fame within the sect was simply too great now. The sole disciple of the Dao Ancestor Peak. The fierce one who knocked Wang Tung, a golden core cultivator, flying with a single punch. The instigator who publicly embarrassed the second peak's master Chu Qingqing. Each title was enough to spark lively discussions. Look at Qingmu from the Dao Ancestor Peak. Is she here to train in the Valley of Beasts too? Coming here at the foundation establishment stage, she sure has guts. What do you know? She's the one who can knock Wang Tung's senior brother flying with a single punch. Can we judge her with common sense? The disciples debated among themselves, their gazes towards Yi Qingru, filled more with awe than curiosity. Yi Qingru seemed oblivious to the attention as she walked straight to the registration desk, presenting her identity token. The steward in charge verified the token, looked up at her, and spoke in a businesslike manner. Name Yi Qingru. Cultivation, level foundation, establishment perfection. Mission objective, gather dragon blood grass. Verification complete, you may enter. The steward returned the token to her and added a cautionary note. The valley is perilous, act according to your strength. Thank you for the reminder, steward. As Yi Qingru was about to enter the valley, a voice, tinged with sarcasm, came from behind her. Oh, isn't this junior sister Yi? What a coincidence. She turned back to see a group of 7 or 8 people approaching, led by a handsome young man in the attire of a core disciple of the first peak, whose face bore an unshakable pride. Behind him were several disciples from the second peak, their gazes towards Yi Qingru, filled with thinly veiled hostility. First peak, Jian Wuqing. The young man introduced himself, a smirk playing on his lips. I've heard much about your reputation, junior sister Yi. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable. Yi Qingru recognized him. Jian Wuqing, the eldest disciple of the first peak master at the mid-golden core stage, was second only to Wang Tung among the younger generation in the sect. Is there something you need? Yi Qingru's response was as succinct as ever. Jian Wuqing seemed to have expected her attitude and wasn't angered, merely smiling. Junior sister Yi is here to train, right? The depths of the Valley of Beasts are quite dangerous, with many golden core beasts lurking. How about we travel together for mutual safety? His words were smooth, but the disciples from the second peak behind him showed no restraint in their malice. Jian's senior brother, why waste words with her? What qualifications does someone who won against Wang Tung with a sneak attack have to travel with us? Exactly, we shouldn't have to worry about protecting her if we encounter a powerful beast. These individuals were clearly supporters of Chu Qingqing and Wang Tung, harboring deep resentment towards Yi Qingru and the Dao Ancestor Peak due to a previous bet. Yi Qingru couldn't be bothered to even glance at them, simply telling Jian Wuqing coolly, no need, I'm used to being alone. With that, she turned to leave. Stop. Jian Wuqing's expression darkened as he stepped in front of her. Junior sister, you don't be so ungracious. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you really think you can roam the Valley of Beasts at the foundation establishment level? The pressure of his golden core cultivation subtly radiated from him, attempting to intimidate Yi Qingru. I heard you have a bet with the sect master. In 3 months you plan to challenge all core disciples from our 6 peaks. A glint of cold light flickered in Jian Wuqing's eyes. I'm curious, where does your confidence come from? Yi Qingru's cold gaze finally showed a hint of fluctuation. So you want to test my prowess here? You could say that. Jian Wuqing did not hide his intentions. If you refuse to travel with us today, you might not be able to enter the Valley of Beasts. As soon as his words fell, the disciples behind him spread out subtly, encircling Yi Qingru, each displaying a hostile demeanor. The other disciples at the valley entrance saw this and quickly retreated, fearing being caught in the crossfire. It was clear to everyone that the first and second peaks were joining forces to suppress the Dao Ancestor Peak. Yet in the face of the encirclement, Yi Qingru's face still showed no signs of panic. She quietly gazed at Jian Wuqing, then slowly raised her right hand, forming a fist. Seeing this movement, the disciples from the second peak instinctively took half a step back, a flash of fear crossing their faces. The scene of Wang Tung being sent flying by a punch was still fresh in their minds. Jian Wuqing's pupils also slightly constricted, but he then let out a cold laugh. What? Do you want to use the same method you used on Wang Tung against me? Do you think I would be as careless and underestimating as he was? He conjured a green longsword in his hand. Today I will let you know just how terrifying a true golden core sword cultivator's strength can be. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. However, Yi Qingru did not respond as they anticipated by attacking directly. She merely surveyed the crowd surrounding her and spoke in a calm tone, as if stating a fact. Sorry, but you all are surrounded by me. What? Jian Wuqing doubted he had misheard. What did you say? The disciples behind him were also stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. Huh, I must have misheard. Did she say we are surrounded by her? A foundation establishment cultivator surrounded by 7 or 8 of us at the golden core and late foundation establishment stages, and she dares to say we are surrounded. Has her brain gone bad? I think she knows she can't win and is deliberately talking nonsense to make us let her off the hook. Mocking voices rose one after another. Jian Wuqing also found it utterly absurd. He looked at Yi Qingru as if she were an idiot. Junior sister Yi, it seems you are not only arrogant, but also rather dim-witted. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered and choose the punishment instead, don't blame your senior brother for being rude. He stopped talking nonsense, shaking the Qingfeng's sword in his hand ready to teach this ignorant girl a lesson. But just then an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A deafening beast roar echoed from the valley behind them. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently, as if some colossal creature was rushing towards them. The expressions of the crowd changed, and they turned to look back. They saw amidst the rolling dust a giant bear comparable to a small mountain covered in black scales with a single horn on its head roaring as it charged towards the valley entrance. It's a black armored savage bear. A demon beast at the early Golden Course stage, someone exclaimed in shock. How did it end up at the valley entrance? Look! It seems injured and is going berserk. As the crowd focused, they indeed saw several deep wounds on the black armored savage bear, bleeding profusely, its beastly eyes red as blood filled with brutality and madness. This was clearly a creature that had been severely wounded and had fled here. And the direction it was fleeing was precisely where Jian Wuchen and the others were. Not good. Quickly disperse. Jian Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He no longer cared about finding trouble with Yi Qingru and hurriedly commanded. But it was already too late. The rampaging demon beast moved at incredible speed, charging towards them in the blink of an eye, carrying a foul wind, its massive paw striking down with immense force towards the nearest disciple of the second peak. That disciple was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. He forgot to bring out his magical artifact, merely standing foolishly in place. He was about to be smashed into a puddle of flesh. Clang! A cold sword light flashed like moonlight. The second peak disciple barely saw a blur in front of him when a tremendous force pushed him away. When he regained his senses, he found himself several meters away and scathed. Yi Qingru had appeared where he had been standing, her sword already sheathed, as if she had never moved. Looking back at the once mighty black armored savage bear, there was now a fine line of blood on its massive head. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, its enormous body swayed, and then with a loud crash it fell straight to the ground, no longer making a sound. A single blow to the death. The entire area fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at this scene, their minds blank. That was a black armored savage bear at the early Golden Core stage. Known for its defensive strength, even Jian Wuchen, believing himself capable, would have to exert considerable effort to take it down, yet Yi Qingru. They hadn't even seen how she had made her move. Jian Wuchen's hand gripping the Qingfeng sword trembled slightly. He stared fixedly at Yi Qingru, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. So fast. That sword's speed had already exceeded his perception. Was this her true strength? The second peak disciple who had been saved turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. He looked at Yi Qingru's back, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Shame, fear, gratitude. A myriad of emotions intertwined, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yi Qingru paid no mind to the crowd's shock. She merely turned around to face Jian Wuchen again, her tone still calm. Now do you still want me to accompany you? Jian Wuchen's face instantly turned the color of liver. This was no longer just a slap in the face, it was as if his face had been pressed against the ground and rubbed repeatedly. He wanted to say something harsh, but upon recalling that stunning sword strike, all words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out two words. Let's go. After saying this, he led the equally dazed disciples sulking as they bypassed Yi Qingru and quickly entered the valley, not even bothering to deal with the corpse of the black armored savage bear. A farce had come to an end. Yi Qingru didn't even glance at the demon beast's corpse on the ground, striding directly deeper into the valley. For her, it was merely a minor interlude. Her goal was the dragon blood grass. Deep in the valley of 10,000 beasts beneath a cliff, a spirit herb entirely crimson, with leaves resembling dragon scales, exuding a faint bloody scent, and scorching aura swayed in the wind. It was indeed the dragon blood grass. Beside the dragon blood grass lay a rhinoceros larger than the black armored savage bear, covered in metallic scales with a menacing giant horn on its nose, resting there in a feigned slumber. The iron-armored rhinoceros, a mid-golden core demon beast known for its unrivaled defense among demon beasts of the same rank. At that moment, not far from the cliff, several groups were hiding in the shadows, quietly observing. Among them was Jian Wuchen and his group. They had ventured deep and discovered the dragon blood grass, but facing the powerful guardian demon beast, they did not dare to act recklessly. Senior brother Jian, what should we do? This iron-armored rhinoceros is too strong. We can't break through its defenses at all, a disciple said with a troubled expression. Jian Wuchen's expression was equally grim. Just as they were at their wits' end, a white figure slowly appeared in their line of sight, coming closer. It was Yi Qingru. She had also found this place. Upon seeing her, a second peak disciple behind Jian Wuchen flashed with a hint of resentment and suddenly spoke up. Senior brother Jian, I've got it. Let her go. Isn't she powerful? Let her deal with that iron-armored rhinoceros. We can finally see just how strong she really is. Exactly. If she can kill the iron-armored rhinoceros, we can take advantage of her exhaustion to snatch the dragon blood grass. If she gets killed by the iron-armored rhinoceros, it would also avenge senior brother Wang Tong. This malicious suggestion immediately received responses from several others. A glimmer of interest also flickered in Jian Wuchen's eyes. He stepped forward and called out to Yi Qingru in the distance. Junior sister Yi, you arrived just in time. We discovered this dragon blood grass, but it's guarded by the iron-armored rhinoceros. We have been unable to break through, and instead a few of our brothers have been injured. He pointed to a few disciples pretending to be dispirited, playing their roles quite convincingly. Since junior sister Ye's strength is impressive, why not let you take action and slay this demon beast? So that we can see the high-level techniques of the Dao Ancestor Peak. He intentionally raised his voice so that the other groups of disciples present also heard, casting curious glances. Everyone wanted to see what kind of abilities this legendary genius possessed. Yi Qingru paused, her cold gaze sweeping over the hypocritical faces of Jian Wuchen and the others, then glancing at the powerful iron-armored rhinoceros. She certainly understood their thoughts. They merely wanted to use her as cannon fodder to test the demon beast's strength, hoping for a mutual destruction so they could reap the benefits. She initially did not want to respond, but that dragon blood grass was something her master wanted. Taking a deep breath, she slowly stepped forward. Under the watchful eyes of all, some filled with anticipation, some with disdain, and some with gloating, she approached within 100 meters of the iron-armored rhinoceros. The feigned sleeping iron-armored rhinoceros seemed to sense the threat, suddenly opening its large copper bell-like eyes, locking onto Yi Qingru. Roar! It let out a deep roar, leaping from the ground, its massive body bringing a tremendous sense of oppression. Yi Qingru's expression remained unchanged as her right hand slowly grasped the hilt of her sword. She looked at the iron-armored rhinoceros, her clear voice resounding throughout the valley. I will only make 3 moves. After 3 moves, I ask everyone to take care of its corpse. Crazy. Too crazy. When Yi Qingru's cold voice echoed in the valley, everyone who heard it simultaneously had this thought in their minds. 3 moves. To slay a mid-golden core iron-armored rhinoceros renowned for its defensive prowess. This is simply a fantasy. Ha ha ha, what have I just heard? 3 moves. Who does she think she is? A nascent soul ancestor. She is utterly unaware of her own limitations. Even a senior brother in the late golden core stage would need considerable effort to breach the iron-armored rhinoceros defenses, she a mere foundation establishment. Just wait for the spectacle, let's see how she gets thrown away by the iron-armored rhinoceros. Jian Wuchen and the others showed no restraint in their scorn and disdain. In their eyes, Yi Qingru had become intoxicated by victory, completely failing to recognize her own situation. However, Yi Qingru paid no attention to the noise around her. In her world, there was only the iron-armored rhinoceros before her, exuding a brutal aura. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, its blade gleaming like a pool of autumn water devoid of any smoke and fire. The moment the sword was drawn, a chilling aura centered around her suddenly spread out. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet to freezing point. The wind in the valley ceased. The chirping of birds in the woods fell silent. Everyone's breath was momentarily caught. It was a kind of coldness that originated from the depths of the soul, as if even thought could be frozen. What is this technique? The smile on Jian Wuchen's face froze, replaced by deep skepticism. He had never felt such pure and domineering cold power. First move, Yi Qingru murmured softly. She moved. With no earth-shattering momentum, she simply swung her sword. A silver-white sword energy, several zhang long, sliced through the air like a cold crescent moon, silently aimed at the iron-armored rhinoceros. This sword appeared light and lacking in force. The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a disdainful roar, too lazy to dodge, and met it head-on with its proud metallic head. In its view, this level of attack was not even worthy of a scratch. The next second, the crescent-shaped sword energy collided violently with the iron-armored rhinoceros' massive horn. There was no anticipated sound of metal clashing. Crack! A crisp sound like shattering glass distinctly reached everyone's ears. Under the astonished gazes of all, the iron-armored rhinoceros' fearsome horn, capable of shattering mountains, broke cleanly in the middle. Meanwhile, that crescent sword energy continued unabated, ruthlessly striking the rhinoceros' head. The indestructible metal scales were easily torn apart, creating a deep gash visible to the bone. Blood gushed forth. Roar! The intense pain elicited a roar of anguish from the iron-armored rhinoceros. It went completely mad, trampling the earth with its 4 hooves like a moving mountain, charging at Yi Qingru with the intent to crush this insignificant human into dust. The scene fell into dead silence. All mocking voices were caught in their throats. Jian Wuchen's pupils trembled, his face drained of color. One sword, just one sword. It broke through the iron-armored rhinoceros' most proud defense. How is this possible? In the face of the rhinoceros' furious charge, Yi Qingru's figure vanished from sight. Second move. Her voice seemed to come from all directions, cold and elusive. The crowd only saw a white shadow like a ghost circling around the iron-armored rhinoceros' side, brushing past its massive body. A more condensed and dazzling sword light than before flashed by. The charging body of the iron-armored rhinoceros suddenly stiffened. A blood hole the size of a fist appeared in its side, transparent from front to back. The sword energy had pierced through its body, shredding its internal organs. Life force was rapidly fading, but the vitality of a golden core beast was extremely tenacious. Even after such a grievous wound, it still did not die immediately. It forcibly twisted its body, its crimson beast eyes fixed on Yi Qingru, opening its blood-stained mouth to unleash a soil-colored beam of destructive energy toward her. This was its innate divine ability, and also its final strike before death. However, what awaited it was Yi Qingru's third sword. Third move. Yi Qingru's figure had somehow appeared above the iron-armored rhinoceros. She held the sword with both hands raised high, her entire aura merging with the long sword. The spiritual energy of the Taiyin Sutra surged violently, and a pristine moonlit phantom quietly emerged above the sword tip. The moonlight fell cold and lethal. One sword descended. No sound, no light or shadow. It was as if time stood still at that moment. The soil-colored beam capable of leveling mountains vanished silently, like melting ice and snow upon contact with the sword tip. And Yi Qingru's sword had already pierced through the iron-armored rhinoceros crown, embedded up to the hilt. Its massive body became completely rigid. The vicious light and life in its eyes receded like a tide. Boom! Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was dead. The mid-golden core iron-armored rhinoceros was truly slain under the sword of a Foundation establishment disciple within 3 moves. As the dust settled, Yi Qingru's figure reappeared. She remained in her white robe, untainted, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She walked to the corpse of the iron-armored rhinoceros, withdrew her long sword, and then gracefully uprooted the dragon blood grass, carefully storing it in her storage bag. The entire process flowed like water. Meanwhile, the surroundings remained in utter silence. Everyone seemed as if they had been struck by a spell, mouths agape, eyes wide, as if witnessing a ghost. After a long while, someone finally managed to swallow hard, breaking the suffocating silence. Monster perhaps. Jian Wuchen's body trembled uncontrollably, half from fear, half from shame. His once proud swordsmanship was but a joke in the face of Yi Qingru's 3 swords. At that moment, a disciple from the second peak who had previously mocked Yi Qingru the most suddenly jolted, his face instantly filled with flattering smiles as he hurried to her side. Yi, Sister Yi, you are truly unparalleled, unrivaled in the world. As he spoke, he pulled out a pile of low-grade spirit herbs of poor quality from his storage bag. Sister, these little things are not a token of respect. They are my tribute to you. From now on, I will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. He even suggestively puffed out his chest, as if he would give anything should Yi Qingru nod. The speed of this change astounded everyone. Yi Qingru stored the dragon blood grass, her cold gaze falling on his face. That gaze was calm, yet it made the disciple feel as if he had plunged into an ice cave, his smile freezing instantly. She recalled her master's teachings and her own path. She slowly spoke, her voice not loud yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Paths diverge, or we cannot conspire together. After a pause, she added, and do not come near. After saying this, she no longer looked at anyone, turned and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind the disciple frozen in place, his face filled with embarrassment and humiliation, along with the complex gazes of the crowd in the valley. About a stick of incense's time after Yi Qingru departed beneath the cliff beside the massive corpse of the armored rhinoceros, the space suddenly distorted. 2 figures clad in oversized blood-red robes, their faces concealed by bronze masks, silently materialized. They emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if they had melded with the surrounding air. Yet at the moment they appeared, the birds and beasts within a 100-mile radius sensed the arrival of a natural enemy, instantly falling silent and trembling in fear. This is the place where the last breath vanished. One of the blood-robed figures, slightly taller and with a hoarse voice, spoke. He was codenamed Blood One. Yes, the air still carries a strong aura of demon energy and a trace of extremely pure cold sword intent. The other, slightly shorter with a sharp voice, replied. He was codenamed Blood Two. They were the elite spies sent by the blood-killing sect to investigate the deaths of several elders. Blood One approached the corpse of the armored rhinoceros, crouching down to examine the few fatal wounds closely. One strike broke the defense, one strike pierced the body, one strike ended the life. Clean and decisive, without any unnecessary movements. He extended a finger clad in a black glove and gently brushed over the sword hole in the rhinoceros skull. A barely perceptible, nearly transparent chill gathered at his fingertip. Such tyrannical tying power. Blood One's tone bore a hint of gravity. Ordinary ice-type techniques could never reach such a pure level. Blood 2 remained silent, instead walking to the center of the valley and retrieving a palm-sized compass made of unknown beast bones from his bosom. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of black blood fall onto the compass. Buzz. The compass emitted a faint humming sound, and its needle began to spin wildly. Blood 2 formed seals with both hands reciting incantations as bizarre blood-red symbols flew from his hands and merged into the air. Blood Guide Soul, tracing command. He exclaimed in a low voice. Countless tiny points of light began to appear in the surrounding air, resembling fireflies on a summer night, converging towards the compass. These points of light were the residual imprints of all living beings in this area over a period of time. Most were red, representing demon beasts, while some were white and yellow, representing ordinary cultivators. Yet among these myriad points of light, a faintly visible pale purple point of light was precisely captured by the compass. Upon seeing this purple point, the breaths of Blood 1 and Blood 2 quickened simultaneously. "It's it." Blood 2's voice carried a mix of excitement and cruelty. The aura of the extreme Yin body. Although very weak, it is of the same root as the aura captured at the scene of those elders' deaths. Blood 1 also approached, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light beneath the mask. There's no mistake. The killer left not long ago. Blood 2 manipulated the compass as the faint purple aura hovered around it, eventually pointing towards the direction of the Qingmu Sect's mountain gate. Very well. Blood 1 chuckled coldly. Immediately relay the message back to the sect, reporting to the young master. I want to know who this disciple with the extreme Yin body truly is. Daring to kill the elders of my blood-killing sect regardless of who he is, the entire Qingmu Sect must pay the price. His hoarse voice brimmed with boundless killing intent. The two blood-colored figures once again merged into the void, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never been present. The valley returned to its former tranquility. Only the gradually cooling corpse of the armored rhinoceros testified to everything that had just transpired here. In the Qingmu Sect's main hall, Lu Hanyan sat quietly in the main seat, a massive water mirror floating before her. The mirror displayed everything that happened in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, from Yi Qingru slaying the black-armored violent bear to her 3 strikes killing the armored rhinoceros, and finally the appearance of the blood-killing sect spies. She observed every scene. Upon witnessing Yi Qingru's astonishing 3 strikes, even she, a master in the transformation realm, could not hide her shock. Such a growth rate is simply unfathomable. She initially thought she had highly regarded Yi Qingru, but now it seemed she had grossly underestimated her. And behind all this pointed to one person, Lin Yuan. Lu Hanyan's gaze deepened, becoming unprecedentedly complex. Lin Yuan, what exactly are you? What methods did you employ to transform an ordinary disciple into an unparalleled genius in such a short time? She began to doubt whether she could truly win the bet 3 months later. Would it be wise to let the core disciples from the 6 Peaks challenge the current Yi Qingru? That was not a challenge, it was sending them to their doom. A sense of helplessness quietly crept into her heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced since taking charge of the Qingmu Sect. She felt that the development of events had completely escaped her control. Finally, when the 2 blood-killing sect spies appeared in the water mirror, Lu Hanyan's expression darkened completely. The blood-killing sect. They have indeed come to us. She recognized their origins and that bizarre tracking secret technique at a glance. Their target was aimed directly at Yi Qingru. A strong sense of crisis enveloped her mind. She slowly stood from her seat, walked to the window, and opened it, gazing towards the direction of Dao Ancestor Peak. The clouds and mist swirled, obscuring the view much like that man's thoughts. She took out a yellowed letter from her storage ring. There was no signature on the envelope. She caressed its rough edges, lost in long contemplation. After a long while, she let out a barely audible sigh. Senior brother, when you entrusted him to me all those years ago, was it right or wrong? When Yi Qingru returned to Dao Ancestor Peak, the sky was nearing dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire mountain in a warm golden hue. In front of the thatched cottage, Lin Yuan lay on the familiar rocking chair, eyes closed, resting leisurely, seemingly indifferent to everything his disciple had experienced outside. Master, I have returned, Yi Qingru said, stepping in front of him and bowing respectfully. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and nodded. Just a single word, nothing more. Yi Qingru had long since grown accustomed to her master's temperament and didn't mind. From her storage bag, she took out the blood-red dragon blood grass and presented it with both hands. Master, the dragon blood grass you wanted has been brought back by me. In addition, she also took out materials from some golden core stage demon beasts she had casually hunted in the Beast Valley, piling them on the empty ground nearby. There were bear gallbladders and paws from the black-armored violent bear along with inner cores and hides from several other demon beasts, all valuable items. These are what I collected along the way to be handled by Master. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered for a moment on the dragon blood grass, then swept over the materials on the ground, his expression still as calm as ever. Not bad, he commented lightly. Qingmu felt a sense of relief in her heart. To receive even a simple acknowledgement of not bad from her master was already a significant affirmation. She had thought that her master would ask about her experiences in the Beast Valley, or at least take a closer look at the hard-won dragon blood grass. However, Lin Yuan's next action left her frozen in place. Lin Yuan stood up from the rocking chair, picked up the dragon blood grass, which could drive countless alchemists mad, and then casually tossed it to the nearby half-dying enlightenment tea tree, as if feeding a common carrot. He tossed it to the tea tree. Qingmu's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to believe what she was witnessing. That was dragon blood grass, a heavenly treasure containing a trace of true dragon bloodline. For it she had fought a mid-golden core armored rhinoceros. Master, just fed it to a tree like that. The Xian'in old demon in her ring had completely given up on thinking at that moment. His soul screamed silently in despair. Ah, what a waste of a treasure. This is outright wastefulness. Dragon blood grass. That was dragon blood grass. Back in my day, I fought 3 fellow demon lords for 3 days and nights just to obtain one, nearly losing my soul. He actually fed it to a broken tree. Madman. This guy is definitely a complete lunatic. I can't take it anymore. My heart aches so much I feel like my soul is about to scatter. The Xian'in old demon felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed and remade today. Being beside Lin Yuan was truly a test for an old demon's heart. Just as one human and one demon were petrified, the enlightenment tea tree underwent a remarkable transformation. After swallowing the dragon blood grass, it became more vibrant and full of life. Mysterious patterns lit up on its trunk, as if containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Each tea leaf displayed a warm jade color with a flow of Dao rhythm circulating over it, emanating a refreshing fragrance. Just a whiff made one feel invigorated and clear-headed. The growth is promising, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he reached out and casually plucked a large handful of tea leaves from the enlightenment tea tree, as if harvesting cabbage from his garden. Estimating it was about a pound, he handed the large handful of fragrant tea leaves to the still bewildered Qingmu. Here, well done, take it and brew some tea. Qingmu mechanically accepted the tea leaves, her mind still in a state of confusion. So, her master had her risk her life in the Beast Valley just to get some fertilizer for this tree, and then to reward herself with the leaves of this tree. This routine. Why does it feel so familiar? Holding the pile of tea leaves for a moment, she didn't know what expression to wear. Go on, it'll be good for you. After saying this, Lin Yuan lay back in the rocking chair, closed his eyes, embodying the demeanor of one who leaves with no desire for fame or fortune. Qingmu, holding the tea leaves, returned to her room with a complicated feeling. She fetched mountain spring water, boiled it, and tossed a few tea leaves into her cup. The moment the boiling water poured in, an indescribable Dao rhythm and immense spiritual power erupted. The entire room was enveloped in a mysterious aura. Just the fragrance of the tea made her feel the spiritual power within her body beginning to surge uncontrollably, with signs of loosening the bottleneck of her cultivation. She was startled and did not dare to delay, quickly lifting the tea cup and taking a gentle sip. The tea entered her belly. Boom! It was as if a star had exploded in her Danshan's chi si. Endless Dao rhythm carrying purest spiritual power rushed through her limbs and meridians. The solid barrier that had troubled her for a long time from foundation establishment to golden core was as fragile as thin paper before this overwhelming force. Crack! A crisp sound seemingly from the depths of her soul rang out. The bottleneck shattered. A torrent of heavenly spiritual energy formed a massive vortex wildly surging into her body. Within her dantian, the spiraling spiritual power spun, rapidly compressing and ultimately condensed into a brilliant golden core that emitted a faint golden light. The golden core was formed. A power several times stronger than that of foundation establishment erupted from her, soaring into the sky. Qingmu suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of golden light flickering in her gaze. She felt the unstoppable mana surging within her, sensing an unprecedented affinity with the heavens and earth. This was the golden core realm. It turned out that Master's wastefulness was actually a tremendous opportunity prepared for her. Another piece of enlightenment tea. So that tree was the enlightenment tea tree. The Xian'in old demon was petrified upon realizing this. Enlightenment tea leaves, how many holy places outside would fight tooth and nail for them. Yet Lin Yuan not only possessed an enlightenment tea tree, but casually handed a pound of tea leaves to Qingmu. This is treating enlightenment tea leaves like the common goods at a local stall. Too wasteful. Really too wasteful. If the lords of the holy places outside found out, they would surely vomit blood. Girl, you are truly a blessed person. The elder Yin in the ring was almost deformed with envy. In his youth, he was a top genius of the demonic path, and in his pursuit of resources, he often bet his life in battles against others and against the heavens. If he had had the fortune to apprentice under a master like Lin Yuan back, then he would have dared to contend not just for a mere demon lord position, but even for the legendary title of Supreme Emperor. Unfortunately, it was fate and destiny. Now he was merely a remnant soul residing in his disciple's ring, with his daily task being to marvel at the might and grandeur of his ancestor. Child, heed the old man's advice. The voice of Elder Yin was unusually serious. From now on, whatever your ancestor says, just follow it. Never try to guess his thoughts with our mortal minds. Your ancestor is no longer a being we can comprehend. Qingmu felt the golden magical power surging within her body and nodded vigorously. The realm of her master was indeed unfathomable. At the same time, the towering golden core aura emanating from Dao Ancestor Peak was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly disturbing the entire Qingmu Sect. On the other 6 peaks, countless gazes turned towards the place where the spiritual energy converged. That direction is Dao Ancestor Peak. Such pure and domineering golden core aura. This is definitely not an ordinary golden core. Could it be that the new disciple he accepted has broken through again? How could someone who just established their foundation break through to the golden core so quickly? Are we not allowing other disciples to live? With this speculation, everyone fell silent. The phenomena of this golden core were of a quality far surpassing the norm. In an instant, the expressions of the 6 peak masters turned exceptionally grim. On the second peak master Chu Qingqing stood on the mountaintop with her arms crossed over her chest, gazing towards Dao Ancestor Peak, her sharp willow leaf brows tightly knitted. Behind her, her senior disciple, Zhou Tong, also wore a grave expression. Master this aura. It's Qingmu. Chu Qingqing's voice was cold. This girl's talent is too terrifying, truly monstrous. To be able to form a golden core in such a short time is astounding. A glint of jealousy and reluctance flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. But what future can she have following Lin Yuan? Dao Ancestor Peak is resource poor, and Lin Yuan himself can hardly protect himself, so how can he teach a golden core disciple? That may be true, but ultimately it is still a hidden danger. Chu Qingqing withdrew her gaze, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. In the sect competition 3 months from now, you must defeat her, and it must be a decisive victory. The reputation of the second peak relies entirely on you. You cannot let it diminish. Disciple understands. Zhou Tong bowed in response, but his fists quietly clenched within his sleeves. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously across the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th peaks. Initially, they had paid no mind to Dao Ancestor Peak and the so-called 3-month wager. In their view, one person sweeping through the 6 peaks within 3 months was merely a pipe dream. However, now that Qingmu had consecutively and forcefully broken through in such a short time, it was like a loud slap across their faces. A sense of crisis. An unprecedented sense of crisis loomed over the hearts of the 6 peak masters. They understood very well that if Dao Ancestor Peak rose up, it would inevitably touch upon their interests. This was something they absolutely could not tolerate. That night at the 2nd Sect Master Peak in the council hall, the 6 peak masters gathered together in an unprecedented meeting. Peak Master Chu Qingqing sat in the main seat looking at the 6 individuals below with varying expressions. She gently sighed in her heart. I have guessed a few things as to why you brothers and sisters have come to visit so late. The newly appointed Peak Master of the 1st Peak of voluptuous beauty spoke first. Junior sister, we can no longer sit idly by regarding the matters of Dao Ancestor Peak. Qingmu is a girl whose temperament and talent are both exceptional, and now that she has formed a golden core, if we let her develop unchecked, our disciples' chances in the big competition 3 months from now will be quite slim. Not just slim. In my view, we have underestimated that Lin Yuan. The hot-tempered peak master of the 6th peak slammed the table. He must have secrets that allowed a talentless disciple to form a golden core in such a short time. Indeed. Chu Qingqing coldly concurred. We can no longer wait. We must take action to suppress the momentum of Dao Ancestor Peak. I propose that starting today, we increase the allocation of resources to the core disciples of each peak once again. Pills, treasures, and techniques, all must be the best. We must ensure that their cultivation levels rise another notch within 3 months. I agree. I second that. The 6 quickly reached a consensus. They aimed to use an overwhelming advantage in resources to cultivate several powerful disciples, and in the sect competition thoroughly crush Qingmu, extinguishing the flame that had just sparked in Dao Ancestor Peak. At that moment, while the 6 Peak Masters were plotting their strategies at Dao Ancestor Peak in a thatched cottage, Lin Yuan's mind was filled with the long-awaited system notification sound. Ding! Detected that host disciple Yi Qingru has broken through to the Golden Core stage. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100-fold cultivation feedback. Host's cultivation is beginning to rise. Void fragmentation, first stage. Void fragmentation, second stage. Great perfection of void fragmentation. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has risen to great perfection of void fragmentation. An unprecedented powerful force erupted violently within Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. If the previous realization stage allowed him to initially mobilize the power of heaven and earth, then the current void fragmentation stage made him feel as if he could easily tear apart space and control a realm of heaven and earth. With a mere thought, his divine sense could encompass the entire Qingmu Sect even further. Mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna. The connections of everything were distinctly presented in his perception. It was as if with just a thought he could cause the mountaintop of the 2nd peak to collapse or redirect the rivers of the 3rd peak. This was the power of the void fragmentation stage. Beyond that lay the realms of Sage Manifest, Sage Great Sage, Saint King Supreme, and Emperor. According to ancient legends, upon reaching the Emperor realm, one could command the laws of the universe at will, causing stars to be born or extinguished at a mere thought, becoming the ultimate powerhouse of the Panga continent. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with excitement. This feeling of soaring to the heavens in a single step was simply exhilarating. He glanced in the direction of Yi Qingru's room, a smile creeping onto his face. When his disciple breaks through, the master also benefits. This system is truly considerate. However, since his disciple had just broken through and her realm was still unstable, she needed to consolidate her cultivation. As her master, he naturally had to lend her a hand. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then came up with an idea. He stood up and called out towards Yi Qingru's room, "Qingru, come take a bath in the immortal pool at the back mountain to consolidate your cultivation." The door of Yi Qingru's room creaked open. Having just stabilized her golden core early-stage cultivation, her face still radiated joy from the breakthrough as she heard her master's call and immediately stepped out. "Master, did you call for me?" Lin Yuan nodded and pointed in the direction of the back mountain. "I'm going to soak in the immortal pool. You should join me. The spiritual energy there will help you stabilize your cultivation." The immortal pool. Soak. Together. A flush spread from Yi Qingru's cheeks to her ears. She recalled her previous experience in the immortal pool. Although her master had behaved like a paragon of virtue throughout, without any untoward actions, the notion of a solitary man and woman bathing together was still somewhat. "Master, this doesn't seem appropriate, does it?" Lowering her head, her voice was barely a whisper as her hands nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. "What's inappropriate about it?" Lin Yuan responded with an air of nonchalance. "You are my disciple, and it is only natural for me to guide you in your cultivation. Do not overthink it, or just go and return quickly." With that, he turned and walked towards the back mountain, leaving Yi Qingru standing there blushing and at a loss. From the ring, the voice of the Xian, "An old demon," timely sounded, filled with a sense of urgency. "Girl, what are you hesitating for? This is a tremendous opportunity. What kind of person is your master? His immortal pool is not something ordinary. You've soaked in it before, haven't you? The spiritual energy and Dao rhythm contained within are far superior to the effects of that enlightenment tea you drank. Being invited to soak with him is a sign he holds you in high regard. It's a blessing. How many people seek it but cannot obtain it? Besides, your master is a person of transcendent character and virtue. How could he have any base thoughts? You are judging him with the mind of a petty person. Go on. If you delay any longer, your master will be displeased." The Xian Yin old demon's barrage of persuasion lessened Yi Qingru's shyness considerably. He was right. What kind of person is my master with a noble heart? If I continue to hesitate, it would only reflect poorly on my own intentions. Moreover, being able to cultivate alongside my master is indeed a rare opportunity. With this thought, she no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and hurried towards the immortal pool on the back mountain. The immortal pool remained shrouded in ethereal mist, the water crystal clear and exuding an invigorating spiritual energy. When Yi Qingru arrived, Lin Yuan had already removed his upper garments and was soaking in the pool. His firm, smooth muscle lines, barely visible through the mist, exuded a sense of strength. Seeing Yi Qingru approach, he waved at her. "What are you still standing there for? Come down." "Yes, master." Yi Qingru bit her lips, steeling herself as she removed her outer garment, wearing only a thin inner garment, and cautiously stepped into the pool. The warm water enveloped her body. A surge of pure spiritual power rushed into her limbs and bones through her pores. The golden core she had just formed began to spin rapidly under the nourishment of the spiritual power, its brilliance growing ever more dazzling and solid. The previously unstable state stabilized at a visible pace. Focus your mind, operate your technique, and guide the spiritual power to circulate through 36 cycles in your meridians. Lin Yuan instructed gently with his eyes closed. Yes, Qingmu dared not be negligent and immediately seated herself cross-legged following her master's instructions to begin her cultivation. The immortal pool fell into silence for a moment. Only the faint sound of water vapor and their steady breathing could be heard. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. As the technique circulated, Qingmu's thin inner garment quickly became completely soaked by the pool water. The wet garment clung tightly to her body, outlining her already developing curves in stark relief. Though separated by a layer of hazy mist, the breathtaking outline was unmistakably clear in Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan's breath momentarily halted. He suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a scene of profound impact. The girl's skin appeared dazzlingly white in the water, exuding an astonishing allure amidst her innocence. Gulp. Lin Yuan felt his throat involuntarily tighten. He was just a normal man in the prime of his life. Faced with such a scene, to say his heart was as calm as water would be a lie. A primal urge began to rise within him. No, she is my disciple. I am her master. As a mentor, how could I entertain such beastly thoughts? Lin Yuan's mind was in turmoil. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away, closing his eyes, and began fervently reciting the Buddhist scriptures he had read in his past life. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Feeling, thought, action, and consciousness are also like this. The sarira is the emptiness of all dharmas, neither arising nor ceasing, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. He repeated it over and over, trying to suppress the stirring desire within him. It was unclear how long had passed before the restlessness was finally forced down. He let out a long exhale, feeling more exhausted than after battling someone. Meanwhile, Qingmu remained blissfully unaware. She was wholly immersed in the exhilaration of stabilizing her cultivation, completely oblivious to the severe test of inner demons her master had just endured. After another hour, Qingmu slowly opened her eyes. Her cultivation had fully stabilized at the early stage golden core. Thank you, master. She rose and respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded with a nasal sound, his eyes still closed. Your cultivation is stable, you may return now. Understood. Qingmu dared not say more, hurriedly climbed out of the immortal pool, put on her outer garment, and left in a rush. Only after her footsteps had completely faded did Lin Yuan finally open his eyes again. He looked at the empty side of the pool, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. Taking on a female disciple, especially one as beautiful as her truly is. A mix of pain and pleasure. In the days that followed, Dao Ancestor Peak returned to its former tranquility. Lin Yuan spent most of his time lounging in that rocking chair, basking in the sun, sipping tea, embodying the demeanor of a carefree, indifferent spirit. Yet for Qingmu, the true cultivation had only just begun. Although Lin Yuan was lazy, he did not hold back when it came to teaching his disciples. He did not provide Qingmu with any extraordinary treasures, nor did he impart any earth-shattering techniques. The only thing he did was to act as a target. Every day, he would require Qingmu to strike at him. There were no restrictions on methods or means if she had to give her all. He himself would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Qingmu's early golden core stage, using only the most basic sword techniques to counter all her attacks. At first, Qingmu was still hesitant to fully unleash her abilities. After all, he was her revered master. However, after being effortlessly disarmed of her imperial sword by Lin Yuan using just a twig several times, her indomitable spirit was thoroughly ignited. The chill of the Taiyin True Classic, the edge of the supreme sword body, the weight of the Kuanding body. She showcased everything she had learned with utmost brilliance. The sword light glimmered like moonlight, and the chill felt like an icy prison. The entire back mountain of Dao Ancestor Peak became a training ground for the master and disciple. Yet no matter how fierce or cunning her assaults were, Lin Yuan could always effortlessly neutralize them with the simplest and most direct techniques. Then he would incisively point out her shortcomings. Your sword intent is too scattered and lacks cohesion. Your sword should exist solely for the purpose of killing. Your transitions between offense and defense are too rigid, exposing countless flaws. True combat is ever-changing, not a mere turn-based exchange. Your control over spiritual power is overly crude. You waste at least 70% of your strength in futile ways. After each session of being a target, Qingmu would be left in disarray, her body marked with bruises. But her gaze grew increasingly bright and resolute. Under Lin Yuan's seemingly extreme whipping, her practical combat abilities were advancing at a terrifying speed. Her understanding and application of her own power also reached a completely new height. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. One day, after finishing the training, Qingmu sat cross-legged on the ground, recuperating her energy. In the midst of daily high-intensity training and the nourishment of the spiritual energy from the immortal pool, her cultivation had unknowingly and steadily risen to the late golden core stage. If this cultivation speed were to spread, it would surely embarrass all the so-called geniuses in the entire Qingmu Sect and even the East Wilderness. At that moment, a message-carrying flying sword soared from below the mountain and hovered before her. Yi Qingru took the flying sword with some confusion, probing her divine sense into it. In the next moment, her expression subtly changed. Inside the flying sword was an exquisitely crafted golden invitation card. The signature on the invitation was a name both familiar and unfamiliar to her: Yi family of the northern region. The content was simple, inviting her, a lost member of their family, to return to the clan for the annual Peach Blossom Conference to reconnect with family ties. Peach Blossom Conference. In the ring, the Xian old demon sneered. Girl, this is no good feast. Your family back, then did not hesitate to sell you out to avoid offending the Bloodslaughter Sect. Now that they see you have joined the Immortal Sect, they want you back. A weasel wishing a happy new year for the chicken is not sincere. In my view, they likely want to see your current value. If you are useful, they will try to recruit you. If not, they may cast you aside like a worn-out shoe again, or even directly offer you to the Bloodslaughter Sect in exchange for greater benefits. This is what so-called prestigious families are like. The words of the Xian old demon fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the faint ripple that had just arisen in Yi Qingru's heart. She held the invitation card in silence. Did she not understand the family's indifference and reality? But after all, it was the place where she had grown up since childhood. It contained her childhood memories and also her past that she was reluctant to face. Moreover, there were the relics left by her parents. To go or not to go, her heart was filled with hesitation and struggle. After a long time, she stood up holding the invitation card and walked to the front of the thatched cottage. Lin Yuan was reclining in the rocking chair, eyes closed, as if asleep. Master. Yi Qingru spoke softly. Lin Yuan did not open his eyes, only giving a faint in response. Disciple has received an invitation from home. They want Disciple to return and attend a gathering called the Peach Blossom Conference. Disciple is unsure whether to go. Lin Yuan remained motionless, not even glancing at the invitation card. His gaze seemed to penetrate all illusions. Hawkeye activated. He saw the complex and ambiguous knot in Yi Qingru's heart. There was resentment towards her family, confusion about the past, and a slight, barely noticeable longing for her parents' relics. If you wish to go, then go. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and indifferent. Yi Qingru was taken aback. She did not expect her master to respond so straightforwardly. But Disciple is worried that this journey may be dangerous. Cultivation is not just about staying shut in and meditating. Lin Yuan finally opened his eyes, his gaze deep as the starry sky. It is also about severing worldly ties and resolving karma. Only when your thoughts are clear and your Dao heart unimpeded can you forge ahead fearlessly and strive diligently on the path of cultivation. This bond with your family must eventually be resolved. If you hide from it, it will become your inner demon, and in the future, it will become a grave calamity. Go and sever it with your own hands. Lin Yuan's words rang in Yi Qingru's heart like the evening drum and morning bell. Indeed, she had been evading it all along. But the more she avoided it, the more that past became like a thorn deeply embedded in her Dao heart. Master was right. It was time to return and resolve it all. Disciple understands. Yi Qingru's gaze became resolute once more. She bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lin Yuan nodded casually, taking out a warm white jade pendant from his storage ring and tossing it to her. Keep this jade pendant safe. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, just crush it. Yes, Master. Yi Qingru cherished the jade pendant, keeping it close to her. Just as she was preparing her luggage, intending to descend the mountain and head to the northern region, Yi family, a storm brewed outside the Qingmu Sect's mountain gate. Rolling blood-red clouds swept in from the horizon, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Several enormous and menacing blood-colored flying boats pierced through the clouds and mist, descending upon the Qingmu Sect. Each flying boat bore a flag adorned with a skull and blood. A rich, pungent smell of blood and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire Qingmu Sect like a mountain. Bloodslaughter Sect. At the mountain gate, the guarding disciples screamed in terror. People from the Bloodslaughter Sect are coming to kill us. The Bloodslaughter Sect, one of the three great demonic sects of the northern region, acts erratically and employs ruthless methods, surviving through slaughter and plunder, making it a common enemy of all righteous sects in the northern region. Usually the Qingmu Sect and the Bloodslaughter Sect have little interaction, maintaining a state of mutual non-interference. However, today the latter has displayed such a grandiose show of force, aggressively approaching the gates, clearly harboring ill intentions. The alarm bells echoed throughout the entire Qingmu Sect. Streams of light shot up from the 6 major peaks hovering above the main peak's plaza. Chu Qingqing, Zhou Tong Wang Tong. All 6 peak masters and their core disciples were present. They looked up at the gigantic crimson flying vessels in the sky, their expressions growing increasingly grim. What does the Bloodslaughter Sect intend to do? Do they want to declare an all-out war against our Qingmu Sect? The master of the first peak clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice. Given this situation, it seems the visitors are not friendly. The master of the third peak shook his fan, though his eyes were filled with seriousness. At that moment, an elder clad in a blood-red robe stepped out from the foremost crimson flying vessel. The elder appeared gaunt with a sinister gaze, exuding an aura that unmistakably reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. His gaze swept over the prepared members of the Qingmu Sect below like a venomous snake, carrying undisguised contempt and murderous intent. The steward of the Qingmu Sect stepped forward and responded. The elder's voice boomed like thunder in the sky. The sect leader Lu Hanyan appeared before the crowd. She stood in midair, her expression calm, and respectfully cupped her hands toward the blood-robed elder. May I ask what brings you, esteemed friends of the Bloodslaughter Sect, to our Qingmu Sect? Lu Hanyan. The blood-robed elder snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be confused with me. I will only ask you once, is the murderer of our blood butcher elder Yi Qingru within your sect? Blood butcher elder Yi Qingru. Upon hearing this, the 6 peak masters below all understood. It turned out the target was Yi Qingru, or rather Lin Yuan. Lu Hanyan's brows furrowed. Seeing that Lu Hanyan remained silent, the blood-robed elder flew into a rage. You Qingmu Sect. If you do not hand her over today, allowing me to take her back to extract her soul and refine her essence to appease the spirit of my nephew Blood Butcher in the heavens, I will wash your Qingmu Sect in blood, leaving not a blade of grass. Wash the Qingmu Sect in blood. Leave not a blade of grass. Countless disciples of the Bloodslaughter Sect shouted in unison from the flying vessel, shaking the earth with their murderous aura. On the side of the Qingmu Sect, everyone's faces turned pale. The hearts of the 6 peak masters sank to the depths. What to do? Should they hand over the person or not? If they do, what face will the Qingmu Sect have? How could they maintain their standing in the eastern wilderness after sacrificing a disciple to protect themselves? If they do not hand her over, they must face the wrath of a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator and the frenzied retaliation of the entire Bloodslaughter Sect. The Qingmu Sect might not be able to bear that price. For a moment, all eyes focused on sect leader Lu Hanyan. Her expression was equally grim. She felt unprecedented pressure. It was a dilemma. Whichever choice was made, it would be a disaster for the Qingmu Sect. Just as the atmosphere within the sect reached a breaking point on the brink of war, a calm voice drifted from the direction of the Dao Ancestor Peak, unhurried and leisurely. Who wishes to capture my disciple and take her back to extract her soul and refine her essence? The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice. 2 figures were seen leisurely walking down the mountain path from Dao Ancestor Peak. The foremost was a young man dressed in a simple azure robe, exuding a serene demeanor as if he were merely taking a stroll in the mountains. Behind him followed a stunningly beautiful young girl carrying a long sword with a cold expression. It was Lin Yuan and Yi Qingru. Lin Yuan ignored the tense standoff in the sky and the uncertain gazes of the crowd in the plaza. He simply walked to Yi Qingru's side, patted her shoulder, and spoke in a tone that was almost casual. I was just worried about finding a suitable opportunity for you to experience a true life-and-death battle to stabilize your Dao heart. Look, isn't this opportunity just delivered to your doorstep? This is the sharpening stone I found for you. The term sharpening stone. Lin Yuan's words, seemingly light, struck like a giant rock into the hearts of everyone present. The members of the Bloodslaughter Sect in the sky were initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Huh? What did I just hear? Sharpening stone. Is this lad mad? A nobody who suddenly appeared dares to say we the Bloodslaughter Sect are a sharpening stone. And that girl next to him, isn't she Yi Qingru? A mere latest-stage golden core cultivator dares to speak such arrogant words. A cruel smile appeared on the blood-robed elder's face. Good, very good. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Since you seek death, you cannot blame others. He casually waved his hand to the disciples behind him. Go bring me that girl's head. As for the boy, break his limbs and leave him with a breath. I want him to witness how his sect is washed in blood. Yes, elder. Several latest-stage golden core experts from the Bloodslaughter Sect grinned as they leapt down from the flying vessel. A monstrous surge of blood energy erupted from them, transforming into several blood-colored giant claws, overwhelming and reaching for Yi Qingru. Everyone in the Qingmu Sect held their breath, tense with anticipation. Li Chongying and others displayed complex expressions on their faces. They hoped that Yi Qingru could create a miracle and defeat the might of the Bloodslaughter Sect, yet they also felt a hint of schadenfreude, wishing for her to die on the spot to spare the sect from this calamity. However, facing the siege of several top-tier experts of the same realm, Yi Qingru showed no signs of fear on her face. Her master's words ignited a fire within her heart. An unprecedented sense of heroism surged within her chest. A sharpening stone, is it? Then let it come. Clang. The imperial sword was unsheathed, producing a clear and resonant sound. Qingmu, wielding her long sword, proactively met the approaching blood-colored giant claws. She did not flinch or evade. Everything she had learned under her master's guidance and training surged in her mind like a tide. The extreme cold energy of the Taiyin true scripture surged wildly into the sword body. The sharp sword intent of the top-grade sword body was pushed to the limit. She perfectly combined these two powers. Then she unleashed her strongest strike since reaching the golden core stage. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any grandiose, dazzling lights. Only a seemingly unremarkable white sword chi swept out. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air seemed to freeze. A layer of visible frost spread out at an incredible speed toward the front. The several once arrogant bloodslaughter sect experts had their sneers frozen on their faces. In the next moment, their bodies, along with the blood-colored giant claws they had unleashed, were all covered by a thick layer of solid ice, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The residual sword chi did not diminish and continued forward. The frost spread for miles before slowly coming to a stop. The sky above the entrance of the Qingmu Sect seemed to turn into an extremely cold world of ice and snow. Crack, crack. Several crisp sounds of shattering echoed. Cracks appeared on those human-shaped ice sculptures. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, they suddenly shattered, turning into a sky full of ice crystal powders scattering with the wind. Their souls had perished. The entire venue fell into silence. Whether disciples and elders of the Qingmu Sect or demonic cultivators of the Shueisha Sect hovering in the sky, all stood frozen in utter disbelief at the spectacle before them. One sword strike. Just one. Several demon cultivators at the peak of the Golden Core realm, gone just like that. How could this be possible? Qingmu was only at the late Golden Core stage. How could she possibly possess such terrifying strength? The blood-robed elder's pupils contracted sharply into pinpricks. His face twisted with shock and fury. Wretched girl, you seek death. He could no longer maintain his composure and struck out personally. A crimson hand seal, dozens of times larger than before, coalesced before him, bearing a crushing pressure capable of shattering mountains, and slammed down upon Qingmu with devastating force. A full power strike from a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Under its oppressive aura, even the fabric of space groaned under unbearable strain. Qingmu felt as though an invisible mountain had descended upon her. Her breath faltered. Each inhalation grew agonizingly difficult. A lethal sense of peril enveloped her entirely. She knew she could not withstand this blow, yet she did not retreat. Flames of unyielding battle still burned fiercely within her gaze. At that very moment, her Kuanding body, a primordial constitution, spontaneously resonated with her master's mortal crisis. A profound earth-like aura surged forth from within her, weaving an invisible barrier around her form. This ancient energy defiantly bore part of the crushing pressure, granting her the narrowest sliver of respite. Even so, a mid-nascent soul cultivator's ultimate strike remained utterly overwhelming. The colossal blood hand seal continued its inexorable descent, unstoppable, inevitable. Just as this brilliant young genius, her star having blazed forth only moments before, stood on the precipice of annihilation, Lin Yuan, who had stood motionless at the rear like a detached observer, finally stirred. He made no superfluous movement, merely raised his hand, and with a calm, deliberate flick of his finger tapped once against the descending blood hand seal. An invisible ripple emanated from the tip of his finger, spreading outward across the air. No sound, no light, nothing more than the faintest tremor, like a breeze skimming across still water, stirring a single delicate ring. Yet this seemingly insignificant ripple upon contact with the blood hand seal, a force capable of pulverizing mountains and severing peaks, wrought a scene none would ever forget. That rampaging, arrogant seal froze midair. Then it began to crumble, inch by inch, layer by layer, like snow melting beneath the sun or ink erased from parchment. From its edges inward it dissolved into nothingness, utterly silent, unervingly serene. The Shueisha sect's nascent soul elder stood thunderstruck. His consciousness was bound to the seal. Its destruction sent violent backlash surging through his soul. Spurt. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Disbelief contorted his face as he stared transfixed at the serene figure in azure robes standing below. Who are you? His voice emerged hoarse, stripped of all arrogance, reduced now to raw, trembling terror. A single finger, shattering his utmost strike. What unspeakable cultivation level was this? Late nascent soul, or even a true immortal? When had the Qingmu Sect produced such a peerless sovereign? Lin Yuan offered no reply, not even a glance in the elder's direction. He simply exhaled two words softly, yet unmistakably. Too noisy. Though spoken quietly, the words rang with crystalline clarity in every ear present. In the next instant, something far more horrifying unfolded. High above, every Shueisha sect disciple, including that haughty mid-nascent soul elder, began disintegrating without warning. Not explosion, not dissolution, a deeper, more fundamental unraveling. The very architecture of matter crumbling apart. Their flesh bones, even their souls, all simultaneously fragmented into primal invisible particles, then scattered silently upon the wind. No screams, no struggle, not even the faintest ripple of energy disturbed the air, as if they had never existed upon this world at all. The entire process unfolded in eerie absolute silence. In the blink of an eye, the blood-hued flying vessel, once blotting out the heavens, and its thousands of arrogant demonic cultivators, vanished utterly without trace. The sky cleared, serene and boundless. Sunlight poured down once more, as if the cataclysmic crisis threatening to obliterate the Qingmu Sect had been nothing but an illusion. Before the Qingmu Sect's mountain gate, a tomb-like silence reigned, so profound that even the fall of a needle would echo. Lu Hanshan and the 6 peak masters stared blankly upward at the empty sky, limbs numb, souls quaking. Their minds had ceased all function. What had just transpired? A single sentence. 2 words alone. A mid-nascent soul sovereign, thousands of elite demon cultivators, gone just like that. What art was this? What divine technique? This was the power of a god. Only then did they grasp the truth. Lin Yuan's might lay far beyond any comprehension or even imagination they possessed. Nascent soul realm. True immortal realm. Before such incomprehensible power, all distinctions of cultivation stages appeared hollow and absurdly laughable. Lu Hanshan recalled the wager made 3 months prior, the one concerning the sect-wide competition. A bitterly wry smile flickered across her lips. A wager. Now it seemed less a contest than a trivial pastime, a game indulged by this unfathomable senior, played with frogs confined to their shallow well. Had she truly imagined tempting him with the position of sect master? An utter farce. Her gaze upon Lin Yuan held no vestige of seniority, only awe pure and absolute. And what remained was reverence, deep, unshakable, akin to mortals gazing upon divinity itself. Chu Qingqing and the other 5 peak masters stood, ashen-faced bodies trembling violently like stalks shaken by gale winds. They remembered their earlier schemes and suppressions against the Dao Peak. Cold sweat drenched their backs in an instant. Had they truly dared conspire against a being, a god? That he had not annihilated them outright was likely because, to him, they were less than insects unworthy of notice or contempt. Before absolute power, all stratagems and machinations revealed themselves as pitifully childish and profoundly tragic. In that moment, the entire Qingmu Sect fell into unprecedented shock and silence, each mind preoccupied with a single question: should the sect-wide competition scheduled for 3 months hence proceed at all? And if so, could anyone possibly win? Yet Lin Yuan, the architect of this cataclysm, seemed to regard it as nothing more than a trifling gesture. He turned, gazed at Yi Qingro, still stunned, into stillness, and spoke calmly. Let us go home. Let us go home. In front of the Qingmu Sect's mountain gate, the deathly silence was shattered by a sudden sound of swallowing. An inner disciple, unable to withstand the extreme oppression, collapsed to the ground. His loss of composure acted as a signal, instantly triggering a chain reaction. The elders turned pale, the disciples' gazes became vacant, and everyone's worldview was utterly shattered and then reshaped into recent silent annihilation. Lu Hanyan looked at Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Her lips moved, yet she could not utter a single word. She had initially believed that as the leader of a sect with her initial stage of transformation, she stood atop this land. But today she finally understood what it meant to be a true frog at the bottom of a well. A single careless remark had caused an expert of transformation and thousands of demonic disciples to vanish into ashes. This was beyond the scope of the term's supernatural power. This was the manifestation of intent. This was the domain of deities. The last remnant of her thoughts regarding the grand competition in 3 months faded into nothingness. Compete? With what to compete? The entire Qingmu Sect bound together would probably not be enough for this elder to blow a breath. Lin Yuan ignored the astonishment of those behind him. He simply looked calmly at his disciple, his tone gentle. Let's go home. Yes, master. Yi Qingru took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves in her heart, and responded respectfully. Following Lin Yuan, she walked step by step back to Dao Ancestor Peak under the gazes filled with awe, fear, and envy. Only when their figures disappeared at the end of the mountain path did the frozen atmosphere finally show a slight loosening. Sect leader, Chu Qingqing spoke up with a dry voice, her face paler than paper. She and several other peak masters found it challenging to even stand. Thinking back to how they had previously plotted against Dao Ancestor Peak and how they had tried to suppress Lin Yuan, they felt a wave of dread wash over them, as if they had walked past the gates of hell. Lu Hanyan did not look at them, only gazing towards Dao Ancestor Peak, sighing with a complex expression. You should take care of yourselves. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuan's mind, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. The disciple Qingmu has gained fame, and the host has intimidated the sect, completing the hidden achievement guardian deity of the sect. Reward 5,000 Dao Ancestor points. Reward 1 Imperial level mountain protection array blueprint. Lin Yuan's footsteps paused slightly. An Imperial level mountain protection array. This is a valuable item. Although Dao Ancestor Peak currently has abundant spiritual energy, its defenses are almost non-existent. The fact that the Bloodslaughter sect was able to penetrate so deeply is the best proof. Although he could solve it himself, he couldn't always be here. With this Imperial level array, Dao Ancestor Peak would truly have a foundation as solid as a fortress. Upon returning to the thatched cottage at the peak, Lin Yuan spoke to Qingmu. In today's battle, although you have made progress, your foundation still has some instability. For the next few days, stay on the peak, do not descend the mountain, and cultivate diligently to solidify your realm. The disciple understands. Qingmu nodded in agreement. She too felt that the previous sword strike had nearly drained all her spiritual power, and her meridians now throbbed with pain. She indeed needed to meditate and recover. Watching Qingmu enter the thatched cottage to begin meditating, Lin Yuan focused his thoughts and communicated with the system. System, use the Imperial level mountain protection array blueprint to upgrade Dao Ancestor Peak. Ding. Do you wish to spend 5,000 Dao Ancestor points and the Imperial level mountain protection array blueprint to establish the 9 Heavens Star River Great Array for Dao Ancestor Peak? Yes. Lin Yuan confirmed without hesitation. In the next moment, the entire Qingmu Sect and even the surrounding area of 1,000 miles began to tremble violently. Boom. The spiritual vein of the Qingmu Sect, hidden deep underground, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and was suddenly pulled upwards. This giant spiritual vein dragon, which had slept for thousands of years, let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, an even more incredible scene unfolded. Centered around Dao Ancestor Peak, countless branches of spiritual veins, large and small, were forcibly extracted from the earth by an irresistible force, rushing towards Dao Ancestor Peak, like rivers converging into the sea. Qingmu Sect Leader Peak. Lu Hanyan had just returned to her main hall, and had not yet caught her breath when she felt the ground beneath her tremble. What is happening? Is the earth dragon turning over? She was startled and stood up, rushing out of the hall. Then she witnessed an unforgettable sight. She saw that the 7 main peaks of Qingmu Sect, except for Dao Ancestor Peak, were experiencing a visible depletion of spiritual energy at their bases. Visibly flowing rivers of spiritual energy were being forcibly drawn from beneath the 6 main peaks, spanning across the sky, like radiant rainbows, ultimately pouring entirely into Dao Ancestor Peak. This is forcibly plundering the sect's spiritual veins. The Grand Elder Chu Qingqing exclaimed in shock, her face drained of color. The spiritual veins are the foundation of a sect. Now the spiritual veins of the entire Qingmu Sect had been forcibly redirected to a single point on Dao Ancestor Peak. This meant that from now on, aside from Dao Ancestor Peak, the other areas of Qingmu Sect would become barren lands devoid of spiritual energy. This was a devastating blow for a sect. Sect leader, this. Several peak masters were panicking, all looking towards Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan's complexion was equally grim, but in her eyes there was no panic, only a bitter silence. What could she do? Should she confront him at Dao Ancestor Peak and hold him accountable? She dared not, nor did she have the strength. She could only watch helplessly as the foundation of the sect was slowly drawn away. There is no need to panic. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. His actions must have deeper implications. Perhaps this is not a bad thing for our Qingmu Sect. This statement, even she felt somewhat weak when saying it. Meanwhile, Dao Ancestor Peak had completely transformed into a sea of spiritual energy. The massive influx of spiritual energy caused this originally exquisite mountain peak to undergo earth-shattering changes. The mountain body rose and the rocks shimmered with a jade-like luster. The vegetation between the mountains grew wildly, with ordinary weeds transforming into spirit herbs aged for hundreds of years in the blink of an eye, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air reached an unimaginable level. First, it transformed into a white mist enveloping the entire mountain peak. Then, as the mist thickened, it began to condense into liquid. Drops of crystal-clear spiritual liquid fell from the air, converging into streams that flowed gently through the mountains. In the sky, flocks of celestial cranes flew in from unknown origins, circling and dancing atop the peak, producing clear calls. Thousands of auspicious rays of light fell from the heavens, illuminating Dao Ancestor Peak as if it were a legendary immortal's cave. An invisible array light curtain quietly unfolded, centered on Dao Ancestor Peak, covering the entire mountain peak, then fading into invisibility. The Nine Heavens Star River Great Array was established. In front of the thatched cottage, Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, feeling the dense spiritual energy around him, nodding in satisfaction. From today onwards, Dao Ancestor Peak can be considered a true immortal sanctuary. In a thatched cottage, Qingmu sat cross-legged, her mind fully immersed in her cultivation. She had never experienced such pure and magnificent spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here required no deliberate absorption or refining. It would actively and gently flow through every pore of her body, surging into her limbs and integrating into her dantian. She felt as if she were a parched sponge tossed into an endless ocean. The hidden injuries and the depleted spiritual power left from her battle with the bloodslaughter sex expert were restored and replenished within just a few breaths. Her aura began to rise at a terrifying speed. Late Golden Core. Pinnacle of Late Golden Core. The bottleneck in such a uniquely favorable environment felt as thin as a sheet of paper. She didn't even need to make a conscious effort to break through. She simply followed the vast current of spiritual energy within her body and effortlessly shattered it. Boom. A powerful wave of energy radiated outwards from her center. The great perfection of the Golden Core realm. She had succeeded. For an average cultivator, even one with exceptional talent, transitioning from the late Golden Core to the great perfection would require years or even decades of arduous cultivation and accumulation. Yet Qingmu accomplished this in less than half an hour. When she slowly opened her eyes, a brilliant divine light flickered within them, and her entire demeanor became more ethereal and powerful. Qingmu felt the surging power within her body, almost unable to believe it. She knew that the spiritual energy at Dao Ancestor Peak was rich, but she hadn't expected it to reach such an astonishing level. Practicing here for a single day would likely equate to a year of arduous cultivation in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the black ring resting in her dantian, the Xian old demon had become completely numb. He stared blankly at the small stream formed by the gathering spiritual liquid outside, feeling Qingmu's rapid rise in cultivation, his mind left in utter blankness. I have traversed the cultivation world for thousands of years and have never witnessed such absurdity. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with a sense of existential doubt. Spiritual energy transforming into liquid celestial cranes heralding good fortune. Is this a mortal's cultivation ground? This is clearly the abode of a celestial lord from the higher realms. And this girl breaking through from late Golden Core to great perfection in a single day, how can others live? He was no longer surprised by any of Qingmu's abnormal performances. His only amusement was to quietly take out his little notebook and record everything. On this certain day, the little monster, Qingmu, took half an hour to break through from late Golden Core to great perfection, once again refreshing my understanding. And incidentally broke the record held by the ancient alchemy sect's holy maiden Linglong Fairy for the fastest breakthrough in 30,000 years. After finishing writing, he sighed deeply, feeling that he had completely degenerated from a once great figure of demonic path to an emotionless recorder. Just as Qingmu was consolidating her cultivation and the Xian old demon was questioning life, an unexpected visitor arrived at the gate of the Qingmu Sect. It was an old man dressed in a brocade robe, his demeanor arrogant. He commanded a luxurious flying boat followed by a dozen formidable-looking guards, making quite the spectacle. He was Yuan, the elder sent by the Yi family from the eastern region to urge Qingmu to return to the family. Yuan held a significant position in the Yi family, serving as the right-hand man to the family head Yi Tianxiu. He was a person who was well respected and had the final say in the eastern region. Upon arriving at the Qingmu Sect, he initially harbored a mindset of reprimanding. In his eyes, although Qingmu was a direct descendant of the family, she had lost her parents at a young age and bore a useless constitution, having long been abandoned by the family. For a small sect like the Qingmu Sect, taking her in was already a tremendous favor. With the family's Peach Blossom Conference approaching, needing her to return for utilizing the waste, she actually dared to delay her return. It was simply ungrateful. Go tell your sect master to come out and see me. Yuan put away the flying boat and said to the two disciples guarding the gate, waving his hand dismissively without even glancing at them. The two disciples exchanged glances, showing signs of difficulty. One of them, steeling himself, stepped forward and respectfully asked, "May I ask who the senior is?" "The Yi family from the northern region, Yuan." Yuan proudly stated his family name, expecting the other party to be immediately terrified. To his surprise, the two disciples merely responded with an "oh" and showed no significant reaction. Their minds were still completely absorbed in the recent earth-shattering events. Yuan frowned, feeling a bit displeased. "What? Haven't you heard? Forget it, it's not worth explaining to you country bumpkins. I am a relative of your sect disciple Qingmu, and I've come to take her home. Quickly go and report, don't waste my time." Upon hearing Yi Qingru, the expressions of the two disciples instantly changed. A hint of strange sympathy flickered in their eyes. Senior, are you here to find Master Yi? Master? Yinyan Yuan was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a cold laugh. When did a little girl in the Foundation establishment stage become your master? Stop wasting words, hurry up. No, senior, you misunderstand. The other disciple quickly waved his hands, a hint of fear visible on his face. Master Yi. Oh no, Senior Yi, she is not an ordinary disciple. Just now, thousands of demonic disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect, led by an intermediate transformation stage elder, came to attack our mountain gate. This disciple elaborately described the events that had just transpired. From Yi Qingru slaying several Golden Core Great Perfection practitioners with a single sword to Lin Yuan annihilating all the invading enemies with a single word. Yinyan Yuan initially listened with a face full of disdain, dismissing it as just two young disciples boasting. What slaying Golden Core Great Perfection with a single sword? What annihilating a transformation stage elder with a single word? They weren't even crafting a believable story. But when he instinctively looked up towards the depths of the Qingmu Sect, his expression froze. In the distance, a towering and majestic divine mountain beyond description floated above the clouds with auspicious lights surrounded by countless celestial cranes. The rich spiritual energy, so dense it became tangible, cascaded down from the mountain's peak like a waterfall. Even at such a distance, he could still feel the striking celestial aura that sent shivers down his spine. What place is that? Yinyan Yuan's voice began to tremble uncontrollably. That is the Dao Ancestor Peak, where Master Yi resides. The disciple answered naturally. Boom. Yinyan Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. He finally understood that these two disciples were not lying. How could a person who could create such a celestial cultivation ground annihilating a transformation stage elder with a single word be anything less than extraordinary? He had just attempted to impose his authority on someone under the protection of such a divine being, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Gulp. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than crying, and humbly clasped his hands towards the two disciples. Two little celestial masters, please. Please inform her. Just say Yinyan Yuan, a junior from the northern region Yi family, has come to pay respects to Fairy Qingru. After anxiously waiting outside the mountain gate for nearly an hour, Yinyan Yuan was finally summoned and permitted to proceed to Dao Ancestor Peak. As he walked, his heart grew increasingly alarmed. Upon stepping onto the grounds of Dao Ancestor Peak, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that seemed to transform into liquid qi, flooding his senses with overwhelming intensity. He was even certain that even among the top few blessed lands in the northern region, the concentration of spiritual energy here was far less than a tenth of this place. This was no ordinary sect's main peak. It was clearly a supreme sanctuary for cultivation. As he approached the thatched cottage at the peak with a pilgrim's heart and saw a young man in a blue robe exuding a tranquil aura, his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. He could not fathom the depth of the other's cultivation. The man stood there as if he were one with the entire world, appearing as ordinary as a mortal, yet as vast as the starry sky. This feeling was something he had only sensed a trace of from the ancestor who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years at home. Junior Yinyan Yuan pays respects to Senior Lin. Lin Yuan merely cast a casual glance at him without saying a word. At that moment, Yi Qingru emerged from the thatched cottage. After a period of meditation to solidify her cultivation, her golden core had become fully stabilized, her aura now even more restrained and powerful. Fairy Qingru. Yinyan Yuan exclaimed upon seeing Yi Qingru, as if he had found a savior, eagerly approaching her with a face full of flattering smiles. I have been sent by the clan leader to invite the fairy back to the family to attend the decennial Peach Blossom Conference. This is the most important event for the younger generation of our Yi family, and we hope the fairy will grace us with her presence. His tone was as respectful as if he were speaking to his own ancestor, repeatedly referring to her as fairy and asking for her grace. His demeanor had changed completely from when he had come, now a stark contrast. Yi Qingru glanced at her master. Seeing Lin Yuan nod slightly, she then addressed Yinyan Yuan. Thank you for your kindness, elder. I will return. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yinyan Yuan nodded repeatedly as if he had just been pardoned. Then, when would it be convenient for the fairy to set off? Tomorrow, I suppose, Yi Qingru replied. Very good, very good. I shall await the fairy's arrival at the foot of the mountain. Yinyan Yuan dared not linger on the peak for another moment. He respectfully bowed to Lin Yuan, then hurriedly took his leave. Once he left, Lin Yuan finally spoke to Yi Qingru. Your return to the Yi family this time may not be peaceful. I understand, master. Yi Qingru's expression was calm. From the drastic change in Yinyan Yuan's attitude, she had already guessed some things. A master capable of instilling fear, even in those of the transformation stage, could alter too many situations. The Yi family's intent in having her return was definitely not as simple as attending the Peach Blossom Conference. Your 3 constitutions taken individually are each a rare treasure. However, existing together in one body, they conflict with each other, making it difficult to merge, which is why your cultivation regressed rather than advanced in your early years. Now that you have re-established yourself, the 3 powers within you still operate independently and cannot unleash their true might. As he spoke, he extended a finger and pressed it against Qingmu's brow. Today I shall impart a combat technique to you. This technique has been tailored specifically for you, designed to initially merge the 3 powers within your body, unleashing destructive force far beyond your own realm. Buzz. A vast stream of information surged into Qingmu's mind. 3 absolute unity / the essence usage techniques and variations of this combat skill were deeply imprinted within her soul. There were no complex moves, only the purest and most extreme methods of applying power. One strike could merge the weight of the Kuanding body, the chilling essence of the 9 absolute veins, and the sharpness of the innate sword embryo. 3 absolutes becoming one. Its might would be enough to split mountains and sever seas. Qingmu closed her eyes to comprehend for a moment, and when she opened them again, her eyes were filled with astonishment. She could feel that this combat technique was truly crafted for her. It felt as if with just a thought, the power capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth could erupt from her fingertips. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. She deeply bowed to Lin Yuan. Go ahead. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his tone indifferent. With me here, no one in this world can harm you. Do whatever you wish without restraint. Yes, Master. Qingmu felt warmth in her heart, bowed once more in farewell, then turned to become a streak of sword light, flying towards the foot of the mountain. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan's gentle expression gradually faded. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless voids, looking towards the distant northern region. There, a massive mountain range, shrouded in blood clouds, year-round loomed. The headquarters of the Blood Fiend Sect. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. He opened the system shop. Among the dazzling array of products, he found what he desired. Soul-chasing charm, an imperial-grade talisman that can lock onto a trace of aura, ignoring spatial distance, and deliver a guaranteed strike against the target. The power of the strike is equivalent to the user's full strength. Price, 3,000 Dao Ancestor Points. Exchange. A talisman glowing with a strange blood-red light appeared in his hand. Lin Yuan forced a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip, merging it into the talisman. At the same time, he recalled the aura of the Blood Fiend Sect's young master Blood Wuhan, whom he had previously annihilated. The blood light on the talisman flashed violently. Ding. Successfully locked onto the target's aura of Blood Wuhan. Would you like to launch the soul-chasing strike immediately? No. Lin Yuan stored the talisman away, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Killing him now would be too easy. He would wait until that brother of his finished his act. He was looking forward to the moment when Blood Wuhan, filled with joy, believed he was about to obtain his long-desired furnace, only to be met with a thunderous strike from the heavens. The expression on his face at that time should be quite spectacular. In the northern region, Yi City. As a prominent family with a legacy spanning hundreds of years, the main city of the Yi clan occupies a vast area and is bustling with prosperity. During the decade-long Peach Blossom Festival, the entire city is adorned with lanterns and festoons, teeming with people and vibrant activity. Along the streets, shops are plentiful and the sounds of vendors calling out are incessant. Cultivators and merchants from all over the northern region gather here, presenting a scene of harmonious prosperity. Qingmu and Yi Mingyuan slowly descended in a flying boat onto the official road outside Yi City. Looking at this city, both familiar and strange, Qingmu's expression was somewhat dazed. She had not returned in quite some time. Ferry Qingru, please, Yi Mingyuan said, his demeanor still respectful. Throughout the journey, he was attentive to Yi Qingru, inquiring solicitously about her well-being, a stark contrast to the haughty elder he once was. Yi Qingru remained non-committal, merely nodding calmly, as she followed him toward the city gate. However, as she approached Yi City, step by step, her brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. On the surface, the city appeared to be in joyous celebration. Yet with her current level of golden core perfection, her divine sense was sharper than ever. She could distinctly feel beneath this peaceful facade a surge of cold and unfamiliar powerful auras. These auras were hidden in every corner of the city like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, exuding unmasked malice. They did not belong to the Yi clan. Their techniques were cold and bloody, evoking a visceral sense of disgust in Qingmu. It seems there are quite a few unfamiliar faces in the city. Qingmu seemingly casually inquired. Yi Mingyuan's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He smiled and explained, "Fairy, you may not know, but the Peach Blossom Festival is a grand event in our northern region, attracting many external cultivators to come and witness which is quite normal. Yi Qingru did not press further, but her vigilance heightened to its peak. These people were certainly not here for mere sightseeing. They resembled a well-laid trap, and she was the prey poised to be ensnared. Upon entering the Yi family residence, every family member she encountered greeted her with smiles and inquiries about her well-being. Ah, is that not Qingru? You've grown up and become even more beautiful. Qingru, my dear niece, have you suffered outside? Come back, there is everything at home. Cousin, you finally returned, we have missed you so much. These uncles and peers displayed overwhelming warmth as if she were still the cherished daughter of the family. But from the depths of their eyes, Yi Qingru discerned only distant greed and a hint of elusive pity. She responded calmly, but her heart felt a chill. That evening, the family head Yi Tianxiong held a banquet in the ancestral hall to welcome her home. All core members of the Yi family were present. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Uncle Yi Tianxiong, seated at the head of the table, finally set down his wine cup. He looked at Yi Qingru with a gentle smile, yet his tone was uncompromising. Qingru, you have been away for many years, and now that you have achieved success in your cultivation as your uncle, I am quite pleased. However, there is something I must clarify with you. He paused, shifting his tone. Your parents passed away unexpectedly, leaving behind a piece of ancestral jade. That piece of jade is a token of our Yi family's legacy, crucial to the future prosperity of our clan, and cannot be lost. When you were young, it was temporarily entrusted to you for safekeeping. Now that you have grown, it should be returned to the family for unified custody in the ancestral hall. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the hall. All eyes in the room were fixed squarely on Yi Qingru. At that moment, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Yi Qingru tightened her grip around her teacup. That piece of jade was the only relic left to her by her parents. She had worn it closely since childhood, never parting with it. She did not know what secrets this jade held, only that it was her final connection to her parents. It was also the item she had returned to reclaim. Uncle, Yi Qingru raised her head, her gaze clear and resolute. The jade is something my parents left for me. I will not give it to anyone. Her response was straightforward and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The air in the hall seemed to freeze instantly. Yi Tianxiong's smile slowly faded, replaced by a chilling expression. Yi Qingru, what do you mean by this? His voice deepened. Are you willing to disregard the greater good of the family for the sake of a mere object? I will say it again. Yi Qingru stood up, meeting his gaze without yielding an inch. That is my property, and no one can take it away. Good, very good. Yi Tianxiong laughed in fury. He clapped his hands and sneered. You've grown wings and dare to defy my words. I want to see whether you will hand it over or not today. As soon as his words fell, several solemn Yi family elders emerged from behind the screens on both sides of the hall. Together with a few elders present, they formed an encircling formation, cutting off all of Yi Qingru's avenues of escape. A powerful pressure bore down on her from all directions. At the same time, a slow and measured footstep approached from the back hall. A young man dressed in blood-red luxurious attire, handsome, yet exuding an exceptionally sinister aura, slowly emerged, flanked by a group of black-clad guards. He looked with interest at the surrounded Yi Qingru, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yi Qingru's pupils constricted sharply. She did not recognize this person, but the cold and familiar aura emanating from him echoed the hidden auras she sensed earlier in the city. It was even purer and more loathsome than those auras. The atmosphere in the entire hall changed completely as soon as the youth in blood-red attire appeared. The elders of the Yi family, including the family head, Yi Tianxiong, instinctively cast him looks of awe. It was as if he was the true master of this place. Yi Qingru's heart sank. She knew that the main act was finally about to begin. Yi Qingru, the youth in blood-red attire, spoke, his voice possessing a peculiar magnetism, yet laced with a chilling malevolence. He paced over to Yi Qingru, as if admiring an exquisite piece of art. With the body of a Kuan Ding, the 9 absolute veins, and the innate sword body. Tisk, 3 types of constitution combined in one, truly a masterpiece from the heavens. His words caused Yi Qingru's expression to turn ice cold in an instant. She had never mentioned her secret of constitution to anyone other than her master. How did this person know? Unless... A terrible thought flashed through her mind. Allow me to introduce myself. The youth in blood-red attire seemed to revel in her shocked expression, smiling slightly to reveal a set of stark white teeth. Bloodfiend Sect, Shui Wuxin. My elder brother Shui Wuan, you should be familiar with him, right? Boom. Bloodfiend Sect, the brother of Shui Wuan. These 2 names exploded in Yi Qingru's mind like a thunderclap. All the clues connected at that moment. The betrayal of the Yi family, the lurking demonic energy in the city, and this so-called welcome banquet. It turned out that all of this was a trap that had been meticulously designed. A net of heaven and earth specifically laid out for her. Why? Yi Qingru ignored Shui Wuxin, instead casting a cold gaze at Yi Tianxiong. Her voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. Yi Tianxiong felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and averted his eyes with a cold grunt. Why? How dare you ask why? He became suddenly agitated like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If it weren't for your dead old man insisting on marrying your mysterious mother back, then how would the Yi family end up like this? After his death, he left us with a huge problem. The Bloodfiend sect has long been eyeing your constitution. If we don't hand you over, the entire Yi family will have to pay the price for you. Sacrificing you to ensure the safety of the entire family and even gain the protection of the Bloodfiend sect is an honor for you. His words were delivered with righteous indignation, sounding grandiose, as if betraying his own niece was a matter of great glory and noble righteousness. Well said. Shui Wuxing clapped and chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. The head of the Yi family truly is a man who knows how to seize the moment. He turned his head and looked back at Yi Qingru, his smile growing more playful. Fairy Qingru, you should understand now, right? Your Yi family had already allied with our Bloodfiend sect years ago, and the secret of your constitution is the token they offered. This Peach Blossom Conference is merely a facade, the purpose being to lure you out from that turtle shell-like Qingmu Sect. After all, no one knows what sort of monster your master, who can annihilate a transformation stage elder with a single word, truly is. We also do not wish for extraneous troubles. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet every word was like a cold knife, slicing open the cruelest reality. Yi Qingru fell silent. She felt neither anger nor sadness. Her heart had already died when she heard Yi Tianxiang's words. For this so-called family, she felt no lingering attachment whatsoever. She simply gazed at the ugly faces of those before her, as if watching a farcical drama. My elder brother misses you very much. Shui Wuxing continued, his eyes glinting with greed. As long as you are refined into a furnace cauldron, his cultivation will soar to new heights. At that point, our Bloodfiend sect will unify the northern region and even reach for the central continent. And you will serve as my elder brother's stepping stone, a fitting end for you. So I advise you not to resist futilely. Surrender quietly, and you will suffer less torment. Otherwise, he shifted his tone, a murderous intent evident in his eyes. The 4 symbols locking spirit formation set up in this ancestral hall is no trifling matter. As his words fell, countless blood-red runes appeared on the ground and walls of the hall. These runes connected with one another, forming a complex and powerful formation that completely sealed off the space. A viscous force like a swamp enveloped Yi Qingru crazily, suppressing the operation of her spiritual energy. Capture her. Shui Wuxing waved his hand, issuing the command. Remember, alive. My elder brother does not like defective products. Yes, second young master. The surrounding elders of the Yi family and the guards of the Bloodfiend sect responded in unison. They mobilized their spiritual energy and slowly approached the isolated girl in the center of the hall. Every face bore a sinister smile. In their eyes, being trapped in the great formation and facing so many masters, this girl was already unable to escape. However, they failed to notice that Yi Qingru's face had not shown the panic and fear they had anticipated. She merely lowered her head, concealing her expression. Her right hand had quietly grasped the hilt of the sword at her waist. An invisible razor-sharp aura began to slowly rise from her body. Struggling in vain, utterly unaware of one's own limitations, Blood Wuxing scoffed disdainfully at Yi Qingru's actions. To him, it was merely the last futile struggle of prey before being captured. The 4 symbols locking spirit array is a secret formation of the Bloodslaughter sect. Once activated, it can suppress 70% of a practitioner's spiritual power, turning even a golden core cultivator into a lamb waiting for slaughter. Moreover, he had brought 4 golden core peak guardians with him, along with a host of elders from the Yi family. With such a setup, capturing a mere Yi Qingru was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Go! An elder from the Yi family was the first to lose his composure, shouting loudly as he summoned a green handprint to strike down at Yi Qingru. He wanted to claim the credit and impress Blood Wuxing. Seeing this, others were unwilling to fall behind and began to unleash their proud spells. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with dazzling lights, and spiritual power surged. Dozens of attacks from all directions sealed off all escape routes for Yi Qingru, resembling a massive prison cage rapidly closing in on her. Faced with an assault that would send any golden core cultivator into despair, Yi Qingru finally lifted her head. In her eyes there was no fear, no anger, only a chilling silence. It was a kind of indifference that regarded all things as mere fodder. You want to capture me? She spoke softly, her words, though quiet, clearly reached the ears of everyone present. You think you are worthy. The moment her words fell, she drew her sword. There was no earth-shattering sword cry, nor was there dazzling sword light. Only a plain and unadorned slash. However, with this seemingly unremarkable strike, the entire space, sealed by the formation, suddenly froze. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted centered around Yi Qingru. It was an extreme heaviness, as if carrying the power of the entire earth. It was an extreme chill, as if capable of freezing souls and time itself. It was an extreme sharpness, as if capable of severing all causality in the world. Kuanding body. 9 absolute pulse. Innate sword embryo. The powers of these three physiques under the impetus of the three absolutes returning to the origin / perfectly fused together for the first time. Buzz, a gray sword chi swept out at a speed that transcended visual perception. There was no sound, no explosion. Those dozens of formidable spell attacks upon contact with the gray sword chi melted away silently like ice and snow under the sun, disintegrating into the most primitive particles of spiritual energy. Immediately afterward, the gray sword chi continued unabated, sweeping past the charging elders of the Yi family and the guardians of the Bloodslaughter sect. Their bodies froze in place. The expressions of savagery and greed on their faces had not yet faded. In the next moment, their bodies split evenly in the middle. The cuts were as smooth as mirrors. No blood gushed forth for the blood, and even the souls within them had been entirely frozen and obliterated in the instant the sword chi passed. One sword. Just one sword. A dozen Golden Core experts, including 4 at peak Golden Core, were all annihilated. The entire process was eerily quiet. In the hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yi Tianxiong and several elders who had not had the chance to act stared blankly at the scene before them, their limbs cold, feeling as if their souls were trembling. Their brains had completely lost the ability to think. What just happened? What sword technique was that? What kind of power was that? Standing before them, Bloodwuxen's smile had completely frozen. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, filled with horror and disbelief. No, it's impossible. He hoarsely roared, unable to accept the reality before him. His prideful trap, the carefully laid ambush, had been so easily shattered by a single sword. He could even feel that the proud for symbols locking spirit array beneath his feet had been more than half destroyed by that one sword strike and was on the verge of collapse. Monster! You are a monster. The extreme fear robbed him of his reason. He screamed, pulling out a blood-colored jade talisman from his bosom and crushing it without hesitation. Big brother, save me. A beam of blood light shot into the sky, instantly tearing through the roof of the ancestral hall, disappearing into the horizon. This was the highest-level distress talisman of the Bloodslaughter sect. As long as it was crushed, no matter how far apart they were, Shui Wuhan would sense it at the first moment and rush over at the fastest speed. After doing all this, blood Wuxin seemed to regain a bit of his sense of security. He threatened Yi Qingru with a fierce tone. You are doomed. My big brother will be here soon. He has already reached the peak of the transformation god realm. Killing you is as easy as pie. Yi Qingru ignored his raving. She simply stood there quietly, holding her long sword, her gaze calmly fixed on him, as if looking at a corpse. She was waiting for the real target. Her master had said that one should pursue their desires without hesitation. Today she would bury all those who sought to treat her as prey right here. Not a single one shall escape. The sword light dissipated. The world fell silent. The once resplendent and bustling Yi family main hall was now left with a vast emptiness. The walls, beams, tables, and chairs, along with the arrogant elders of the Yi family, the triumphant guards of the Bloodslaughter sect, and Yi Tianxiong and Shui Wuxin, had all vanished. There were no severed limbs or rivers of blood. Only fine grayish-white dust floated down from the light beams, streaming through the hole in the roof, gently settling and forming a thin layer. It was as if they had never existed. Yi Qingru spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swaying as she leaned on the imperial sword to support her tottering form. Her meridians were utterly empty, unable to extract even a trace of spiritual power. Forcing the fusion of 3 types of physical strength to unleash this sword beyond her limits had nearly drained her of all vitality. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her vision blurred, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. Yet she still stood. She looked at the ashes scattered on the ground, her eyes betraying no emotion. These people sought to refine her into a pill to take everything from her. They deserved to die. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted violently from the depths of the Yi family estate. The aura was ancient and domineering, carrying an overwhelming rage from being disturbed. Who dares to destroy the foundation of my Yi family? A roar thundered like the sound of 9 heavens resounding throughout the sky above Tianfeng City. Accompanying this roar, an ancient figure tore through space, appearing above the ruined main hall. The newcomer had hair and beard as white as snow, donned an old gray robe, and his eyes burned with an almost tangible fury. He was an ancestor at the early stage of the transformation realm. The ancestor of the Yi family, who had been in seclusion for nearly 100 years and was rumored to have already passed away. His divine sense swept across the scene in an instant, revealing only a chaotic wasteland and scattered ashes. And that girl who leaned on her sword, barely managing to stand. The gaze of the Yi family ancestor instantly locked onto Yi Qingru. He cared not for what had transpired, nor did he wish to know the cause and effect. All he saw was that the Yi family had been destroyed, and this girl was the sole survivor. That was enough. You wretched child, die. The killing intent in the ancestor's eyes was palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to strike. A massive azure hand composed entirely of spiritual power materialized above Yi Qingru, blocking out the light from the sky. Before the palm struck, the terrifying pressure had already caused the ground to crack inch by inch. The air solidified like iron, crushing down on Yi Qingru, causing her bones to creak under the unbearable strain. A strike from a transformation realm cultivator filled with rage was not something she could withstand in her current state. She could not even attempt to evade. The shadow of death loomed over her once more. Yi Qingru raised her head, gazing at the colossal palm that descended slowly, yet swiftly, too fast to escape her expression still calm. But this time, deep within her calm eyes, there was an added hint of dependence and yearning. Master. With her last ounce of strength, she lifted her left hand, reaching for the warm jade pendant at her waist. It was given to her by her master before she departed. He had said that in the face of insurmountable danger she should crush it. Her fingers gently brushed against the pendant. The cold jade pendant still seemed to retain the warmth of that person's fingertips. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Yi Qingru's mouth. Then her fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Under the might of this world-destroying palm, that faint sound was so weak it was nearly inaudible. Yet it rang clear as if it were the only sound in the entire universe. At the same moment that the pendant shattered, the space before Yi Qingru rippled unexpectedly, like a still lake disturbed by a thrown stone. Immediately a crack silently opened. It was not torn apart by brute force, but rather it was as if the space itself had willingly opened a path for the newcomer. A figure in white stepped out from the crack. He stood with his back to Yi Qingru beneath that azure giant hand. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The giant hand, which contained the furious wrath of the transformation realm ancestor, halted 3 inches above the head of the figure in white. It was not blocked. Rather, all the law's spiritual power and might it contained were completely erased and turned to nothingness the instant they approached that figure. It was as if a section of a painting had been wiped away. The azure giant hand hung motionless in midair, eerily still. The ancestor of the Yi family, suspended in the air, wore a frozen expression of rage. His pupils constricted violently. He stared intently at the figure in white below, a storm of shock roiling within him. How could this be? His full power strike had actually stopped just like that. The other party hadn't even turned around or made a move. Who was this person? What cultivation level did he possess? An overwhelming fear instantly extinguished all his anger, leaving him chilled to the bone. The figure in white paid no mind to the ridiculous hand above him. He turned around to look at Yi Qingru, who was swaying precariously. Upon seeing her pale face, the blood at the corner of her mouth, and her weak, empty aura, the previously calm depths of his eyes finally revealed a flicker of emotional disturbance. It was an icy cold, killing intent. Master, Yi Qingru called softly, her taut, nerves completely relaxing, no longer able to hold on as she fell backward. Lin Yuan reached out to catch her. A gentle stream of spiritual power flowed into her body, stabilizing her nearly collapsing life force. It's all right. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet it carried a power that brought immense comfort. Leave the rest to me. He gently placed Yi Qingru aside, allowing her to sit against a relatively intact stone wall. Then he straightened his posture, raised his head, and for the first time his gaze fell upon the Yi family ancestor. That gaze was utterly indifferent, as if he were looking at a stone by the roadside or a speck of dust. You wish to kill my disciple, eh? Lin Yuan's voice was very calm. It was as if he was looking at a stone by the roadside, a speck of dust. You want to kill my disciple? This sentence, devoid of questioning or anger, made the ancestor of the Yi family feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. His blood seemed to have frozen at that moment. It was a shiver rooted in the instinct of life. The man in white before him stood there, yet he felt as if he were the sole ruler of this world. All his thoughts, spiritual power, and laws were as fragile as a sheet of thin paper before the other. Escape. This was the only thought in the ancestor of the Yi family's mind. He had cultivated for hundreds of years, clawing his way up from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to the realm of transforming the spirit, relying not only on talent, but also on an instinct for danger. And now all his instincts screamed in madness, telling him that if he did not leave, he would die. Without any hesitation, the spiritual power within the ancestor of the Yi family erupted violently, his body transforming into a streak of light ready to tear through space and escape. However, he was fast, but someone was faster. Or rather, that person hadn't moved at all. The ancestor of the Yi family felt a blur before his eyes, and the figure in white had appeared right in front of him, still wearing that indifferent expression as if he had been waiting there all along. A hand, long and clean, extended gently towards him. The ancestor of the Yi family wanted to dodge, to resist, to detonate all his spiritual power for a mutual destruction. But at that moment he was horrified to discover that he could no longer move. Time, space, spiritual power, everything was completely shackled by an invisible force. He could only watch helplessly as that hand neither fast nor slow grasped his neck. Crack. A light sound. The ancestor of the Yi family felt as if he were a chick held by the nape, all his strength instantly drained. That hand appearing to exert no force rendered his proud protective spiritual light and his body as solid as metal utterly ineffective. An indescribable fear of death instantly seized his heart. Elder, please spare me. The ancestor of the Yi family felt his guts wrenching, the dignity and pride he had built over hundreds of years collapsed under the threat of absolute death. He had lived too long, and he did not want to die. Spare me. Did you ever think about sparing her life? Lin Yuan's tone remained undisturbed, but the fingers gripping his neck tightened slightly. The sensation of suffocation and the terror of nearing death made the ancestor of the Yi family's eyes bulge. Junior, I did not recognize the mountain of Tai. I was wrong. He pleaded in terror, his mind racing to find any opportunity to survive. Junior, I know of a secret place. A treasure land that can help disciples train and improve. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to disclose all the secrets. To save his life, he did not hesitate to betray the biggest trump card he had prepared for the descendants of the Yi family. Oh, Lin Yuan's fingers loosened slightly. The ancestor of the Yi family immediately felt he could breathe again. He dared not hold back anything and poured out all the information like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Deep within the soul-snapping mountain range at the junction of the north and east regions, there is a tower of trials that reaches the heavens. This treasure tower, built by an unknown person, has a mysterious origin, opening only once every 60 years. Inside it forms its own world filled with projections and trials of ancient ferocious beasts, making it an excellent place for the younger generation to solidify their realms and hone their combat skills. Most importantly, the laws inside the tower are special. Dying there does not lead to true demise, but rather results in being teleported out, though the soul will suffer some damage. Thus one can fight without holding back, without any worries. Calculating the time, next month is the day the treasure tower reopens. The disciple has just broken through with a shallow foundation and needs such a place to settle down their cultivation, otherwise it could easily leave hidden dangers. The ancestor of the Yi family finished speaking in one breath, looking at Lin Yuan with eyes full of anticipation. He believed that any master would not refuse such a good place that could allow their disciples to grow stronger safely. This was enough to buy him a life. After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, this information is very useful. The ancestor of the Yi family felt a surge of joy, thinking he had won the gamble. Thank you, Elder. Thank you for your mercy. Crack. Before he could finish his words, Lin Yuan's finger gently squeezed. The ancestor of the Yi family's neck snapped in response. The joy and vitality in his eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by endless shock and confusion. Why? Lin Yuan casually tossed the ancestor of the Yi family's body to the ground like throwing away trash. He looked at the lifeless head with eyes that would not close and said indifferently, "You exchanged a secret for your life. Now that I have received the secret, the transaction is settled. As for your life, it ceased to be yours the moment you wanted to kill my disciple." Lin Yuan turned around, no longer looking at the corpse. He walked to Yi Qingru's side, looking at her pale face and asking, "Is there anything left unfinished?" Yi Qingru slowly opened her eyes, her spiritual power having recovered somewhat with Lin Yuan's help. She shook her head, then seemed to remember something and struggled to stand up. "Master, I want to retrieve the things my parents left for me." She staggered towards the small courtyard where her parents had once lived in her memories. The once warm little courtyard had long since turned into a wasteland. Yi Qingru rummaged through the charred remnants of the broken walls. Soon she unearthed a sandalwood box half buried in the dirt from a pile of broken debris. The box had been damaged, but not burned. She trembled as she opened the box, revealing a pair of jade pendants depicting a dragon and phoenix lying quietly inside. The pendants were warm to the touch, the only remnant her parents had left for her. She tightly clasped the jade pendants in her palm, the cold jade pressed against her hand, yet it brought her a sense of peace. She stood up, surveying the completely ruined home. The Yi family was no more. Those who had humiliated her and wanted to harm her were all dead. Though her great vengeance was avenged, her heart felt no joy, only a hollow confusion. She turned to Lin Yuan and quietly asked, "Master, my parents' remains are still with the Bloodslaughter sect." Lin Yuan looked at the sorrow and hatred in her eyes and calmly nodded. "Then let us retrieve them." He extended his hand, and spiritual power enveloped Yi Qingru, stepping forward. The space beneath their feet rippled, and their figures vanished above the ruins of the Yi family. Only the scattered debris remained, and the lifeless body of the transforming spirit ancestor, silently recounting all that had just transpired here. From this day forth, there would be no Yi family in Tianfeng City. Blood Shaman Sect. Located in the extreme north of the northern region, the Blood Shaman mountain range is perpetually shrouded in a faint crimson mist. Within the sect, the architectural style is rugged and domineering, exuding an aura of the sinister and the bloody. At this moment, a stone door to a hidden chamber deep within the Blood Shaman sect is slowly opening. Rumble, rumble. The heavy stone door emits a harsh grinding sound. A powerful and extravagant aura bursts forth from the chamber, engulfing the entire Blood Shaman sect. Inside, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe with a handsome yet sinister appearance steps out slowly. He takes a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual power within him like the tides of the ocean, a look of immense delight spreading across his face. True immortal realm. I Shui Wuhan have finally stepped into the true immortal realm. He laughs to the heavens, his laughter filled with unparalleled arrogance. After 3 years of seclusion, he has finally succeeded in breaking through, becoming a rare figure among the younger generation of the northern region. From now on, within the northern region, as long as I don't encounter those ancient monsters in closed-door cultivation, I Shui Wuhan can run rampant. He is in high spirits, leisurely walking out of the secluded area. The Blood Shaman sect disciples he encounters along the way kneel and bow in reverence. Congratulations to the young master on your emergence. Congratulations on entering the true immortal realm. Shui Wuhan feels quite pleased. He casually summons a steward and seemingly nonchalantly asks, "During my seclusion, have there been any interesting events? By the way, what about that little beauty from the Yi family, Yi Qingru, whom I asked you to capture? How did that go?" He licks his lips, a glimpse of greed and lewdness flashing in his eyes. She is a rare pure Yin body. If he can capture her and make her his furnace, his cultivation will surely elevate to new heights. The steward, upon hearing this, reveals a flattering smile and is about to respond. "Not good, young master. Not good." A disciple responsible for guarding the Soul Lantern Hall rushes over, tumbling and rolling, his face filled with terror. Shui Wuhan furrows his brow, his mood instantly souring. What a mess. How uncouth. The disciple is overwhelmed by Shui Wuhan's formidable aura, collapsing to the ground and trembling as he speaks. "Why, young master?" In the Soul Lantern Hall, the soul lanterns of young master Wuxin and protector Shui Ying have all been extinguished. What? Shui Wuhan's smile instantly freezes on his face. He grabs the disciple and sternly asks, "What did you say?" Wuxin's soul lantern is extinguished. Where did it happen? The disciple, scared out of his wits, stammers, "According to the last sensing before the soul lantern extinguished, the location is in Tianfeng City, Yi family." Just then, a jade pendant on Shui Wuhan glows. It is a distress signal from his brother Shui Wuxin. Yi family. Boom. A violent killing intent erupts explosively from within Shui Wuhan. The surrounding air instantly becomes thick and viscous like blood, the temperature plummeting. Yi family. What a Yi family. Shui Wuhan's handsome face twists with intense rage, appearing exceptionally sinister. Not only do they dare to harbor my furnace, but they also dare to kill my brother. Seeking death. He flings aside the disciple and roars thunderously to everyone around him. "Convey my orders. Gather all protectors and elders, and I will personally go to Tianfeng City. I will slaughter every single member of the Yi family, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive," he declares. "And that Yi Qingru, I want her captured alive. I want her to suffer in life and death, turning her into the most wretched furnace to assist me in breaking through to the next realm." As soon as he finishes his harsh words, he is ready to depart. Meanwhile, far above the ruins of Tianfeng City, Lin Yuan, who had just taken Yi Qingru away, seems to sense something. He takes out a talisman exchanged from the system. A long-distance tracking talisman. As long as the target has been touched by the aura of the caster, this talisman can perform a long-distance attack. Lin Yuan glances at the talisman and then at the hatred in Yi Qingru's eyes beside him. He flicks his fingers. The tracking talisman instantly transforms into a beam of blood light, vanishing into the void. Within the Blood Shaman sect, just after having made a vicious vow, Shui Wuhan suddenly feels a pang of anxiety in his heart. He suddenly looks up and sees the sky above him unnaturally splitting open into a pitch-black rift. A blurred shadow of a spear flashes from the rift, too fast to react to. Shui Wuhan doesn't even have time to express his shock. Puff. A soft sound. This young master of the Blood Shaman sect, who has just emerged from seclusion, full of vigor and confident in his invincibility in the northern region, bursts apart like a punctured water bag. In an instant, he explodes into a thick mist of blood. The blood mist spreads out, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. The disciples of the Blood Shaman sect around him are all dumbfounded. They stare blankly at the dissipating blood mist, their minds completely blank. Just a moment ago, the young master was issuing orders, and the next moment, he is gone. Silence. A deathly silence. After a few breaths, screams suddenly erupt. "Young master. Enemy attack." There is an enemy attack. The entire Blood Shaman sect is thrown into chaos in an instant. Countless disciples panic, rolling and crawling towards the depths of the sect. Quick, hurry and report to the sect master and the elders. The young master has been killed. The young master was killed by a shadow that fell from the sky. Soon the news reached the ears of the sect master Shui Wanli. Bang! In the council hall, a chair made of 1,000-year-old bloodwood is smashed into powder by a blood-veined hand. Shui Wanli's hair stands on end, his eyes blood-red, resembling a madman. Wuhan, Wuxin, my two sons, have both died. He lets out a beast-like roar, his terrifying killing intent causing the entire hall to tremble. Investigate. Find out who it is. Who dares to kill my sons? Sect Master. The last known locations of both young masters were in the Yi family. An elder replies tremulously. Yi family. Again, it's the Yi family. Shui Wanli clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Good. Very good. Convey my orders, assemble the entire sect. Today I will personally flatten the Yi family, making them pay blood for blood. As soon as he finishes speaking, he leads a group of elders and protectors, exuding killing intent, rushing out of the hall towards Tianfeng City. But as they arrive at the sect square, they see two figures standing outside the mountain gate, having arrived there unknown to them. One in white, one in blue. It is Lin Yuan and Yi Qingru. Upon seeing Yi Qingru willingly walking into the trap, Shui Wanli's eyes turn blood-red. Yi Qingru, you dare come to your death. He points at Yi Qingru, his voice squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. Capture her. Tear her to pieces. With a single command, dozens of elite disciples from the Blood Shaman sect rush towards Yi Qingru like bloodthirsty sharks. Yi Qingru looks at these enemies who once hunted her and caused her parents' deaths without the slightest hint of fear in her eyes. Only cold killing intent. She tightens her grip on the imperial sword. Master, I request a battle. Lin Yuan nods. Go ahead. With permission granted, Yi Qingru moves. She transforms into a streak of blue lightning, actively meeting the group of Blood Shaman sect disciples. Sword light flickers, each swing bringing forth a spray of blood. These elite disciples, who usually wield power and authority, are utterly incapable of resisting Yi Qingru, who has comprehended the true essence of the sword path. Puff, puff, puff. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 of them have their throats sealed by her sword, collapsing to the ground in death. A massacre of vengeance begins. The sword light flowed like a silver thread, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Yi Qingru's figure darted through the crowd. Each swing of the imperial sword was precise and lethal. She did not employ any flashy techniques, merely executing the most basic thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Yet under the enhancement of the true meaning of swordsmanship, each strike contained immense power. The disciples of the Bloodfiend sect were horrified to discover that their proud Bloodfiend art was as fragile as paper before that cold sword light. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen corpses lay on the ground. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The sect leader Shui Wanli felt his vision darken with rage. He never expected that in such a short time this ant in his eyes had grown to such a level. All elders, heed my command. Attack together. Cripple her, he shouted in a fit of rage. At his command, 7 or 8 elders standing behind him moved simultaneously. These elders were all at least at the late stage of nascent soul, with 2 of them having reached the initial stage of transformation. When they attacked, it was like a thunderous storm. Numerous blood-colored palm prints, knife lights, and fist shadows sealed off all of Yi Qingru's escape routes from all directions. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped her. Having just endured a series of fierce battles, Yi Qingru was already drained of spiritual energy. Facing the onslaught of several elders simultaneously, she felt tremendous pressure. She clenched her silver teeth, forcibly urging the spiritual energy within her body, swinging her sword to block. Clang! The imperial sword collided with a blood-colored knife light, producing a thunderous sound. Yi Qingru felt a surge of immense force. Her hands went numb as she was sent staggering backward. Before she could steady herself, the attacks from the other elders followed in rapid succession. Danger! Yi Qingru's pupils contracted. She had no time to dodge. Just at that critical moment, Lin Yuan, who had been standing back like an outsider, finally moved. He did not even take a step forward. He simply raised his hand gently and waved his sleeve casually towards the direction of the elders. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying light. It was as if he merely brushed away a speck of dust from his sleeve. However, the elders of the Bloodfiend sect, who were fully focused on attacking Yi Qingru, suddenly froze in place. The sinister smiles on their faces became rigid. The killing intent in their eyes transformed into endless terror and confusion. Then came a series of faint sounds, puff, puff, puff. The 7 or 8 elders of the Bloodfiend sect, including 2 powerful transformation stage cultivators, turned into nothing more than piles of ashes silently scattering into the air. One move. It couldn't even be called a move. Just a gesture. All the elders of the Bloodfiend sect were annihilated. The entire Bloodfiend sect plaza instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped their actions, staring blankly at this scene as if time itself had been frozen. The rage and ferocity on Shui Wanli's face completely solidified, replaced by a fear that penetrated to the bone. He stared fixedly at the man in white who appeared indifferent, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. That was the entirety of the Blood Fiend Sect's high-level combat power. Just like that, it was gone. He finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. This was not a tough opponent. This was a god-demon. Old ancestor, save me. In the depths of extreme fear, Shui Wanli used all his strength to let out a shrill scream, simultaneously crushing a blood-colored jade talisman hidden in his palm. Boom! As the jade talisman shattered, an ancient and violent aura surged from the deepest part of the Blood Fiend Mountains. The entire sky turned blood red. Who dares to act recklessly in my Blood Fiend Sect? A roar echoed seemingly from ancient times. A blood light tore through the heavens, and an emaciated figure shrouded in blood mist appeared above the plaza. The peak of the void fragmentation realm. The ancestor of the Blood Fiend Sect, who had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, had finally been awakened. Once the Blood Fiend ancestor appeared, his gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with unrestrained murderous intent. No matter who you are today, you shall pay for your arrogance with your soul. He howled, extending his claws towards Lin Yuan. A massive claw formed from blood-colored laws appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Lin Yuan with the power to tear space apart. Facing this full-force strike from the peak of the void fragmentation realm, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He simply extended his hand palm, facing upward. An ancient black spear materialized in his hand. The Hongmeng spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear transformed into a bolt of black lightning shooting skyward. There was no clash of laws, no clash of spiritual energy. That bolt of black lightning ignored space and laws, directly piercing through the blood claw. Then, under the horrified gaze of the Blood Fiend ancestor, it penetrated through his brow. Puff! The spear carrying the Blood Fiend ancestor's body continued unabated, forcefully pinning him to a cliff a kilometer away. Boom! The entire cliff shook. That once mighty Blood Fiend ancestor was nailed to the wall by a spear, his body twitching slightly, the life in his eyes rapidly fading. Once again, silence fell. The remaining disciples of the Blood Fiend Sect looked at the ancestor pinned to the cliff and completely broke down. With their ancestor killed in a single blow, how could they fight back? Run! Someone shouted, and all disciples instantly scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing in all directions. But Qingmu did not give them that opportunity. Her figure flashed the sword light, forming a net, cutting down all the fleeing disciples one by one. Soon, in the vast plaza, apart from Lin Yuan and Qingmu, there remained only one last person. The sect leader of the Blood Fiend Sect, Shui Wanli. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Lin Yuan, who was approaching step by step, and frantically knocked his head against the ground, soon drawing blood. Please spare me, senior. Please spare me. It was my fault for being blind. Do I deserve to die? I beg you to spare my life for the sake of my difficult cultivation. Lin Yuan stopped in front of him, looking down at him. Hand over the bodies of Qingmu's parents. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanli felt as if he had been granted a great pardon, scrambling to his feet and rushing towards a dungeon. Soon he returned to the plaza, dragging two corpses that had long been tortured beyond recognition. When Qingmu saw the two bodies, her delicate figure trembled violently. Those were indeed her parents. Their corpses were covered in various gruesome wounds, clearly having suffered inhuman torture before death. An uncontrollable fury erupted from the depths of Qingmu's heart. Her eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, gripping the imperial sword and thrusting it forward. Puff! The long sword precisely pierced through Shui Wanli's heart. Shui Wanli looked down at the sword in his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and hatred, slowly collapsing to the ground. After killing her last enemy, Qingmu could no longer hold on, kneeling on the ground and weeping freely. Lin Yuan approached her side, remaining silent and waiting quietly. After a long while, Qingmu wiped her tears, stood up, and carefully gathered her parents' remains. She deeply bowed to Lin Yuan. Master, let's go. Lin Yuan nodded. He took one last look at the sect filled with blood and sin, raising the Hongmeng spear in his hand. Then he gently struck the ground beneath his feet. Boom! An invisible ripple spread from the point where his spear landed, radiating outwards in all directions. Wherever it passed, mountains collapsed, temples crumbled, and the earth cracked. The entire Blood Fiend mountain range trembled violently under this spear. When all the dust settled, the once dominant evil sect in the northern region, the Blood Fiend Sect, along with the entire mountain range, was completely erased from the map, flattened to the ground. After settling all debts, Qingmu's state of mind became more transparent and resolute than ever. The two did not linger, heading straight for the trial tower mentioned by the Yi family's ancestor. Days later, deep in the Duanhuan mountain range, a towering bronze, ancient tower reaching into the clouds and seemingly without an end appeared before the two. Many cultivators had gathered around the tower, disciples from various sects, as well as wandering cultivators lining up to enter. Lin Yuan's divine sense swept over the tower, sensing the aura of laws within. Indeed, as the Yi family's ancestor had said, it was an excellent place for Yi Qingru to hone her skills without fear for her life. Go ahead, he said to Yi Qingru. Consolidate your cultivation and sharpen your sword heart. I will wait for you outside. Yes, master. Yi Qingru nodded, stepping forward to register for the trial. Soon it was her turn. Guided by a beam of light, her figure vanished before the entrance of the tower. Watching his eldest disciple enter the trial tower, Lin Yuan was about to find a place to sit in meditation. Just then a long-lost system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected the destined daughter, Gan Baobao, appearing within 100 miles of the host. Target location southeast direction, 93 miles away, currently being pursued. Gan Baobao. Lin Yuan raised his brow slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter the little girl who had escaped using a teleportation talisman here again. This time he could not let her escape again. Lin Yuan glanced at the trial tower, which had completely closed, and with a movement of his figure, he swiftly headed southeast following the system's prompt. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his figure already dozens of miles away. The valley before him was in ruins, with the ground riddled with deep and shallow ravines and pits, clearly having undergone a prolonged battle. The air was thick with mixed spiritual energy fluctuations, along with a faint scent of blood. In the center of the valley, a young girl in a light green dress was surrounded by 7 or 8 black-clad cultivators. The girl was none other than Gan Baobao. At this moment she looked quite disheveled. Her once fitting robe was torn in multiple places, exposing her snow-white skin and splotches of blood, and her breath had dropped to the foundation establishment stage, clearly having suffered a covert attack from the Dao Sect, damaging her foundation. She held a spirit sword, its blade dim with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, stubbornly confronting the group of black-clad men. Little Beauty stopped struggling. The leader of the black-clad cultivators chuckled sinisterly, his gaze slithering over her like a venomous snake. You must have used up all your teleportation talismans, right? Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted, so why bother with this futile resistance? Another chimed in, if you come with us willingly, you might suffer less pain. Your innate sword body combined with the central cauldron body is a rare top-grade cauldron that the sect leader will surely be delighted with. Bah! A bunch of evil scum. Gan Baobao spat, her gaze icy and furious. Even if I die here, I will never allow you to succeed. Yet deep down she felt a chill. Just as they said, in order to escape the pursuit of the Dao Sect, she had exhausted all her teleportation talismans. She had thought she could catch her breath in this remote place, but unexpectedly she had stumbled into the encirclement of another group of evil cultivators. After a fierce battle, her already damaged spiritual energy was nearly gone, leaving her at her wit's end. At that moment, a familiar, yet overwhelmingly powerful aura approached without warning from behind. Gan Baobao's body suddenly stiffened. This aura was something she would never forget. Not long ago, she had recklessly activated her teleportation talismans to escape from the owner of this aura, fleeing in panic to this place. She had thought she had completely shaken off that mysterious pursuer, but unexpectedly he had caught up again, with a tiger in front and a wolf behind. No, the one coming from behind might be even more terrifying than the group of evil cultivators in front of her. In that moment, the defiance in Gan Baobao's eyes was replaced by a glimmer of despair. The black-clad cultivators also seemed to sense this sudden powerful aura. They all turned around and warily gazed in the direction of the aura. Who is sneaking around? Come out. The leader of the nascent soul realm cultivators shouted sharply. Just as his words fell, Gan Baobao suddenly felt her vision blur. A white figure suddenly appeared between her and the group of black-clad men. It was a tall man dressed in white, immaculate, with a stern expression and eyes as deep as an eagle's. He stood with his back to Gan Baobao, quietly in the midst of this devastated valley, as if he did not belong here. It was him. Gan Baobao's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious powerhouse who had been pursuing her. What did he intend to do? Did he want to rob her of her body, like this group of evil cultivators? Who are you? The leader of the black-clad men looked at Lin Yuan, attempting to sound imposing. We are working for the Qingmu Sect of the North region. You'd best not meddle in our affairs. He tried to use the sect's name to intimidate the other party. However, Lin Yuan didn't even spare him a glance. He had already heard the filthy words of the black-clad cultivators from far away. For someone like this, he couldn't be bothered to utter a single word. In response to the black-clad leader's inquiry, Lin Yuan remained silent. He merely raised his hand and casually flicked his fingers in the direction of the evil cultivators. There was no flash of spiritual light, no fluctuation of laws. An invisible force rippled out like water waves. The 5 black-clad cultivators of the Golden Core stage, their grinning faces still intact, suddenly exploded without warning. Puff, 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 puff. A series of light sounds. 5 clouds of blood mist quietly erupted in the valley, not even a scream escaping their lips. The rich scent of blood instantly filled the air. This sudden scene left the remaining ones completely stunned. Old 3. Old 4. The 2 nascent soul cultivators snapped back to reality, letting out horrified screams. Their eyes were filled with boundless fear as they looked at Lin Yuan. In the blink of an eye, 5 golden cores were annihilated. What terrifying strength! The 2 exchanged glances, both seeing the determination to fight to the death in each other's eyes. Let's fight him. One of them roared, summoning a blood-colored flag. The flag swelled in the wind, countless vengeful souls howling within, transforming into blood-colored specters that lunged at Lin Yuan. The other formed hand seals, summoning a pitch-black bone knife that emerged from his body, carrying a chilling aura slashing down from above. This was their ultimate treasure, a full-force strike containing their lifetime of cultivation. However, facing such an attack that would terrify cultivators of the same level, Lin Yuan's expression remained indifferent. He didn't even bother to use any treasures. He simply raised his other hand, lightly grasping at the 2 nascent soul evil cultivators from a distance. Crack! The space seemed to solidify under this grasp. The imposing blood flag and the eerie bone knife suddenly froze in midair. Then, accompanied by a series of excruciating cracking sounds, the 2 treasures shattered into powder. No! The 2 nascent soul cultivators let out desperate howls. Their bodies, like the 2 treasures, were crushed and twisted by an invisible force. The sounds of their bones shattering were clear and audible. Ultimately, under the horrified gaze of the nascent soul leader, both their bodies and souls were forcibly crushed into 2 piles of bloody mist falling from the sky. The entire valley instantly plunged into silence. Only the sound of the wind wailed through the valley remained. Gan Baobao stood behind Lin Yuan, completely stunned. Her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, 5 golden cores turned into blood mist. With a simple grasp, 2 nascent souls and their treasures were reduced to powder. Was this a divine technique? She had never imagined that one person's strength could be so formidable. Who exactly was this man in white who had been pursuing her all this time? But as she came back to her senses from the immense shock, recalling that he had been chasing her all along, her vigilance instantly soared to its peak. Had he killed these evil cultivators to save her, or to monopolize her as his cauldron? Gan Baobao instinctively took a step back, gripping the dimly glowing spirit sword tightly, her entire body tensed, ready to fight at any moment. Lin Yuan paid her no mind. His gaze fell upon the only remaining standing nascent soul evil cultivator in the field. That leader was now completely paralyzed with fear. His legs went weak, and with a thud he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to muster the courage to flee. Please spare me, Senior. Please spare me, Senior. He begged, frantically knocking his head to the ground, speaking incoherently. Lin Yuan's figure flickered, instantly appearing before him, one hand pressing down on his crown. Soul-searching. The cold divine sense pierced like a steel needle into the sea of consciousness of the evil cultivator. Oh! The piercing scream echoed throughout the valley. Countless chaotic, jumbled, and filthy fragments of memory surged into Lin Yuan's mind like a tidal wave. Lin Yuan remained expressionless as his divine sense transformed into a net, swiftly filtering out useful information. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. The evil cultivator, now a master of the transformation stage, had rolled his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, his soul utterly shattered, reduced to a complete idiot. With a casual wave, Lin Yuan turned the body of the evil cultivator into flying ash. Thus, the 8 evil cultivators who had besieged Gan Baobao were completely annihilated. From the memories of these individuals, Lin Yuan obtained crucial intelligence. They hailed from the Qingmu Sect, one of the 2 major demonic sects in the northern region. This sect was secretly executing a nefarious plan called the 100 Flowers List. They dispatched members to search across the world for women with special physiques, capturing them and bringing them back to the sect to cultivate a sinister technique known as the Great Method of Desire Transformation. The captured women faced only one fate: to be drained of their primal yin and life essence, turning into mere corpses. Gan Baobao possessed 2 special physiques, the innate sword body and the Zhongding body. Ranked 17th on the Qingmu Sect's 100 Flowers list, she was a coveted target. Lin Yuan also learned that to facilitate the transportation of these captured women, the Qingmu Sect had established a crucial branch in this region. After dealing with the last evil cultivator, Lin Yuan slowly turned around, looking at the young girl behind him, whose face was filled with vigilance. At the moment his gaze fell upon Gan Baobao, the Eagle Eye system suddenly displayed a familiar panel. Destined woman Gan Bao Bao physique, innate sword body, divine grade Zhongding body, celestial grade not awakened potential. Fortune. Fate. In her first life, she was the princess of the Zhuge dynasty, but after the dynasty fell, she fled to 7 nations. After her physique was exposed, she was captured by the royal families of the 7 nations and tragically died after being reduced to a plaything. In her second life, she was the foremost saintess of the eastern region, betrayed by her fiancé and offered to an ancestor of a holy land in the eastern region as a furnace, ultimately draining her cultivation and leading to her demise. In her third life, analysis, the Zhongding body is not the filthy furnace body as understood by evil cultivators. This physique is the highest auxiliary divine body that integrates all laws and unifies all paths. If guided by righteous methods, it can accelerate the comprehension speed of any technique, assisting others in cultivation with a 100-fold enhancement. Its own cultivation speed is also extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Looking at the analysis on the system panel, Lin Yuan's heart suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The Zhongding body is indeed such an extraordinary auxiliary divine body. The way those evil cultivators used it was a gross desecration of this celestial grade physique, a true waste of heavenly resources. No wonder she would become the destined woman, and no wonder her fate was so fraught with misfortune. Possessing such 2 divine and celestial physiques without the corresponding strength and techniques to protect herself, her fate was destined from the very beginning to be a tragedy. Lin Yuan looked at Gan Bao Bao as if he were gazing at a piece of uncut jade covered in a thick layer of dust. He reined in the suffocating pressure around him, and his gaze became much calmer. Gan Bao Bao felt uneasy under his gaze, tightening her grip on the sword. She had already prepared for the worst. Should the other party show any signs of hostility, she would rather shatter her own meridians than suffer humiliation. Is your name Gan Bao Bao? Lin Yuan looked at her and spoke calmly. His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it carried an irresistible authority. Gan Bao Bao was taken aback, not expecting him to directly call her by name. She did not respond, merely watching him with an even more vigilant gaze. Lin Yuan did not mind her attitude and continued, "You need not be so tense. If I wished to harm you, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist." This statement was direct and realistic. Gan Bao Bao's complexion paled slightly, but she could not refute it. It was indeed true. This man before her could kill her more easily than squashing an ant. "Do you know why you have repeatedly encountered misfortunes and are always coveted by others?" Lin Yuan asked again. Gan Bao Bao bit her lip, remaining silent. How could she not know? From the Ba Dao Sect to the Huan Sect, the ugly faces of those people were all coveting her so-called Zhongding body. Lin Yuan could tell from her expression that she knew something. "It seems you know a bit, but what you know is merely the surface." He stated faintly, "What they refer to as Zhongding body is not a filthy furnace body, but a celestial grade divine body, known as Hongming Zhongding body, the highest auxiliary physique that integrates all laws and unifies all paths. This physique destined you to become the most perfect prey in the eyes of all evil cultivators. Without correct techniques to guide you or a powerful protector, your life will be spent in pursuit, betrayal, and plunder. What happened today will repeat itself over and over until you are reduced to a stepping stone for others." Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but each word struck Gan Bao Bao's heart like a heavy hammer. Her delicate body trembled violently, her eyes filled with disbelief. Being pursued, betrayed, plundered, wasn't this exactly the epitome of her fate in the past 2 lives? This mysterious man before her had actually revealed the truth of her reincarnation. Looking into Lin Yuan's eyes, which were as clear as the stars and as profound as the universe, she felt not a trace of greed or malice, only of vastness and tranquility. Her guarded heart unconsciously softened a little. "Why should I trust you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yuan chose not to explain further with words. He extended a finger and gently pointed at the empty space before him. Buzz! A thread of pure sword intent emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, this strand of sword intent unfolded before him. At times it resembled a spring breeze caressing the willows, gentle and lingering. At times it resembled a summer thunder, dominating and unparalleled. At times it resembled autumn leaves falling, desolate and solitary. At times it resembled a winter's ice, cold and harsh. The mysteries of countless sword techniques were encapsulated within this single gesture. Gan Bao Bao's eyes went wide in an instant. The innate sword body within her resonated violently at this moment like never before. Those barriers of swordsmanship which she had once found perplexing, those levels of sword techniques that had previously seemed out of reach under Lin Yuan's casual demonstration, became strikingly clear, as if within her grasp. She was utterly mesmerized, completely immersed in the boundless principles of swordsmanship. You possess an innate sword body, yet practice the crude and inferior sword techniques of the Ba Dao Sect. which is simply a waste of your extraordinary talent. Lin Yuan's voice awakened her from her stupor. You? Gan Baobao came to her senses, and her gaze towards Lin Yuan transformed from vigilance to shock and reverence. She was quick-witted and instantly understood all the key points. If this person before her truly harbored ill intentions, there would be no need for him to speak so much less demonstrate such profound swordsmanship to her. With his strength, he could have acted directly long ago. Everything he said was true, and he was her only lifeline. He was the only hope capable of rescuing her from this endless cycle of tragic fate. Realizing this, Gan Baobao no longer hesitated. She discarded her spirit sword, kneeling before Lin Yuan with a thud, respectfully bowing her head 3 times. I, disciple Gan Baobao, am foolish and ignorant, not knowing the presence of the immortal master. I beseech the immortal master to accept me as a disciple and impart the great Dao. I am willing to serve my esteemed teacher for a lifetime, never shying away from death. Her voice was crisp and resolute, carrying a hint of relief and determination after a catastrophe. Lin Yuan looked at the girl kneeling before him with a hint of approval in his eyes. A teachable child. He nodded gently. Good. The moment Lin Yuan nodded in assent, a long-absent system prompt resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, cultivator. You have successfully accepted your second heavenly fate, maiden Gan Baobao. Critical disciple acceptance bonus activated. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired the Peerless Sword Cultivation Art Supreme Indifference Sword Manual. Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired the Disciple-Exclusive Cultivation Scripture, Hongmeng Return to Origin Scripture. Congratulations, cultivator. You have received 100-fold feedback of cultivation base. With a thunderous surge, an immense, yet exquisitely refined energy materialized within Lin Yuan's body. This energy was over 100 times more potent than the feedback he had received when Yi Qingru first became his disciple. Lin Yuan felt his cultivation bottleneck dissolve under its torrential force, as effortlessly as paper crumbling before a gale. Shatterspace Realm Initial Stage, Middle Stage, Late Stage, Grand Perfection. Then even the sacred barrier that had thwarted countless cultivators shattered with barely a pause. Sacred Realm Initial Stage, Sacred Realm Middle Stage, Sacred Realm Late Stage, Sacred Realm Grand Perfection. Only when his cultivation soared to the very pinnacle of Sacred Realm Grand Perfection, just one step shy of the legendary manifest Sacred Realm, did this energy gradually subside. Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, sensing within himself a power capable of shattering heavens and annihilating earth. Yet his heart remained utterly serene. One step, and he had ascended to the Sacred Realm. Such was the terrifying return on investing in a heavenly fate maiden. His gaze fell upon Gan Baobao, still kneeling upon the ground, and with a subtle flick of his finger, 2 golden beams shot forth, vanishing into her brow. The Hongmeng Return to Origin Scripture and the Supreme Indifference Sword Manual, both rewards from the system. The former was a scripture meticulously tailored for her Hongmeng Central Cauldron physique, designed to fully awaken her constitution's latent potential, transforming her supreme auxiliary body from a passive spiritual cauldron into an active cultivation amplifier. The latter was an unsurpassed path, directly tracing the origin of sword Dao, perfectly harmonizing with her innate sword physique. Gan Baobao sensed 2 profound arcane scriptures blooming within her mind, each character pulsing with the fundamental principles of heaven and earth. She needed no conscious effort to comprehend them. Her body instinctively began guiding spiritual energy along the meridian pathways prescribed by the Hongmeng Return to Origin Scripture. Boom! A violent vortex erupted around her, centered upon her form. The residual spiritual energy lingering in the valley surged toward her like floodwaters finding their channel. Her cultivation, previously diminished by the treacherous ambush of the Tyrant Blade sect, began recovering at a visible accelerating pace, then surged upward without restraint. Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Foundation Establishment Grand Perfection. Crack. With a soft sound, her bottleneck shattered. Golden Core Realm Initial Stage. Golden Core Realm Middle Stage. As Gan Baobao's cultivation ascended, the system's chime echoed once more within Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Disciple Gan Baobao has broken through to the Golden Core Realm. Cultivation feedback activated. Congratulations, cultivator. Your cultivation has ascended to manifest Sacred Realm Initial Stage. Another wave of pure refined energy flooded his meridians. Lin Yuan's cultivation pierced yet another celestial barrier with effortless grace, officially entering the manifest Sacred Realm. He could feel a deeper resonance with the laws of this world, a bond so intimate that a single thought might command reality itself, bending heaven and earth to his will. Many thanks, Master, for bestowing these scriptures. Gan Baobao opened her eyes from meditation, awestruck by the unprecedented strength surging through her veins, and by the crystalline clarity of Sword Dao now illuminating her mind. Overwhelmed, she bowed deeply once more before Lin Yuan. In mere moments, not only had her injuries vanished entirely, but her cultivation had leapt across multiple minor realms, reaching Golden Core realm middle stage. Such a feat would have been unimaginable to her before. Rise. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. From this day forward you are my second disciple. Yes, master. Gan Baobao rose respectfully and stood quietly behind him. Lin Yuan glanced skyward, then turned his spiritual sense toward the trial pagoda. Yi Qingru had entered the trial pagoda some time ago. She would surely emerge soon. The matter of the Harmony Union sect can wait. Lin Yuan had already reached his decision. First, I shall take you back to the trial pagoda. Once your senior sister emerges from seclusion, we shall proceed together to the Harmony Union sect's branch pavilion. Senior sister. Gan Baobao blinked. So she had an elder sister in cultivation after all. Let us go? Lin Yuan offered no further explanation. With a graceful sweep of his wide sleeves, a gentle force enveloped Gan Baobao, and in the next instant both vanished from the valley. At the edge of the soul-severing mountains before the trial pagoda, crowds bustled and clamor filled the air. When Yi Qingru announced her name and origins, the registration cultivator, and the disciples queued nearby, cast glances laced with varying degrees of condescension. The southern region. What is that place? Some barren wasteland where even crows refuse to roost. A lone cultivator from the southern region dares attempt our trial pagoda. How utterly presumptuous. She probably hopes for luck, to be scouted by some sect perhaps. Though hushed, the murmurs carried clearly to Yi Qingru's ears. Her expression remained icy and detached as she paid no heed to such petty mockeries, stepping aside to await the trial's commencement in silent composure. Her heart, hardened by vengeance, had become as unyielding as bedrock and as still as a primordial well. These words held no power to stir her. Then suddenly the crowd stirred. Look, the Zixiao Palace has arrived. Heavens above, it's the Zixiao Palace's flying cloud vessel. They've actually sent representatives to this trial. From the distant horizon, an ornate ethereal vessel, its beams carved with celestial motifs and wreathed in immortal mist, pierced the clouds and descended gracefully onto the plaza before the trial pagoda. A group of cultivators clad in purple cloud-patterned robes disembarked. At their forefront stood several elders whose auras ran deep and ancient, cultivators of nascent soul realm or higher. Among them, surrounded like a radiant star encircled by constellations, walked a maiden of breathtaking beauty. She wore resplendent imperial robes, her figure lithe and elegant, her features flawless, her brow bearing an innate nobility and unwavering self-assurance. It's the Zixiao Palace's holy maiden, Murong Yin. Someone recognized her and cried out in astonishment. Murong Yin, the peerless prodigy, hailed as the foremost youth of the central continent, the one who at Golden Core realm could slay nascent soul realm elders. Precisely, who would have imagined she'd attend? In an instant, every gaze in the plaza locked upon Murong Yin, filled with awe, envy, and reverent admiration. Those who had mocked Yi Qingru moments earlier now seized upon fresh gossip. See that? That is true celestial brilliance, a phoenix descending upon mortal realms. Compared to her, certain others, who crawled out of forgotten backwaters, are nothing but muddy ducklings. Huh, don't be so harsh. What if that duckling takes flight one day? Dream on. I'll wager she won't even clear the trial pagoda's first floor. Hearing the flattery and chatter swirling around them, the Zixiao Palace elders smiled, contentedly stroking their beards with the serene dignity of sages. Before long, the great gates of the trial pagoda swung open slowly. The trial had officially begun. The gate of the trial tower opened, its ancient and heavy voice resonating across the square. The trial begins. All disciples enter the tower in order of sect. The elder in charge spoke loudly, his voice echoing in all directions. As soon as he finished, Murong Yin stepped lightly from the team of Zixiao Palace, the first to emerge. Dressed in a magnificent palace gown, her expression calm, she exuded an innate confidence and pride. Under the gaze of countless eyes, she did not hesitate at all, striding directly into the tower, her figure vanishing amidst a glow of brilliance. Outside the tower, a brilliant point of light appeared on the massive stone wall, ascending at an astonishing speed. As expected of the saintess of Zixiao Palace, this speed is simply unprecedented. The first layer gone in an instant. The second layer has also passed. So fast. The crowd erupted in exclamations, all eyes fixated on the rapidly moving point of light. After Murong Yin, disciples from other sects entered one after another. Confidence Palace, Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, 10,000 Methods Sect. All major powers of Zhongzhou sent their most outstanding disciples. On the tower wall, more and more points of light lit up, desperately chasing after the dazzling light at the top. Yi Qingru stood at the back of the crowd, her expression calm. The surrounding discussions, the admiration for Murong Yin, and the analysis of other prodigies did not stir the slightest ripple in her heart. In her world, there was only the sword and her master's teachings. When it was her turn, she simply reported her name and origin calmly. When the registering monk called out Nanyun loose cultivator, Yi Qingro, a low murmur and light laughter arose once again around her. From the southern region. Indeed, just a loose cultivator. Such courage, but I wonder how strong she really is. Yi Qingru paid no attention, stepping into the tower. On the tower wall, her point of light also lit up. It was not as dazzling as Murong Yan's, nor did it burst forth with astonishing speed at the outset, but rather ascended steadily at a leisurely pace. At this moment, all attention was on Murong Yan. The fourth layer. My goodness, the saintess has already reached the fourth layer. Like a hot knife through butter. This is a true prodigy. Look, she hardly paused as she passed each layer, indicating that these trials pose no difficulty for her. The elders of Zixiao Palace stroked their beards, unable to conceal their pride. To them, this trial was a stage prepared for Murong Yan, a stepping stone for her to gain fame in Zhongzhou. Time passed bit by bit. The discussions outside the tower never ceased. The sixth layer. The saintess has reached the sixth layer. This news was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up countless waves. The sixth layer. The best result in previous years was only reaching the seventh layer. The saintess is about to make history. The 1,000-year record will likely be broken today. Just as everyone was wildly amazed by Murong Yan's unparalleled talent, someone finally noticed another unusual occurrence. Look, there's another point of light, also reaching the sixth layer. A young cultivator pointed at the tower wall, his tone filled with astonishment. Everyone followed his direction, and indeed found not far below the brilliant point of Murong Yan another point of light. Though its brilliance was slightly dimmer, it was steadily stationed at the sixth layer. Who is this? How could they keep up with the saintess? Let me check. It's that Yi Qingru from the southern region. What? Is it really her? This revelation left everyone dumbfounded. After a brief moment of surprise, it was replaced by various dismissive speculations. It must be luck. That's right, the first 6 layers mainly test cultivation and combat power. She might have had some good fortune, but her cultivation isn't strong. However, the trial tower becomes increasingly difficult. Ill luck alone cannot suffice. Indeed, making it to the 6th layer is already her limit. When she reaches the 7th layer, which tests the Dao heart, she will surely be eliminated. A disciple from Confidence Palace scoffed, declaring, "A firefly dares to compete with the moonlight. She is merely a stepping stone to highlight the saintess." This comment garnered the agreement of the vast majority. In their minds, the noble-born Murong Yan was a phoenix from the heavens, whereas Yi Qingro, hailing from the impoverished southern region, was nothing but dust on the ground. The disparity between them was as vast as the clouds and mud, rendering any comparison futile. Yi Qingru's brilliance was destined to be but a fleeting moment. However, they were unaware that the true legend was just beginning to unfold. In the trial tower 7th layer, here there were no ferocious beasts or powerful puppets. The entire space was a chaotic haze, as if the heavens and earth had yet to be formed. As soon as Murong Yan stepped into this place, her heart sank. She knew the trial of the 7th layer was upon her. This was the most difficult and crucial test, questioning the heart. The test was of the cultivator's Dao heart. If there were flaws in the Dao heart, inner demons would arise, plunging them into an irretrievable illusion. Murong Yan took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. From a young age, she had been a favored child of heaven, sailing smoothly, hailed as the genius of Zixiao Palace that appeared once in a millennium. Her Dao heart had long been tempered to be unyieldingly strong. A mere illusion, what can it do to me? She coldly scoffed in her heart, sitting cross-legged to guard her mind. However, at the moment the illusion descended, her expression still changed. Before her was no longer chaos, but the grand hall of Zixiao Palace. Her master, the elders of the sect, all her senior brothers and sisters looked at her with eyes filled with disappointment and coldness. Murong Yan, you have disappointed us greatly. You are simply unworthy of being the saintess of Zixiao Palace. Your first place is a lie. Someone will always surpass you. Voices like the sharpest blades pierced deep into her heart. This was her deepest fear. As the eternal number 1, her greatest fear was being surpassed and falling from her pedestal. No, this isn't real. It's all an illusion. Murong Yan shook her head vigorously, trying to break free, but those voices and images grew clearer, binding her like a nightmare. Outside the tower, everyone noticed the anomaly. What's happening? The saintess's point of light has stopped at the 7th layer. It's been over a stick of incense. She seems to be trapped. The 7th layer tests the Dao heart, which is the most perilous. It seems even the mighty saintess has encountered her inner demons. The faces of several elders from Zixiao Palace grew serious. They understood better than anyone that although Murong Yan had outstanding talent, there was a fatal weakness above her Dao heart. She was too proud and placed too much importance on the title of first. This was both her motivation and her inner demon. Just as everyone was worried about Murong Yan, another point of light quietly entered the 7th layer. It was Yi Qingru. Upon entering this chaotic space, she too felt the force that stirred her inner demons. The illusion unfolded before her. The gates of blood slaughter sect the fierce enemies, her family lying in a pool of blood. Scenes of tragic pasts attempted to drag her into the abyss of hatred and pain. Had it been in the past, she might have truly succumbed. But now it was different. The great revenge had been avenged, and the ties of the past had been severed. She had personally cut off all the causes and effects of her past. Now she was as clear as a mirror, her sword heart transparent. These so-called illusions were nothing but laughable phantoms in her eyes. Break. Qingmu did not even draw her sword. She merely murmured the word inwardly. An invisible, yet razor-sharp sword intent radiated from her being. Before her, all illusions burst like pricked bubbles, vanishing in an instant. The entire process lasted but a single breath. Outside the tower, none had yet recovered from their murmurs about Murong Yan's entrapment. Suddenly, an incredulous shriek pierced the air. Look, quickly, look at Qingmu's light point. All heads snapped upward in unison. Then they beheld a sight none would ever forget. The light point representing Qingmu surged into the 7th floor and paused not a moment. Like an indestructible star, it pierced straight through the 7th floor's domain, surging past the stalled Murong Yan to enter the 8th floor first. The entire plaza fell into utter silence. So profound was the stillness that even the fall of a needle could be heard. Mouths gaped wide, eyes bulged from their sockets, as if ready to burst forth. Mockery and disdain remained frozen upon their faces, grotesque, absurd, ludicrous. A second. She'd cleared it in a second. Could it truly be possible that a lone cultivator from the southern region had shattered the 7th floor, where even the saintess Murong had faltered? How could this be? What purity must her Dao heart possess? What unshakable fortitude must it embody? Am I dreaming? A nameless woman from the southern region has utterly eclipsed the peerless prodigy of the central continent. In a trial of Dao heart. This world has gone utterly mad. After that brief, suffocating silence came a deafening tidal wave of astonishment. Those who had earlier dismissed Qingmu as mere stepping stone, as insignificant as fireflies, now felt searing heat across their cheeks, as though struck by a stinging slap. The elders of the Zixiao Palace stood frozen, their triumphant smiles hardened into masks of shock and ashen fury. Meanwhile, elders from other great sects exchanged grave, weighty glances. Any trace of prior condescension long vanished. Hurry. Investigate immediately. Unearth Qingmu's entire lineage, every detail of her origins. I demand to know everything about her. Command after command thundered forth from these august figures. They realized they had gravely misjudged her. A true new star was rising, not with fanfare, but with an inexplicable, inexorable brilliance. The 8th floor was a vast platform. At its center stood a humanoid puppet forged entirely from black iron alloy. Its hollow eyes stared blankly ahead. In its grip rested a standard-issue longsword, exuding a cold, formidable aura. The moment Qingmu materialized, the guardian puppet moved. Lightning swift, it lunged forward, a deceptively angled thrust laced with razor-edged sword chi, embodying a profound and esoteric sword art. Qingmu's gaze sharpened. She raised her blade to parry. Clang. Metal screamed against metal. The recoil jolted her arm with numbing force. Immense strength. Exquisite technique. A flicker of genuine surprise stirred within her. This puppet's cultivation level likely rivaled that of an ordinary mid-stage nascent soul expert. Moreover, it knew no fatigue, felt no pain, and obeyed only one directive: to defeat any intruder. What followed was a grueling, desperate battle. Its sword art shifted endlessly, sometimes sweeping and overwhelming, sometimes elusive as a gazelle's leap, leaving no trace behind. Qingmu was utterly overwhelmed. She clung on solely through her extraordinary spiritual energy, far surpassing peers, and her rock-solid foundation in swordsmanship, searching desperately for an opening to counterattack. Yet the puppet's defense remained flawless, impenetrable, without flaw or fissure. Outside the tower, every heart leapt into throats. They watched. Her light point had halted on the 8th floor, pulsing faintly, a clear sign. She waged a fierce life-or-death struggle. The guardian puppet of the 8th floor is said to rival a nascent soul expert in power, and masters an arcane, near unbeatable sword art. She is, after all, only at the golden core stage. A reaching here is already miraculous. It seems her ascent ends here. Though awestruck by her prior feats, none believed she could breach the 8th floor. Just as Qingmu's relentless assault yielded no breakthrough, and her spiritual energy waned drastically, her master Lin Yuan's teachings echoed in her mind. 10,000 paths of the sword converge upon a single origin. The simplest technique is often the most potent. When your sword becomes pure enough, it shatters all laws. Yes, her master had taught her the essence, the primordial truth, of sword Dao, not elaborate forms. Why then had she been dancing to the puppet's rhythm? Why attempt to unravel its intricate techniques with equally complex counters? In that instant her mind cleared luminous and unclouded. She abandoned every superfluous motion, every flourish, every feint. Her sword became elemental, stripped bare. Thrust, slash, lift, cut. Each movement was a foundational form, yet each carried her sword intent distilled to its absolute, incandescent purity. The great Dao is supremely simple. When the puppet launched another dazzling interlocking sequence, Qingmu simply stepped forward and thrust. An utterly plain, unadorned thrust. Yet it struck with uncanny precision, the very nexus where all the puppet's variations converged. Like an immovable boulder in a rushing stream, it stood unmoved amid the torrent. The puppet's seemingly invincible sword art crumbled instantly. A flicker of crimson, like corrupted code, flashed in its hollow eyes. Now, Qingmu seized the fleeting opening body and sword fused into one radiant streak, piercing straight through the puppet's chest. Crack! Its movements ceased abruptly. A fist-sized hole smoldered at its chest, trailing wisps of acrid smoke, the core within cleanly pierced by a single stroke. With a thunderous crash, the colossal puppet collapsed into a heap of twisted iron fragments. The 8th floor broken. Outside the tower, the light point, long flickering upon the 8th floor, surged upward before settling firmly upon the 9th floor beneath the rapt gaze of 10,000 souls. At that moment, every sound across the Duanhuan mountain range ceased. All stood petrified, bodies locked, minds emptied, breath suspended. The 9th floor. She had ascended to the legendary 9th floor. Boom. And then, she broke through. Nascent soul realm. The record has been shattered. The highest record in 3,000 years, shattered. A trembling voice cried out, igniting the plaza like cold water poured into scalding oil. Pandemonium erupted. Everyone lost themselves to frenzy. This was a moment destined for the annals of history. And its architect, a woman from the southern region, previously unknown, even scorned, stood at its center. The 9th floor space differed utterly from those below. No foes awaited. Only serene, boundless starlight, and an elderly man seated cross-legged, his hair snow-white. Slowly he opened his eyes, warm, gentle, profoundly wise, and gazed upon Qingmu. Well done. Truly exceptional, he said. For 3 millennia you are the first to stand before me by your own strength alone. Who, venerable elder, are you? Qingmu bowed deeply in reverence. You may call me the Tower Spirit, he replied with a faint smile. Your talent for the sword path surpasses all I have ever witnessed. And your sword heart, purest I have ever known. As reward for reaching the summit, I bestow upon you the core legacy of this tower. With that he flicked a finger. Golden light shot forth, vanishing into Qingmu's brow. An immense arcane torrent of knowledge exploded within her mind. Heaven-cleaving sword art, a fragmented sword technique passed down from an ancient sword immortal. As Qingmu absorbed the transmission, light shimmered at the entrance of the trial tower. Yinyan emerged, pale-faced, lips stained with blood, clearly defeated in the 8th floor trial and grievously wounded. No sooner had she appeared than she was engulfed by roaring waves of conversation. Qingmu has reached the summit. The 9th floor. She truly ascended to the 9th floor. The ever-proud saintess of the Zixiao Palace heard these words, and for the first time her expression dissolved into stunned bewilderment and quiet despair. The transmission concluded, and Qingmu too was expelled from the tower. Before her stretched a sea of gazes, awestruck, envious, profoundly shaken. Qingmu's figure appeared outside the tower. The moment she emerged, the bustling square fell into an abrupt silence. Countless gazes converged upon her, filled with extreme complexity. Shock, awe, jealousy, greed. In the next moment, the brief silence was completely shattered. Miss Yi, please join our Yinyan sect. The position of the saintess is waiting for you. Our Wanfa sect is willing to exhaust all resources to cultivate you. You may choose any sect technique you desire. Come to our Zixiao Palace. The elder of the Zixiao Palace, who had previously looked down on Qingmu, was now squeezed to the front with the arrogance on his face long vanished, replaced by an almost frenzied eagerness. Miss Yi, I was blind before. As long as you are willing to enter our Zixiao Palace, the position of the saintess held by Murong Yin will be yours. No, we will establish a new saintess position for you, equal in status. In order to recruit this ancien millennium talent, he even publicly belittled his own saintess. Unfortunately, after Murong Yan's failed challenge, she was teleported out and left in a daze under the protection of her peers, having not heard these words. Otherwise, one could only imagine what her feelings would be. Faced with the olive branches thrown by various sects capable of driving any cultivator mad, Qingmu's expression showed not a hint of fluctuation. Her cold gaze swept indifferently over the eager faces. Then she lightly parted her crimson lips and uttered 4 words. I already have a master. Her voice was not loud, but it struck like thunder in everyone's ears. All the clamoring voices ceased. The fervor on the elders' faces froze into astonishment. She has a master. Who is it? Which reclusive old monster could teach such a prodigious disciple? Amid the complex gazes of the crowd, Qingmu ignored everyone else and walked straight in one direction. The crowd automatically parted to give her a path. She was like a sword drawn from its sheath, and no one dared to obstruct her brilliance. Meanwhile, on a secluded hillside of the Duanhuan mountain range, Lin Yuan, who was meditating, heard a familiar notification sound in his mind. Ding! Detected that the grand disciple Qingmu has broken through to the early-stage nascent soul, and her understanding of Dao heart and sword path has significantly improved. Congratulations to the host for receiving cultivation feedback. Cultivation level raised to great perfection of manifestation. A power several times more powerful than before surged within him, filling his limbs and bones with overwhelming true essence. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just one step away, he could enter the realm of Sage King. He raised his head and looked into the distance. A familiar aura was rapidly approaching. Soon Qingmu, clad in white, appeared in his line of sight. Following a faint connection to her master, she navigated through the crowd and found her way here. Upon seeing a delicate little girl sitting beside Lin Yuan, Qingmu momentarily paused, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Master, she walked up to Lin Yuan and respectfully bowed. I'm back. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing to the girl beside him and introducing her. This is my newly accepted second disciple, Gan Baobao. He then spoke to the somewhat shy Gan Baobao. Baobao, this is your master sister Qingmu. Qingmu's gaze fell on Gan Baobao. With just one glance, she sensed the pure and astonishingly vast sword talent within her. A natural sword body. A hint of barely noticeable approval appeared in her cold eyes. Gan Baobao, on the other hand, was captivated by her master sister's aura. It was an indescribable sharpness, as if she were an unparalleled divine sword hidden within its sheath, making it hard to stare directly at her even when standing still. Feeling nervous yet in awe, she timidly stood up and bowed to Qingmu. Sister. Master sister, hello. The word master sister softened Qingmu's expression, which was as icy as a 1,000-year-old glacier, a little. She gently replied with a soft Lin Yuan looked at this scene with great satisfaction in his heart. The grand disciple was cold as a sword, while the second disciple was clever and adorable. Their personalities complemented each other, and the sect was harmonious. He said to Qingmu, Qingmu, you just broke through, your realm is stable. It's a good time to guide your junior sister's sword techniques. Yes, master. Qingmu did not hesitate at all. Although her nature was cold, she was very serious with her junior sister. She walked to a vacant space nearby, casually broke off a branch to replace a long sword. Gan Baobao's eyes widened, focused intently, afraid of missing any details. Qingmu did not demonstrate any profound sword techniques. She simply performed a set of the most basic introductory sword techniques from start to finish at a steady pace. Thrust, slash, lift, chop, point, crash, hang. Each movement was executed with utmost precision, as if measured with a ruler. To outsiders, this set of sword techniques appeared ordinary, even somewhat dull. But in Gan Baobao's eyes, it was an entirely different scene. She saw that with every swing of the branch, her master sister seemed to invoke some profound rules of the world. These were not mere movements. They were the trajectories of the sword path, the embodiment of the law. The great Tao is found in simplicity. At this moment, Gan Baobao's natural sword body resonated with an unprecedented intensity. The spiritual energy within her began to operate uncontrollably, repeatedly mimicking Qingmu's actions, comprehending the true essence of sword Tao contained within. Her eyes gradually lost focus, and she fell into a state of ethereal enlightenment. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Gan Baobao. The bottleneck of her mid-stage golden core was shattered by this power, like a withered tree breaking apart. Latest-stage golden core. Just by observing a basic sword technique, she comprehended and directly broke through a small realm. This is the terrifying aspect of a natural sword body. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. One has a clear sword heart, and the other possesses a natural sword body. Both are extraordinary talents among millions. This master truly found a treasure. After Gan Baobao awakened from her enlightenment and stabilized her cultivation, Lin Yuan called both disciples to him. With a calm expression, he shared the intelligence gathered from the soul of that evil cultivator with them. The Qingmu Sect has a branch in the Hefeng mountain range, constantly capturing and abducting mortals and low-level cultivators for use as furnace cauldrons, employing extremely cruel methods. Upon hearing the words Qingmu Sect, Gan Baobao's body visibly stiffened. The flames of hatred ignited in her originally clear and pure eyes, and her tiny fists clenched tightly. If not for her master's timely arrival, she would have been captured by the evil cultivators of the Qingmu Sect to be used as a furnace cauldron. Master! Gan Baobao looked up at Lin Yuan, her voice trembling with emotion. She gathered her greatest courage and actively asked her master for the first time, "Please save those who have been taken away." All eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. They scrutinized him from head to toe, discovering that he emitted no fluctuations of spiritual power resembling an ordinary mortal. An uproar erupted in the crowd. They could hardly believe that such an extraordinary master was merely an ordinary person. Countless gazes of doubt, disdain, and regret were directed at Lin Yuan. The elder of Zixiao Palace turned pale with anger, suspecting that Qingmu had been deceived. He stepped forward, unleashing the pressure of the fragmentation realm, intimidating Lin Yuan, as he sternly demanded, "Who are you? Do not waste the bright future of such a talented individual. If you leave now, Zixiao Palace will not hold you accountable." Qingmu's expression turned cold as she unsheathed her imperial sword, the sharp intention of her blade aimed directly at the elder of Zixiao Palace. Gan Baobao also stepped forward. Although her cultivation was still low, the innate sword body she possessed radiated an astonishing brilliance. Yet Lin Yuan restrained them, merely lifting his gaze to glance at the elder. With that single glance, the elder of Zixiao Palace felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, perceiving not a mere person before him, but an endless, desolate universe of death. His Dao heart nearly shattered under that gaze, cold sweat pouring from his body, his legs turning weak, and he could no longer utter a single word. The entire venue once again fell into an eerie silence, as everyone felt the weight of that invisible fear. Just as the atmosphere froze, an object suddenly floated out from within the trial tower. By sheer coincidence, it landed in Qingmu's hands. Someone with sharp eyes recognized it as a map emanating an ancient aura of the immortal way, exclaiming, "It's the map of the heavenly sword immortal palace." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The desire to recruit a genius was instantly overshadowed by the greed for the immortal treasure. A series of subtle yet murderous divine senses locked onto Qingmu and Lin Yuan. Clearly, seizing an easily obtainable immortal legacy was far more enticing than recruiting a prodigious talent. A new storm was quietly brewing. In the face of the predatory gazes around him, Lin Yuan appeared calm, seemingly unaware of the tension. He casually glanced at the people from Zixiao Palace and stated, "The path is walked by oneself, not given by others." After a pause, he added another remark. "If you do not step aside, your path will come to an end." His plain words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, sent chills through the elder of Zixiao Palace and the disciples behind him, led by Yinyan. A terrifying pressure originating from the depths of their souls gripped their throats. They had no doubt that if they uttered another word or hesitated for even a moment, they would face utter annihilation. The face of the elder from the fragmentation realm turned from green to white, then to ashen gray. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never felt such a pure threat of death. It was not a crushing force of power, but an absolute suppression of life, level akin to an ant gazing up at the heavenly path, utterly devoid of any thought of resistance. He used all his strength to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth. "Let." His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with humiliation and fear. The cultivators from Zixiao Palace felt as if they had received a reprieve, hastily retreating to the sides in a disheveled manner, their actions lacking any semblance of the grandeur of a top-tier sect. They cleared a wide path, lowering their heads, not daring to glance at Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan did not even look at them, leading Qingmu and Gan Baobao forward. He walked slowly, his steps leisurely, as if taking a stroll in the mountains. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted like the tide. Those powerful figures from various sects who had previously been filled with greed, locking onto them with their divine senses, now retracted their senses, one by one falling silent. What a joke! Even the elder from Zixiao Palace had nearly collapsed under the weight of a single sentence. How could they not be walking to their deaths by confronting him? Even if the immortal treasure was appealing, one must have the life to seek it. This man, who appeared to be an ordinary mortal, was a terrifying existence they could not comprehend. Under the gazes of countless awe, fear, and confusion, the trio's figures gradually receded, ultimately vanishing at the end of the mountains. Only when their breaths completely vanished did the oppressive atmosphere in the square ease slightly. Phew! Many sighed in relief, only to realize that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Who exactly was that person? The elder of Yinyan Sect spoke with lingering fear, his voice trembling slightly. "I do not know." The master of Wanfa Sect shook his head, his expression grave. "When did such a person appear in the northern region? I have never heard of him. He has no spiritual power, yet can severely injure the Dao heart of a fragmentation realm expert with a single glance. Such means are unheard of. Could he possibly be the legendary sage king who has returned to simplicity? Or perhaps a great sage? Impossible. The Panga continent has not seen a great sage for tens of thousands of years." The discussions among the crowd were fervent, yet no conclusion could be reached. Lin Yuan's existence had transcended their realm of understanding. The elder of Zhixiao Palace finally regained his senses, collapsing to the ground in a daze, his gaze hollow, as if all his vitality had been drained. He knew he had kicked a solid iron plate that was beyond imagination. Not only had he lost face for Zhixiao Palace, but his Dao heart also bore an indelible shadow. It would likely be difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Elder Wei, a disciple cautiously approached to inquire. Let's return to the sect. The elder struggled to stand, his face ashen as he waved his hand. What happened today must not be spread outside. Those who do will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. He knew very well that if this matter became public, Zhixiao Palace would become a laughingstock in the entire northern region. However, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. The cultivators present came from various major forces in the northern region, and with so many eyes and ears, it was impossible to keep the news under wraps. In less than half a day, everything that transpired in front of the trial tower swept through the upper echelons of the entire northern region like a storm. A mysterious female sword immortal named Yi Qingru, with the cultivation of early nascent soul, had conquered the 100th floor of the trial tower, a feat no one had achieved for countless years. She had a master who appeared to be an ordinary person, yet suppressed a fragmentation realm expert with a single glance. More importantly, Yi Qingru obtained a map to what seemed to be the remnants of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Palace from the trial tower. Each piece of news was enough to stir up immense waves in the northern region. In no time, countless forces began to take action. Some aimed for the immortal treasure map, dispatching personnel to frantically investigate the whereabouts of Lin Yuan and the others. Other forces were more cautious, feeling a deep-seated dread toward Lin Yuan's power, not daring to act rashly, instead observing from the shadows. Still, other forces set their sights on building relationships. They believed that rather than risking a dangerous attempt to seize an uncertain immortal treasure, it would be better to find a way to establish a good rapport with this unfathomable expert. At this moment, the northern region was undergoing rapid changes, with undercurrents swirling. Meanwhile, in a remote, uninhabited valley far from the Duanhuan mountain range, Lin Yuan was leisurely sitting on a piece of blue stone. Gan Baobao curiously gazed at the ancient map in Yi Qingru's hands. The map was made from an unknown beast skin, depicting intricate mountains and rivers, exuding a faint aura of immortal spirit. Master, is this the map to the Heavenly Sword Immortal Palace? Yi Qingru handed the map to Lin Yuan. He took it, glanced at it casually, and then returned it. Yes, it's a fragment. His tone was as indifferent as if he were discussing a piece of waste paper. A mere fragment of a map nearly caused them to fight. A hint of confusion appeared on Yi Qingru's cold face. In her view, these so-called prestigious sects were rather laughable. Lin Yuan smiled, but did not explain. One cannot discuss ice with summer insects. To those cultivators, the inheritance of immortals was the ultimate goal they pursued throughout their lives. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, this so-called immortal palace inheritance was merely trivial. He casually enlightened his disciples, gaining benefits far surpassing this immortal palace inheritance. After returning the map to his eldest disciple, Yi Qingru, Lin Yuan stood up and dusted off his clothes. However, since we have obtained it, it's fine to take a look. Consider it a trial for both of you. But before that, there is still a small matter to attend to. He looked at Gan Baobao, his gaze gentle. You mentioned wanting to save those captured by the Hahuan sect. Gan Baobao abruptly raised her head, her eyes ignited with a flame of hope and hatred. Master. She nodded vigorously. Good. Lin Yuan's response was just one word. I will take you both to settle this score. In the northern region, Luoyuan City floats above the sea of clouds, shrouded in colorful rays of light throughout the year. The city is adorned with magnificent towers and pavilions accompanied by ethereal music. The streets are bustling with cultivators, both men and women, dressed splendidly and radiating vitality. They engage in lively conversations, savoring tea and discussing the Dao in tea houses filled with spiritual energy, or extravagantly spending in opulent merchant guilds. It is a scene of flourishing prosperity in the world of cultivation. Gan Baobao gazes at the sight before her, feeling a bit dazed. Master, is this the territory of the Hahuan sect? She could hardly believe that such a seemingly righteous place could be a den of filth. Lin Yuan answered lightly. Yi Qingru followed Lin Yuan, her expression cold and silent. Her heart for the sword was clear, sensing beneath the surface splendor of the city a nauseating undercurrent of filth. Lin Yuan's footsteps halted before the most luxurious restaurant. He looked up at it. This establishment, named Paradise of Bliss, stands 99 stories tall, piercing the clouds, constructed entirely from a warm jade that can gather spiritual energy. The entrance was bustling with traffic, with everyone coming and going being powerful cultivators of high status. Shall we go in for a look? Lin Yuan asked his two disciples. Gan Baobao nodded, and Yi Qingru had no objections. The three entered the restaurant, and immediately beautiful maidens came to greet them. Their cultivation levels were surprisingly above the golden core stage. Lin Yuan paid them no mind. His divine sense had already spread like mercury, silently penetrating the layers of restrictions to probe the foundation of the city. In the next moment, a drastically different scene appeared in his perception. Below the city lay a vast underground space that had been hollowed out. Countless intricate lines of formations like a spider's web were etched into the subterranean rock layers, forming an enormous furnace. The core of the furnace was neither spirit stones nor earthly flames, but rather hundreds of thousands of souls. These souls were shackled at the nodes of the formations, enduring the relentless agony of refinement day and night. They emitted silent wails, their overwhelming resentment and suffering transformed by the formations into a special energy continuously supplied to the city above, sustaining its prosperity and operation. The entire Luyan city is like a vile flower blooming above a hell of endless suffering. Lin Yuan withdrew his divine sense, his eyes calm and unruffled. He had seen countless evils, but it was his first time witnessing such brazen audacity, building a prosperous city of cultivation atop the suffering of innumerable beings. Master, what's wrong? Gan Baobao keenly sensed the fleeting chill emanating from Lin Yuan. It's nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head and said to the maid, take us to the mountain gate of the Qingmu Sect. Upon hearing this, the maid's smile grew even more enchanting. Do the three esteemed guests wish to join my Qingmu Sect? You truly have an eye for talent, but the entrance examination at our branch is quite strict. As she spoke, she guided the three deeper into the restaurant. After passing through several luxurious corridors, they found themselves in a spacious area. A large teleportation array appeared before them. The maid presented Lin Yuan with a jade token. Please, the other end of the teleportation array leads to our mountain gate. Lin Yuan did not take the jade token, merely casting a casual glance at the teleportation array. In the next moment, the space rippled. Lin Yuan, along with Yi Qingru and Gan Baobao, vanished from their original spot. The disciples of the Qingmu Sect guarding the teleportation array did not even notice any anomaly. The branch of the Qingmu Sect is situated in a mountain range perpetually shrouded in pink mist. Before the mountain gate, two squads of female cultivators clad in revealing armor stood solemnly, wielding long spears. The protective array shimmered, exuding a powerful pressure sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a fragmentation realm cultivator. However, this defense, which would deter most cultivators in the northern region, was nothing but a facade in Lin Yuan's presence. His figure, along with his two disciples, appeared directly inside the mountain gate, unnoticed and without triggering any restrictions. The laws of space were as docile as a lamb before him. Based on the memories he had extracted from the mind of the steward, Lin Yuan was thoroughly familiar with this place. He did not wander idly within the sect, but proceeded straight toward the direction of the underground prison, encountering no obstacles along the way. The patrolling disciples of the Qingmu Sect and the formation restrictions seemed blind, oblivious to the three passing by. Before long, they arrived at a massive stone door leading deep underground. The door was covered with malicious runes, and a strong stench of blood and resentment seeped through its cracks. Lin Yuan raised his hand and gently pushed. Boom! The heavy stone door, capable of crushing mountains, opened with a resounding sound. The sight behind the door caused Gan Baobao and Yi Qingru's pupils to constrict suddenly. Before them lay an endless underground space. Countless cages crafted from special profound iron were neatly arranged. Each cage held one or several cultivators. The vast majority of them were young female cultivators. Yet at this moment, they could no longer be called human. Some had their spiritual power and essence drained, resembling dried corpses with only hollow eyes remaining. Others had been implanted with demonic embryos, their abdomens grotesquely swollen, their faces filled with despair and numbness. Still others were used as test subjects for medicinal experiments, their bodies undergoing horrifying mutations. The air was thick with despair, pain, and resentment. This was not a prison. This was a living hell. Upon witnessing this scene, Gan Baobao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She recalled the days she was imprisoned in the basement, remembering those sisters who, like her, were captured to be used as furnaces. Their today could have easily been her tomorrow. An uncontrollable surge of rage erupted from her chest, instantly engulfing her limbs. Her eyes turned crimson. Beasts! A low growl suppressing endless killing intent escaped from her throat. In the next moment she moved. Her spirit sword was drawn, radiating a dazzling sword light. She no longer hesitated or suppressed herself. Her innate sword body was pushed to its limits, transforming her into a streak of flowing light charging deep into the prison. Who goes there? The several evil cultivators guarding the prison were startled and immediately surrounded her. They wore cruel smiles as if they had not seen such fresh merchandise in a long time. However, what awaited them was a sword from Gan Baobao, filled with fury. The sword light flowed like a waterfall, flashing past. The several Yuan Ing stage evil cultivators didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were shredded into pieces by the sharp sword energy. blood-stained Gon Baobao's dress, but she paid it no mind. She carried her sword, stepping forward one step at a time. The sword light flickered and heads rolled. Those guards who usually bullied others and treated lives as insignificant were as fragile as paper under her sword. Yi Qingru silently drew her imperial sword. She did not assist Gon Baobao. She understood that this slaughter needed her junior sister to conclude her own inner demons. Her task was to protect her junior sister. Her gaze turned deeper into the prison. There a stronger aura was being stirred, rapidly approaching their direction. Clang! A flying knife carrying a sinister aura shot through the air, aimed at Gon Baobao's back. Yi Qingru's expression turned cold, and her wrist moved slightly. A stream of cold sword energy arrived just in time, accurately cleaving the flying knife in two. A leader of the evil cultivators at the god transformation stage emerged from the shadows, looking grimly at Yi Qingru. Where did this junior come from, daring to wreak havoc in my Hahuan sect, seeking death? Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a puff of black smoke, lunging at Yi Qingru. Yi Qingru remained expressionless, the imperial sword in her hand humming softly. The sword energy crisscrossed like a heavenly net, instantly enveloping the black smoke. A piercing scream echoed from within the black smoke. In the next moment, the sword net constricted, thoroughly eliminating the black smoke, dissipating it into nothingness. More and more Hahuan sect cultivators rushed in from all directions. Yi Qingru stood guard at the entrance of the prison with her sword. She did not employ any fancy techniques. Each strike was simple and direct, yet executed with breathtaking speed. Wherever the sword light passed, none could stand in her way. In an instant, severed limbs and blood flowed like a river. She resembled a cold, killing deity, erecting the most solid defense for her junior sister, who was unleashing her fury. Finally, when Gon Baobao severed the last guards head, a piercing alarm rang through the depths of the entire sect. Buzz! A terrifying aura powerful enough to distort space erupted from the innermost part of the Hahuan sect. The entire underground prison trembled violently under the influence of this aura. The master of that aura arrived swiftly. One moment they were deep within the sect, and the next they appeared above the dungeon. The space rippled like water waves. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in thin palace attire and exuding an enchanting grace appeared out of thin air. Barefoot, with a string of golden bells adorning her ankles, she walked with a mesmerizing chime. Her eyes were alluring and captivating, each smile and frown laced with deadly temptation. This person was none other than Lu Rian, the master of the Hahuan sect's branch. A top-tier expert who had reached the late stage of the void-shattering realm. Behind her followed 4 other old men, each exuding a similarly unfathomable aura. These 4 were the 4 elders of the Hahuan sect's branch, each possessing mid-stage void-shattering realm cultivation. The appearance of 5 void-shattering powerhouses brought an overwhelming pressure, as if the heavens themselves had tilted. The air in the entire dungeon seemed to solidify. Yi Qingru and Gon Baobao, who were engaged in combat, felt an immense pressure, causing their movements to momentarily halt. Lu Rian's gaze swept over the gruesome scene below, where blood flowed like a river and her brow furrowed slightly. Yet her face still wore an enchanting smile. Her gaze eventually fell upon the man who had remained motionless throughout, his expression calm. Lin Yuan. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Lu Rian's eyes. She was unable to perceive this man's cultivation at all. From him, she sensed no fluctuations of spiritual power, as if he were an utterly mundane person. But how could an ordinary person bring 2 disciples into the heart of her Hahuan sect unnoticed and kill so many? There must be something unusual at play. However, Lu Rian was quite confident in herself. In this northern region, one at the late stage of the void-shattering realm had already reached the pinnacle. Moreover, she possessed the Hahuan sect's most cherished divine ability, charm technique. Those of the same realm who had perished under this technique numbered not less than 8 out of 10. This fellow Taoist, may I ask how my Hahuan sect has offended you to warrant such ruthless actions? Lu Rian's voice was sultry and enticing, as if it could penetrate into one's heart. As she spoke, an invisible pink energy emanated from her, quietly spreading outwards. In the air, it seemed as if countless unseen petals were drifting down. A strange, sweet fragrance invaded the nostrils. This was the Hahuan sect's top-tier charm technique, heavenly fragrance of the mortal realm. This technique was silent and could directly affect a cultivator's soul. Once ensnared, the victim's mind would be entirely controlled by the caster, reduced to a puppet that obeyed every command. Even for those with a firm Dao heart, a void-shattering powerhouse could easily fall victim if not careful. The 4 elders behind her revealed expressions of amusement. They understood well just how terrifying the power of this move was. However, the pink energy, like a spring breeze, brushed past Lin Yuan's body without stirring a single ripple. Lin Yuan's eyes remained as calm as an ancient well. He didn't even lift his eyelids. For the first time, the smile on Lu Rian's face froze. How could this be? Her heavenly fragrance of the mortal realm was utterly ineffective against him. Just as she was filled with doubt, Lin Yuan finally made a move. He raised his hand and casually slapped towards Lu Ruyan. This slap appeared light as a feather devoid of any trace of worldly energy. No spiritual power surged, no laws roared. It was like an ordinary wave of the hand between mortals. A hint of disdain flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Pretentious. She mobilized all her spiritual power, preparing to give this ignorant man an unforgettable lesson. But the next moment her expression shifted from disdain to horror, because she discovered that beneath that seemingly inconspicuous palm the surrounding space, along with time, had been utterly sealed. She could not move. The spiritual power she prided herself on, her powerful divine soul, were all suppressed at this moment by an invisible mountain unable to budge an inch. She could only watch helplessly as that palm grew larger and larger in her pupils. Within that hand it seemed to contain a profound principle of the Tao that she could not comprehend. It was the true essence of destruction, the ultimate law of the return to the void. No. A desperate thought just rose from her heart. The palm had already descended. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor any world-destroying energy explosion. Everything happened without a sound. Under the gaze of Qingmu and Gan Baobao, the master of the Qingmu Sect's branch, Lu Ruyan, along with the 4 elders behind her, 5 top-tier void-shattering powerhouses vanished, as if erased by an eraser. Their bodies, their treasures, their souls were instantaneously decomposed into the most primitive and minute particles. Then they completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Their forms and souls were obliterated. Not a trace of existence was left behind. The entire dungeon fell into a deathly silence. Qingmu and Gan Baobao stared blankly at their master. They knew their master was strong, but they never expected her to be this strong. With a single palm, she annihilated 5 void-shattering powerhouses. What terrifying power was this? It had exceeded their realm of understanding. At the very spot where Lu Ruyan perished, an ancient jade pendant suddenly shattered. Crack! A tremendously powerful spatial fluctuation erupted. The void was torn open, and an enraged shadow emerged from the rift. It was an old man in a blood-red robe, his face gaunt, but his eyes burned like 2 blood suns, emanating a chilling ferocity. His aura was more than 10 times stronger than that of Lu Ruyan. This was a terrifying existence that had already touched the threshold of the Saint Realm. The Grand Elder of the Qingmu Sect. This shadow was a secret projection he had left on Lu Ruyan. Once Lu Ruyan faced life-threatening danger, it would be instantly activated. Through the projection, he saw the empty scene before him and sensed the complete disappearance of Lu Ruyan and the others. An overwhelming fury ignited within him. No matter who you are, his voice filled with endless killing intent roared like thunder, echoing throughout the underground space. Anyone who dares to kill a member of the Qingmu Sect will have no place to hide, whether in heaven or earth. You and your disciples shall be hunted by my Qingmu Sect to the ends of the earth, never to find peace. The thunderous roar reverberated endlessly. Yet in the face of this threat that would terrify any cultivator of the northern region, Lin Yuan merely raised his eyelids and glanced at the shadow. The corner of his mouth curled into a dismissive arc. Noisy. He casually uttered 2 words. Then he raised his hand and grasped towards the shadow. This action remained simple. Yet millions of miles away, deep within the forbidden area of the Qingmu Sect's headquarters, an old man in a blood robe, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unprecedented fear and disbelief. He found himself being locked by an irresistible, incomprehensible force, dragged away from the realm of reality. He wanted to resist, but he discovered that the cultivation he prided himself on was as insignificant as dust before that power. What kind of power is this? He let out his final terrified scream. The next moment, within the dungeon, Lin Yuan's palm slowly closed. That imperious shadow of the Grand Elder, along with his true body, located millions of miles away, were simultaneously crushed into powder by an invisible force. As Lin Yuan clasped his hands together, the phantom of the Grand Elder emitted a reluctant roar before completely transforming into specks of light, dissipating into the air. A crisis capable of overturning the entire northern region's landscape was effortlessly resolved by Lin Yuan. Qingmu and Gan Baobao had become somewhat numb. What kind of existence was their master? With a mere snap of his fingers, he could annihilate the fragmented void realm from millions of miles away, crushing a suspected half-saint Grand Elder with a single hand. Such methods, perhaps even the legendary great saints would find difficult to achieve. Lin Yuan paid no heed to his disciples' astonishment. He turned around to look at the women imprisoned in the cages. He raised his hand and gently waved it. Crack, crack, crack. The cages, crafted from special mysterious iron and inscribed with restrictive runes, opened with a sound, transforming into a pile of iron filings. Most of the women in the cages had dazed expressions, as if they had yet to comprehend what had happened. Lin Yuan flicked his fingers. A multitude of gentle life energy transformed into specks of green light flying into their bodies. The ghastly wounds on their bodies healed at a visible speed. The dried-up spiritual power began to fill again. However, the trauma to their souls along with the hellish memories would not be so easily erased. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and retrieved some resources from his storage space, placing them on the ground. These were some pills and spirit stones he deemed unnecessary, while casually clearing through the spoils of war. Although he found them insignificant for these unfortunate women, they would be enough to ensure their livelihoods for the rest of their lives, and even allow them to return to the path of cultivation. After doing all this, Lin Yuan waved his hand again. An invisible force of divine consciousness swept over everyone present. The memories pertaining to Lin Yuan, Yi Qingru, and Gan Baobao were quietly erased from their minds. Only a vague impression remained. A mysterious hero who intervened in their plight saved them. "Go on," Lin Yuan said softly. A massive spatial passage slowly opened before him. On the other side of the passage was a safe area rich in spiritual aura with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The women, having regained some semblance of consciousness, knelt down in the direction Lin Yuan had departed, bowing their heads heavily several times. Then they supported each other and walked into the spatial passage. As the last woman left, the spatial passage slowly closed. At that moment, above the dungeon in the skies, a faint sigh seemed to echo. A faint yet pure golden light of merit pierced through layers of obstacles, descending and merging into Lin Yuan's body. The heavenly Dao sensed it. Saving these tens of thousands of women who were destined to die tragically was no small act of merit. As the golden light of merit entered his body, Lin Yuan felt a warmth spread throughout. The stagnated bottleneck that had endured for so long shattered violently. A more vast and powerful force awakened within his limbs and bones. Ding! Detected that the host has gained merit from the heavenly Dao, breaking the bottleneck of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the early stage of the Great Sage Realm. Current realm, early stage of the Great Sage Realm. The system's notification echoed within Lin Yuan's mind. He felt the surging power within him and was in a good mood. Although this level of cultivation was still insignificant to him, one should never reject free gains. Master, you have broken through. Yi Qingru keenly sensed the change in Lin Yuan's aura. It was a deeper and more profound feeling, returning to a state of simplicity. If the previous master was like a starry sky with no end in sight, the current master was akin to a chaotic universe that embraced all. A small improvement, Lin Yuan casually nodded. He began to clear the treasury of the subsidiary branch of the Pleasure Sect. This branch had occupied Luyun City for thousands of years, hoarding treasures that piled up like a mountain. Various spirit stones, magical treasures, and rare materials dazzled Gan Baobao's eyes. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan stored everything into his storage space, intending to distribute it to his two disciples later. While clearing out the possessions of the former sect master Lu Rian, a special token caught his attention. This token was not the standard token of the Pleasure Sect. It was made entirely of an unknown black metal and felt icy to the touch. The front of the token was embossed with an elegantly swirling character for holy. Lin Yuan sent a wisp of divine sense into it. The token trembled slightly, and a deeply hidden message was revealed to him. Next batch on the 7th day of the 3rd month, Qingzhou, Baiwa Valley. The message was short but revealed a shocking secret. This token seemed to point to a highly esteemed figure within the Pleasure Sect. The Holy Sun. Moreover, this so-called Holy Sun appeared to be plotting something. The next batch likely referred to the next set of materials for cultivation. Lin Yuan stored the token away. For now, he had no intention of getting involved in this matter. His primary task was to properly cultivate his two disciples. Lin Yuan divided the spoils from this venture between Yi Qingru and Gan Baobao. Yi Qingru only picked a few items beneficial for her sword path cultivation and didn't look further. Gan Baobao took some healing and energy-restoring pills. Lin Yuan observed his two disciples and began to plan for their futures. Yi Qingru's imperial sword body and clear sword heart destined her to walk a path of battle, cultivating through combat and proving her Dao through slaughter. A flower in a greenhouse cannot become a true sword emperor. She needed more experience to witness a broader world and challenge more powerful opponents. The remnants of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Palace would serve as her next target for training. Gan Baobao, on the other hand, was different. Her primordial cauldron body held boundless potential, but her foundation was still shallow. With her previous inner demon, what she needed most now was an absolutely safe and stable environment to calm her mind, using the characteristics of the primordial cauldron to refine her foundation to perfection. Only through thick accumulation can one achieve thin emergence. Lin Yuan had made a decision in his heart. Qingru. He looked at his eldest disciple. You go seek the opportunities of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Palace yourself. I will leave a mark on you. If you encounter a life or death crisis, you can call for me at any time. Upon hearing this, a hint of warmth flashed in Yi Qingru's clear eyes. She knew this was her master granting her true freedom, allowing her to walk her own path. Yes, master. She nodded solemnly. Bao Bao. Lin Yuan turned to Gan Bao Bao. You will return with me to the Qingmu Sect. Qingmu Sect. Gan Bao Bao looked somewhat puzzled. Yes. Lin Yuan explained. There are some contingencies I have set up there. It's one of the safest places in the Panga continent. You can cultivate there at ease. Whenever you refine your foundation to perfection and break through to the nascent soul realm, you can emerge again. Hearing the phrase the safest place, Gan Bao Bao felt warmth in her heart. She knew her master was thinking of her. As for your vendetta after the sect competition in 2 months, I will personally take you to resolve it. I will do as master says. She replied obediently, deeply touched. With everything arranged, Lin Yuan felt relaxed. With both of his disciples on the right track, he as their master could finally take a breather. After resting for a while, he could continue searching for the next destined child or daughter. But where was the third future disciple? Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air before the gate of the Qingmu Sect, accompanied by Gan Bao Bao. The space merely twisted slightly before returning to calm, as if they had always been standing there. 2 inner disciples guarding the mountain leaned lazily against the stone pillars of the gate, chatting idly. Suddenly seeing 2 strangers appear before them startled them so much that their souls nearly fled. Who goes there? The 2 instinctively drew their long swords and assumed a defensive stance, but when their gazes met Lin Yuan's calm and unperturbed face, all their vigilance instantly transformed into shock and reverence. It's the master uncle from Dao Ancestor Peak. One of the disciples trembled in his voice, nearly dropping the sword he held. The other reacted slightly faster, quickly sheathing his long sword and deeply bowing to Lin Yuan, not daring to raise his head. Disciple pays respects to master uncle. Dao Ancestor Peak Lin Yuan. This name has become almost mythical within the Qingmu Sect, especially in the hearts of the younger generation. Having personally slain several elders of the blood-killing sect, he made the 6 peak masters bow down with just a thought. Although these young disciples had never witnessed this master uncle in action, the various legends surrounding him were enough for them to regard him as the true stabilizing force of the sect. No need for such formalities. Lin Yuan's voice was very calm, revealing no hint of joy or anger. He did not look at the 2 disciples again and led Gan Bao Bao, taking a step into the mountain gate. The moment he stepped into the sect, an invisible yet vast aura spread out effortlessly. At the same time, the innate sword body aura of Gan Bao Bao, which Lin Yuan had temporarily sealed but still leaked a hint of sharpness, also radiated out. Deep within the Qingmu Sect, in several long-sealed caves, a few ancient beings who had been in closed-door meditation for years opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their spiritual senses, like invisible tendrils, instantly crossed mountains and rivers, probing towards the direction of the gate. Such a powerful aura. Who is this? Doesn't resemble the sect master, nor does it look like the 6 peak masters. When did such a powerful being arrive at the sect? There's another one. Such astonishing talent in swordsmanship. It's simply a gem born for the sword. Several old, yet powerful spiritual senses intertwined in the void, all carrying a hint of astonishment. However, when their spiritual senses cautiously brushed against the 3 feet around Lin Yuan, it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea, instantly vanishing under an unfathomable force. Hiss! Several gasps of shock echoed simultaneously in different caves. The old beings who had been in seclusion for countless years no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of probing, retracting their spiritual senses and falling silent once more. They knew that an existence had arrived in the sect that they absolutely could not provoke. In the Qingmu Sect's conference hall, Sect Master Lu Hanyan and the 6 peak masters along with the 8 elders had long been waiting. They almost instantly received a message from the guarding disciples as soon as Lin Yuan stepped into the sect, immediately putting down all their affairs and rushing over. When Lin Yuan strolled into the hall with Gan Bao Bao, the gazes of the sect master, the 8 elders, and the 6 peak masters all landed squarely on Gan Bao Bao. What a promising talent. This was the immediate reaction in everyone's hearts. Although they could not discern her exact cultivation that restrained sharpness, and her clear, pure eyes, which held a hint of stubbornness, indicated that this little girl was certainly extraordinary. Master Nephew. Sect Master Lu Hanyan was the first to rise, bowing respectfully to Lin Yuan. The 8 elders and the other 6 peak masters also stood up to pay their respects, not daring to show any signs of neglect. Who is this? Lu Hanyan turned her gaze towards Gan Bao Bao with a hint of inquiry. She is my newly accepted second disciple, Gan Bao Bao. Lin Yuan spoke concisely and directly. I brought her here today to test her aptitude and leave a record in the sect. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became somewhat subtle. Another disciple. The 6 peak masters exchanged glances, seeing a hint of complexity in each other's eyes. One Qingmu was already overwhelming their talented disciples. Now another one. Moreover, if she has caught this one's attention, how could her aptitude be lacking? Master Nephew is joking, your personally accepted disciple must be 1 in 10,000. Indeed, there is no need for further testing. The master of the 3rd peak forced a laugh, his tone somewhat sour. Yes, there's no need to test her again, the master of the 4th peak echoed. Although they spoke this way, their hearts were pounding. They were eager to know what kind of genius this Gan Bao truly was. The rules cannot be disregarded, Lin Yuan said indifferently, leaving no room for argument. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan said no more and immediately ordered, "Come, bring out the spirit testing stone tablet." Soon 2 elders worked together to lift a completely black stone tablet, exuding an ancient aura, to the center of the hall. This was the Qingmu Sect's treasure that had been inherited for tens of thousands of years, the spirit testing stone tablet. It is said that this stone tablet can accurately measure a cultivator's spirit root physique and even a trace of weak bloodline power, never having made an error. Go ahead. Lin Yuan nodded at Gan Bao. Taking a deep breath, Gan Bao slowly walked to the stone tablet under the gaze of the 7 important figures and gently placed her little hand on it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The stone tablet showed no response, remaining in its pitch-black state. The hall was enveloped in silence. The expressions of the peak masters shifted from initial seriousness to a hint of peculiarity, and finally, they couldn't help but curl their lips into a barely perceptible smile. Especially the master of the 2nd peak, Chu Qingqing, sneered coldly in her heart. She had thought it was another prodigy like Yi Qingro, but it turned out to be a waste who couldn't even activate her spirit root. It seemed this one also had moments of misjudgment. Just as she secretly scorned, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. The long silent spirit testing stone tablet suddenly emitted a deep humming sound, and the entire tablet began to vibrate violently. In the next moment, a dazzling purple light erupted from within the stone tablet. The radiance was so pure and noble, as if it contained the fundamental principles of the universe. Boom. A thick purple beam of light shot up from the top of the stone tablet, piercing through the dome of the conference hall and reaching the clouds in the sky. The sky above the entire Qingmu Sect changed dramatically. Endless purple energy gathered from the east, rolling in like a tide stretching for 30,000 miles. Above the heavens, immortal music resonated, and illusory dragons and phoenixes spiraled and danced. The astonishing celestial phenomena stunned every individual within the Qingmu Sect. Inside the conference hall, silence reigned. The cold smiles on the faces of the 6 peak masters had long since frozen, replaced by a nearly dazed shock. They stared intently at the towering purple beam of light, feeling as if their breaths were about to stop. Sect Master Lu Hanyan trembled all over, her lips quivering as she cried out in disbelief with boundless joy. The purple energy comes from the east for 30,000 miles. This is the legendary Supreme Innate Dao Body. The Supreme Innate Sword Body. These 7 words struck like a divine thunderbolt in the minds of everyone present in the discussion hall. The 6 peak masters were utterly flabbergasted. They had lived for over 1,000 years. What kinds of geniuses had they not seen? Those with rare spiritual roots, those with innate sword bones, even those possessing the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts. Yet these so-called geniuses seemed as insignificant as dust before the phrase Supreme Innate Sword Body. It was a legendary physique favored by the heavens, destined to attain the Tao and become a saint. For tens of thousands of years, such a physique had not appeared in the entire Panga continent. The ancient texts of the Qingmu Sect mentioned it only in a few sparse records, treating it as a myth. Yet now a living, breathing prodigy with a supreme innate sword body stood before them. Moreover, they were from Dao Ancestor Peak. The 8 elders of the Qingmu Sect were completely stirred. One Qingru was already an unparalleled prodigy, single-handedly securing the leading position for the younger generation in the northern region for the next few thousand years. Now Dao Ancestor Peak had another person with a supreme innate sword body, Gan Bao. Would this allow the other peaks to thrive? The face of Chu Qingqing, the master of the 2nd peak, grew extremely ugly. She had originally held high hopes for her proud disciple Wang Teng, who bore the demeanor of an emperor. But now her heart was filled with bitterness. What of the century's rare genius? Before the innate sword body, it was nothing but a joke. The expressions of the other peak masters were not much better. They felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, as if a mountain were pressing heavily upon their hearts, especially when thinking about the sect competition in just over 2 months. They had originally thought that even if their disciples could not surpass Yi Qingro, they could still shine brightly in front of others and secure a place among the top. But now it seemed those favored disciples they had painstakingly cultivated would pale in comparison to these 2 prodigies, perhaps even lacking the courage to challenge them. In an instant, the atmosphere among the various peaks grew exceptionally tense. No, we must increase the training intensity once we return. All the treasured pills must be brought out. That secret realm should also be opened for my few worthless disciples. Almost simultaneously, the 6 peak masters resolved in their hearts. Roll up. We must push ourselves to the limit. Even if we cannot catch up to those 2 freaks at Dao Ancestor Peak, we must not fall too far behind, and we cannot be surpassed by other peaks. An unprecedented wave of internal competition was about to erupt fervently among the other 6 peaks of the Qingmu Sect. Lin Yuan, however, was too lazy to pay attention to the astonishment and complex thoughts of others. Having tested the qualifications and left a record, his purpose had been achieved. He casually nodded to the still-dazed sect master Lu Hanyan as a greeting, then turned to leave the discussion hall with the equally bewildered Gan Baobao. As the 2 figures flashed, they disappeared from their spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of Dao Ancestor Peak. Upon entering the peak, Gan Baobao was completely stunned by the sight before her. A dense and unimaginable aura of spiritual energy rushed toward her. Here the spiritual energy was no longer an ethereal existence. It had almost solidified, transforming into a faint white mist that swirled among the mountains and forests. Just breathing in a single breath made her feel a surge of comfort throughout her limbs, as if the bottleneck in her cultivation had loosened slightly. The concentration of spiritual energy was 100 times richer than anywhere she had been before, including the other peaks of the Qingmu Sect. What left her utterly speechless was the gigantic ancient tree at the center of the peak, so immense it was beyond words to describe. The ancient tree's branches were strong and powerful, coiling like a dragon, with every leaf shimmering with a crystalline sheen, as if formed from the purest essence of the Tao. A profound rhythm of the Tao emanated from the ancient tree, enveloping the entire peak. Just a glance made Gan Baobao's mind clear, and many of the obscure aspects of her understanding of the sword Tao suddenly became illuminated. She stood there in a daze, completely entranced. Where was this place? A paradise. This is the enlightenment tree of 1,000,000,000 years. Lin Yuan's calm voice rang in her ears, resolving her confusion. 1,000,000,000. Enlightenment tree. Gan Baobao's mouth formed an O-shaped feeling, as if her mind could hardly comprehend it. She finally understood why her senior sister was so formidable. She also understood why her master could be so transcendent. It turned out that her master's Dao Ancestor Peak was itself a supreme sacred place, surpassing all caves and blessed lands in the world. How fortunate she was to have the sense to join her master's sect. To join her master's sect was a blessing she had cultivated over several lifetimes. A wave of unprecedented gratitude and relief surged in her heart. She looked at Lin Yuan's back, her eyes filled with admiration and yearning. What other secrets did this seemingly ordinary master conceal? She dared not think, nor did she wish to. All she knew was that from now on, everything about her belonged to her master and to Dao Ancestor Peak. Lin Yuan, accompanied by Gan Baobao, traversed a misty realm of spiritual fog, arriving at a hot spring pool surrounded by natural giant stones. The water in the pool was crystal clear, with steam rising as a few unknown flower petals floated on the surface, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Take off your clothes and get in. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, as if he were merely stating a matter of utmost normalcy. He took the lead, swiftly removing his outer garments to reveal his weltoned upper body, then stepped into the hot spring, comfortably leaning against the wall of the pool. Off. Gan Baobao was taken aback, her small face instantly flushed crimson as steam rose to her forehead. Bathing with Master. This is too much. She stood frozen in place, nervously gripping the hem of her clothes, her head lowered, even her toes curled up, momentarily at a loss. You carry too much worldly aura, and the hatred and inner demons within you also need to be cleansed, Lin Yuan explained softly, eyes closed. This pool is called a mortal pool, and the water is gathered from an immortal spring. It can wash marrow and cleanse bones, purifying the soul. It is immensely beneficial for stabilizing your Tao heart and enhancing your constitution. Hearing his explanation, Gan Baobao's shyness dissipated significantly. It turns out it was like this. She had misunderstood. Master was doing this for her own good. With absolute trust in her master, she no longer hesitated. Although still shy, she turned her back, awkwardly unbuttoning her clothes, and cautiously immersed her body into the warm water. As the water covered her shoulders, an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout her limbs. A gentle, yet overwhelming energy surged into her meridians through her skin. This energy flowed like the softest spring breeze, smoothing out the subtle dark injuries left within her from an unstable foundation. The once solid bottleneck of her cultivation began to show signs of loosening under the wash of this energy. What astonished her even more was that the hatred, fear, and resentment that had long plagued her heart like maggots in the bones. These negative emotions melted away like ice and snow under the pool's cleansing. Her soul felt as if it had been washed free of all dust, becoming clearer and more tranquil than ever before. At this moment her Dao heart was as clear as a mirror. Focus your mind and circulate your cultivation method, perceiving the Dao rhythms of the tree and water. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in her ear at the right moment, akin to the sound of a morning bell, instantly guiding her into a state of ethereal oblivion. Gan Baobao instinctively closed her eyes, following her master's guidance to begin circulating the cultivation method she had learned. Boom! Under the dual stimulation of the purifying heart pool and the ancient enlightenment tree, the dormant power deep within her bloodline was finally ignited. The body of the middle dings began to awaken. In an instant, Gan Baobao felt as if she had transformed into a furnace at the dawn of chaos. The entire Dao Ancestor Peak, the spiritual energy of the surrounding thousands of miles, seemed to be drawn by some fatal attraction, forming visible streams of spiritual energy that surged wildly toward the purifying heart pool pouring into her body. Her body acted like a bottomless pit, welcoming and devouring this vast amount of spiritual energy. Then the body of the middle dings began to operate autonomously, refining and purifying this spiritual energy with incredible efficiency, transforming it into the purest cultivation. Her aura began to surge at a rocket-like speed. Late stage of golden core. Peak of late stage golden core. Half-step nascent soul. In just a moment her cultivation soared forward, almost touching the threshold of the nascent soul realm. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's timely intervention to forcibly suppress her realm, she might have broken through to nascent soul today. Foundation is unstable, you must not rush it. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again, calming her agitated spirit. At the same time, a series of prompt sounds echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected that the second disciple Gan Baobao's body of the middle dings has been initially activated. Cultivation bottleneck, loosening Dao heart stabilized. Congratulations host for receiving cultivation feedback. Cultivation raised to mid-stage of Great Sage Realm. Lin Yuan felt an even more vast power erupting from within, and his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth instantly reached a new level. Before he could fully grasp it, another prompt sound came. Ding. Detected that the second disciple Gan Baobao is wildly absorbing spiritual energy, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Congratulations host for receiving cultivation feedback. Cultivation raised to late stage of Great Sage Realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, once again Lin Yuan sighed comfortably. This feeling of becoming stronger while lying down was truly delightful. Accepting disciples is undoubtedly the most cost-effective investment in the world. It seems he should take in more disciples and frequently bathe with them. He opened his eyes, glancing at Gan Baobao, who was completely immersed in her cultivation, enveloped in rich Dao rhythms and spiritual fog, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. From today onward, the daily cultivation routine at Dao Ancestor Peak would include another activity: bathing. Since the outstanding innate sword body of Gan Baobao was made public, the atmosphere of the Qingmu Sect has turned particularly strange. Centered around Dao Ancestor Peak, a clear boundary has formed. On one side is the leisurely Dao Ancestor Peak, almost decaying in its tranquility. On the other side are the other 6 peaks, almost boiling with intensity. The peak master Chu Qingqing took matters into her own hands and activated the legendary 10,000 swords refining heart array. Thousands of disciples from the second peak were forced into the sword formation, enduring the torment of relentless sword chi day and night. For a time, the air above the second peak was filled with screams and the ringing of swords echoing endlessly. At the third peak, the peak master threw all the core disciples into the depths of the underground fire molten cave. This was euphemistically termed as tempering the body and honing the will. Many disciples were roasted like pigs, and their greatest wish each day was merely to survive long enough to crawl out and drink some water. The fourth peak, fifth peak, sixth peak, and the first peak. Without exception, all have entered hell mode. The various peak masters, as if on steroids, personally urged their disciples to endure rigorous training. A plethora of long-stored elixirs, secret realms sealed for years, and training resources exchanged for sect contribution points were being poured down without any regard for cost. The entire Qingmu Sect, with the exception of Dao Ancestor Peak, was caught in a frenzy of cultivation. All disciples were forced to be part of it, spending their days either cultivating or on their way to cultivate. Even the spirit beasts in the sect felt the tense atmosphere, walking cautiously, fearing they might be captured by some disciple who had become obsessed with cultivation and turned into a stew. Yet the originator of all this, Dao Ancestor Peak, remained peaceful. Lin Yuan's life was exceedingly pleasant, with a highly regular daily routine. In the morning he would sip tea and read under the ancient enlightenment tree. In the afternoon he would fish by the spirit creek on the back mountain with a rod that had no hook. In the evening he would invite his second apprentice Gan Baobao to bathe in the immortal pool and discuss cultivation insights. Gan Baobao's speed of cultivation was astonishing. With the threefold enhancement of the Hongmeng Ding, the ancient enlightenment tree, and the immortal pool her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Although Lin Yuan urged her to suppress her realm and refine her foundation, the increasingly powerful aura she emitted could not be concealed. That aura, like an invisible whip, continuously spread from above Dao Ancestor Peak, striking the hearts of the Peak Masters and disciples from the other 6 peaks. Have you heard? That little sure shoe from Dao Ancestor Peak has become even stronger. Not just stronger. Yesterday I caught a distant glimpse towards Dao Ancestor Peak, and the spiritual energy there was almost like a torrential downpour. Comparing ourselves to others is infuriating. While we toil ourselves to exhaustion, they just soak in a bath which is worth 10 years of our hard work. Stop talking, senior brother. Wang has been punished by the Peak Master to train in the sword array again. Let's hurry up, or we'll be the next ones. Similar dialogues played out every day across the 6 major peaks. The disciples complained bitterly, but felt helpless. They too wished to lie flat, but the Peak Masters did not allow it. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was steadily improving his cultivation under the inner competition of his apprentices. As long as Bao made progress in her cultivation, the system would continuously provide him with more refined energy. His cultivation had quietly reached the peak of the late Great Sage realm, only a step away from achieving Great Sage perfection. This leisurely life, so different from the tense atmosphere outside, brought him immense satisfaction. That afternoon, Lin Yuan was still fishing by the creek. Bao sat cross-legged nearby, quietly cultivating. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's brow twitched as he cast his gaze toward the foot of Dao Ancestor Peak. There a visitor had arrived. The sect master of Qingmu Sect, Yinyan, stood outside the protective array of Dao Ancestor Peak, her expression complex, seemingly hesitating whether to ascend the mountain. The intense competition from the other 6 peaks alongside the faint yet increasingly powerful aura emanating from above Dao Ancestor Peak finally made her unable to sit still. She decided to personally visit, ostensibly to congratulate Lin Yuan on acquiring a remarkable disciple, but in reality to test what this apprentice of his truly intended. The consecutive emergence of 2 ancient prodigies at Dao Ancestor Peak was a tremendous boon for Qingmu Sect. However, it simultaneously shattered the long-standing equilibrium within the sect. As the sect master, she needed to have a clear grasp of the future situation. Yinyan stood at the foot of Dao Ancestor Peak, adjusting her attire and wearing a solemn expression. As the sect master of Qingmu Sect, she usually carried an air of authority, with every word and action affecting the entire sect's operations. Yet at this moment, standing before this seemingly ordinary peak, she felt an inexplicable pressure. Before her, Dao Ancestor Peak stood silently, without any dazzling spiritual light or astonishing phenomena. It simply loomed there, ancient and serene, as if it had existed since time immemorial. But Yinyan could clearly sense that this peak was shrouded by an invisible, yet unbreakable barrier. It was a manifestation of the Dao, a concrete embodiment of the laws. Compared to the protective arrays of the other peaks within the sect, this barrier seemed like the difference between heaven and earth. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions. No matter what, she had to meet this apprentice today. She stepped forward, arriving before the invisible barrier, and spoke aloud, her voice carrying through spiritual power, clearly reaching the mountaintop. Shiji, it is I. May I ascend the mountain? Logically speaking, Yinyan was of the same generation as Lin Yuan, being an elder, yet she lowered her stance significantly, speaking earnestly, without a hint of the sect master's authority. Her voice echoed in the valley but received no response. Above the mountain there was still profound silence. Yinyan frowned slightly, but did not display any impatience. She knew that patience was key. Thus she stood there quietly waiting. Time passed second by second. She waited from noon until the sun began to set. The evening glow painted the sky red and the mist in the mountains began to rise. Yinyan stood there like a statue, motionless, her posture unchanged. She believed that her sincerity would be enough to move Lin Yuan. However, she ultimately overestimated herself. Just when she was about to speak again, a calm and unremarkable voice unexpectedly resonated in her mind. Disciple is cultivating outsiders, please refrain from entering. The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Yinyan's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Outsider. The dignified sect master of Qingmu Sect was treated as an outsider. Furthermore, the other party couldn't even be bothered to meet her face-to-face, dismissing her directly with a transmission. This rejection was clear as day. A wave of frustration surged within her. She realized that her goal for today was unattainable. This apprentice of his cared little for the internal balance of the sect and was unconcerned with the opinions of the other peaks. It seemed he was only focused on his disciples' cultivation. Having understood this, Yinyan felt a sense of helplessness, but also let out a sigh of relief. That was fine. A strong individual who did not interfere with sect matters and focused solely on cultivating disciples was purely a good thing for Qingmu Sect. As for the pressure and competition from the other 6 peaks, let them compete. Only under pressure is there motivation. Sigh after a soft sigh, she no longer lingered, turning into a streak of light and heading back to the Sect Master Peak with some reluctance. At Dao Ancestor Peak by the creek, Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He naturally understood Lu Hanyan's intentions. However, he was disinclined to deal with such mundane affairs. What sect balance, what power dynamics in his eyes were merely ephemeral clouds. The only thing he was interested in now was cultivating his disciples and then lying back to upgrade. Days passed by. There was less than a month left until the sect competition. The atmosphere of internal competition in Qingmu Sect had reached its peak. With the support of the purification pool and the enlightenment tree, Ganbao's foundation had become extraordinarily solid, and her cultivation was steadily at the half-step nascent soul realm, waiting for an opportunity to break through naturally. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with her progress. Just when he thought that this leisurely life could continue until the sect competition began, a long-lost system notification sound unexpectedly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected the appearance of the third destined daughter, Dugu. Yinyan. Current location, Eastern Region, Falling Soul Valley. Target is currently in life-threatening danger. Please host proceed to rescue as soon as possible and take her as a disciple. Lin Yuan, who was lying on the rocking chair, paused slightly. He raised an eyebrow. Eastern Region, Falling Soul Valley. Another one. And she's in life-threatening danger. It seems his leisurely days had come to an end. The system's notification shattered the tranquility of Dao Ancestor Peak. Lin Yuan sat up from the rocking chair, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The third destined daughter, Dugu Yinyan. This name was somewhat interesting. However, the Eastern Region's Falling Soul Valley was more than 1,000,000 miles away from Qingmu Sect. For ordinary people, reaching it would take a lifetime, but for Lin Yuan it was nothing. He glanced at Ganbao, who was still immersed in her cultivation. The little girl had now entered the right track in her practice, her aura steady and long, with an extremely firm foundation. Even without him watching over her, she would certainly not make any mistakes on Dao Ancestor Peak. It was time to leave. Lin Yuan stood up and walked over to Ganbao. As if sensing her master's approach, Ganbao slowly opened her eyes from her cultivation, a flash of divine light swiftly passing through her gaze. Master, she called out obediently. I need to step out for a while. It could be a few days, or at most a month. Lin Yuan's voice was very gentle. Upon hearing this, a hint of reluctance flickered in Ganbao's eyes, but she still nodded understandingly. Master, you can go with peace of mind. Bao will cultivate diligently. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and flicked his finger. A gentle white light entered the center of Ganbao's forehead. This is a protective divine thought left by me, which can safeguard you from harm 3 times. Additionally, I will temporarily entrust you with the control of the Dao Ancestor Peaks formation. Should any enemies invade, you can use this thought to activate the Great Formation to defend against them. Ganbao felt a warm current that appeared in her mind, along with a faint connection to the entire Dao Ancestor Peak, warming her heart. Her master always considered her needs meticulously. Your senior sister is out training, and now only you remain in the peak. Lin Yuan finally admonished. Focus on your cultivation and do not mind the disturbances from the outside world. Calmly await the sect competition in a month. Yes, master. Ganbao nodded heavily, firmly remembering her master's words. Having arranged everything, Lin Yuan no longer delayed. Rescuing someone in life-threatening danger was urgent, so he turned around facing the empty void and casually gestured forward. With a soft sound, the space in front of him was easily torn open like fragile cloth, creating a pitch-black rift. On the other side of the rift was a chaotic and violent spatial turbulence capable of shredding even a saint-level expert into pieces in an instant. Yet before Lin Yuan, these spatial turbulences were as docile as sheep, automatically parting to form a stable passage. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped forward. His figure instantly disappeared into the spatial rift. The next moment, the rift slowly closed, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The peak of Dao Ancestor Peak returned to silence once more. Only Ganbao remained staring blankly in the direction her master had vanished, her eyes filled with determination. Master, do not worry. Bao will not disappoint your expectations. When the sect competition arrives, I will ensure that the entire Qingmu Sect is astounded by Dao Ancestor Peak. In the Eastern Region, the Valley of Lost Souls. This place lives up to its name, as if even the soul would become lost and fall here. The year-round gray miasma envelopes the entire valley tightly, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Even the divine sense is greatly suppressed here, with survival chances barely 1 in 10. Deep within the valley, a gigantic formation, shrouded in ominous energy, is in operation. The foundation of the formation consists of tens of thousands of souls. Countless twisted souls wail within the formation, emitting silent screams. Black resentment gathers into chains, firmly binding a young girl at the center of the formation. This formation is called the 10,000 Charms soul-devouring formation. The girl at the center dressed in a red garment exudes unparalleled beauty even as countless chains of resentful souls bind her. She is Dugu Yinyan, born of a charming body, a rare physique, and the reincarnation of a nine-tailed fox. Every frown and smile can captivate hearts. But at this moment her face, capable of making heaven and earth pale, is pale, and her magical power is nearly exhausted. The chains of resentful souls not only confine her body, but also continuously tear at her spirit, attempting to erase her will. Outside the formation, several elders dressed in black robes of the Qingmu Sect gather around the formation's eye, grinning with sinister smiles. They gesture with their hands, continuously injecting their own demonic essence into the formation, urging it to operate. Indeed, as expected of a reincarnated nine-tailed fox, even in such a state her will remain so tenacious. One elder licks his lips, his eyes filled with greed. The more tenacious the better. The more tenacious she is, the more astonishing the effect after refining the celestial cauldron. If the sect leader obtains her, he will surely be delighted and reward us richly. Haha, this little girl has made us chase for so long. Once we capture her, we must have our fun first. Be careful not to damage the cauldron. If the sect leader finds out, we can't bear the consequences. The elders discuss recklessly, their words filled with lewdness and malice, as if Dugu Yinyan were already in their grasp. Listening to the filthy words from outside the formation, Dugu Yinyan shows no fear in her eyes. Instead, they shimmer with cunning and determination. She knows that if she continues to fight, the only path ahead is death. Being captured and returned to the sect would only lead to a fate worse than death. Since that is the case, why not fight to the death? She steeled her heart, no longer resisting the erosion of the formation, but instead actively opened her mind. At this moment, the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox within her was activated to its utmost. Innate divine ability, world-shattering love. This is the most powerful and dangerous divine ability of the nine-tailed fox clan. Once this technique is cast, it will use her bloodline as a guide to evoke the deepest love and obsession within all living beings in the world. It makes no distinction between friend or foe. In an instant, the scene within the 10,000 Charms soul-devouring formation underwent a strange change. The resentful souls, once fierce and attacking Dugu Yinyan madly, all suddenly became sluggish. In their eyes there was no longer resentment and madness, but rather endless tenderness and yearning. They seemed to see the person they loved most in life upon Dugu Yinyan. Yinyan, a strong man's soul transformed into a vengeful spirit, gazes at Dugu Yinyan, murmuring to himself, extending a ghostly claw to caress her cheek. Mother. A child's soul floats towards Dugu Yinyan, tears streaming down his face. Husband. Countless resentful souls fell into their most beautiful memories of life, and their attacking movements came to a complete halt. Moreover, when the resentful souls beside them accidentally touched themselves, they would explode into unprecedented rage, believing that the other had defiled their beloved, and began to crazily harm one another. The entire formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Outside the formation, the several elders of the Qingmu Sect who were urging the formation were also affected. Their eyes began to turn hazy. What lay before them was no longer the eerie valley of lost souls, but transformed into the scene they most desired in their hearts. Some saw themselves successfully breaking through, achieving the Dao, and becoming a saint with myriad immortals coming to pay homage. Others saw themselves surrounded by countless beauties, enjoying endless nights of revelry and delight. Still others envisioned the girl next door whose smile made their hearts race in their youth. Everyone fell into a trance, their minds dazed and unable to extricate themselves. Now is the time. Dugu Yinyan seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She suddenly bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence, blood burning her own source of power. Her entire being transformed into a brilliant red light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing towards the weakest point of resentment in the operation of the formation. This crash gathered all her strength and the will to survive. Boom! A loud noise. The indestructible 10,000 Charms soul-devouring formation was forcibly breached, creating a gap. But Dugu Yinyan had also reached her limit. The backlash of the divine ability combined with the cost of burning her essence blood plunged her consciousness into darkness. Her body could no longer sustain itself in the air, falling like a kite with a severed string from the sky. The elder from the Qingmu Sect, who held the highest cultivation and the most stable Dao heart, was the first to break free from the illusion of world-shattering love. When he saw the chaotic formation before him and the massive gap that had been broken open, he was first stunned, then immediately filled with rage. But when his gaze fell upon the powerless Dugu Yinyan falling from the air, that anger instantly transformed into ecstasy. What a disobedient little wildcat! Yet she has such a desperate move, he sneered, his eyes filled with triumph. Unfortunately, you still fell into my hands in the end. He did not care about his fellow disciples still trapped in the illusion. A massive hand formed from surging true essence appeared out of nowhere, reaching for the unconscious Dugu Yinyan with lightning speed. In his view, this reincarnated nine-tailed fox was already fish on the chopping block ready for him to butcher. The great hand of true essence broke through the miasma, carrying a powerful pressure ready to touch Dugu Yinyan's delicate body. Just as his fingertips were about to touch that red garment, an abnormal change occurred. The entire space of the Valley of Lost Souls seemed to be pressed by an invisible hand, pausing everything. The wind stopped. The flowing miasma solidified. Even the dazed smiles on the faces of the elders were frozen. At this moment, time seemed to lose all meaning. The only thing that could move was the great hand of true essence reaching for Dugu Yinyan. However, it was not advancing. Instead, it was shattering in a bizarre manner, piece by piece. Like shattered glass, it turned into specks of light, dissipating in the solidified air. The elder at the forefront felt his ecstasy turn to horror. He realized he could no longer move. He tried to shout, but no sound came out. A fear stemming from the depths of his soul completely engulfed him. A figure appeared silently in front of Dugu Yinyan. A figure in black strode forth, face extraordinarily handsome, eyes deep as an abyss. It was Lin Yuan who had rent the void to arrive. He did not spare a glance for the statue-like elders of the Qingmu Sect. Instead, he bent and gently cradled Dugu Yinyan as she teetered toward the ground. His movements were as soft as if handling a priceless relic. Only after confirming that Dugu Yinyan had merely collapsed from exhaustion and was not beyond hope did he slowly straighten. Then, as casually as if flicking away a fly, he flexed his fingers. There was no thunderous display, no cataclysmic aura. Just a few almost invisible gusts of finger wind sliced through the air. The elders, cultivators who had reached the Huashan realm and could be called patriarchs in the outer world, never knew what struck them. Time, which had frozen, resumed its flow. Tiny blood holes appeared at their brow, and the fascination and terror in their eyes were frozen forever. Their primordial spirits were extinguished. A few corpses slumped to the ground like sacks stripped of bone, utterly lifeless. Lin Yuan poured a pure current of life force into Dugu Yinyan, stabilizing her wounds and replenishing the essence and blood she had lost. The girl in his arms stirred, her lashes trembled as she slowly awakened. When she opened her eyes, the first face before her was Lin Yuan's, close enough to see every line. What manner of face was that? Handsome, otherworldly, as if all the spirit of heaven and earth had been concentrated there. More arresting still were his eyes. They were clear as an abyss, profound as the starry vault, utterly free of worldly desire. Dugu Yinyan, a nine-tailed fox by nature, possessed an innate discernment for a man's allure. She had absolute confidence in the seductive arts that were her pride. Yet before this man, all her charms seemed to have no effect at all. His gaze was like a mirror that revealed every disguise she wore, but left no ripple behind. That very stillness awoke in her a competitiveness she had never felt. She blinked feigned weakness to slip free from Lin Yuan's arms, then performed a coquettish bow, her voice dripping with honeyed flirtation. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you unless—" Her words were cut off by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's hawk-like eyes had already scanned her from head to foot. Name Dugu Yinyan. Physique nine-tailed fox, not yet awakened Zhending body. Cultivation late golden core. Talent born seductive form, able to enthrall the masses, peerless love. Confirming she was the one he had been seeking, Lin Yuan watched her feigned coquetry and calmly finished her sentence. Then become my disciple. The smile on Dugu Yinyan's face froze. What? The script had not been written like this. Wasn't the usual course for a man to be swept away and then make the most of the moment? Become a disciple. Dugu Yinyan stood stunned for several breaths before she fully recovered from the shock of those words. She looked up at Lin Yuan again. The man before her wore an expression of calm, his gaze clear, utterly unlike one making a joke. Her mind raced. This man had with a flick of his fingers slain several elders of the Huashan realm. His strength was fathomless. To become his disciple, this did not seem like a misfortune. On the contrary, it was an astonishing boon. If she could latch onto such a powerful patron, she could walk boldly through the entire eastern domain, not just the Qingmu Sect. With that thought, Dugu Yinyan's eyes brightened, surprise melted into delight and reverent admiration. Without hesitation, she dropped to both knees and performed 3 graceful kowtows to Lin Yuan, each movement fluid and precise. Disciple Dugu Yinyan pays respect to master. Her voice was clear and pleasing, touched with just the right hint of innocent coquettishness, as if she had longed from the start to take Lin Yuan as her master. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken the 3rd fated woman, Dugu Yinyan. The feedback of 100-fold cultivation gain for accepting a disciple has been triggered. Congratulations, host, cultivation has risen to Saint King realm great perfection. The system's chimes sounded in Lin Yuan's mind exactly on cue. A force vaster and more boundless than before detonated within him, sweeping through his limbs and bones. Every cell thrummed with world-shattering might. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth leapt to a new plane. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This third disciple is obedient. He lifted a hand, and a gentle power bore Dugu Yinyan from the ground. Rise. Lin Yuan asked, tell me plainly, how did this happen? Why is the Qingmu Sect trying to kill you? Yes, master. Dugu Yinyan stood dutifully to one side and recounted the entire chain of events without omission. It turned out the enigmatic leader of the Qingmu Sect had learned from some source that she was the reincarnation of a nine-tailed fox and bore the Jinding body. That sect leader intended to capture her alive and refine her into an Elysian immortal cauldron to aid his own breakthrough. Sensing the danger, Dugu Yinyan had used stratagem to flee, but the Qingmu Sect had laid traps across the path and relentlessly pursued her until she was driven into Luoan Valley. If not for Lin Yuan's timely arrival, her fate would have been clear. Lin Yuan listened calmly. Qingmu Sect. Once again the Qingmu Sect. It seemed this sect no longer had any reason to exist, but now was not the moment to act. He glanced at his newly accepted disciple. Though her talent was exceptional, her foundation was mixed, and her seductive arts had strayed into perversion. She would need proper guidance. Meanwhile, countless myriad miles from Luoan Valley at the Qingmu Sect headquarters, a palace built upon the clouds basked in perpetual roseate light. Immortal melodies drifted through the air, an illusion of paradise. Yet deep within the palace, in a grim hall of souls, the atmosphere lay heavy with oppression. This was the soul hall where the soul lamps of all elders above the Huashan realm were enshrined. A disciple assigned to guard the hall yawned from boredom. Then his peripheral vision caught a dimming among the lamps on the highest shelf. He rubbed his eyes and looked more closely. In the next instant, sleepiness vanished and was replaced by unmitigated horror. The lamps representing the elders who had gone out on the hunt flickered, and as if blown out by a wind were extinguished in unison. Puffs of sound punctuated the dead silence of the hall. The elders' soul lamps have gone out. The disciple let out a shriek, tumbling and scrambling as he dashed from the soul hall. News was relayed upward through layers of command until it reached the ears of the sect leader. At the summit of the demon palace, within a bedchamber guarded by countless seals, a woman of peerless beauty reclined upon a soft couch. She listened to the report, her hypnotic phoenix eyes narrowing slowly. They are all dead. Her voice was pleasing, but it carried an ice-cold edge. The reporting general knelt, trembling, his body shaking like a sieve as he answered, yes, sect lord. The lamps of several elders all extinguished at the same time. The woman fell silent. She recalled the recent annihilation of the northern branch and the violent erasure of the supreme elder's projection. She immediately understood that these events were the work of a single individual. The successive losses drew a savage flame across her perfect face. Good. Very good. She rose from the couch. The terrifying pressure she radiated made the entire chamber tremble. Dare to provoke my Qingmu Sect again and again. Let me see what sort of immortal you are. A boundless killing intent erupted from her. Issue my decree. Her cold voice resounded throughout the Qingmu Sect. Proclaim the Qingmu demon decree. Summon every subordinate force and spare no expense to discover this person's identity. I will make him and all who stand with him pay in blood. Qingmu bid farewell to her master Lin Yuan in the valley. She uttered not a word, simply bowing deeply in the direction of her departing master. Then she turned and cast her gaze towards the west. There lay the direction marked on the fragment of the map, the next stop on her path of swordsmanship. Under the cold moonlight, the silhouette of the young girl appeared solitary and resolute, her white attire soon vanishing into the vast night. Qingmu pushed her speed to the limit, her form resembling a wisp of faint azure smoke swiftly darting through the forest. She knew that the emergence of the map of the Heavenly Sword Immortal Palace would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. From the moment she left the Broken Soul mountain range, she became a moving treasure, a living target. Indeed, after traveling no more than 300 miles, several chilling, killing intents locked onto her from all directions. Little girl, hand over the map, and you might be spared. A hoarse voice called out as 7 or 8 rogue cultivators in various attire emerged from the shadows of the forest surrounding her. These individuals were all at the mid-nascent soul stage, their eyes glimmering with greed and bloodlust. To them, Qingmu was merely a female cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, and no matter how high her talents, there was no way she could escape unscathed against their combined assault. Qingmu halted, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd, showing not a hint of disturbance. She was even too lazy to utter a single word. The imperial sword unsheathed silently, seeking death. Seeing her blatant disregard, the leader, a scar-faced cultivator, shouted angrily and took the lead in attacking. His ghostly blade swept through the air, descending towards her. The others followed suit, revealing their magical treasures. In an instant, a dazzling array of blades and swords along with various spirit lights wove a net of attacks, descending upon Qingmu. Facing this overwhelming assault that would induce despair in cultivators of the same rank, Qingmu's expression remained calm. Her figure moved. Rather than retreating, she stepped forward. This step was executed with exquisite timing, perfectly landing in the gaps between the attacks of several assailants. The imperial sword let out a light hum, tracing a cold arc in the air. There were no extravagant moves, just a simple horizontal slash. Quick. It was quick to the extreme. The first to charge the scar-faced cultivator had his sinister grin frozen, his body suddenly stiffening. A fine line of blood appeared at his neck. The next moment his head flew into the air, a fountain of blood gushing forth. A single sword sealed his throat. The others were struck with terror upon witnessing this. However, their attacks had already been launched, and there was no time to retract. Qingmu's figure like a specter navigated through the impenetrable web of attacks. Her footwork was ethereal and precise. With each evasion, she deftly avoided the most fatal strikes. The imperial sword in her hand transformed into the scythe of death. Each flash of the sword light would inevitably see a cultivator clutching their throat, falling with disbelief in their eyes. Their attacks could not even graze the hem of Qingmu's clothing. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Qingmu's sword was too fast, too precise, and too cold. Each of her strikes targeted only the most fatal vulnerabilities, sparing not an ounce of effort. In just a matter of breaths, the ground was already littered with corpses. The last surviving cultivator gazing at the bodies of his fallen comrades, and at the girl who stood unharmed like a goddess of slaughter under the moonlight, was utterly shattered by fear. "Devil! You are a devil!" he screamed, turning to flee. However, a cold sword chi was faster than his speed. From behind, it accurately pierced through his heart. He staggered forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground, life extinguished. The forest returned to silence once more. Only the thick scent of blood lingered in the air. Qingmu sheathed her sword, not even casting a glance at the corpses on the ground. She took out the fragment of the map from her bosom, determined the direction, and set off again, continuing westward. It was as if the massacre just now was merely a dusting of the road. In the following days, similar ambushes occurred several times. The strength of the attackers grew increasingly formidable, from the initial rogue cultivators at the nascent soul stage to later elders sent by the sects at the transformation stage. Qingmu's situation shifted from initially being at ease to gradually becoming difficult. In a canyon, she encountered an ambush by two early transformation stage cultivators. After a fierce battle, she seized the opportunity, sustaining a hit to her left shoulder from a gust of palm wind, and managed to slay both adversaries with her sword. She leaned against a rock, simply treating her wound and swallowing a healing pill. The continuous battles had greatly drained her spiritual power and left her somewhat fatigued. Yet her gaze was brighter than ever. Her path of swordsmanship was advancing at an astonishing speed through these relentless life and death battles. Her sword had also become increasingly steady and fierce. This was precisely the path her master hoped she would take. To cultivate through battle, to attain understanding through slaughter. After resting for a while, once her spiritual power had recovered somewhat, she stood up again. The road ahead remained long and perilous. Yet within her heart, there was no fear, only unwavering determination. A week later, Qingmu had ventured deep into the heart of the western region. Following the fragment of the map's guidance, she arrived at a vast ancient battlefield ruin. The sky here displayed a somber reddish-gray hue, and the earth was crisscrossed with ravines littered with shattered weapons and enormous bones. The air was thick with an ancient, lingering, ominous energy and resentment. Ordinary cultivators who lingered here for too long would find their minds affected. Qingmu's sword heart was transparent, unaffected by these negative energies. She cautiously navigated through the ruins, her divine sense spread out, vigilant against possible dangers lurking around. Suddenly she halted. A formidable aura of demonic energy, strong enough to make her heart race, surged from deep within the ruins. Following that, a deafening roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! The sound wave transformed into a tangible shockwave, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Qingmu's expression changed, and without hesitation, she turned and fled. That demonic energy was far more terrifying than any opponent she had encountered before, even several times stronger than the transformation stage ancestor of the Yi family. This was definitely not an existence she could contend with at present. However, just as she moved, a massive shadow obscured the light above her. A giant claw resembling a mountain descended with the power to rend space. Qingmu's pupils contracted sharply, and she infused her entire spiritual power into the imperial sword, turning around to slash out. The brilliant sword light collided with the enormous claw. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated. The sword light shattered. Qingmu felt an irresistible force surge toward her. She was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a loud thud, her body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit. Struggling to rise, she felt as if her internal organs had been displaced, and her whole body was in excruciating pain. She looked up and finally saw the true form of the beast. It was a massive black ape as large as a mountain with blood-red eyes and exuding a terrifying pressure of the fragmented space. A beast king. The giant ape let out an angry roar after missing its strike, stepping forward with such force that the ground shook as it charged towards Qingmu. Qingmu dared not linger for a moment, forcing herself to endure her injuries as she propelled her movement to the limit, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing desperately towards the outskirts of the ruins. However, the power of the Beast King was truly terrifying. No matter how Qingmu dodged and maneuvered, the giant ape relentlessly pursued her, its massive fists and sharp claws constantly striking from behind, narrowly grazing her body several times, each gust of wind causing her skin to sting. Her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting and her injuries were worsening. Qingmu's heart sank to the depths. Could it be that today she would truly perish here? Just as she was on the verge of despair, a glimpse from the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of a region ahead shrouded in thick, white mist, appearing exceptionally eerie. Within that mist, faint silhouettes of peach blossoms flickered. There was no time to think further. Qingmu gritted her silver teeth, steeled her resolve, and altered her direction, plunging into the white mist. The giant ape that was chasing her halted at the edge of the mist. A hint of human-like trepidation flickered in its brutal red eyes. It roared several times at the mist as if venting its frustration, but ultimately unwillingly turned away, retreating deeper into the ruins. As soon as she entered the mist, Qingmu felt the scenery transform before her. The desolate and grim ancient battlefield vanished, replaced by an endless peach grove. The pink peach blossoms were in full bloom, and as the breeze blew, petals fell like rain, carrying a faint sweet fragrance. Although the scenery was beautiful, it exuded an inexplicable eeriness. This place was a natural illusion array. Qingmu's heart sank. Having just escaped the wolf's den, she now fell into the tiger's mouth. She was preparing to search for a flaw in the array when suddenly a domineering wave of sword energy surged from within the peach grove not far away. "Break for me!" A loud and cheerful shout rang out. Immediately afterward, a dazzling beam of sword light shot into the sky, shattering a large expanse of the peach grove. But soon those shattered peach trees began to grow back at a visible speed, restored to their original state. Qingmu turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. There stood a young man dressed in black, wielding a long blade amidst the peach grove. His features were resolute, with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a wild and unrestrained domineering aura. As if sensing Qingmu's gaze, the young man turned his head. Their eyes met. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, seemingly not expecting to find anyone else in this illusion. He grinned at Qingmu, revealing a row of white teeth, and said cheerfully, "This young lady, are you also trapped here? My name is Xiaochun from the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land in the Western Continent." Heavenly Blade Sacred Land, Saint Sun Xiaochun. Qingmu's heart stirred. She had seen this name in a text introducing sects of the Western Continent. He was among the most outstanding sword cultivators of the younger generation in the Western Continent. She slightly nodded at Xiaochun in response, her tone cool. "From the southern region, Qingmu." "Ye girl." Xiaochun, carrying his exaggerated long blade, strode over, showing no offense at Qingmu's cold demeanor. "Did you also mistakenly enter this place to evade that old gorilla?" he asked. Qingmu responded with an "Haha, we are both lost souls in the same world." Xiaochun laughed heartily, scratching his head. "This cursed place is quite bizarre. I've tried every method, but I can't get out. Ye girl, your swordsmanship is superb. Why don't we join forces and see if we can find a way to break the array?" Qingmu did not refuse. She could sense that Xiaochun's blade intent was purely domineering, with no malicious intent. In this peculiar illusion array, having a powerful ally was undoubtedly a good thing. "All right," she replied succinctly. The two immediately began to attempt to break the array. Xiaochun's swordsmanship was grand and powerful, with each strike embodying a will to destroy everything. Qingmu's swordsmanship, on the other hand, was light and ethereal, always finding the most subtle weaknesses in the array's operation. At first, they fought individually with little success. But as time passed, a strange tacit understanding quietly developed between the two. Whenever Xiaochun cleaved through the illusionary peach grove ahead, Qingmu's sword would always find its way to pierce the fleeting nodes of the array at the end of his blade's momentum. When Qingmu's sword energy triggered the backlash of the array, unleashing countless peach blossom blades, Xiaochun's sword would act like an indestructible shield, forming an impenetrable net of blades before her, shredding all attacks. The dominance of the blade and the agility of the sword. One was the main attacker, while the other provided support. They even required no verbal communication, With just a glance or a subtle movement, they could understand each other's intentions. Their coordination was seamless. Xiaochen became increasingly surprised. He never imagined that his blade techniques could align so well with a woman's swordplay whom he had just met. Yi Qingru also felt a stir in her heart. This experience of completely entrusting her back to another, sharing a mutual understanding in battle, was something she had not felt since her master. Just as their cooperation grew ever more harmonious, the entire illusion array seemed to be enraged. All the peach blossoms withered and fell at once. A cold and powerful aura slowly condensed in the center of the array. A semi-transparent humanoid figure composed of countless peach blossom petals and array energy appeared before the two. The spirit of the array. Its aura had reached the peak of the transformation stage, stronger than either of them. It seems we won't be able to leave without dealing with this fellow. Xiaochen licked his lips, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent instead of fear. Yi Qingru said nothing, only tightened her grip on the imperial sword. Kill! Xiaochen shouted, leading the charge. A dazzling golden light erupted from the long blade, resembling a blazing sun as it descended. The spirit of the array emitted a silent shriek as countless pink energy tendrils shot from its body to meet Xiaochen's blade light. At the same time, Yi Qingru's figure vanished from her original spot. Instead of confronting the spirit of the array hidden, she transformed into a wisp of green smoke circling behind it. Her sword traced profound trajectories in the air. Each strike precisely targeted the nodes of energy operation within the spirit of the array. The spirit of the array's movements momentarily faltered. Although it was trivial, it was sufficient for a top-tier swordmaster like Xiaochen. Well done. Xiaochen laughed heartily, seizing the fleeting opportunity to change his blade's momentum. The originally domineering sword technique suddenly became unpredictable, like a deer's antlers leaving no trace. With one strike, he severed the spirit of the array's connection to the entire illusion. Now's the time. Xiaochen and Yi Qingru almost in unison exclaimed this phrase. In the next moment, the blade light and sword energy pierced the core of the array's spirit's energy from two entirely different directions simultaneously. Boom! The spirit of the array let out a mournful wail as its massive body exploded, transforming into a shower of light. As the spirit dissipated, the peach blossom illusion before them shattered like a broken mirror, cracking in every direction. In the next moment, the scenery before the two transformed back into the desolate ruins of the ancient battlefield. They had successfully escaped. As the illusion array shattered, Xiaochen let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at Yi Qingru beside him, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration and wonder. Miss Yi, your swordsmanship is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. He spoke sincerely. I believe there is no rival among the younger generation of the Western continent. Seeing the grace of the lady today, I realize there is always someone better out there. Yi Qingru simply wiped the blood off her sword blade calmly and replied softly, your blade technique is also quite strong. This simple compliment made Xiaochen as joyful as a child. He laughed heartily, patted his storage bag, and took out a jar of long-sealed spirit wine and 2 jade cups. Meeting each other is fate. Our collaboration can be considered as sharing life and death together. He skillfully lit a campfire, warming the spirit wine, and a rich aroma of alcohol immediately filled the air. Come, Miss Yi, I invite you to a cup of my treasured drunken dragon's song. Let us brew wine and discuss the Dao. Oh, wouldn't that be delightful? Yi Qingru looked at his generous and enthusiastic demeanor, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse and sat down beside him. She indeed needed to recover some of her expended spiritual energy. After 3 rounds of wine, their conversation gradually increased. Xiaochen, being frank and straightforward, disclosed his background and purpose openly. He was the current holy son of the top sect in the Western continent, the Heavenly Blade Sacred Ground. He had come alone to the northern region for a legendary great opportunity, the Celestial Sword Immortal Palace. To be honest, the founding ancestor of my Heavenly Blade Sacred Ground had old ties with an elder of the Celestial Sword Immortal Palace. Before the palace's destruction, that elder entrusted someone to deliver an item as a token. At this point, Xiaochen smiled mysteriously and took out an ancient beastskin map from his bosom. This is the fragmentary map of the Celestial Sword Immortal Palace. The moment Yi Qingru saw that map, her usually cold eyes revealed a look of astonishment for the first time. She said nothing, silently taking out the fragmentary map her master had given her from her storage ring. Now it was Xiaochen's turn to be dumbfounded. He stared at the 2 maps that shared identical materials, aura, and artistic style, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This. He stammered for a long time before finally managing to utter, this is just too coincidental. The 2 compared their maps side by side. Sure enough, the edges of the 2 fragmentary maps fit perfectly together. Although still incomplete, the exact location of the Immortal Palace was now 100 times clearer than before. Fate. This is undoubtedly a tremendous fate. Xiao Chen excitedly slapped his thigh, his gaze towards Yi Qingru, filled with even greater admiration. He had already admired Yi Qingru's extraordinary swordsmanship and her cold and proud character, and with this layer of wonderful fate added, a thought suddenly arose in his heart. Miss Yi. He straightened his expression and said earnestly, though we are just casual acquaintances, we feel as if we've known each other for a long time. With the Immortal Palace map as our bond, it truly feels like destiny. I Xiao Chen am not talented, but being a few years older than you, I have immense admiration for you. How about we become sworn siblings here? In the future, during the perilous trials of the Immortal Palace, we can support and look out for each other. What do you think? His tone was incredibly sincere, with no hint of ulterior motives in his gaze, only respect for the strong and a desire for camaraderie. Yi Qingru was silent. Having grown up in solitude, losing her parents at an early age, and later suffering the tragedy of her family's destruction, she had long since become accustomed to being alone and had never truly trusted anyone, except for her master. However, at this moment, looking at the open-hearted and clear-eyed swordsman before her, it seemed that the ice-cold heart she had long sealed was stirred slightly. She could sense the sincerity behind his words. In this perilous world of cultivation, having a trustworthy partner might not be a bad thing after all. After a long time, she gently nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was overjoyed and immediately pulled Yi Qingru to pledge their brotherhood, with heaven and earth as witnesses. I Xiao Chen today take Yi Qingru as my sworn sister. May heaven and earth bear witness. From now on we shall share blessings and face misfortunes together. If I break this vow, may heaven punish me. I Yi Qingru. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unprecedented firmness. From then on, besides her master, she gained another relative to whom she could call brother. After their oath, the two did not delay any longer. Once tidied up, they set off together towards the location indicated on the fragmentary map, speeding away. Qingmu Sect, Dao Ancestor Peak. A week passed quietly. Gan Baobao's days were filled with immense fulfillment. Every day, she washed her marrow and refined her bones in the immortal pool, contemplating the sword path beneath the enlightenment tree. Her foundation was being honed solidly, and the purity of spiritual energy within her far surpassed that of her peers. Although Lin Yuan had instructed her to deliberately suppress her cultivation level, that increasingly profound aura was like a bright moon in the night, impossible to conceal. One day, as Gan Baobao was practicing her sword beneath the enlightenment tree, she suddenly had a sense of foreboding, stopping her movements to gaze towards the foot of the mountain. Several malicious auras were approaching. Moments later, a group of 7 or 8 young cultivators dressed in the core disciple robes of various peaks arrived at the summit of Dao Ancestor Peak. Leading them was a young man with a proud expression whose cultivation had already reached half-step nascent soul. His name was Zhao Wuji, one of the most favored disciples under the third peak's master, and he was somewhat well known among the younger generation of the sect. This must be junior sister Gan, whom Master Lin has recently taken in. Zhao Wuji spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes, his gaze carrying an unmistakable disdain. We have heard that junior sister possesses extraordinary talent, and we came to pay a visit hoping to get closer to you. Gan Baobao stood with her sword, calmly looking at them without saying a word. She remembered her master's teachings, to focus on her cultivation and not to bother with external disturbances. As long as they did not go too far, she did not wish to stir up trouble. Seeing that Gan Baobao remained silent, the disciples behind Zhao Wuji burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is junior sister looking down on us, refusing to speak to us? Had quite the air of superiority. I wonder what kind of luck you had to catch Master Lin's eye. You are just a newly initiated girl. Do you really think you are a celestial being descended from the heavens? Their filthy words were endless. Gan Baobao frowned slightly. She could tolerate their disdain, but she could not allow them to insult her master. If you gentlemen have come as guests, Dao Ancestor Peak welcomes you. If you seek to provoke trouble, I kindly ask you to leave. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Oh, are you getting angry? Zhao Wuji sneered, stepping forward and sizing Gan Baobao up with the eyes of someone inspecting goods. Junior sister, I advise you to be sensible. The Dao Ancestor Peak lineage has long since declined. Your senior sister has been away for years, and your master is even more elusive than a dragon's shadow. With you, a little girl, guarding such a large mountain peak, do you honestly think you can hold it? He paused, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Why not join our third peak and become my junior sister? I guarantee that no one in the sect will dare to bully you in the future. Upon hearing this, Gan Baobao's expression turned utterly cold. These people were not only here to test her limits, but also aimed to publicly humiliate the Dao Ancestor Peak and undermine her master. Dao Ancestor Peak requires no assistance from you gentlemen, she said coldly. Refusing a toast results in a penalty drink. Zhao Wuji's patience seemed to have reached its limit, his expression darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since communication is futile, let me, your senior brother, guide your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy within him, in the form of a half-step, nascent soul, erupted explosively. A massive hand formed from true essence, carrying overwhelming pressure, reached out toward Gan Baobao. He actually made his move directly. In that moment when the opponent struck first, all of Gan Baobao's restraint transformed into a chilling, killing intent. She no longer suppressed her power. Clang! The sound of a clear sword chime echoed. The spirit sword was drawn. Faced with the incoming massive hand of true essence, Gan Baobao didn't even use her full strength. She merely flicked her wrist and casually thrust out a sword. This sword, seemingly unremarkable, contained an enigmatic rhythm of the Dao. The sword tip precisely struck the weakest point of the massive hand. Puff! A soft sound was heard. That imposing massive hand, like a burst balloon, disintegrated on impact. Zhao Wuji's expression changed before he could react. Gan Baobao's second sword had arrived. The sword light flowed like water, gently brushing past his protective spiritual light. Crack! Zhao Wuji's proud protective light shattered, instantly covered in cracks like a fragile eggshell. Immediately following was the third sword. A cold sword edge silently pressed against his throat. From the moment he struck to being subdued, the entire process took merely 3 moves. It happened so quickly that neither he nor anyone behind him had time to react. Zhao Wuji stood frozen in place, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Feeling the bone-chilling aura at his throat, he had no doubt that if the opponent's sword advanced an inch further, his life would end here. With one sword, Gan Baobao subdued Zhao Wuji, her gaze coldly sweeping over the other disciples who had turned pale. A pure and fierce sword energy radiated from her, stunning everyone into silence. The Dao Ancestor Peak does not allow your recklessness. She pronounced each word distinctly, her voice not loud, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The news of Gan Baobao driving back the crowd spread like wildfire throughout the entire Qingmu Sect in just half a day. Initially, most disciples reacted with disbelief upon hearing the news. Who was Zhao Wuji? He was a core disciple who had ranked within the top 20 in the sect's minor competition, possessing half-step nascent soul cultivation, and was known for his domineering mountain-breaking palm. And Gan Baobao, a little junior sister who had just entered the sect for less than a month, defeating Zhao Wuji in 3 moves. It was simply absurd. However, as more and more witnesses began to describe the scene, they could no longer dismiss it. Especially when Zhao Wuji himself returned to the third peak and immediately announced his closed-door cultivation, refusing to see anyone, which indirectly confirmed the veracity of the rumors. In an instant, the entire Qingmu Sect was in an uproar. My heavens, is it true? That new little junior sister is so formidable. Not just formidable. I heard Zhao Shixiang didn't even have a chance to fight back and was subdued at the throat in 3 moves. Hiss. This battle power is terrifying. Is she really just at the golden core stage? A top-tier innate sword body truly lives up to its name. We mere mortals can't compare to her at all. The disciples discussed fervently, their gazes toward the Dao Ancestor Peak, shifting from initial envy and jealousy to deep respect. It was then that they truly realized that this newly initiated little junior sister not only possessed astonishing talent, but her battle power was equally unfathomable. The Dao Ancestor Peak was not to be provoked. This thought became deeply imprinted in the hearts of every disciple of the Qingmu Sect. At the peaks of the 6 mountains, the 6 peak masters listened to the detailed reports brought back by their disciples, each face grimmer than the last. The sword techniques are exquisite, and the spiritual power is pure, far surpassing her peers. The master of the second peak, Chu Qingqing, murmured these words, her beautiful brows furrowed. Most critically, according to those kids, she had not used her full strength from beginning to end, as if she was merely toying around. The voice of the third peak's master carried a hint of bitterness. His proud disciple was defeated in 3 moves, and the opponent hadn't even taken it seriously. This blow was undeniably significant. One Yiqingru has already weighed us down. Now there's another Gan Baobao. Sai, it seems there won't be much suspense in the sect competition. Do the ace disciples we've painstakingly cultivated really stand a chance against these 2 monsters, eh? A heavy atmosphere spread among the peak masters. For the first time, they wavered in their belief in their talented disciples. Meanwhile, at the northern border, a group of women dressed in black veils with enchanting figures arrived quietly. They were the experts sent by the Hahuan sect to investigate the destruction of their branch. Leading them was a graceful beauty, her eyes capable of captivating souls. She took out a blood-red thread from her bosom, chanting incantations. Love thread traced the source. The blood-colored thread moved on its own, without wind, circling in the air for a moment before suddenly straightening, pointing toward the mountain range where the Qingmu Sect in the southern region was located. Found it. The beauty licked her red lips, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The source of that destructive power fluctuation lies within that mountain range. Elder, that seems to be the mountain gate of the righteous sect Qingmu Sect, one of her subordinates reminded her. Qingmu Sect. The beauty scoffed, so what? Anyone who dares to act against my Hahuan sect, even if it is a sacred ground, must pay the price. However, the protective mountain formation of Qingmu Sect is no small matter. We should not storm in directly. Let's start with the outskirts and find out that person's identity for me. Yes. In the far west of the western region, outside a broken floating continent shrouded by a massive barrier, Yi Qingru and Xiao Chun, after months of perilous journey, finally reached the end of the ruined map. However, when they arrived, they found that many parties had already been waiting here. A young man dressed in a dragon robe, exuding nobility, was followed by several powerful elders. He was the prince from a top-tier dynasty in the eastern continent. A woman cloaked in black robes, her fingers surrounded by eerie movements. She was the current heir of the Gu technique lineage from the southern region. A young man with a demonic aura, his gaze unruly. He was the only son of a giant in the northern region's demonic path. There was also a direct descendant from an ancient family in the central region carrying ancient bloodlines. Each one was a young prodigy renowned in their respective territories. And in their hands, without exception, they held a fragment of the Tianjin Xiangong map. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingru and Xiao Chun finally understood. It turned out that the barrier of Tianjin Xiangong opened only once every 100 years. These individuals had calculated the timing and arrived early to wait. As the auspicious moment arrived, the massive barrier enveloping the entire floating continent shone brightly, slowly opening a portal several zhang high. In an instant, dozens of figures who had long been prepared transformed into various streams of light and rushed into the portal one after another. Yi Qingru and Xiao Chun exchanged glances and followed closely behind, rushing in. Upon entering the realm of the celestial palace, a powerful and irresistible invisible force enveloped everyone. The next moment, the world spun around. When Yi Qingru regained consciousness, she found that she and Xiao Chun had been teleported to a desolate sword graveyard. Countless broken ancient swords were embedded in the ground, each radiating a varying degree of sword spirit aura. The true battle for opportunities had begun. As the sensation of the spinning world faded away, Yi Qingru and Xiao Chun found themselves in a desolate plain. This was the grave of swords. Countless ancient swords, some intact and others broken, were embedded into every inch of the land visible before them. Some sword bodies were mottled with bronze, some blades shattered like spider webs, and some were left with only a half of the hilt pointing forlornly at the gray sky. Each sword, no matter how damaged, emanated an indomitable will. The myriad sword intents converged, forming an invisible domain that sliced through space, making the air sharp. A cultivator who rushed too quickly accidentally approached a rusty sword buried deep, with only the tip exposed. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. A nearly imperceptible gray sword energy silently spilled from the sword tip, swirling gently. The cultivator's body was sliced into dozens of pieces like tofu cut by the sharpest blade, falling silently to the ground. Blood was the only bright color in this bleak world. What a terrifying sword intent. Xiao Chen's expression grew serious as the long blade on his back hummed, the blade intent instinctively protecting him from the encroaching threats. This place is both a land of opportunity and a deadly peril. Yi Qingru's gaze was brighter than ever. The imperial sword in her hand emitted a fierce humming, vibrating as if it were a hungry child having spotted a feast laid out before it. A strong desire transmitted through their blood connection vividly reached her heart. Devour. It craved to absorb the myriad sword intents here, completing its own transformation. Big brother, I want to go deeper. Yi Qingru looked at Xiao Chun, her tone calm, yet resolute. This is a trial for me. Xiao Chun looked at the fighting spirit in her eyes, paused in silence, and nodded. He knew that true swordsmen never shied away from challenges. Good. He'll wait for you on the outskirts and see if there are any opportunities suitable for me. He said in a deep voice, be careful with everything. Yi Qingru said no more, gripping the imperial sword tightly as she stepped toward the center of the grave of swords. The further she went, the sharper the sword intent in the air became, like tangible blades constantly slicing through her protective spiritual light. But with each step she took, the humming of the imperial sword grew more joyful. Streams of pure sword intent were forcibly drawn from the remnants, transforming into fine light and merging into Yi Qingru's sword body. Just as Yi Qingru's figure was about to disappear into the mist within the grave of swords, several figures quietly appeared at its periphery. They wore identical golden robes adorned with a majestic nine-clawed golden dragon, their aura noble and powerful, starkly contrasting with the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Leading them was a handsome young prince with an exceptionally cold gaze. He glanced at the scattered swords on the ground, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Just the relics of a group of failures. He pulled out a torn map from his storage ring, where faint light flickered. A follower behind him also took out another torn map. A weak connection emerged between the two maps. "Your Highness, it seems we are the first to find the core area," a follower whispered. "No." The prince shook his head, his gaze directed towards the direction Qingmu had vanished, his expression icy. "There are already 2 mice that have entered before us. Should we deal with them?" "No need." The prince sneered. "Let them scout the way and attract the attention of those powerful sword spirits. For us, isn't that better? We aim for the final heavenly sword inheritance. Once others have gathered most of the opportunities, we will activate the heavenly net gathering fate array and turn everything into our possession." "Your Highness is wise." Several golden-robed followers responded in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. They had long set their sights on Qingmu and her companion, waiting for the best moment to close the net. In the southern region Qingzhou, a marketplace named Qingyan lay 10,000 miles outside the gates of the Qingmu Sect. This place, backed by the great tree of the Qingmu Sect, attracted cultivators from all corners, bustling with noise and excitement year-round. A small team of several people quietly arrived here. They were dressed in black veils, their figures enchanting, and were the assassination squad sent by the Yinyan sect. The leading beautiful woman gazed at the mist-covered gates of the Qingmu Sect in the distance, feeling the subtle pressure emanating from the protective formation, her expression serious. "No wonder it's a top sect in the southern region. We cannot break through this protective formation." She instructed her subordinates behind her. "First, settle down in the marketplace and monitor the movements of the Qingmu Sect. Also, capture a few lone cultivators and search their souls. I want to know if anything special has happened recently within the Qingmu Sect." "Yes, Elder." The group quickly blended into the bustling crowd of the marketplace, like drops of water merging into the sea. In the following days, unusual events began to occur in the marketplace. An outer disciple of the Qingmu Sect, after parting ways with his companions, disappeared without a trace. 2 days later, 2 outer disciples who had come down the mountain to gather supplies also lost their whereabouts in the marketplace. No one was seen alive, nor were there any corpses. Initially, this did not attract much attention. In a marketplace filled with various cultivators, conflicts and disappearances were commonplace. However, when the missing individuals were all disciples of the Qingmu Sect, the nature of the situation changed. In the Qingmu Sect, the affairs hall, a middle-aged steward was looking at a report in his hands, his brow furrowed. "Steward Lee, this is already the 5th outer disciple to go missing this week." A disciple beside him reported, his tone tinged with unease. "All have vanished in the Qingyan marketplace, and without any warning." The middle-aged steward slammed the report on the table, his face darkening. "To target our Qingmu Sect disciples right under our noses." A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. "This is no longer just a simple conflict. This is provocation. Send orders down to closely investigate the Qingyan marketplace and root out the hidden mice." On the peak of Dao Ancestor beside the immortal pool, Gone Baobao slowly finished her cultivation, exhaling a long stream of white breath. After this period of hard training under the dual enhancement of the immortal pool and the enlightenment tree, her foundation had been honed to an incredibly solid state, firmly stabilizing her half-step nascent soul realm. The purity of the spiritual power within her was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. She could feel that she could break through that thin barrier at any moment, formally entering the nascent soul realm. However, her master's admonition echoed in her ears. Her foundation was not yet stable, and she must not act recklessly. She forcibly suppressed the impulse to break through. After consolidating her cultivation, Gone Baobao began to contemplate descending the mountain. With the sect competition approaching, she wanted to go to the market at the foot of the mountain to buy some materials, to refine a few suitable magical treasures for herself, and to prepare some healing pills. Although the items provided by her master were all the best, she did not want to rely on him for everything. She also wanted to experience the life of the southern domain's cultivation world. This was her first time descending the mountain alone since joining the Qingmu Sect. Leaving the Dao Ancestor Peak, which resembled a fairyland, and stepping into the bustling Qingyan market, Gone Baobao felt that everything before her was incredibly novel. The wide streets were paved with bluestone, with shops lining both sides, offering everything from pill pavilions to magical treasure towers and talisman shops. The streets were bustling with people, including disciples flying on swords, young heirs riding exotic beasts, and hurried cultivators with a fierce aura. Various sounds of selling and bargaining filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Gone Baobao curiously looked around, her bright eyes nearly unable to take it all in. She first entered a materials shop, carefully selecting various spiritual herbs and ores according to the pill formulas and magical treasure blueprints in her mind. The shopkeeper, seeing her young age, but noticing the high quality of the spirit stones she offered, was very enthusiastic. While waiting for the shopkeeper to pack the materials, Gone Baobao inadvertently overheard a conversation between a few cultivators chatting nearby. "Have you heard? It seems things have been a bit unsettled at the Qingmu Sect recently." "What happened?" Did disciples from another peak get into a fight again? It's not a fight, it's about disappearances. I heard that just this week 5 or 6 outer disciples from the Qingmu Sect have gone missing in the market with no sign of life or corpse. Hiss. So sinister. Who is so bold on the Qingmu Sect's territory? Who knows? The people from the sect's affairs hall have turned the market upside down and found not a single clue. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it to heart. Gan Baobao silently remembered these words, a hint of vigilance rising within her. They were all disciples of the Qingmu Sect, and to go missing in the market could not possibly be a coincidence. It seemed there was a force secretly targeting the Qingmu Sect. After purchasing the materials, Gan Baobao did not immediately return to the sect, but began to wander around the market. She was filled with curiosity about this southern domain cultivation world. Just as she passed by a secluded alley, her steps suddenly halted. A foul and evil aura like a needle prick painfully pierced her spiritual sense. This aura was very subtle if she did not possess the body of the Hongmeng Zhongding, which naturally repelled all forms of filth and evil. She would not have been able to sense it at all. Her body instinctively generated a strong aversion and repulsion towards this aura. Gan Baobao frowned slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. She did not make a sound, instead pretending to be casual as she followed the source of the aura. After winding through several turns, she found herself in front of an inconspicuous inn. The inn sign read "ULI," and the business appeared rather quiet with its doors tightly shut, contrasting sharply with the lively scenes in other parts of the market. The source of that evil aura was right here. Gan Baobao did not rashly barge in, but carefully extended her divine sense inside. The inn's hall was empty, but in a guest room on the second floor she saw a scene that made her eyes widen with disbelief. A young cultivator dressed in the outer disciple robes of the Qingmu Sect lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, convulsing all over. Above his head a hand, withered and claw-like, pressed down upon him. The owner of the hand was a seductive woman dressed in black gauze, a cruel smile on her face as she was searching the young disciple's soul. In the room there were several other Cauldron women in black gauze watching the scene with great interest. They all exuded that kind of evil aura that made Gan Baobao feel extreme disgust. Harmonious Sect. Although she did not know the identities of the people involved, the evil techniques they were using immediately reminded her of this demonic sect her master had mentioned. Seeing her fellow disciple's gaze gradually dull, his life force rapidly fading on the verge of obliteration, Gan Baobao could no longer hold back. At that critical moment, boom! A loud sound erupted as the inn's door was violently broken open by a tremendous force. Amidst flying wooden debris, Gan Baobao's petite figure filled with icy killing intent appeared at the entrance. Seeing her fellow disciple bleeding from all 7 orifices, his spirit about to dissipate, scenes of her own family's massacre uncontrollably surfaced in Gan Baobao's mind. With her family tragically killed and her clan slaughtered, the feeling of helplessness, despair, and deep-seated hatred surged up once more. The intertwining of old and new grievances made the fury in her chest erupt like a volcano. "Stop!" she shouted angrily, her voice clear, yet laced with chilling coldness. Before her words faded, she had transformed into a shadow, her spiritual sword drawn, aiming directly at the seductive woman searching for souls. Inside the room, a mid-nascent soul beauty from the Harmonious Sect, who was responsible for perimeter vigilance, had been leaning by the window board as she watched her companions at work. Seeing someone suddenly burst in, especially a little girl who looked too young, she was taken aback at first, then a disdainful smirk crept across her lips. Where did this wild girl come from, daring to meddle in the affairs of my Harmonious Sect? She was even too lazy to stand, casually raising her hand, fingers spread wide, reaching out to grasp Gan Baobao. A massive black hand formed from gathered demonic energy appeared out of thin air, carrying a foul aura, intending to crush Gan Baobao along with her sword. In her view, this move was more than sufficient to deal with a junior at the Golden Core stage. However, she severely underestimated the strength of this little girl before her. Training on Dao Ancestor Peak had transformed Gan Baobao, but she was no longer the same as before. Facing the demonic hand, the killing intent in her eyes intensified. She did not evade, instead she poured all her immense power from her half-step, nascent soul cultivation into the spiritual sword in her hand. At the same time, a trace of the law force she had comprehended day and night under the enlightenment tree subtly fused into her sword strike. Slash! Gan Baobao let out a delicate shout, her wrist flicking as she seemingly effortlessly thrust the sword forward. This sword was fast to the extreme. A pure sword, light devoid of any impurity, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the darkness, arriving ahead of time to meet the giant hand of demonic energy. There was no earth-shattering collision. At the moment the sword light made contact with the demonic hand, the giant hand, composed of pure demonic energy, melted away silently under the sunlight, completely purified. The sword light did not pause for even a moment, maintaining its momentum as it continued to strike towards the mid-stage nascent soul beauty. The disdain on the bowtie's face instantly froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. She could not comprehend how a little girl in the golden core stage could unleash such a terrifying sword strike. The power contained within that sword light surpassed not only the golden core stage, but also carried an unsettling aura from an even higher realm. In a moment of crisis, she attempted to dodge, only to discover that her body had been firmly locked in place by the aura of the sword light and could not move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the sword light expanded in her vision. With a soft sound, the sword light flashed by. The entire right arm of the mid-stage nascent soul beauty was actually severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground. The wound was smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood flowing out. All the evil demonic energy clinging to her arm was completely purified at the moment of the severance by that pure sword aura. The delayed excruciating pain caused the beauty to let out a piercing scream, retreating while clutching her severed arm, her face pale. After landing a successful strike, Gan Bao did not pause for a moment. With a swift movement, she appeared next to her fellow disciple, who was being soul-searched, shielding him behind her. However, this astonishing sword strike had completely revealed her position. Inside the remaining members of the demonized disciples of the Qingmu Sect, who had been watching the spectacle, all changed their expressions drastically. They no longer harbored any contempt. Kill her! With a sharp scream, several figures charged out of the room simultaneously, each exuding a terrifying pressure far beyond the nascent soul stage. 4 of them were at the transformation stage. 4 transformation stage demonized practitioners surrounded Gan Bao from 4 directions. The overwhelming pressure felt as solid as a mountain, compressing the space within the inn into a thick, viscous state. Gan Bao felt her breath hitch her body, seemed as if it would be crushed by this immense pressure. Is this the pressure of the transformation stage? Indeed terrifying. Yet there was not a hint of fear in her eyes, only an increasingly spirited battle intent. In this moment of crisis, the figure of her senior sister, Qingmu, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She remembered her senior sister's straightforward and relentless swordsmanship, which seemed to embody the ultimate principles of the universe. She cleared her mind, achieving clarity. Gan Bao took a deep breath, concentrating all her energy onto the spirit sword in her hand. Facing the assault of 4 transformation stage experts, she advanced, instead of retreating, actively meeting them head-on. In an instant, the sword lights flickered as she engaged in a fierce exchange, with the 4 formidable foes not immediately falling into a disadvantage. Inside the sword light clashed fiercely with the demonic energy. Gan Bao's figure under the assault of the 4 transformation stage experts resembled a small boat navigating through a stormy sea, appearing as though it could capsize at any moment, yet always managing to evade fatal attacks at the most critical junctures. Her swordsmanship had completely discarded flashy moves. Each strike was the simplest thrust, chop, flick, or point. Yet these most fundamental actions, when executed by her, exuded a sense of returning to the essence of the Dao. This was the true meaning of swordsmanship, she comprehended from observing the sword scars left by her senior sister beneath the Dao tree day and night. The Dao is profoundly simple. In that moment, although the 4 transformation stage demonized practitioners completely overwhelmed Gan Bao in cultivation, they found that no matter how they attacked, they could not truly harm this slippery little girl. Her sword always struck at an unfathomable angle, hitting the weak points where their techniques connected, forcing them to defend. They were like 4 elephants trying to swat flies. Powerful, yet ineffective, feeling extremely constrained. Who is this little girl? Her swordsmanship is so bizarre. Don't waste time with her form and array. Use the 4 demons locking soul array to trap her, shouted the leading transformation stage demonized practitioner sharply. Meanwhile, at the core of the Tianjin Immortal Palace, Qingmu sat cross-legged beneath a massive broken sword embedded in the ground. She had been sitting here in silence for 7 days and nights. Countless sword intents surged around her like tangible mountains, and seas of blades constantly impacting her body, soul, and sword heart. Any nascent soul practitioner would likely crumble under such terrifying pressure, unable to last even an hour, being crushed to dust. However, Qingmu remained steadfast like a rock. Her clear sword heart under the extreme pressure operated to its utmost, radiating a crystalline glow that safeguarded her spiritual clarity. Her imperial sword body was also frantically absorbing this pressure, transforming it into nourishment for refining herself. The surface of her body even bore numerous fine sword scars, blood staining her white clothes, yet her aura did not diminish. Instead, it became increasingly refined and sharper. She was waiting for an opportunity to break through the shackles of her sword path between life and death. Finally, on the morning of the 8th day, when a ray of gray dawn pierced through the mist and illuminated her, Qingmu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Buzz! A sound akin to an ancient sword cry erupted from her body. At that moment her cultivation surged explosively. Midstage nascent soul peak midstage nascent soul, and then to the great perfection of the nascent soul. The bottleneck seemed non-existent as her cultivation surged forward, finally stabilizing at the great perfection of the nascent soul. A surge of sword intent more than 10 times stronger than before shot upwards, shattering the surrounding mist. The imperial sword in her hand seemed to respond to its master, emitting a joyful hum. No longer passively absorbing, it transformed into a greedy vortex, beginning to frantically devour the sword intent that had slumbered for eons atop the surrounding broken swords. Streams of pure sword intent were forcibly extracted, transforming into thousands of rays of light that surged into the body of the imperial sword. The body of the imperial sword began to grow increasingly brilliant and solid, even revealing strands of mysterious golden patterns. Its quality received a tremendous enhancement at that moment. It was no longer merely a spirit treasure, but faintly bore the semblance of a divine weapon. A resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and earth, emanating from the core of the sword tomb, shaking the entire Tianjian immortal palace. This astonishing breakthrough naturally attracted the attention of all those guarding the periphery of the sword tomb. Such powerful sword intent. Someone has broken through inside. That aura. It's that white-clad woman. She has obtained great fortune. The group of princes from the central continent all changed their expressions in unison. The cold and cunning prince's eyes flashed with a hint of greed and decisiveness. He knew that he could no longer wait. Take action, he commanded in a low voice, simultaneously performing hand seals with several golden-robed attendants behind him. A massive net that had long been laid beneath their feet was instantly activated. Heavenly net seizing fate array activate. Boom. Beams of golden light surged from the ground, enveloping not only the spot where Qingmu broke through, but also the ancient immortal sword glowing with spirit light not far in front of her. As the array operated, a powerful force of plunder attempted to forcibly move Qingmu and that immortal sword before them. You dare! A loud roar echoed. Xiao Chun, who had been guarding Qingmu from the periphery, erupted in fury upon seeing this. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the long knife from his back, transforming into a fierce blade light that slashed ruthlessly towards the golden array's light curtain. A battle between the young prodigies erupted outside the sword tomb. Outside the sword tomb, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Xiao Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled, each strike carrying the might to split mountains and rend seas. Golden sword light crisscrossed, continuously striking against the shimmering barrier of the heavenly net, seizing fate formation, producing deafening roars. However, the Prince of Zhongzhou and his party were well prepared. The formation not only possessed the ability to seize and transport, but also boasted astonishing defensive power. Several attendants in golden robes, all at the stage of transformation, stood at different positions, continuously channeling their spiritual power into the formation to maintain the stability of the barrier. Regardless of how violently Xiao Chen's sword light surged, the golden barrier merely rippled, remaining extraordinarily firm. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating oneself. The Prince of Zhongzhou stood at the center of the formation, hands behind his back, a look of contempt and cold laughter on his face. He did not lift a finger, merely watching Xiao Chen attack in vain like a trapped beast. In his view, it would only take a moment longer for the formation to completely refine that space and seize Qingmu along with the celestial sword. Just then, the overwhelming sword intent enveloped within the core area of the formation suddenly retracted. Qingmu slowly stood up. The injuries on her body had been fully repaired by the surging spiritual power at the moment of her breakthrough. Clad in white, she became spotless once more. Her aura was countless times stronger than before, her gaze as cold as millennia-old ice, penetrating the golden barrier and landing on the Prince of Zhongzhou. Big brother, I'm here. Her voice was soft, yet clearly reached Xiao Chen's ears. As her words fell, she moved. The imperial sword in her hand emitted a clear sword cry. Without employing any complex sword techniques, she simply thrust her sword casually at the golden barrier before her. This strike seemed unremarkable, yet on the sword tip an extreme sharpness coalesced. Sizzle. A light sound echoed. The golden barrier, which could withstand Xiao Chen's violent sword light, was surprisingly pierced by this strike, as if it were thin paper, leaving a small hole. The smile on the Prince of Zhongzhou's face instantly froze. How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, Qingmu's second strike was already upon him. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Chen, forming a tacit understanding between them. Break. Xiao Chen roared, channeling all his sword intent into a single strike, once again hacking at the barrier. Meanwhile, Qingmu's sword moved like a butterfly, flitting through flowers, striking out dozens of times in quick succession. Each strike landed precisely on the barrier, targeting the energy nodes made up of formation runes. The dominance of the blade combined perfectly with the precision of the sword in that moment. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The indestructible heavenly net seizing fate formation flickered with brilliance covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The next moment it shattered with a thunderous crash. On the other side within the inn of Qingmu Market, Gan Baobao's situation was already perilous. Though her swordsmanship was exquisite, the significant gap in cultivation was an insurmountable chasm. After prolonged battle, the spiritual energy within her had been severely depleted and her movements began to slow. The 4 evil cultivators at the transformation stage were all seasoned veterans rich in combat experience. They immediately seized this opportunity. Now's the time. One evil cultivator, seeing Gan Baobao exhausted and vulnerable, flashed a glint of malice in her eyes. She swiftly circled behind Gan Baobao like a ghost and struck out with her palm. This palm, infused with demonic energy, was incredibly sinister, landing solidly on the back of Gan Baobao's heart. Gan Baobao felt a chilling power surge into her body, violently wreaking havoc on her internal organs. She spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, her petite body flying forward like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily against the wall. The spiritual sword slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. Baobao. In her mind, it seemed she could hear her master's call. Her consciousness began to blur. It's over. The evil cultivator who had successfully ambushed her wore a cruel smile, slowly approaching the fallen Gan Baobao, preparing to strike the fatal blow and end this exceptionally talented girl who filled her with fear. Within the inn, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. The evil cultivator at the transformation stage had already reached Gan Baobao's side. She looked down from above at the small girl on the ground, blood trailing from her mouth and her breath feeble, with no trace of pity in her eyes, only a chilling, killing intent. This little girl's talent was terrifying. With her golden core stage cultivation, she could last so long against 4 transformation stage cultivators. If allowed to grow, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Qingmu Sect. Today, she must be eliminated here. In your next life, remember not to meddle in others' affairs. The evil cultivator spoke in a hoarse voice, slowly raising her palm. Black demonic energy converged in her palm, transforming into a claw capable of crushing mountains, and it lunged toward Gan Baobao's crown. Lying on the ground, Gan Baobao's consciousness was already fading. She could feel the shadow of death enveloping her. She wanted to resist, but her body would not obey, as she lacked the strength even to move her fingers. I'm sorry, master. Baobao may disappoint you. Just as that demonic claw was about to descend, about to touch her hair, an unexpected change occurred. The jade pendant that she had always worn close to her chest, the protective talisman given to her by Lin Yuan, suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light without any warning. The light was gentle, yet carried an unassailable supreme majesty. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. The jade pendant shattered with a thunderous sound. At that moment, Lin Yuan, who had just accepted his 3rd female disciple Dugu Yinyan, raised his eyebrows slightly. In the next instant, his gaze seemed to pierce through endless space, directly locking onto the battlefield in the market. He did not move, merely flicking his finger gently. A barely perceptible force of law crossed thousands of miles, descending instantly. Within the inn of Qingmu Market, the evil cultivator about to strike Gan Baobao froze without warning. The cruel smile on her face stiffened. The demonic claw stopped less than half an inch from Gan Baobao's head, unable to advance a single bit. She wanted to move, but found herself devoid of all control over her body. An indescribable fear exploded from deep within her soul. Another evil cultivator behind her, preparing to step forward and deliver a finishing blow, witnessed a scene she would never forget. Her companion, the deeply skilled transformation stage cultivator, was disintegrating in a bizarre manner. It was neither transformed into blood mist nor reduced to ashes. Instead, from skin, flesh, and bones to the demonic essence within, even to the very core of the divine soul, everything was silently disintegrating into the tiniest, purest particles, then dissipating into the world. Throughout the entire process, there was not a trace of energy fluctuation nor any screams. It was as if a block of ice silently melted under the sun, leaving no trace behind. No. The other evil cultivator was terrified to the core by this bizarre spectacle, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. It transcended her understanding. Is it a saint? No, even an ordinary saint would never possess such means. What kind of power is this? Her sole thought was escape. Without hesitation, she ignited her own lifeblood. A torrent of vital energy surged forth as fuel. Her body erupted into a crimson mist, and she transformed into a searing streak of bloodlight poised to shatter the roof and vanish. Yet the moment she moved, the surrounding space hardened like unyielding iron. An invisible force sealed the entire realm. No matter how fiercely she burned her lifeblood or activated her secret arts, she could not stir a single inch. She froze mid-flight like an insect entombed in amber. Her posture locked in desperate flight, her eyes wide with utter terror and desolation, helplessly watching herself follow her comrades into oblivion. From her feet upward, her body dissolved grain by grain into shimmering particles, vanishing into nothingness, a slow, irreversible death that inflicted the deepest dread imaginable. At last she ceased to exist entirely, as if she had never been. Inside the inn, 2 other cultivation ascended demons, and the surviving nascent soul cultivators wounded by Gan Bao Bao watched in paralyzed horror, their bodies, slack bowels and bladders voided, utterly devoid of will to flee. Their minds teetered on the edge of collapse. Just then the violent surge of energy from the market finally roused the elders of the Qingmu Sect. Several overwhelming auras shot skyward from the sect's core. The Qingmu Sect patriarch and several peak masters rushed to the scene without delay. When they burst into the inn, all they found was a shattered battlefield, crumbled walls, cratered floors, and utter devastation. And there, slumped unconscious on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, lay Gan Bao Bao, while a cluster of terrified Harmony Sect remnants huddled in the corner, hollow-eyed and trembling like soulless wraiths. Bao Bao. The patriarch Lu Hanyan recognized her instantly and cried out in alarm, rushing forward to examine her injuries. Only after confirming she had merely exhausted her spiritual energy and sustained minor internal wounds, posing no threat to her life, did her breath ease. Her expression darkened as she strode toward the Harmony Sect survivors, her crushing aura descending upon them like a mountain of ice. Speak. What transpired here? Under the suffocating pressure of a cultivation ascended master, those already shattered cultivators offered no resistance. Their confession tumbled forth in frantic, disjointed fragments. When they heard that Gan Bao Bao, still only at the threshold of the nascent soul realm, had fought 4 cultivation ascended masters alone, the peak masters exchanged stunned glances. And when piecing together the survivors' trembling accounts, they grasped how the final 2 cultivation ascended masters had been erased, utterly inexplicably, without trace. The entire assembly drew a sharp collective breath. Erased from existence. Not even a shred of soul remaining. What unspeakable power could accomplish such a feat? The patriarch and her peers locked eyes, and in each other's gaze they saw profound, bone-deep shock. Simultaneously, a single place came to mind. The only location within the entire Qingmu Sect possessing both the capability and motive for such an act. Dao Peak. That enigmatic, ageless figure, Lin the junior sect disciple, said to have lived beyond reckoning, revered even by the sect's ancient patriarchs. It seemed this younger sister held far greater weight in that venerable elder's heart than any of them had imagined. After a silent pause, Patriarch Lu Hanyan issued quiet orders to her attendant. Take these prisoners back to the sect for rigorous interrogation, and seal this matter. No word of today's events is to leave these walls. Yes, my lord. She glanced once more at Gan Bao Bao cradled in Chu Qingqing's arms, her gaze inscrutable. Dao Peak grew ever more impenetrable. Outside the sword tomb, within the Heavenblade Immortal Palace. As the heavenly net fortune-stealing formation shattered, the Zhongzhou prince and his entourage suffered violent backlash, spitting blood, their auras collapsing. Kill. Seizing the advantage, Xiao Chan pressed his assault without mercy. With a thunderous roar, his tyrannical blade light surged forth like a breached river, sweeping toward the golden-robed attendants. Yi Qingrou's target, however, remained singular from beginning to end, the Zhongzhou prince. In a flicker of motion, she appeared before him, her imperial sword thrust forward, aimed straight at his brow. Before the blade reached him, its piercing sword intent already stung his skin like needles. Dare you? The prince recoiled in shock and fury. He had never imagined his meticulously laid trap would end thus. In that instant of mortal peril, he crushed a jade talisman. A golden dragon spirit erupted from his body, coiling before him just in time to intercept Yi Qingrou's killing strike. Seizing the dragon spirit's brief defense, the prince fled without looking back, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing deep into the palace's inner sanctum. We retreat. He abandoned even his own subordinates. Yi Qingru did not pursue. She cast one glance toward the prince's fleeing path, then turned her gaze to the ancient immortal sword embedded in the earth nearby, its aura blazing brilliantly, and chose it instead. She stepped forward and reached out. The moment her fingertips brushed the hilt of the legendary sword Zhan Tian, it let out a joyful hum, then flashed like starlight, merging willingly into her imperial sword. The 2 blades shared the same origin. At the moment of fusion, the imperial sword's aura swelled dramatically, its quality ascending anew. Simultaneously, a thread of supremely refined sword cultivation insight, like pure enlightenment, poured into Yi Qingrou's mind. It was the last remnant of the Heavenblade Immortal Sovereign's sword Dao essence preserved at the moment of his demise. Her karmic opportunity had reached its zenith. The entire Heavenblade Immortal Palace realm began to convulse violently. The The spatial fabric destabilized, colossal fissures tearing across the heavens. The realm was collapsing. A mighty teleportation force enveloped every survivor within. Missy, Xiao Qin's voice rang out a heartbeat before the light consumed them. If fate allows, I shall surely visit you in the southern territory. And you must come to the western continent. I'll treat you to the finest wine in all the realms. Agreed. Yi Qingru gave a gentle nod and vanished into the blinding radiance. When vertigo subsided and she opened her eyes again, she stood outside the shattered floating continent of the western territory. Surviving prodigies emerged in scattered groups, their expressions complex. Some radiant with triumph, having returned laden with treasures. Others bore grievous wounds, trembling with lingering dread. Most, however, had vanished forever into that realm's depths. Yi Qingru lingered only briefly. She exchanged a distant, solemn glance with Xiao Chun, nodded once, then set her course due south, beginning her journey home. Yet soon she sensed it. A hidden, formidable presence locking onto her, trailing her like a shadow, its murderous intent naked and unapologetic. Her heart tightened. Without betraying alarm, she subtly accelerated, flying toward a desolate, uninhabited mountain range. Once deep within its peaks, the pursuer finally dropped all pretense. A figure in black robes materialized soundlessly before her, blocking her path. Cloaked head to foot, his face obscured, but the oppressive aura radiating from him left Yi Qingru gasping for air. His strength dwarfed every prodigy she'd faced, even eclipsed the cultivation ascended elders of her own clan. He was unmistakably a half-sage. Surrender the map and the immortal sword, or die whole. His voice rasped, emotionless. Yi Qingru tightened her grip on the imperial sword, her gaze glacial. She knew there would be no peaceful resolution today. Then fight. No further words were needed. Foolish arrogance. The black-robed figure scoffed and struck without warning. His form blurred, vanished, then reappeared instantly above her, a black palm wreathed in the law of death descending upon her crown. Every move sought annihilation. Yi Qingru's pupils contracted sharply as she pushed her cultivation to its absolute limit. Her imperial sword blazed with incandescent light, surging upward to meet the blow. Boom. A cataclysmic detonation. Yi Qingru was hurled backward, crashing through towering ancient trees before skidding to a halt, barely regaining her footing. A metallic tang rose in her throat. Blood welled at the corner of her lips. One strike. One grievous internal wound. The terrifying might of a half-sage was undeniable. The black-robed figure showed no surprise at his success. Gazing down at her, he rasped, "Your talent is commendable, yet today you must perish." From his tone, Yi Qingru caught a subtle nuance. This was not about seizing treasure. It was about silencing her permanently. A lightning flash realization tore through her mind. The fragmentary map of the Heavenblade Immortal Palace had never been a key to fortune. It was a trap engineered from the start. Yi Qingru's imperial sword collided violently with the black hand, which was entwined with the laws of death in midair. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. The brilliant sword light on the imperial sword was corroded and dissolved at a visible speed the moment it came into contact with the black hand. The laws of death are among the highest laws in the world, representing the end and extinction, inherently restraining all life and energy. Yi Qingru felt a chilling, deadening force surging wildly into her body through the sword, aiming to strip her of her life completely. She let out a muffled groan, her body like a kite with a broken string violently hurled away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood midair. Her body crashed through more than a dozen towering ancient trees before barely stopping her downward momentum, kneeling on the ground, propping herself up with her sword as her body swayed precariously. Just a single move. She was gravely injured, her internal organs feeling as if they had been eroded by that deadening force, making even the operation of her spiritual energy exceedingly sluggish. A half-saint powerhouse, terrifying indeed. Edge. The man in black let out a light exclamation, seemingly a bit surprised. He initially thought that his palm strike would be enough to turn this young girl of the nascent soul realm into ashes, leaving no soul behind. To his surprise, she had managed to endure it, albeit heavily injured. "Your sword is indeed impressive," the man in black said, his gaze fixed on the imperial sword in Yi Qingru's hand, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of greed for the first time. "And your physique is quite special as well. To be able to withstand my palm strike with a nascent soul body and still live, it seems your value is greater than I anticipated. I originally intended to kill you and take the map. Now I have changed my mind." He stepped closer to Yi Qingru, his oppressive aura descending like a tangible mountain. "I will extract your soul, refine it into a sword servant, and seize your body along with this divine sword. I believe my master will be very pleased to receive such a gift." Yi Qingru raised her head, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze still icy. From the man's words, she caught critical information. Master. It seemed that his intention to kill her was not his own, but an order he was carrying out. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. The fragment of the heavenly sword Immortal Palace was itself a conspiracy. From the very beginning someone had been plotting, and the goal was perhaps not the inheritance of the Immortal Palace itself, but to capture all the outstanding talents who obtained the fragment in one fell swoop. This man in black was merely one of the executors. Understanding this, Qingru's heart calmed completely. Today there was no possibility of escape. Since that is the case, she would fight until the very last moment. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her injuries, and poured all the remaining spiritual energy into the imperial sword. A decisive and tragic sword intent surged from her, soaring into the sky. You overestimate yourself. The man in black scoffed coldly, completely dismissing her slight resistance. He raised his hand again, and this time a tiny black vortex appeared in his palm. Though small, the vortex seemed capable of swallowing all light, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. To die under my annihilating death light is your honor. Before the man in black's voice fell, a jet-black beam shot out from the vortex, disregarding the distance of space, instantly appearing before Qingru. In this strike, he meant business, determined to utterly erase Qingru. Qingru's pupils contracted sharply. She could feel that this black light was more powerful than the previous palm strike, at least 10 times stronger. There was no escape for her. Under the immense pressure of life and death, her spirit was pushed to its limits. The clear sword heart operated frantically. The imperial sword in her hand seemed to sense its owner's determination, letting out a high-pitched wail. The human sword unity. Qingru's figure completely merged with the imperial sword, transforming into a stream of brilliant light charging towards the black, annihilating death light. This was her strongest strike, and also the strike where she wagered everything. However, in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, all struggles appeared so pale and powerless. The flowing light and the black line collided in midair. There was no stalemate. The resplendent sword light shattered inch by inch the moment it touched the annihilating death light, rapidly melting away like ice and snow under the sunlight. Qingru's figure was thrown out from the sword light, a fist-sized hole pierced through her chest by the black light, transparent from front to back. Blood stained her white clothes. Her life essence was flowing away rapidly, and her consciousness began to blur. The man in black slowly walked up to her, looking down at the girl collapsed in a pool of blood, and said hoarsely, "It's over." He lifted his foot, preparing to end Qingru's life, as if squashing an ant. Qingru, lying on the ground, felt her vision beginning to fade. She could sense the shadow of death completely enveloping her. "I'm sorry, Master. Qingru, I might disappoint you." Just as her consciousness was about to sink completely into darkness, she used her last ounce of strength to decisively crush the mark left by Lin Yuan deep within her soul. It was a mark planted by her master, the warmest and most solid protection. She believed, no matter how far apart they were, no matter where she was, Master will surely sense it. Deep within a distant mountain range above a sky perpetually shrouded in blood-colored clouds floated a magnificent palace complex beyond imagination. The demonic energies surged and the laws twisted. This was a forbidden land that righteous cultivators dreaded, the headquarters of the Qingmu Sect. Deep within the demon palace, in a hall known as the Soul Hall, a disciple responsible for guarding the soul lamps was yawning out of boredom. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of several soul lamps on the highest level of the soul lamp rack, seemingly dimming slightly. He rubbed his eyes and looked closely. In the next moment, the drowsiness on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by endless terror. He saw that the soul lamps representing the elders out on a pursuit mission had extinguished simultaneously, as if blown out by the wind, all at once. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. A few soft sounds echoed in the silent soul hall, particularly jarring. The elders' soul lamps have gone out. The disciple let out a piercing scream, scrambling out of the soul hall. The news was quickly reported layer by layer. Ultimately, it reached the ears of the sect master of the Qingmu Sect. At the peak of the demon palace, within a palace protected by countless restrictions, a woman of unparalleled beauty leaned against a soft couch. Listening to the report from her subordinate, her captivating phoenix eyes slowly narrowed. "They are all dead." Her voice was melodious, yet carried a chilling coldness. Yes, sect leader. The several elders sent to Qingzhou to hunt down Dugu and Yinyan have all extinguished their soul lamps at the same time. The reporting demon general knelt on the ground, his body trembling like a sieve. Oh, no anger marred the woman's face, instead a hint of playful interest emerged. The complete annihilation of the assassination team sent to Qingzhou took her by surprise. After all, those elders were all capable beings at the transformation realm, and even against a half-saint they could hold their ground. To be able to wipe them all out in an instant without even a distress signal being sent, the strength of the assailant must be extraordinary. She recalled not long ago when the branch in the Northern Territory was destroyed and the projection of the Grand Elder was forcefully erased. She immediately realized that these events were definitely the work of the same person. Interesting. She licked her red lips, her eyes flashing with excitement. It seems I have underestimated this Panga continent. There are indeed figures daring to repeatedly provoke my Yihuan sect. The unexpected turned her interest into fervor. Sect leader, what about the West region? The demon general reminded carefully. No need to worry about that. The woman waved her hand lazily. The ones sent to intercept the surviving members of the Tianjin Immortal Palace are merely a pawn in my game. If they can be killed, that is best. If not, it matters little. A strange smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her gaze deep as an abyss. Revenge. That is merely a child's game of make-believe. What she plotted was far beyond simple revenge. As Qingmu crushed the seal. At that moment, Lin Yuan, leisurely fishing on the Dao Ancestor Peak of Qingmu Sect, paused slightly. His deep gaze, like a starry sky, seemed to penetrate endless space, instantly locking onto everything. Between the Southern Territory and the Western Territory, a spatial barrier that could not be measured by distance. The desolate, uninhabited mountains. A major disciple collapsed in a pool of blood, his life force on the brink of extinction. And the figure in black, just lifting his foot to deliver a final blow to Qingmu. Lin Yuan's face bore no expression. Yet the air around him suddenly dropped in temperature, as if even time was about to freeze. The stream ceased to flow. The wind fell silent. Nearby, Gan Baobao, who was diligently cultivating, felt a chill emanating from the depths of her soul, startling her out of her meditative state. She saw a flicker of chilling coldness in her master's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, casually pointing towards the void in front of him. This point was very slow and light, yet it seemed to stir a certain supreme rule between heaven and earth. An invisible force of his finger shot forth, causing no ripples, directly vanishing into the void. It disregarded space and distance. It penetrated the boundary of the continent. Its target was singular, the desolate mountains of the West region. The face of the black-clad half-saint bore a cruel delight. His lifted foot was about to come crashing down, ready to crush this exceptionally talented female sword cultivator along with her spirit and pride. He seemed to already foresee the expression of despair and reluctance that would appear on her cold face. However, just as his foot was about to touch Qingmu's body, all of his movements suddenly froze without warning. Time seemed to slow infinitely in that moment. He could clearly see the dust beneath his feet rising in the wake of the fierce wind. He could distinctly hear the sound of a startled bird flapping its wings in the distant mountains and forests. Yet he found himself utterly unable to move. An indescribable, incomprehensible sense of terrifying crisis engulfed his soul like a flood breaching a dam. It was the most extreme fear stemming from the instincts of life. He wished to escape. He wished to scream. He wished to burn his essence blood and activate all life-saving secret techniques. Yet he could do nothing. He was like an insect frozen in amber, maintaining the posture of about to land, unable even to shift his eyes. What just happened? This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. In the next moment, an invisible force appeared silently behind him. It appeared so abruptly and unreasonably, as though it was always meant to be there. A soft sound emerged. The head of a half-saint strong enough to dominate the West region, capable of withstanding a full strike from a high-grade spirit treasure, was easily pierced by this invisible force. A small blood hole appeared at the back of his head. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. His proud cultivation, his painstakingly honed soul, along with all his consciousness and memories, were completely erased in that moment by the supreme law contained within that force, decomposed into the most primitive particles. His soul perished. The power binding his body vanished. The corpse of the black-clad man maintained its forward-leaning posture, collapsing forward. Ultimately, it crashed heavily beside Qingmu, kicking up a cloud of dust. Up to his death, he never realized where the danger came from. To his dying breath, he did not understand how he had died. The fallen Qingmu used her last bit of strength to turn her head. She looked at the enemy's body that had fallen out of nowhere, gazing at the small blood hole on his brow, her dilated pupils first reflecting an extreme shock. Then an infinite warmth and sense of security surged like a tide, reigniting the flickering flame of her life. She knew. It was her master again. Her master had saved her once more. This thought transformed into a powerful will to survive. She could not die. She could not disappoint her master. Struggling, she took out a healing holy pill given by her master from her storage ring and swallowed it with great difficulty. As the pill melted upon entering her mouth, it transformed into a pure life energy that spread throughout her limbs and bones, stabilizing her crumbling injuries. Dragging her heavily injured body, she gradually crawled towards a hidden cave deep within the mountains. Behind her were two cold corpses and a chaotic battlefield. Upon finding a cave that was absolutely safe after laying down a few simple concealment formations, Qingmu finally could not hold on any longer and fainted. In her unconscious state, her body began to slowly self-repair under the influence of the holy pill. Meanwhile, her soul entered a marvelous realm. This life and death experience replayed in her mind like a scroll time and again. The helplessness of battling against a half-saint. The despair of being gravely injured and on the brink of death. The unwavering trust she had when she crushed the soul seal. And finally, the imposing and powerful presence of her master who had transcended endless time and space to annihilate a formidable enemy with a single finger. Scenes continuously impacted her Dao heart. Her sword was a sword of revenge, a sword of slaughter, unyielding and forward. But at this moment, she gained a new understanding of the sword path. The sword was not only for killing, but also for protection. To protect those she cherished, to guard the path she firmly believed in. Her sword heart, under the warmth and sense of security, named Master, underwent unprecedented tempering and sublimation. The originally clear and crystal-like sword heart gradually acquired a layer of gentle luster. That was an unwavering determination, as steady as a mountain, indestructible. She was one step closer to a higher realm of clarity in her sword heart. Consequently, her sword path became more harmonious and profound. No longer merely sharp, it gained an added resilience for protection. Time passed unmeasured. When Yi Qingru opened her eyes again, her injuries had mostly healed. Her gaze was brighter and more resolute than ever before. She stood up, exited the cave, and looked toward the southern territory, bowing respectfully. Then, gripping the imperial sword tightly, she turned and continued westward. The path ahead remained fraught with danger, but her heart was no longer filled with confusion. Lin Yuan returned to the Qingmu Sect with Dugu Yinyan. This time he did not hide his presence, but directly landed in front of the mountain gate of Dao Peak. As Dugu Yinyan stepped onto the mountain for the first time, she was left speechless by the dense spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. The spiritual mist swirled around the mountain, with celestial cranes calling out, and an ethereal Dao rhythm permeated the air. Just a single breath made her feel her spirit become clear, and the dark wounds left from burning her blood seemed to heal rapidly. "Is this the immortal realm?" she murmured to herself. Lin Yuan did not answer, merely leading her step by step towards the peak. Dugu Yinyan's arrival was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. Her innate charm as a nine-tailed fox, even unconsciously, would still emanate threads of allure. By the mountain path, several outer disciples who were meditating glanced at her from afar, feeling their minds sway, and their Dao hearts unstable, almost falling into a state of demonic deviation. My heavens, who is that woman? So beautiful. Dao Peak. Again, someone from Dao Peak. This new Shirshu is truly a collection of prodigies. An elder tending to the spiritual herbs in the back mountain, feeling the aura that made even him a bit restless, quickly closed his eyes and silently recited the heart-calming mantra, taking a long time to suppress his agitation. He opened his eyes, gazing towards Dao Peak, and sighed deeply. One Yi Qingru with unparalleled swordsmanship talent. One Gan Baobao with an exceptional innate sword body shaking the ages. Now another innate beauty with a charm that could make even a Jin Dan stage practitioner's Dao heart unstable. What kind of blessed land is Dao Peak? When Lin Yuan led Dugu Yinyan to the front of the thatched cottage, Gan Baobao, who was practicing sword under the enlightenment tree, also stopped her movements. She curiously looked at the girl that her master had brought back. After just one glance, Gan Baobao's heart skipped a beat. What an intense threat. The girl wore a red dress, her figure enchanting, her brows and eyes holding an innate charm that seemed to steal one's soul with every smile and frown. Gan Baobao instinctively straightened her somewhat flat chest and looked down at her plain attire, which was a result of years of sword practice. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in her heart. One senior sister was already powerful enough, with swordsmanship divine and cold like an immortal. Now another captivating junior sister had arrived. As the second senior sister, caught in the middle, feeling ordinary and unremarkable, the pressure was truly immense. What if Master no longer favors me in the future? The thoughts of the young girl were all written on her face. Lin Yuan noticed her little worries, finding it somewhat amusing and a bit helpless. He pointed at Dugu Yinyan and introduced her to Gan Baobao. Baobao, this is my newly accepted third disciple, Dugu Yinyan. From now on, she will be your junior sister. He then turned to Dugu Yinyan and said, Yinyan, this is your second senior sister, Gan Baobao. Hello, senior sister. Dugu Yinyan obediently greeted, bowing gracefully, her voice charming to the bone. Hello, junior sister, Gan Baobao replied somewhat awkwardly. Lin Yuan saw the slightly awkward atmosphere between his two disciples and knew it was time for him to intervene. He walked to the enlightenment tree, casually sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. You both come here. The two girls, upon hearing this, obediently walked to him and sat down, one on the left and the other on the right. Lin Yuan's gaze first fell upon Gan Baobao. Bao Bao, do you know that among the 3,000 great paths, the sword path is merely one of them? Gon Bao Bao was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Then do you know that the path your junior sister practices is also one of the 3,000 great paths? Gon Bao Bao looked at Dugu Yinyan somewhat confused. Lin Yuan did not answer directly, but turned to Dugu Yinyan calmly saying, "You are an innate charm body, a gift from heaven, but also a source of calamity. Your previous cultivation methods only understood the surface, not the underlying principles, blindly pursuing allure. You have already fallen into a lower realm. If this continues, not only will you be unable to control this power, but you will also be controlled by it, ultimately becoming a slave to desire with no way back." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yinyan trembled, the color draining from her face. Her master's words hit her greatest concern directly. Over the years, she felt her disposition becoming harder to control as her charm skills deepened. "Master, please save me." She did not hesitate at all, directly kneeling on the ground. Lin Yuan raised his hand, a gentle force lifting her up. His gaze swept over the two disciples again, his voice calm, yet seemingly containing the profound truths of the universe. Among the 3,000 great paths, all lead to the same destination. The sword path is a path, and the charm path is also a path. When the sword path is cultivated to the extreme, one sword can open the heavenly gates, and a single thought can cut the stars. And the charm path also cultivates the true heart. If one can see through the mundane and realize the true nature, cultivating this innate charm body to the extreme, its power is not beneath the sword path. His voice paused as if he was painting a grand picture for them. At that time, you can win battles without fighting, simply with a glance, causing saints to sink and Dao hearts to collapse. With a thought, the world will bow down to you and the laws will reverse. Gon Bao Bao listened dumbfounded. A glance causing a saint to sink. A thought making the world bow. It turns out, the direction of junior sister's cultivation is so tyrannical. When she looked at Dugu Yinyan again, the hint of resentment and vigilance in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a new, somewhat shocked gaze. Lin Yuan flicked his fingers. A golden light entered Dugu Yinyan's brow. "This is the supreme technique, the Heart Sutra of the mundane world. It will help you realize your true heart and control your own charm rather than being controlled by it. From today onwards, you will cultivate under this enlightenment tree, using it as the foundation for your true heart. When you can master it freely, it will be the day of your small success in cultivation." Dugu Yinyan felt the incomprehensible scripture in her mind, exhilarated beyond measure, and once again bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. "Thank you, Master, for granting the method." Lin Yuan's words not only illuminated the path for Dugu Yinyan, but also resolved Gon Bao Bao's inner conflict. She understood. Senior sister's sword path and junior sister's charm path are both supreme great paths. Bearing an exceptional innate sword body, the path she must walk is also a forward-moving sword path. Everyone has a bright future. Understanding this, the competitive thoughts of the little girl in Gon Bao Bao's heart instantly dissipated. She took the initiative to hold Dugu Yinyan's hand, a sincere smile appearing on her face. "Junior sister, let's cultivate together here from now on. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." Dugu Yinyan felt the warmth in her palm and smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior sister." She found that this second senior sister, who seemed a bit silly yet warm inside, was actually quite nice. Thus a strange scene appeared on Dao Peak. Under the enlightenment tree, two stunning girls, one in white as snow, the other in red like fire. One closed her eyes, practicing her sword intent fierce, stirring the winds and clouds. The other sat cross-legged, cultivating her heart, Dao rhythm flowing serene and peaceful. Both were rapidly improving at an astonishing speed. In their spare time, the two girls accompanied their master, lying together in the immortal pond on the back mountain to soak. The three of them, one lying in the middle, the two flanking on either side, their heads resting on the warm jade, watching the clouds roll by in the sky, chatting idly. "Master, when will senior sister come back?" "Soon." "Master, I heard there will be a sect competition in 3 months. Will Dao Peak participate?" "Master, your soaking time today was half a quarter longer than yesterday." The little days passed leisurely, filled with joy. Dao Peak presented a scene of harmonious and uplifting cultivation. Atop the demon palace, ink-black clouds churned ceaselessly, casting the sprawling imperial complex in an even more sinister and surreal light. Within the sect master's private chamber, a purple-gold incense burner exhaled wisps of azure smoke, carrying a cloying, beguiling fragrance. A demon general clad in scarlet soft armor knelt on one knee, head bowed low, delivering his report to the figure seated upon the obsidian throne. The figure upon the throne was the sovereign of the Harmony Sect. She reclined with languid grace, draped in a vile-thud, gauzy court gown, ethereal as mist, translucent as smoke, accentuating her breathtakingly exquisite silhouette. A few strands of hair trailed along her cheeks, lending her an air of effortless allure. Sovereign, the matter has been confirmed, the demon general declared, his voice resonating through the vast hall edged with restrained fervor. Based on intelligence from our deep covert operative within the Qingmu Sect, and corroborated by comprehensive analysis of all recent events, every thread converges upon a single individual. Lin Yuan, Peak Lord of Dao Peak, Qingmu Sect. The sovereign's vermilion lips parted slightly as she uttered the name, her voice like jade beads cascading onto a silver platter, crystalline, melodious, yet imbued with an uncanny soul-stirring resonance. Indeed, the general continued, his origins remain shrouded in mystery. Rumor holds that he has dwelled in seclusion atop Dao Peak for decades, his seniority so profound that even Lu Hanyan, sect master of the Qingmu Sect, addresses him as junior sect elder. Recently, he took 2 disciples, Yi Qingru and Gan Baobao, both prodigies unseen in 10,000 years. It was this man who shattered our northern branch and obliterated the projection of our supreme elder. Moreover, the last traces of spiritual residue left by the elders we dispatched to hunt down Dugu and Yinyan vanished near Qingmu Sect territory. It is all but certain she now lies in his hands. Upon hearing the report, the sovereign fell into silence. Barefoot, she stepped onto the frigid black obsidian floor tiles and glided toward the window, her gait as delicate as a lotus unfolding. Outside, the demonic clouds seemed to mirror their master's mood, roiling with intensified fury. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed ever so slightly as she gazed down upon the vast subservient demon territory beneath, yet her gaze held not a trace of warmth. Qingmu Sect, the preeminent orthodox sect of the southern realm, its lineage stretching over tens of thousands of years, its foundations immeasurably deep. To confront it heathen would only result in mutual annihilation, a course wholly contrary to her interests. What she schemed was never mere vengeance, but the total subjugation of the entire southern realm beneath her dominion. Sovereign, shall we muster our forces and launch an assault upon Qingmu Sect? The general asked, his voice thrumming with bloodthirsty anticipation. No need, the sovereign replied with a dismissive wave, her lips curling into a frost-laced arc. Calculating brilliance shimmered across her peerless visage, lending her an aura both eerily enchanting and profoundly sinister. Direct confrontation is the recourse of fools. She turned, her phoenix eyes gleaming with piercing insight. What does Qingmu Sect, the paragon of orthodoxy, value above all else? The general paused, then realization dawned. Its reputation. Precisely, the sovereign affirmed, her smile growing ever more dazzling and ever more venomous. I do not merely wish for his death. I intend to shatter Qingmu Sect's honor, utterly reducing it to a laughingstock across the entire Panga continent. She paced slowly through the hall, a cruel, flawless stratagem coalescing in her mind. Issue orders, contact the Black Demon Sect, the 10,000 Venom Sect, and every other demonic sect harboring grudges against Qingmu Sect. Inform them I have uncovered an unparalleled opportunity to dismantle Qingmu Sect entirely, and invite them to join this grand endeavor. Also dispatch envoys to the Zhongzhou Imperial Court and the Western Region Buddhist Sect. Tell them Qingmu Sect harbors a demoness who threatens the very balance of the world. Should they agree to coordinate with us during the upcoming 7 Peaks Grand Contest, striking from within while we strike from without, they shall receive 30% of the Southern Realm's resources upon victory. The general's heart lurched violently. To unite every possible ally and deliver a mortal blow at Qingmu Sect's most sacred public event before the eyes of all cultivators under heaven. Such a scheme was unfathomably ruthless. Sovereign's wisdom is unmatched. Go, she commanded, waving him away, her eyes deep and still alight with fierce, ravenous anticipation. I am already eager, beyond measure, to witness the so-called paragon of orthodoxy crumbling beneath betrayal, stripped of dignity and abandoned by all. Thus, a colossal conspiracy against Qingmu Sect and against Dao Peak began unfolding in the shadows. Meanwhile, Qingmu Sect remained blissfully unaware. Across the sect, anticipation for the imminent 7 Peaks Grand Contest had reached fever pitch. Especially among the 6 peaks, other than Dao Peak, rivalry had escalated to a white-hot intensity. Each peak lord, desperate to outshine Dao Peak, had exhausted their deepest reserves, pressuring disciples into relentless, grueling cultivation. In consequence, the entire Qingmu Sect, save for Dao Peak, resembled a maelstrom of chaos and frenzy. Time slipped by day after day beneath this strange, unspoken tension. Dao Peak, however, remained serene. Beneath the enlightenment tree, Gan Baobao wielded her long sword with the lithe grace of a dancing butterfly. Her swordsmanship had long transcended rigid forms, each thrust infused with pure lucid essence. The branches of the enlightenment tree stirred without wind, emerald leaves shimmered with flowing Daoic resonance, and their radiant glow bathed her in light, deepening her comprehension of the sword Dao with every passing moment. Suddenly her wrist flicked, her blade erupting with a razor-sharp condensed sword light. though aimed at no physical target. The air before her groaned under unbearable pressure. Her sword now possessed its own heart, a single step shy of true sword heart clarity. Nearby by a clear mountain stream, Dugu Yinyan sat cross-legged upon a moss-covered boulder, eyes closed in deep meditation. Within her the red dust heart sutra circulated steadily, as she learned to master the innate charm she had borne since birth. At first her overwhelming allure radiated unconsciously, so potent that fish in the stream forgot to flick their tails, floating dazed upon the surface. Gradually, however, she gathered, refined, and fused that power into her breath and spirit. Now should she walk along the mountain paths, outer sect disciples no longer stared entranced and stupefied. She appeared simply as a stunningly beautiful, disarmingly ordinary young woman. Until, and only when she chose to let it show, a single glance, a fleeting shift of her gaze revealing the peerless, world-toppling elegance concealed beneath. Lin Yuan watched his two disciples progress with quiet satisfaction. Even his own cultivation advanced steadily, spurred by their fierce, self-driven competition, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. One day Lin Yuan reclined lazily in his bamboo swing, basking in the sun. Suddenly his brow lifted infinitesimally. He turned his gaze toward the mountain gate. A familiar yet razor-edged aura surged swiftly toward them, vastly more formidable than when she had departed. Senior sister has returned. No sooner had the words left his lips than a streak of white sword light cleaved through the mist, descending upon the thatched cottage with overwhelming, peerless sharpness. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged, ethereally beautiful, radiating icy serenity. Qingmu had returned from her trials clad in pristine white robes, her demeanor as aloof and untouchable as ever. Yet her entire being had undergone a metamorphosis. If before her departure she had been a keen blade, sheathed in quiet restraint, now she was a divine weapon forged in blood and sanctified by slaying saints. An intangible aura of slaughter, cold, precise, absolute, merged seamlessly with her immaculate, translucent sword heart, forging a unique, overwhelming presence. Merely standing there, she thickened the very air around her. Her cultivation had ascended unmistakably to the nascent soul realm. Master, your disciple has returned, Qingmu said, bowing respectfully before Lin Yuan. Excellent. Lin Yuan appraised her with a slow, approving gaze. Cultivation through combat, illumination through life and death trials. This disciple had not disappointed him. Meanwhile, Gon Baobao and Dugu Yinyan ceased their practice, watching the legendary senior sister with wide-eyed curiosity and feeling unmistakably the weight of her oppressive aura.